is another in NBC's great parade of new shows.
Ladies and gentlemen, the story you are about to hear is true. Only the names have been changed to protect the innocent.
NBC brings you Dragnet. You're a detective sergeant. You're assigned to auto theft detail. In 3 months, more than 250 cars have been broken into. Property amounting well into thousands of dollars has been stolen. 2 youthful members of the gang have been apprehended. The all-important brains of the criminal ring, the leaders, are still at large. Your job, get them.
Dragnet, the documented drama of an actual crime, investigated and solved by the men who unrelentingly stand watch on the security of your home, your family, and your life. For the next 30 minutes, in cooperation with the Los Angeles Police Department, you will travel step by step on the side of the law through an actual case from official police files. From beginning to end, from crime to punishment, Dragnet is the story of your police force in action.
It was Monday, March 2nd. It was cold in Los Angeles. We were working the night shift out of auto theft. My partner's Ben Romero. The boss is Ed Backstrand, chief of detectives. My name's Friday. I was on the way back from the interrogation room, and it was 10:58 p.m. when I got to room 26, chief of detectives' office.
Real tough kids, aren't they?
Yeah, they won't admit a thing.
Now, sit down.
Thanks.
When'd you pick him up?
About 8:30 tonight in the parking lot behind the Star Theater out on Sunset. He was lifting the radio out of a 48 convertible. He's had lots of experience.
The report says you picked up a 19-year-old girl with him.
She was waiting for the guy in a parked car across the street from the theater. Car was full of loot.
The first real break we've had on those auto burglaries in 3 months, and it's no good to us.
Neither one of them will talk. They won't even admit they know each other.
You run makes on them?
Just did. We've been questioning the boy for an hour, getting nowhere.
What's his name again?
Freeman, Stanley Freeman.
Oh, yeah. Age 20. Address? Butte, Montana. Down here for a vacation.
He doesn't lie very well, Ed. He's never been to Butte, Montana in his life. Knows less about the town than I do.
Well, get to him.
Right, Ed.
Where'd you put the girl?
We had a policewoman take her to our office. We can talk to her when we finish with the boy.
Well, what's her story?
Hasn't any. She won't even open her mouth.
19 years old, probably needs a good spanking. Now get him to talk.
Right.
Did you run a make, Joe?
Yeah, he's clean.
Get wise, huh, Flatfoot?
Look, you're in a bad spot, son. That kind of talk isn't going to help.
Says you.
We caught you red-handed trying to steal a radio that didn't belong to you from a car it didn't belong to you. Is that right?
That's enough to send you to San Quentin, boy. You better give us the story.
Shut up.
We got all the evidence we need for him.
Maybe you don't realize how serious this is. We've had more than 250 car burglaries in this city in the past 3 months. Over $200,000 worth of property's been stolen. That's a lot of money.
So what?
So you're the number one suspect, young fella. Your method of operation in breaking into that car tonight is the same used in most of the other burglaries. That means you're not going to be tried just for this job tonight.
What are you getting at, Flatfoot?
Listen, son. In the state of California, breaking into a locked car is a felony. You can go to state penitentiary for that. And we're going to file a complaint of burglary with the district attorney in the morning.
You say you're from Butte, Montana. All right, I don't believe you, but we'll make sure. Ben, go down to our office and call the news photographers. Stanley here is going to have his picture on the front page of every newspaper in Los Angeles tomorrow.
Right, Joe?
No. You can't. I won't let you. I got my rights.
What's the matter, youngster? Everybody wants his picture in the paper.
Yeah, well, I don't. I won't let him.
We got your picture already for him, remember? They took it when they fingerprinted you.
You can't use it. You can't. I'll get a lawyer.
Reporters will be over in a couple of minutes. We have to give them your story and your picture, too. This one.
You won't. You won't. Give it to me.
All right.
Give it to me.
All right, Freeman, get your hands off him. Now, sit down.
All right. Now let's have it straight.
Don't let him use the picture. Don't let him. You can't. You can't.
We gotta have the truth, son. Now, look, you're 20 years old. You know right from wrong. You'll have to take your medicine. If you cooperate, we'll do all we can to help.
Oh, I live out in the Wilshire district. All I wanted was a little extra money. We didn't take much. We didn't think it was so wrong.
It was stealing, Freeman. You know that's wrong. Where do you live out there?
Piper Avenue. 821 Piper. Oh, you won't give him my picture.
You live there with your family?
Yeah, my mother. Father's dead. Promise me you won't give him the picture. My mother, she'd see it. Oh, promise me.
You're working with a gang on those auto burglaries. We know that. Now, who are they? Where are they? And what's the setup?
I can't. They'd get me for it.
Who'd get you?
I can't tell you. I can't.
Who's your girlfriend, Stanley? The one you were with tonight?
Joanne Miller.
Where does she live?
Piper Avenue, same as me. Lives on the same block, 866.
Is that her home? She live there with her folks?
Yeah. Mother and father. They work.
And you got her into this. Isn't that the story she gave us, Ben?
I did not. I didn't. It was her. She said a bunch of kids were doing it. It was quick money, something to do at night. She started it.
All right, Romero. I'll go see the girl. You stay here with Freeman.
All right, Joe. Just stay put in that chair for him.
Hi, Marge.
Hello, Joe. You and Romero handling this case?
Yeah. I'd like to talk to the girl a few minutes. Marge, will you stand by?
Right, I'll sit over here.
Thanks. All right, miss. What's your name, age, and address?
I told this lady cop 15 minutes ago I'm not saying anything.
All right, then we'll tell you. Your name's Joanne Miller. You live at 866 Piper Avenue. You live with your father and mother. Both of them work.
You're a liar. That's not me.
You're 19 years old. You live on the same block as your boyfriend, Stanley Freeman, and you're the one who got him mixed up in this gang. Isn't that right?
No, it's not right. It's not. I didn't do anything.
Well, that's only half the story. Freeman told us everything. You want to hear the rest?
No. Stan wouldn't tell you. He wouldn't.
He told us how you got him mixed up in it. Quick money. That's what you told him, didn't you?
No, it was him. I can prove it. The rest of the kids will tell you. He got me in this. Ask them, they'll tell you. It was Stanley and Fred Milford and George Jansen. They started it, all three of them.
All right. Will you tell the story to a police stenographer?
I'll tell him everything. He's not blaming this on me.
Marge, will you go get the stenographer?
Right, Joe.
Now, how many persons in this gang of yours?
Oh, about 10 or 12. And it's not my gang either. He got me into this, and now he's trying to lie his way out, blaming me.
How long you been doing this, burglarizing cars?
Me? Oh, only about 2 weeks. It was supposed to be fun, something to do at night. The rest of them been at it a couple of months.
Who's the head of the gang?
I told you, it's him, Stanley, and Fred Milford and Jansen, all three. I only started going out with them 2 weeks ago, maybe less.
All right, Joanne. Tell it to the stenographer the same way.
Stenographer will be in a minute, Joe.
Okay, Marge, thanks. Stay with her.
Right, Joe.
Just about a closed case, Ben. Girl gave us a full confession.
She didn't. Oh, you're not tricking me again. She didn't.
She told us you're one of the leaders of the gang, Stanley. Said you got her into all this. The other two are George Jansen and Fred Milford. About a dozen kids in the gang, all of them about your age. Isn't that right?
She's lying, can't you tell? She's lying. She got me into the gang. Well, she did. She's Milford's girlfriend. Ask her. Oh, she can't lie out of that one. She got me into it. I can prove it.
Who's the real leader of the gang?
Milford. He started it. He organized the whole thing. He collects the stuff we get, and he delivers it. Jansen helps him do it.
What do you mean he delivers the stuff? Where does he deliver it?
Somewhere in Dogtown, I think. Down around South Main, near the railroad yards.
Who's it delivered to?
I don't know exactly. I heard Jansen mention the name once. Myra, he said. It's supposed to be a big secret. Myra, that's all I remember.
Where does Jansen and Milford live?
Well, Jansen rooms down on East Flower. 1042, I think. It's a rooming house. And Milford lives 2 blocks over from me on Quincy. 234 Quincy. He lives with his grandmother.
Got that, Ben?
Right.
All right, let's pick up Milford and Jansen. It was 10 minutes past 1 when Ben and I returned to headquarters with George Jansen and Fred Milford in our custody. In Jansen's room at 1042 East Flower Street, we found 2 fur coats, a box full of new car accessories, an S&W .38 revolver, and a .45 automatic. When we picked up Fred Milford at his home, we discovered 5 deluxe car radios hidden in the garage, plus a valuable assortment of cameras, cigarette lighters, and clothing. Both Jansen and Milford refused to talk, but when we got them to headquarters and showed them the signed statements of Stanley Freeman and the girl, Joanne Miller, they broke.
Milford, where else did you and your gang operate besides the Wilshire district?
No place, only out there, that's all.
Same type of car burglaries have been committed all over the city. You telling us your gang didn't have a hand in them?
It's the truth. Our territory was Wilshire district. We didn't go outside.
You mean some other gang's responsible?
I don't know. All I know is we didn't have any part of them.
Is there another gang, Milford?
Maybe, I don't know. You find out. It's none of my business.
It is your business, Milford. You admit you and your gang committed 55 jobs in the past 3.5 months. That leaves about 200 jobs to be accounted for.
That's right. You figure it out.
We have figured it out. I think you and your gang of young thieves pulled every one of those 250 jobs. There isn't any other gang. That's the story the district attorney's going to get.
You're crazy. There is. I know there is.
Then give us the information and save yourself a lot of trouble.
Well, we're not the only ones. That's all I know.
Milford, do you know how many years you get for auto burglary?
I told you, we're not the only ones. There must be a couple of others besides us. Vince Mahoney, he's got a gang.
Where does Mahoney operate?
West Hollywood and Beverly.
Where's he live?
I don't know. Honest, I only met him a couple of times.
Where'd you meet him?
I don't remember.
Where'd you meet him, Milford?
Delivery. I met him down at the delivery place a couple of nights.
When you delivered the property you stole from cars, is that right?
Yeah.
Where was that?
Down by the railroad yards.
Where?
Chavez Street. It's a little alley off East Main.
Who'd you deliver the stuff to?
I told you, her name's Myra. That's all I know. We meet her and some guy on Tuesday nights. We give them the stuff and they pay us off. Mahoney delivers the same night I do.
Do you meet her every Tuesday night?
Yeah.
You're going to meet her this Tuesday, tomorrow night?
I don't know. I guess so.
Same place?
Yeah.
Are you the only one she deals with?
Sometimes Joanne. Me or Joanne. I know what you're thinking. You want to use me to trap Myra. Well, what's it worth?
You know better than that.
How about it, Milford?
Oh, what else can I do? Give me another cigarette.
By 3:30 that morning, the signed statements and confessions were piling up fast. Milford gave us a list of the names and addresses of each member in his gang, and within an hour, they were all under questioning at headquarters. Most of the suspects, about 1/3 of them girls, ranged in age from 18 to 21. As they told their individual stories, the scope of the case grew until it covered most of the city. By late afternoon of the next day, Tuesday, March 3rd, 3 more gangs operating in Venice, Bel Air, and North Hollywood had been apprehended. They confessed to more than 175 burglaries from locked cars during the past 3.5 months. At 5 o'clock that afternoon, Ben and I met with Chief Backstrand in his office.
How many admissions you have now?
Over 50, Ed. Here are the gang leaders' statements.
What's their story?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same. They all say this woman Myra set up the operation.
You mean she got the kids and put them to work burglarizing cars?
Well, not exactly. She picked the leaders, contacted them in bars or on the street, asked them if they wanted to pick up some spare money getting auto parts for.
Then she didn't tell them to go out and burglarize cars.
Well, not in so many words, Ed, no. After they brought in auto parts for a couple of weeks, she told them to bring her everything they could find, outside the car or inside. Those are the words she used.
5 of the kids dictated those words into their signed confession.
Oh, that should hold in court. What else did you get on this woman?
Oh, she taught them how to work, told them to wear gloves, all angles.
Well, we got most of the small fry. Now, where do we find this Myra woman? Any description on her?
Yeah. Kids say she's about 33, 34. Good-looking redhead.
5'5", about 120, well-dressed.
No description on the guy she runs with.
You run a make on her yet?
Yeah, no previous record. We've set up a stakeout for her tonight. 2 of the gang leaders have volunteered to go along, this Milford and Vince Mahoney.
Good. Down on Chavez, where she usually meets them?
Yeah, that's right.
When?
11:15. That's the regular time for the meet, according to the kid.
All right, I'll be at home. Call me. I don't want to miss out on this one.
When Ben and I left Ed Backstrand's office, we went home for dinner and a few hours' sleep. At 9:30 p.m., we were back at the office. We met the men in the special detail which Backstrand had assigned for the stakeout that night. We briefed them on their duties, and then we got Fred Milford and Vince Mahoney out of their cells. To avoid any possible suspicion of the presence of a trap, we had Milford's permission to use his car in the stakeout. The car which he had said he had driven to the delivery meetings with the woman Myra at least a dozen times before. We arrived at the stakeout area, Chavez Alley in East Main, at 9:58. The meeting was scheduled for 11:15. The moon was out, but the sky was overcast, and there was a cold wind blowing from the east.
Hey, what time you got, Sergeant?
About 10. Why, Milford? Getting nervous?
No, I'm just wondering.
How you cops gonna rig this thing?
In just a couple of minutes, we're going to plant you two in Milford's car parked up there in the alley. Now, you stay there until Myra shows up. We'll do the rest.
Yeah, I know, but what'll we say? Suppose she asks for some stuff. We ain't got any.
You won't need any. You won't have much time for talking.
Hey, suppose she wises up. Maybe she'll pull a gun.
Maybe. Does she carry one?
No, never saw her with one.
Don't worry, Milford. We'll make sure you're not in danger.
She's got an awful temper, that redhead. Got mad at me once when I squawked at the prices she was paying us for radios.
What was she paying you, Mahoney?
An 8-tube radio, good shape, $7.
She got all the gravy and you got all the grief.
You're not kidding.
Joe? Are you?
Yeah, Steve. What do you got?
Well, the men are all staked out, Joe. Got the area covered from every angle.
All right. You got an extra man to stay in Milford's car?
I'll handle that myself.
Fine, thanks.
Okay.
All set, Joe?
Yeah. Now, Milford and Mahoney, we're going to put you two in your car now. There's going to be an officer with you, so there's no need to be nervous or afraid. You just sit in the car and act natural. When this Myra drives up, don't leave the car. Have her come to you. You got it?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, Joe, let's go.
Sure is cold out. I don't even have a heater in my car.
You stole enough of them.
Okay, Steve, here they are.
All right, boys. Milford, get in first behind the wheel.
Okay.
Mahoney in the middle. I'll sit in the back.
We'll be parked in that garage across the street, Steve. Got a perfect view of the alley.
Okay, Ben. Check with you later.
All right. Mean night, Joe.
Yeah, come on. It's cold here in the garage, isn't it?
Yeah. It might be a long wait. What time you got?
6 minutes past 10.
Thank you. Hey, Joe.
What is it?
It's nothing. Thought that passing car was turning in the alley.
Relax. It's early.
Lonely place. It's dark. Gets on your nerves.
That's it, Ben. 11:30. Nothing yet.
Somebody might have tipped her off.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Well, let's wait it out anyway.
Joe, that blue coupe.
Yeah, just turned in the alley. Let's go. Come on, run, Ben.
Behind you.
All right, you fella. Quit your fighting.
What'd you get, Steve?
Here he is. Just drove up in the coupe. Got out and called Milford Mahoney by the first names. He's in on it.
What about the girl?
No sign. Kid was the only one in the car.
All right. Tell them in the stakeout's off for tonight. Have them report back in. We'll take the kid with us.
Okay.
All right, young fella, this way.
What do you cops think you're doing? I ain't done nothing.
Look, sport, we heard that from 54 different kids yesterday. We're tired of that line. Come on.
When we got back to the office, we took the boy to the interrogation room and questioned him. He gave his name as Matthew Leiter, age 21. He wouldn't break until Vince Mahoney definitely identified him as a member of his car burglary gang and the special favorite of the red-headed woman they called Myra. Then Leiter copped out and told Ben and I that he had talked with Myra as late as 10 o'clock tonight. He told us that she had heard that the police had picked up some of the gang members, and she asked Leiter to drive down to the Chavez Alley meeting place. He was supposed to tell Milford and Mahoney that the weekly delivery date was off until further notice. We questioned Matthew Leiter for an hour and a half.
You told us a little while ago that you talked with this woman, Myra, late tonight.
Yeah.
Where'd you talk to her? At her home?
Her home? Don't be stupid. Nobody knows where she lives. I met her at a bar.
Which bar?
Julius. Out of Santa Monica.
How did she contact you?
Called me at home. She's not such a bad dame. She treats you right.
Sure, that's why you're in jail. Did you ever call her on the phone?
I don't know her number. None of the kids do. She's smart. She taught me all I know about the racket. You'll have a rough time getting her.
Maybe, but we'll get her. Ben and I left the office at 2 a.m. and went home to bed. We reported in at 8 that morning to Ed Backstrand. The three of us went down the street to Koken's restaurant for a cup of coffee. Nobody was in a good mood. We had most or all the small fry in the citywide burglary ring, but it seemed we were still a long way from cracking the inner circle.
The latter kid said that none of them knows where she lives, what her phone number is, nothing. Pass the sugar, Ed.
I think we still have a few angles to study on that score. Right now, I've got some more bad news for you.
What's that?
You been through your mail this morning?
No, not yet. We haven't had a chance.
I saw the overnight reports. There were 32 car burglaries last night. 32. All the way from Wilmington to North Hollywood. How you figure it?
I can't. This girl Myra must have an army of kids working for her.
How much did they get, Ed? Any idea?
Rough estimate about $3,000. Usual stuff people are foolish enough to leave in their cars. Watches, cameras, furs, expensive clothes.
M.O.'s the same?
And like the others. If the car happens to have a rigid handle lock, they slip a piece of pipe over the handle for a lever and break it. If that doesn't work, they pry open the wing window. Some of the windows were smashed out.
Sounds like you're in an awful hurry, Joe.
Yeah, maybe this Myra wants a few big nights before she peddles the stuff and gets out.
If we're going to get her, we can't waste time.
Any suspects picked up last night, Skipper?
None.
Well, where did they hit most of the cars?
Outside the Pan Pacific. The parking lot. Hockey game going on. Must have been 4,000 cars for them to pick over. They picked the best.
As usual.
Well, you better get on it. There's one way to handle it.
What's that?
She works fast. You work a little faster.
We got back to the office and we went over the reports one by one. Then we called the young gang members to the interrogation room and questioned them separately and re-questioned them. We got nowhere. Many of them had met Myra on the street, in a bar, but not one of them had any idea where she lived. At least that's what they told us. Ben had a hunch that Matthew Leiter knew more than he was telling. We had him brought to the interrogation room, and all that afternoon until 10 o'clock that night, with interruptions for his meal periods, we talked with Leiter. He would admit nothing more than what he'd already told us.
Yeah, it's got me beat, Joe.
Yeah. Now, let's check with Ed.
Good morning, Joe. Ben?
Hi, Mike. Skipper in?
Just went down the hall for a minute. Be right back. Hold it a minute, will you?
Yeah.
Chief of Detectives always handing. Yeah. For you, Joe.
Oh, thanks. Hello? Yeah. He does? We'll be right over. That was Sergeant Hopkins over at the jail.
Yeah?
Matthew Leiter's got something to tell us. Says it's important.
Have a chair here, Leiter.
Yeah, thanks.
All right. You wanted to see us.
I'm getting even with that dame Myra. I'm squaring with you.
Yeah?
She told me if I was picked up, she'd have me out in a couple of hours. She promised me a lawyer if anything happened. Said she'd get me bail.
All right. Where can we find her?
I don't know if she's there now, but you can find out at Francisco Motors. Big used car lot. Garage, too. It's out on Melrose past La Cienega.
What's the tie-up?
That's where she fenced most of the stuff we stole. Some old guy she buddies with runs the place. Big shop in the back. Store a lot of hot stuff there.
Barney.
Yes, Sergeant?
We're through with him. Take him back. We checked with Chief Backstrand, and then we drove out to the Francisco Motor Company. We located it on the corner of Melrose and Geneva Avenue. It was a big layout. It consisted of a large used car lot sign bannering the slogan, Deluxe Auto Accessories, lowest prices in town. Along the back end of the lot, there was a large L-shaped garage. We found the man in charge, and he gave his name as Paul Hackett, the owner of the car lot. In the garage, we found the entrance to a large back storeroom. It was loaded with thousands of dollars worth of auto radios, spotlights, cratefuls of assorted car accessories. Special closets built into the walls of the garage contain racks of fur coats, suits, dresses. Below that, smaller boxes containing watches and cameras, all wrapped in tissue paper.
You can save all of us a lot of time and trouble by talking to us now, Mr. Hackett. Where is Myra?
I don't know who you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
Can you explain what we just found in your garage?
I didn't know it was there. I didn't know it was stolen.
Well, which is it, Mr. Hackett? Make up your mind.
I bought it. But I didn't know it was stolen. You can't prove I did know.
I think we can prove it, Mr. Hackett. Some of those stolen car radios stored back there, the serial numbers are filed off, and this workbench here is full of filings.
I didn't know.
You'll have to do better than that. How does Myra figure in?
I don't know. I don't know what you're talking about.
It's all right with us, Hackett. We found the stuff and we got you. If we don't find Myra, you'll be doing time for 2 people. Stand still.
You can't. You can't do this to me. I don't know anything about it.
Come on, Hackett. We're taking you in. All right, get in the car. Come on, in the car.
Am I going to jail?
You're going to jail.
All right. I'll take you to Myra.
Hackett told us that Myra lived at 1345 Munich Drive in Beverly Hills. He said that he was Myra's husband. He told us that he'd been in a legitimate garage business for 10 years before he married Myra. She talked him into the racket. He identified 1345 Munich Drive as their home. When we got there, we found stores of stolen property similar to those found in the garage. Myra was not there. Hackett had no idea where she might be. We sat down in the living room and waited. One hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. After 5 hours of waiting, the monotony started to wear on everybody's nerves, especially Hackett's.
And the whole thing, it was her idea. I should have known, all hers. She did this to me. I won't take it alone. Where is she?
You tell us, Hackett.
Told you, I don't know. She couldn't have gone. She didn't know. I'm not going to take this alone.
Quiet down.
That you, Paul? Thought I heard you talking to some. Who's he?
The police, Myra. The police. Your smart kids told them the whole story.
What are you talking about, my smart kids? What are these cops doing here in the
that's enough.
Get your dirty hands off me. Get away.
Kids are right, Joe. She got a
Get away.
temper.
Who do you think you're...
There, that ought to hold you for a while. All right, come on, you two. Let's go.
All right, copper. You win. Stupid husbands. How many times did I tell you? Don't trust those kids. Don't store the stuff in the garage. Don't open it for anybody. Get a lawyer. No, you knew better. Dumb jerk. The idea of having those cops camping in the living room waiting for me. Why didn't you warn me? I'm going to divorce you. That's what I'm going to do. I'll stick you for plenty. Jerk.
All right, inside you two.
You got a smoke, Ben?
Yeah. Here.
Thanks. I was just thinking.
What?
Those kids were right. She's a pretty nice-looking woman.
Yeah. Nice face. Beautiful figure.
Mm-hmm. Sure talks a lot, though, doesn't she?
Yeah. Hey, Joe, remind me to take home some flowers to my wife tonight, will you?
The story you have just heard is true. Only the names were changed to protect the innocent.
Paul and Myra Hackett were tried and convicted on 7 separate counts of receiving stolen property. They are now serving out their sentences in the state penitentiary. Realizing that most of the young persons involved in the case were influenced by the strong personality of Paul and Myra Hackett, a separate investigation was made into the backgrounds and home life of the young offenders. In most cases, they were found to be basically good, and they were placed on probation and returned to their homes. You have just heard the 13th in a new series of authentic cases from official files. Technical advice for Dragnet comes from the office of W.A. Wharton, Acting Chief of Police, Los Angeles Police Department.
Tonight's program is dedicated to Detective Harry William Vosper of the Seattle, Washington Police Department, who on the night of July 21st, 1949, gave his life so that yours might be more secure.
Dragnet came to you from Los Angeles. And now, an important announcement. Starting this Saturday, September 3rd, Dragnet will be heard at a new time over your NBC station. Consult your local newspaper for the new listening time. And now, speaking in behalf of the producers and the entire cast of Dragnet, we would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your many kind letters of encouragement and approval. Remember, next Saturday for Dragnet, this is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
Forgive me.
It's all right, Mrs. Randolph. Come in. How's Mr. Randolph this morning?
Well, he's still desperately ill, and that drilling down there in the street like he's driving him out of his mind.
It is an awful racket. It's even bothering me. In fact, the only thing that bothers me more is Inspector Faraday.
Could you do me a favor?
Certainly.
You know my husband's too sick to be moved to a hospital. And you have influence in town. Couldn't you phone and
It's
see...
as good as done, Mrs. Randolph. Come in. Come right in. I'll call Tom Jackson. He's street commissioner and ought to be able to have that noise stopped immediately.
Oh, thank you, Blackie. I knew you could do something.
I better phone Tom this home. He's never in his office at this hour. Probably wake him up, but after all, he's a public servant. We're the public, aren't we?
Yes, and you will have that drilling stopped until my husband's out of danger.
I certainly will try.
Okay.
Hello?
Tom.
Speaking.
I hope I got you out of bed. This is Blackie.
You didn't get me out of bed, but you did wake me up. I was at a meeting till 4 o'clock this morning. What's...
I'm sorry, Tom, but look. There's a sick man in my apartment building, and some of your boys are breaking up the street down below us. It's driving the poor
I know what
man
you want.
almost...
Okay, I'll handle it right away. What's your address?
The Sunset Parkway, number 51.
All right, So wait a minute. Is it just 7 o'clock, or has my watch done?
It's 7 o'clock, and I want that drilling stopped.
Blackie, there's something wrong somewhere. There hasn't been any order to repair anything on Sunset Parkway. And even if there were, they wouldn't be drilling at this hour of the morning. It's against the law.
What?
Oh, there's something wrong, Blackie. But I'll look into it right away.
Never mind, Tom. You go back to sleep. I'll look into this myself.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
The drilling out on the street will cover us. Go ahead with your drill, Larry. We're working on schedule.
Okay, Mr. Beecher. So you think I've drilled into this vault deep enough now, Mr. Beecher?
Yes, I think so, Larry. Looks good. How deep is the hole?
Well, it's deep enough to be full with a stick of dynamite bigger than the first two I drilled.
Well, then let's get that dynamite in there.
Right.
You slide it in.
Yeah, Billy, you do.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Beecher.
Hey, don't push it in so hard, Billy boy. You want us all to be blown up?
It has to be detonated before it explodes, Larry.
Oh.
Got your wires hooked in ready, Billy?
Yeah, Mr. Beecher.
And let's get the way off to the other side of the bank and let it go. Come on, Larry. Unless you want that vault door to fall on top of you.
Oh, not me. I'm with you, Mr. Beecher.
What time's it, Billy?
7-3, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah,
We're
7.
right on time. Blast off.
Yeah, let's see it blowed out, Billy boy.
All right. Here it goes. It's open, Mr. Beecher.
Oh, I sure drilled those holes good, didn't I, Mr. Beecher?
Never mind about that. Let's get in that vault and grab that money and get out of here before the place is full of guards.
Come on, Larry.
Oh, Billy boy, nobody never heard that little noise. Not after the boss got that big idea of them drilling the streets out in front while we was working.
The money's in those sacks there. Let's each grab as many as we can and beat it.
Yeah.
I'm grabbing mine, Mr. Beecher. Sure hope Smith's out back of the cart.
He will be.
Well, I got a hold of 2 bags of stuff, Mr. Beecher. Come on, Billy boy,
Wait a
let's
minute.
go.
Look back. What is it? Somebody's coming.
Mr. Beecher, it's a guard.
It was a guard. It's a corpse now.
Oh, that sure was good shooting, Mr. Beecher. He dropped without even seeing us.
We've seen the last of everything. Now, come on. We've seen the last of this bank.
Good morning. Good morning, Blackie. Well, you're out early this morning. I'll call for your car right away.
I'm not ready for my car yet, Harry. Say, what happened to those men who were breaking up the street out here a few minutes ago?
Oh, they just left, Blackie.
Oh.
And you know, it was funny the way they left, too. One guy yelled, "That's it. Let's quit." And they dumped their drills into the back of the truck, and away they went.
That's funny.
Yes, 'tis that, Blackie. Never known they worked on the streets this early in the morning.
They're not supposed to, Harry. And I just found out they're not supposed to be digging up Sunset Parkway at any time of the day.
Oh, no, Blackie, if you think anything's maybe mysterious, I got their license number for you. You know, being a doorman, I make a hobby of license plates. It was a truck. And the number was a crazy 012345.
Thanks, Harry. And I guess that... Hey, look, Harry. The bank across the street.
Blackie, that's Williams, one of the bank guards. Look at him, he's staggering.
He's been shot. Come on, let's go over there and give him a hand.
Right.
Hurry up.
I
I think he just collapsed behind that parked car.
wonder what's the matter with him. I didn't hear any shooting.
Who could hear anything with that drilling in the street? Uh-oh, Harry. He stopped a couple of bullets.
Williams, this is me, Harry.
Harry?
The doorman is number 51. You know me, don't you?
Harry, the bank, they blasted. The fellow, they got away out the back, Harry.
That was the reason for the drilling in the street, to cover up a blast. Williams, did you see the men who shot you?
No, I didn't see them. They were too fast. They got away out the back.
Williams.
He can't hear you, Harry. He's dead.
Poor man.
Harry, I don't know who killed this bank guard, but I'll find out. And you can bank on that.
Blackie, get out of my office.
Don't you ever get tired of saying that, Faraday?
The only thing I get tired of is you.
Well, then it's time you retired or got smart or something and listened to me. I've been trying to tell you something.
I know. You're trying to tell me my business.
Oh, only how to run it. The Parkway Bank was robbed this morning and a guard was killed.
I know the Parkway Bank was robbed this morning and a guard was killed. You didn't tell me that.
No, but I told you the license plate on that street commission truck parked in front of the bank is a clue to the killers.
You must be slipping, Blackie. Haven't you ever heard of phony plates?
Yes, but these plates weren't phony. They were too distinctive.
All right, so they were distinctive. So what?
So those plates will lead us to the truck, and that truck will lead us to whoever stole it. I think it was stolen by someone who works for the street commission.
Isn't it enough to have you mixed up in this? You want to mix me up, too?
You don't need any help in being mixed up.
Yeah?
It's not my fault they robbed a bank across the street from where I live. And don't say I was in on the robbery, because my own money was in that bank.
So you couldn't wait for the bank to open. You made a withdrawal, maybe. Only you added on your own interest.
Look, never mind trying to be funny, will you? Let's go after someone on the street commission and
I'm
see if we
sorry
can...
to disappoint you, Blackie. But last night, the only man on the street commission who had access to that truck reported it stolen. Now, what do you think of that?
Well, I don't know what to think. What was his name?
You don't know how to think. His name is John Manders.
John Manders, huh? Well, in that case, I'm going down to the street commission workshop and see a Manders about a murder. Come in.
Hello, Blackie.
Hello, Murray.
Oh, my, you look lonesome. Your apartment getting too big for you?
No, but this city's too big for me. I've been all over town checking with every crew of street repairmen, and nobody's seen John Manders since late last night.
Well, I phoned his home as you asked me to, and his wife says that she hasn't heard from him since late last night either. Blackie,
Yeah.
you really think he's a lead to the men who robbed the bank and killed the guard this morning?
The fact that he's missing convinces me more than ever, Mary. Excuse me, will you?
Uh-huh. Can't I ever talk to you without the telephone ringing?
Hello.
Hello. Boston Blackie?
Yes?
Blackie, this is John Manders.
Yeah, it's Manders.
Oh, wonderful.
Manders, I'm looking for you. Where are you?
Never mind where I am, Blackie. Did you get my message?
What message?
If you don't know, you didn't get it, so I'll give it to you now.
Well, what's it all about?
You'll know when I do.
Manders. Manders? Hello? Hello?
Oh, what's happened? He's hung up.
Oh, Mary. Somebody hung one on him. He was just about to tell me something about a message.
What message?
I don't know. All I know is we've lost Manders and maybe the last clue to the guys who killed that guard across the street.
Billy, that ought to be Larry bringing Manders in. Go open the door.
Right, Mr. Beecher.
Oh. Well, hi, Larry.
Hey, Billy boy. Here he is. I seen him make a phone call, and I gave him a crack on the head like you said to, and I dragged him in, and here we are.
Good work, Larry.
I
Thanks.
didn't tell anybody anything, Billy. Believe me, I didn't.
Shut up. Got him tied up good and tight, huh, Larry?
Well, you gotta hog tie a guy with a loose mouth, Billy boy. Well, I brung him in like you wanted, Mr. Beecher.
Yes, thanks, Larry. Who was he talking to?
You mean on the phone?
Yes, of course.
That was Boston Blackie.
What's the idea, man?
Yeah, what's the idea, Manders?
You forced me into this. I didn't want to join you. I told you I didn't want any part of the robbing of the Parkway Bank. I told you it might be a killing when you killed the guard.
I sure did, Manders. He got in my way. I kill anybody who gets in my way.
You sure do, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah, you do, Mr. Beecher.
And guys who double-cross you, too.
Look, I did what you told me to do. I let you steal that truck and help with the digging on the parkway. I did everything just as you
tried
told
to
me
reach Boston Blackie. What did you tell him?
Nothing. I didn't have a chance to.
What were you going to tell him?
What's the difference? I didn't do it, did I?
Maybe and maybe not. I want to know what you said, or what you were going to say. And if you don't start talking, you're going to start dying.
What do you mean, start dying?
People who get in my way die quickly. People who double-cross me die slowly, Billy. Billy, gag this fellow.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Beecher. Shut up.
Look, I just got an idea.
Yeah?
Larry, you go out and get some brick and mortar.
Brick and mortar,
We're going to
yeah.
put our squealing friend in this little alcove here. Build a wall in front of him and let him suffocate quietly. Nicely and slowly.
Well, it'll be more easy to just drill a hole in him with a bullet and dump him somewheres, Mr. Beecher.
Easier, yes, Larry. But no matter what you do with a body, it always pops up to cause you trouble. This body isn't going to pop up till this building falls down.
Hey, that's not a bad idea, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea, Mr.
But we'll kill him before we wall him up, won't we?
No. Just knock him out and seal him up alive.
Alive?
He'll die more slowly that way. It'll be a lesson to him. And a lesson to you two men, too. If you know what I mean.
And now back to Boston Blackie. The Parkway Bank across the street from Blackie's apartment building is robbed, and the guard shot and killed. The noise of blasting the vault and shooting the guard is not heard because of pneumatic drills being used in the street as a cover-up. John Manders, a street repairman, forced to join the gang, contacts Blackie to see if Blackie received his message. Blackie is not, and Manders is slugged before he can say any more. Later, he is bound and gagged and sealed behind a brick wall and left to die of suffocation. As we return to our story, Blackie and his friend, Mary Wesley, are watching repairmen fill the holes dug into the street in front of the Parkway Bank.
Oh, those men certainly did a lot of damage with those drills, didn't they, Blackie?
They didn't help the street any, Mary. But these guys with the steamrollers will soon have it fixed up.
Mm-hmm.
That fellow there looks as if he might be the foreman. Maybe he can tell me a few things I want to know. Hey, you over there.
Me, mister?
Yes, you got a minute?
Me? I guess so.
Are you the foreman of this gang?
Me? Yeah, I am.
Maybe you know a man by the name of Manders. John Manders? He was foreman of a crew like this.
Sure, I know, John.
How well?
Me? Oh, yeah.
He's in trouble, you know. He's disappeared.
So I hear.
Was he asking for trouble? I mean, do you know whether or not he was kicking around with any tough characters?
John wasn't a finer fellow in the department. Family man, loved his kids, took his pay home every Friday without even opening the envelope.
Well, was he in debt, or do you think he was in any other kind of trouble at all?
Me? Never saw John do anything or speak to no one and get him into trouble. Fine man, John. Mighty sorry to hear he's in a jam.
Boss! Hey, boss!
Yeah, Sam?
We got the street repaired okay, except for a few lines in the pavement off to one side of where the big damage was.
Yeah, I saw those lines. Let them go. First heavy traffic, a hot day will smooth them out okay.
That's what I figured, too. All right, man, let's pick up and get out of here.
Anything else you want to know about John, mister?
No, thanks. You've been a big help already.
Me? Glad to be of service anytime, mister. All right, boys, let's get going. Get that equipment in the truck and get out of here.
Well, Blackie, you learned a lot, didn't you?
I learned a lot about how to repair streets, but nothing about how to find John Manders and those killers.
Well, the street certainly looks smooth, doesn't it?
Yes, it does, but believe me, Mary, this case is awful rough.
Oh, that's mighty pretty, Billy boy.
Looks good, huh?
Oh, Billy boy, you're building the best brick wall I ever seen, I'm telling you.
You like it, do you, Larry?
Yeah.
I should have been a bricklayer, I guess.
Yeah,
Let him
you
put
should.
those last bricks up there, Billy. It's taking you over an hour already.
You want them sealed up good and tight in this alcove, don't you, Mr. Beecher?
Yes, good and tight.
Well, I had to lay the wall 2 bricks wide so he can't kick it out while it's still wet. All right, Larry, get the plaster ready.
Yeah.
We'll plaster this thing over, and it'll look just like the rest of the room.
Well, you're going to let me smear some of the plaster on, ain't you, Billy Boy, huh?
Sure. Well, there's the last brick in place, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah, last brick, Mr. Beecher.
I wonder how long Manders will live back there.
A few hours, maybe. I wonder if he's still out from that tap on the head I gave him.
Well, I wonder what it was that Manders was trying to tell Blackie.
Probably about us. But we don't have to worry about it. He didn't have time to tell Blackie anything. And now no one will ever find Manders behind that wall. Not till they tear this building down. And we'll be dead by the time they do that. Dead from old age.
Well, we're leaving town, ain't we, Mr. Beecher?
Oh, no.
I think we ought to, Mr. Beecher.
Yeah, I think we ought to, Mr. Beecher.
The cops are looking for us for killing that guard. And we may have Blackie on our necks pretty soon, too.
Yeah.
One more job, and then we'll decide. A bigger bank this time, though. Tell the boys to get the truck ready. We'll use the same trick of digging up the street to cover the blast in the bank. And any necessary shooting.
All right, Mr. Beecher.
And then we're leaving town, huh, Mr. Beecher?
If our take is big enough. If not, we'll stick around until we're really rich.
You don't think we ought to worry about Blackie?
Yeah.
No, why should we, Billy? Manders never told him anything. In a couple of hours, Manders won't ever be able to tell anybody anything.
Blackie, won't you please stop pacing up and down?
I can't help it, Mary. I've got to figure out what Manders meant when he phoned here and asked me if I got his message.
Well, he might not have meant anything.
But I know he did. He was about to tell me what it was when he got slugged.
Well, stop pacing, Blackie. Come here to the window. It's going to be a beautiful sunset.
It's going to be a beautiful crime wave in this town if I can't find that gang. I have a hunch they're not one-time operators.
Well, let Inspector Faraday catch them. It's his job.
But Manders was trying to tell me something, and it's my job to figure out what it was and tell Faraday.
Well, you'll figure it out at dinner, maybe. Let's go to...
No, I'm not hungry.
Well, come over to the window and get some fresh air, and maybe you will be. Look down there. You can see where they repaired the street this afternoon.
Uh-huh. The last time I looked out this window, I saw some guys tearing up the street and had no idea that about...
Blackie, what's the matter?
Look, Mary. Just up the street from where they filled in those holes this afternoon.
Where?
Up there, Mary. About 10 or 15 feet from the first filled-in hole. See those lines in the street?
Yeah, I do. Well, those are the grooves that the repairman decided not to cover.
And am I glad they didn't, Mary? I have a hunch that's the message Manders wanted to get to me.
Blackie, it does look like a message. The first lines make almost a perfect 3.
And the second figure is the letter L. I'm sure of it.
And then there's a box drawn on the street.
A box or a square. It could be a square. And that entire thing down there could be an address.
Yeah, it could be. It could be number 3, something or other square.
Mary, you get Faraday on the phone and tell him to get right up here.
Okay.
I'm going to have a look in the telephone directory.
The telephone directory?
Yes, because if that's a message drilled into the street, I'm on the right road to a solution of this case.
Shh, Faraday, can't you even open a door without making a noise?
What do you want me to do, Blackie? Carry an oil can with me in case of rusty hinges? I think we're walking into an empty house anyhow.
This is number 3 Lincoln Square, the only address that fits that 3L Square message on the street in front of my building.
Huh? What was the matter with number 3 Ludlow Square?
It's a vacant lot.
And number 3 Lawrence Square?
No such address.
And number 3 Lord Williams Square?
It's a hamburger stand. Mary and I checked all possibilities, Faraday, and this is the only one that fits the description of a hideout.
Your men have had time to surround the place now. Let's go in.
All right. But I'll bet we don't find anything except dust. That scrawling on the street in front of your building didn't mean anything.
Shh, come on.
Here's another door.
Now, you open this one, so you can't gripe at me if it creaks.
Oh, brother.
Hey, I hear somebody coming into the room from the other side.
So do I. Duck back. Quiet.
You be quiet. Can you see who it is?
Not yet. And you said the place was empty, huh? Well, just...
Those are my men, stupid. There's nobody else here.
Faraday, I still say that was a message on the street, and...
Now what?
I just heard a car pull up in back of the house.
You stop this nonsense.
Well, boys, we did it again.
You heard that, didn't you, Faraday?
I sure did. Duck out of sight, everybody. Okay. Quick, men, get down. Behind anything, stay there.
Get back of this door with me, Faraday. If you're pulling your stomach, there'll be room.
Don't talk to me. The way your neck is always sticking out.
We leave the truck and those bills and tools out in the bushes and back, boys. Job tonight was so easy, I think we'll stay in town. Pull a few more.
Yeah, sure, Mr. Beecher.
Well, I'm sure glad we didn't have to shoot nobody like we had it that first time, Mr. Beecher.
Well, nobody got on our way this time, lad, eh? And what's more, we didn't have Manders to worry about.
You shouldn't have forced Manders to join us, Mr. Beecher.
No, you shouldn't have forced Manders.
Those straight guys aren't ever any good.
No, they're too Sunday school.
Come on,
Mr.
Faraday.
Beecher.
We've heard
Hey.
enough. Let's grab him. Come on.
Shut up. Good work, man. You got him in cuffs and meek as lamb.
I know it. I should have stayed on the farm.
Shut up, Larry. All right, take those guys out of here. You know what to do with them.
Get going.
You can't do this.
Well, Blackie, I guess I owe you an apology. But you owe me one, too.
Do I? What for?
You said John Manders was the lead to this Beecher and his gang. Well, we found the gang without finding him.
Ah. Well, I think I can find him, Faraday.
Huh?
Get me one of those crowbars from the truck in the back of the house. And I'll dig him up for you.
Blackie, what makes you think you'll find something behind this wall?
The fresh plaster on it, Faraday. This part of the wall has just been built. I think it hides a closet or an alcove.
Oh, you're out of your mind. How big a hole are you going to knock on the wall before you're satisfied you've wasted enough of my time?
Won't have to be much bigger. There. That's got it. Now look what's behind the wall, Faraday. A pair of legs.
They're moving, too. That guy's still alive. Come on, let's haul him out.
Okay, I've got him. Lower him carefully.
That's it. A little more. There. That gag on him just about choking him to death.
Well, don't just stand there. Take it off before it does choke him.
I'll have it off. I've got it.
Thanks, you guys. Thanks a lot. I was just about done for.
I'm Boston Blackie. Are you John Manders?
Yeah. You got my message?
I sure did. The Beecher and his mob almost got you first.
What were you doing mixed up in this mob, Manders?
I was forced into it. They said they'd kill my kids if I didn't go along with them.
Sit up, Manders. I'll untie your hands.
Thanks.
That story doesn't make much sense, Manders. Why did they run the risk of taking a stranger into the gang?
The trick was to tear up the street in front of the bank. They were blasting. They wanted a regular crewman on the job to show his credentials in case someone from the street commission came along.
That makes good sense, Faraday. There you are. Your hands are free now, Manders.
Thanks again,
But, Manders, how did you have sense enough to drill a message in the street? And how did you know I'd get it?
Well, I didn't know what to do about tipping the police, Blackie, till I saw where we were pulling the job. Then I knew it was in front of your apartment. I remembered reading your address in the papers, and I got the idea for the message.
It was a good idea, too. It saves your own life. You'll have to come down to headquarters with me. I have to file a technical charge against you.
Right.
Well, Manders, thanks to the fact that I can read and you can write, everything for Beecher and his gang turned out all wrong.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul DeBoff as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, This May Hurt Just a Little.
It began with a toothache, the lion's toothache, and a dentist, a laughing dentist. But before it wound up, there was a girl in white, a couple of patients with bad teeth, and a dead man. The dead man was the one who never got to open his mouth. It was around 2:30 Tuesday when I wandered into the lion's office. Anthony J. was sitting behind his desk. In his hands, a towel and a couple of half-melted cubes of ice. He was taking the towel from around his jaw.
Oh, hello, Jeffrey. I've been waiting for you.
Trouble, Lion?
The towel and the ice cubes? No trouble at all. Just a toothache. But it's gone now, Jeffrey.
We got a client.
Why, yes, Jeffrey. Just what I was going to say.
Okay, out with it.
Well, you see, I was feeling under the weather, the bicuspid acting up again, and so, well, I called a dentist.
And that's when the toothache began to get better.
No, in fact, it was terrible. I was suffering the tortures of the damned. Well, Jeffrey, I finally got in touch with this man, Dr. Beauregard.
Beauregard?
Yes, Jeffrey.
Jolly Charlie Beauregard, easy credit terms?
No money down, Jeffrey.
Oh, no.
Well, Jeffrey, business hasn't been going well. Remember, our last fee turned out to be stolen money, and then there was the rent.
Okay, Lion, get on with it. You called Jolly Charlie Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist, and he said what?
Well, that's what's so remarkable, Jeffrey. When I said I was president of the Lion Detective Agency, he said, could I send a man right over?
And you said it was your tooth.
Yes. No, I said, of course, Dr. Beauregard, right away. And he said it was important, but he'd rather not talk about it over the phone. It had something to do with $100,000.
That's when you got rid of your toothache.
Oh, well, Jeffrey, think of it. $100,000. To have a toothache when a man's discussing something like that is sacrilege.
Okay, Fatso. I'll go see Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
Yes. One more thing, Jeffrey. While you're there, open up a charge account, just in case.
The Lion got out a pad and pencil and started calculating how many teeth you could have filled for $100,000. I headed for the main office of the Friendly Credit Dentist. It was on Broadway, in a building old before the invention of dental floss. And Jolly Charlie had a suite on the second floor. In case you didn't catch the number in the building directory, 5 neon signs told you to come right up and it wouldn't cost you a nickel. The last neon sign showed a smiling character waving what looked like forceps with the word welcome flashing on and off. I checked the gold in my fillings and walked in.
Won't you be seated, sir? The doctor will be right with you.
She was blonde and soft and smooth and slender, and she smiled once. A long, lingering, help me make up my mind for me smile, and the total effect was like a shot of Novocaine between the eyes. She drifted out, and I sat down and thought about it. I was still thinking about it 10 minutes later when she came back out.
Do you have an appointment, sir?
No, but the doctor's expecting me.
May I have your name, please?
Jeff Regan.
And may I ask who referred you to us?
With all those neon signs?
Please, I do need the information for my record.
Tell him Mr. Lyon referred me. He'll know.
Mr. Lyon?
Like in zoo, only with a Y.
Thank you. Mr.
2 minutes after that, Jolly Charlie himself came out.
Well, Mr. Regan, do come right in. I have everything ready for you. Yes, sir. Just step this way and we'll get right down to business. After you, Mr. Regan. Just sit right down here, Mr. Regan. It'll only take a minute.
Just a minute.
Nothing to worry about, Mr. Regan. We use the very latest methods here. Filling is a very simple thing here. There.
Hey, Doc, you got the wrong idea.
Now, just sit still. This is going to hurt.
Look,
Just
Doc.
a little.
Look, Doc. Look.
You may close the door, Miss King.
Listen, Doc. Listen here, you.
No, Mr. Regan. We have to take every precaution, don't we? We don't want Miss King to know you aren't a patient, do we? Of course we don't. Every private detective must travel in a cloak of secrecy. I know.
This has got nothing to do with my teeth.
Oh, I know that, Mr. Regan. You're the Lion's Eye. I talked to your boss only this morning. In fact, he called me. Isn't that a coincidence? Of course it is.
You always answer your own questions?
Now, here's the case. You're going to be interested because it's a very interesting case. Of course you are. You see, Mr. Regan, I'm being sued for $100,000, and that's a lot of money.
Of course it is. I mean, sure.
This
sure.
young man is suing me for damaging his mouth. He's a singer. He claims he can't sing anymore because of some work I did on him.
But he hasn't got a case.
On the contrary, he's got a wonderful case. But I just can't afford to pay him $100,000.
Where do I fit in?
Well, it's like this. I did do some work on a young man, but I don't think I did what he says I did. Is that clear?
Sure,
I
sure.
have a couple of fillings, a little bridge work, cleaning job, but no extractions, no surgery. That's the part that puzzles me.
Go on, Charlie.
That's all. I'm stuck. Unless, of course, you visit this young man and straighten him out on a few things.
Wait a minute. You want me to strong arm for you? Is that it?
Well, not exactly. I simply feel the young man is lying about something, and I want you to get him to say so.
Wrong guy, laughing boy. Hire yourself a gunsel, not me.
Now, Mr. Regan, don't get excited. I'm going to give you an open field. You handle it any way you like. Just talk to this boy and see what he's up to. If you don't want to go any further after that, just come to me, say so. No obligations. Now, isn't that fair enough? Of course it is.
What's his name?
Robert Warner. He lives in Hollywood. I have all the data in my records. And, Mr. Regan, for merely talking to this young man, I'll pay a fee of $100. A nice fee. Of course it is.
Of course.
If, in your opinion, Robert Warner's an honest man, the case closed. I'll simply have to make the best settlement I can. Can't afford the bad publicity, you understand.
Yeah, I understand.
Well, call me when you get anything. Well, now, that wasn't bad at all, was it, Regan? Jolly Charlie, use the patient, quick, sure attention.
Yeah, thanks, Doctor.
Oh, just one more thing, Mr. Regan.
Yes?
You will be on time for your next appointment. Good day.
Robert Warner, the man who was suing Jolly Charlie, turned out to be just off Gower and Franklin. Big house sliced up into 4 apartments. His was ground floor left, and I rang. What answered was curly-haired, handsome, and wearing horn-rimmed glasses.
Yes?
Robert Warner?
That's correct. Who's calling, may I ask?
Jeff Regan. You got a minute?
Excuse me. It's important, sir.
It is. Dr. Beauregard sent me.
What?
Beauregard.
You'd better leave.
No, wait a minute. I'm not his lawyer.
Better get out, Mr. Regan.
In.
Oh.
Now, sit down, Warner. We're going to talk.
I said you'd better get out.
I said sit down. I hate to be difficult. You're suing Beauregard for $100,000.
You know that.
Your voice. You can't sing anymore because of him.
If you're here to make trouble,
I'm
Regan...
here for one reason, Warner. If you're telling the truth, you're a rich man. If not, you're in trouble. It's that simple.
But I am telling the truth, Mr. Regan. My voice, I was a singer. I had a career until...
Until what?
Till I went to him. Had a cavity in my tooth. He treated me. He told me to come back again. Like a fool, I listened to him. I went back again, and again, and again.
Then what?
I can't sing anymore, Mr. Regan. Don't you realize what that means? It's my life.
Just stick to the story, Warner.
Oh, he said something about the roof of my mouth being too small. He performed an operation. That's all there was to it. Except for one thing.
What's that?
I paid him $200 in dental bills to destroy my voice.
Take it easy, Warner. You got an attorney handling the lawsuit for you?
Why, well, yes.
What's his name?
Well, it's not important. Doesn't matter.
I said, what's his name?
McLeany. He's in Hollywood. You're going to see him, Mr. Regan?
Got any good reasons why I shouldn't?
Mr. Regan, that's not all this fiend Dr. Beauregard has done to me.
Go on.
Well, something more. Something terrifying.
Get to the point.
Come, look outside my window. Look, across the street.
A truck.
The man, Mr. Regan, the man in the truck. He's been there for a week. Ever since I brought the suit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
Heavy-set, muscular, about 28, black hair, thick face.
Tell you he's been watching me for a week.
What else do you know about him?
Nothing. I don't know anything.
You never spoken to him?
Man, that big Mr. Regan, you think I dare?
Okay, Warner. Control yourself. I'll talk to him.
Mr. Regan, you'd be a fool.
Let me decide that.
Don't go out there. You don't know what he might do.
I left Robert Warner crouched by the door and walked slowly across the street toward the parked truck. The big muscle-bound man didn't move from behind the driver's seat. His eyes stayed focused on the apartment building. I stopped by the side of the cab. Got a minute? I said, have you got a minute?
Go away.
You might get eye strain watching that window.
Please, be a nice guy. Go away.
You don't want to talk about it?
No. Between him and me and her. I don't want to talk about it.
You know the kid inside?
Sorta. We're gonna get better acquainted.
He did something to you?
Look, mister, why are you asking me all these questions? Can't you see I'm busy? And a citizen got a right to park his car and look? I ain't hurting nobody.
But you're thinking about it.
Maybe you're right. Maybe I was. Maybe I'm wrong. See ya.
The man behind the wheel of the truck didn't look back. He swung the thing around the corner, and on the back was painted Mills Lumberyard. I made a note of that and got in my car. Next stop, the law office of a man named McClaney, Hollywood. The sign on the door said McClaney, 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 and Phipps. I found a secretary who told me the McClaney I wanted was Howard, and he was busy. I said I was busy, too, and walked in. The secretary was right. Howard McClaney was busy. When I walked in, he was just starting on a new case.
Well, come in. You're just in time for the party.
What party?
Yours and mine, of course. Here.
Thanks.
Tell me, friend, what do you say?
My name's Regan, for a starter.
Oh, that's good. I'm Howard. Eddie's a woman-chasing brother, and Sam, he handles income taxes.
What does Phipps do?
He's a reformed mortician. What can I do for you, Regan?
Just had a talk with your client, Robert Warner, the one who's suing Jolly Charlie Beauregard for $100,000.
What a case. What a case.
Maybe I better warn you, I'm working for the doc, not his lawyer or detective.
Regan, nothing you could say would spoil this one. It's a beauty.
It's, that good, huh?
Regan, it's perfect. The kid has the old man tied up in 90 ways. Now get this. He goes to Jolly Charlie. He pays cash. Warner's an honest guy with a good voice and bad teeth. Warner spends 5 visits with him, and he comes out with a bad voice and good teeth. What could be better?
That open and shut.
Oh, even the doc's record. I had a man get photostats of everything. X-rays, number of visits. Work done. All fits.
That couldn't have been easy.
The blonde, Regan, the blonde. The one old doc's got working for him. My man slipped her a 10 spot, and she forked over every record in the place. Sweet kid.
Well, that's all?
Well, there's just a matter of waiting around for the $100,000. Who knows? My client and I may get generous and settle for $75,000 cash.
Well, then I guess that takes care of me.
Sorry, Regan. Some bottles just come cracked that way.
Thanks, Howard. See you around.
Don't mention it, Regan. I'll give you a call next time there's a client looking for a fast divorce.
I left Howard McClaney and headed for the hall. The elevator buzzer was a big brass knob that didn't bring any elevators. I watched white lights, red lights flick on and off and didn't get a tumble. That's how I happened to notice the door to the broom closet slightly ajar. That's how I happened to see the tips of 3 fingers sticking out and how I happened to move over to the door to the broom closet and take a look. The man who fell against me and at my feet was big and burly and dark-haired. He was the truck driver who'd been tailing Robert Warner. Dead. The Lion and I were hired to check into a $100,000 lawsuit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist. I met his blonde receptionist, then the kid who was suing him, then a truck driver, then the attorney handling the case. The truck driver was the one who wound up dead. I called Lieutenant Bowles at Hollywood Division and waited for him to come keep me company with the corpse. He did 10 minutes later with 3 other men. He got the dusting powder and photographic boys busy and listened to my story. 10 minutes after that, they reported back. They had everything they needed except for one slight detail.
No identification, no wallet, no letters. Regan, what kind of a case did you bring me out on?
Whoever killed him also took his wallet. Identify the dead man, and you identify the killer. Simple, Bowles.
Regan, the optimist. Now suppose you tell me what killed him.
I gave you a lead, didn't I? The dead man was a truck driver.
Yeah. What about the lawyer you mentioned, McClaney?
Even now, he's probably sitting in his office less than 25 feet from the scene of the crime, sipping soda through a straw.
And I'm going to go have a talk with him.
Good idea, Bowles. He's probably got an alibi.
You said the truck driver was tailing McClaney's client, the one suing the dentist. Unless you're lying, these people fit somewhere, right?
That's your theory.
Regan, I don't like your attitude today. I don't like it at all. You stick around. I'm not through with you.
I'll be in the lobby making a phone call. If you want me, Lieutenant, just dial. That's the way it was with Bowles, the friendly type. I headed down to the lobby of the office building. An idea was buzzing around somewhere in my head, and I had to get it out. My boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was the man to get it out with.
Lyon, Detective Agent.
Me, Lyon.
Anthony. Jeffrey.
What's wrong with you, Fatso?
Oh, it's my bicuspid, Jeffrey. It's bothering me again. Did you talk to Dr. Beauregard?
Sure thing, Lyon.
Did he say he could arrange an appointment soon?
Well, as a matter of fact, we didn't get around to...
Jeffrey, no! Me sitting here suffering the pains of all creation. My tooth a seething hotbed of torture. Jeffrey, you must do something at once. I'm dying.
There's one in line ahead of you.
What does that mean?
I checked with Beauregard. He was being sued for $100,000. Then I went to see the kid who was suing him.
Oh, Jeffrey, can't you spare me the details?
Wait a minute. This is where you come in. There was a truck driver tailing this kid, the one suing the dentist. I found the truck driver in a closet.
I know just how he feels.
Lyon, he's dead.
And he's luckier than I am.
Okay, you'll get sympathy, but first you got a job to do. Call Mills Lumberyard. That was the name of the truck he was driving. Find out which truck driver is overdue. The man we're trying to identify is heavy set, black hair, blue eyes, deep voice, false teeth.
Oh, lucky fellow.
Well, he weighs about 200, maybe 5 feet 10, but that's a guess. You get that?
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm taking it all down.
Okay, I'll check back with you. Get that truck driver's name.
Very well, but there's just one thing.
What's that?
When I pass on, Jeffrey, will you make the necessary
Get
arrangements?
busy, Lyon. You may have time to earn just one more fee. Like Bowles had said, somewhere there was a connection between the dead man and the $100,000 lawsuit. Somehow the dead man was linked to an attorney and a dentist. There was just one catch. The cops didn't know who he was or what killed him. My client was the dentist, and I headed for his office in a hurry.
Mr. Regan. Did you have another appointment this afternoon?
This one's ad-lib. The doctor in?
Well, Dr. Beauregard is busy with a patient. But then if you don't mind waiting, perhaps we might squeeze you in.
You don't have to ask me twice.
Mr. Regan.
How long have you worked here, Miss,
King. Louise King. I've been with the doctor almost 6 months.
Remember a patient named Robert Warner?
Yes. Yes, I do. He's the one who's suing the doctor, isn't he?
He's the one. Tell me, Louise, how many times did Warner visit Beauregard?
Well, I'd have to check the records for that, Mr. Regan. I'm sure they'd give a complete...
You mean the records you loaned to Warner's attorney so he could photostat them?
Why, Mr.
Don't
Regan...
play coy with me, Louise. Warner's attorney told me his man got every record he asked for. He had them photoed and returned them to the files. It cost him $10.
Mr. Regan, I didn't mean anything.
Sure. The $10 look good to you. $10 pays for enough evidence to win a $100,000 case.
Oh, Mr. King. Oh, well, it's Mr. Regan. well, indeed, just the man I'm looking for.
How's that?
The phone of my private office just rang. It was for you, Mr. Regan. Now, isn't that odd? Anyone should phone you here. Of course it is.
Maybe not.
Oh, well, you can't find out unless you answer it. This way, Mr. Regan.
I followed Beauregard to the phone. It was the Lion. He'd found out plenty from Mills Lumberyard. The dead man's name was Jack Matson. He'd been working for him less than a week. Originally came from a little town in New Mexico, Three Wells, population 360. But that wasn't all the Lion had to say. Lieutenant Bowles had phoned him and said he wanted me down at the morgue to identify the body. I hung up and called Bowles. He gave me plenty to think about. The autopsy showed Jack Matson, the truck driver, had died of arsenic poisoning.
Oh, I hope it wasn't bad news, Mr. Regan.
In a way, Doc. It was the police.
The police? Oh, dear. No. That is bad news, isn't it?
They want us down at headquarters. All of us.
All of us?
You and me and your assistant, Miss King.
But, Mr. Regan, patients waiting.
The police, Dr. Beauregard.
Yes, of course. I'll get my coat.
And tell Miss King to get hers.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Oh, one more thing, Doc. While you're doing that, you mind if I look through your files?
My files? What? No, Mr. Regan. You go right ahead.
Beauregard hurried off to the next room. I heard him telling Louise King to get her coat. That gave me time to dig through the doctor's files, his personal files. I found something and checked it against a wall map of the USA. I needed one thing more. It was a thick and official-looking book, and I checked the index in the back for the letter A. It fit. Every piece of it, and I had the answer. Less than half an hour later, Doc Beauregard and Louise King and I met Lieutenant Bowles in the morgue. With him was Howard McClaney, the attorney, and Robert Warner, the complainant. It was a nice group study, especially when you considered one of them was a murderer.
All right. Called you people here to identify a body. Man was murdered less than 2 hours ago, and it's my hunch that one of you, if not all of you, know this man. Harry?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Show him.
Okay, Lieutenant.
Yeah. Over there under that sheet is a dead man. Who's first? All right. Somebody got to start it. You know this man, step up and say so. Take a look, make up your minds.
One by one, they moved over to the slab, looked, grimaced, then moved back quickly. First the lawyer, McClaney. Then the kid, Robert Warner. He said it was the same guy who'd been tailing him, that's all. Then Louise King, the dentist's assistant. Then Jolly Charlie Beauregard. It was the first time I'd seen the doc without a smile. Then Bowles turned to me.
Okay, Regan, you're next.
I found him, remember?
Take a look, just to be sure.
Okay.
Well?
I know him.
What? No. Regan, are you playing tricks with me?
His name is Jack Matson. He worked for the Mills Lumber Yard. He's from a town in New Mexico, 3 Wells.
Regan, if you've been lying
I
to
found
me...
out after he was killed, Bowles, and I kept my mouth shut for one reason.
Like what?
I saw the name of the company the truck driver worked for. It was painted on the back of the truck. Warner must have seen that, too, but he didn't say anything.
No, I didn't. Honest, I didn't see it.
You kept your mouth shut, Warner, because you were into something. Because when the truck driver turned up dead, you knew you were in too deep.
That's not true. I'm not in any...
A $100,000 lawsuit against Jolly Charlie Beauregard.
It has nothing to do
with murder? Don't count on it, Warner. Jack Matson was killed because of $100,000. He was killed because he found out the lawsuit was a phony.
That's fantastic, Regan. It's as good a case as I've ever seen. Lieutenant, what's this all about?
Hold it, McClaney. What's with this lawsuit, Regan?
I'll show you. Doc, you admit working on the kid, Warner?
Yes, I did, Mr. Regan, but I'm sure I didn't do the things he said I did.
Except that your records show otherwise. Your records show you did perform oral surgery, and you can't prove you didn't. Your word against his and the records.
Oh, yes, that's exactly it.
Then suppose I tell you the records are phony, doctored up, fixed, so that every job you did on Warner was made to look twice as complicated, made to look that way with Warner's permission.
No, you're lying. I didn't kill that man. I didn't.
I didn't say that, Warner. But you have an idea who did. Our little girl named Louise King.
You can't prove that, Regan.
Regan, you making charges?
Have a little patience, Bowles. Jack Matson was from 3 Wells, New Mexico. Dr. Beauregard's personal files show his employee, Louise King, is from Trumbull, New Mexico. I checked that on a map in the doc's office. The 2 towns are less than 30 miles apart.
That doesn't prove anything.
Go on, Regan.
Jack Matson was Louise King's hometown boyfriend. When I talked to Matson in front of Warner's house, he said, it's between him and me and her. It didn't mean anything at the time. The her was Louise King.
No. I never heard of him before.
He came to Los Angeles to see his girl. He thought she was two-timing him with Robert Warner. So he tailed Warner and tumbled to her lawsuit gimmick. When he decided to go to Warner's attorney and tell him the truth, Louise King killed him.
He's lying, Lieutenant.
You had access to Beauregard's supply of arsenic. It's used to kill the nerves in the tooth. I checked that. You knew how to use a hypodermic. You tricked Matson into talking to you in the broom closet. You gave him the needle and took his wallet. If they couldn't identify him, he'd never connect with you, and you could go ahead with the lawsuit you and Warner planned.
I didn't have anything to do with it, Mr. Regan.
Oh, so our canary can warble again.
Yeah, it was her idea. All her idea. She told me she could fix the records. All I'd have to do is quit singing, say my voice was ruined.
Shut up!
She said I'd get $50,000 that way. It seemed so easy.
Easy? It was perfect. If Jack Matson, a nice guy looking for his girl, hadn't walked into it. Matson was fool enough to be in love with Louise King.
Get away from me.
Miss King.
You won't touch me. I won't let you touch me.
Mr. Regan, stop her. She's got a hypodermic needle.
A hypodermic needle?
Drop it, Miss King. Drop it.
Doc, come back here.
Let go of me.
Yeah, that's enough, lady. Oh, she tried to kill me. Do you see that? She tried to kill me.
Oh, Doc, you're okay.
She was going to kill me with that needle all along.
Oh, no, Doc, not you. She wasn't trying to defend herself against 5 men with a hypodermic needle. She was trying to save the state the cost of gas. Louise King got up and went quietly. Robert Warner wasn't far behind her, but at least he could count on seeing daylight sooner than she would. Doc Beauregard and the attorney Howard McClaney and I went up to the doc's office for a drink. McClaney left about 6, but the doc kept me cornered with stories of bravery above and beyond the call of dentistry until close to 7. That's when the door to Doc's private office burst open.
So here you are, you scoundrel.
Anthony J.
Regan, you dirty rat. Me waiting back at the office alone with my aching bicuspid and you just sitting here. I might have known you wouldn't do anything about my tooth.
Doc, this is my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. Lyon Doc Beauregard, the friendly credit dentist. No money down.
I'm pleased to meet you, Mr. Lyon. I've heard a lot of nice things about your bicuspid.
You what?
I've been telling the doc how you suffer. He's interested in your case.
Really, Jeffrey? Really? You told him? An interesting case, isn't it, Mr. Lyon? Of course it is. And I think I have just the thing that will cure it.
You have?
Yes, step right up here in the chair.
Oh, Doctor, I'm in terrible shape. The tooth has been bothering me all day, ever since I phoned you this morning. You don't know the agony I've been through, the hours.
Stop roaring, Lyon. Doc's going to fix you up fine. Just fine.
He is, eh? Good.
I hope that drill doesn't hurt too much. Looks wicked.
Ready, Mr. Lyon?
Anything to get it fixed.
Yeah, open wide.
That patient that was just carried out had exactly the same thing wrong, didn't he, Doc?
I don't care if he was carried out. I've got to be brave. I've got to get this tooth out. Get started, Doctor. It's killing me.
Okay, hang on. It's going to hurt.
Wait a minute, Doc. By the way, Lyon, here's the doc's check for $100.
Oh? Let me see that, Jeffrey. Oh, my, 100 beautiful clams. Well, come along, Jeffrey. Well, what do you know? It doesn't hurt anymore. What's so darn funny?
Okay, here's the other 100, Regan.
Thank
Jeffrey, Jeffrey, why is he giving you another $100?
Oh, it's simple, Lyon. I just bet the doc our fee, double or nothing, I could cure your toothache quicker than he could.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Garant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Dick Cutting speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
I wonder if you know who first said, "Let George do it." Now, if your name happens to be George, don't say my wife, because you'll be wrong. No, it was all started back in the 15th century by a fellow named Louis XII, who must have been a pretty stale character, because unlike his grandson, Louis XIV, he didn't have any furniture named after him. You see, back in those days, it wasn't considered fashionable for a king to go around stabbing people in the back. So as a result, when some peasant got out of line, he called in George, a fellow with a sharp knife and no scruples. Now, I don't mean to say that George Valentine employs the same tactics, but if you hire him to do a job, he expects you to look the other way if someone starts to bleed. All of which brings us up to the moment whereby George is about to get himself hired by a group of evil politicians. If you'll shut the door, we can put the plot on to boil.
Boys are a little noisy. Guess the luncheon's broke up.
Civic League. Just a lot of talk.
None of them will ever do anything, but the three of us, always away, isn't it?
I don't know. You've only written one sentence.
Shut up, Vic. And Summer Spring. Perhaps you visited the hotel here yourself, Mr. Valentine, but at least it's a sure thing you've seen the outrageous charges the federal grand jury and city newspapers have been making about us.
Now, wait a minute, Nielsen. I'm still not so sure this is the right way to go at this.
Here, the mayor speaks.
Well, now, Vic, you're a lawyer. Would you hire a man you'd never seen to investigate your own backyard? Now, there's a man I know, a fine detective, who would be only too glad to come down here.
Fine detective like that police force of yours, I suppose. Can't see what's under their own noses.
Well, I'm the responsible one, and it seems to me that I should be...
Wall, his back's to the wall, and his head is all full of surmises.
Now, see
You've
here,
got
Vic,
to stop being cautious sometime, Emmett. In my bank, I make decisions, and I make them fast.
Yes, but
I agree with Nielsen, Emmett. If we don't get an outside investigator quick, the grand jury will do it. I say let's us find out first. Clean up our own town.
Objections overruled. Now we're getting someplace. Mr. Valentine, I'm enclosing railroad tickets. A public-spirited group, of which I am the head.
Three of us. Don't we sound fancy, though?
Expects your immediate presence. It has been alleged that Summer Springs is being used as the center of payoffs for the big city collection rackets. That our fair town has a jackal in its midst. And it's your job to find him. There. I do it?
That's all right.
Now we'll get some action. I'll mail this right now. Only, see here, both of you. Nobody knows about this but the three of us. Remember, nobody else knows about Valentine.
That's what I call a happy little trio. I wouldn't trust that mayor any farther than I could toss the city hall, which ain't far. On the other hand, here's something you can put your faith in and never be wrong. Well, I guess George got the tickets all right, because there he is at the railroad station. The gorgeous one with him, that's Brooksy. She works for Valentine, when he hasn't got anything else to do.
They made a reservation for me at the Summer Springs Hotel, Brooks, so you can phone me up there.
George, why can't I go with you? Just because they don't expect me
Look,
to
it's
come...
a five-alarm fire all set to go off, and you know it. Summer Springs is going to be hotter than the 4th.
But nobody knows about you, just the men who rode.
Angel, I'm looking for a guy who poses as respectable, a big-timer who hasn't been identified. And if you were there, I wouldn't be able to duck as fast.
But there's nothing dangerous if nobody knows.
Hey, wait, Mr. Valentine.
Huh? Yeah?
The baggage man pointed you out.
Yeah?
I need your help. I need you a lot. I got a case for you.
Sorry, I'm tied up on one.
My, grandmother's dead.
Oh, that's too bad.
My grandfather killed her. Used an axe.
What?
I'm not interested.
George. You see, my aunt's insane, and what happened
I doubt if
that...
you ever had a grandmother, Gorilla Boy, or even a mother. Now say it in English and fast, because I'm not going to miss that train.
I got $1,000 here for you to take my case. I could think of one.
Uh-huh. You mean if I don't take the train?
I don't mind. I can tell it to you on the way to Summer Springs.
That's where you think I'm going, huh?
No, just where you think you're going.
So somebody else does know.
Hey, Buster, get out of my way before I miss
stay
that.
away, I'm telling you.
Oh, no, you
George,
don't.
look out!
Yeah, easy. We're attracting attention.
A corpse would attract more.
Who hired you?
$1,000. Trip ain't necessary. Stay home.
Okay, maybe you're right, mister. Too late now anyway. There she goes.
It's a sooty kind of a trip. You wouldn't have enjoyed it.
Uh-huh. Shall we go count the money?
Sure. My name's Lemuel. You're a smart guy. I thought you'd see the light.
Yeah. I hope you do. So you get to go after all, Angel. Yeah, you get to drop me off in Summer Springs yourself. From the car.
Not much of a hotel, is it?
For a fancy town like this, no more potted palms than usual.
Do I get to come in with you?
Sure. Lemuel kept me off the train, didn't he? Okay, then the more casual, the better.
You mean whoever hired him won't be expecting you to show up now?
I mean, Lemuel isn't in condition to report for a
I do
while.
not care what the union says about chambermaids. I have an opinion, too, you know. Have you been a clerk for 12 years? Well, have you? Oh, I'm so sorry, sir. Be just a moment.
Oh, no. Finish the phone call.
Now, listen. I don't care how many chambermaids you've known. Do you run a laundry service or a... Oh, hold on, will you? I'm so sorry. Now, what was it?
George Valentine. I've got a reservation.
No, I won't call the manager. He doesn't live here. What was the name, sir?
George Valentine.
Oh, let me see. Yes, he's in his room.
What?
At 350 towels, I told you, not 340. Oh, for heaven's sake, hang on, will you? What's the matter?
Well, I asked...
Oh, yes, it was George Valentine you asked for, wasn't it? Well, he just checked in a few moments ago. Yeah, he's in his room. Oh, I'm so sorry. It's room 419. It's elevated to the right.
But...
Oh, thanks a lot, Buster. Come on, Angel.
You see, my dear fellow, if the chambermaids don't count the towels, they're pretty left.
But who is it, George? If somebody took your room...
I don't know, Brooksy. Looks like they're still one step ahead of us, whoever they are. It's a cinch Lemuel couldn't have revived in time.
Well, whoever the impersonator is in there, he doesn't seem to answer very fast.
Come on. Yeah, sure. Of course he's dead. Hey, shut that door.
There's no gun. I don't see
Shut
a
the
gun.
door, will you? He's shot, all right.
George, he's about your same build.
Huh?
Around the same age.
Yeah. There's a briefcase over here under the bed.
It's a sample case, isn't it? The kind salesmen carry?
Neckties. Nothing but neckties.
Look, George, there's a key on the floor next to it.
Here, let me see. Yeah, to another room, 631. Hey, wait a minute. Here. Card in his wallet. Sure, of course. Harold Stark, Sure Silk Tie Company from Salt Lake City.
Necktie salesman. Only suppose he came in on the train tonight, George.
Yeah, sure. Single guy, looking generally my type. You mean suppose he got picked up by somebody watching the hotel here, somebody expecting me?
So they kill him and put him in your
Wait a
room?
minute. Let it ring.
We ought to talk to the clerk, to the
Now
bellboys.
listen, whoever shot this guy did it and ran. Okay, then so will we.
George, that's crazy.
Is it? I was hired to find out who a big-time collection man is in this town, right? Only whoever it is got one jump ahead of us. I can't even start working until I get out from behind the 8-ball, can I?
Oh, George, that phone, it keeps ringing. Somebody's going to hear it. And... What are you doing?
I'm putting my own wallet on the body. What do you think?
No.
You take this, guys. Go back to that drive-in on the edge of town. Run a fast telephone check on him. Harold Stark, Salt Lake City.
The clerk knows we're here. He'll keep ringing.
Wait till I grab the neckties. We'll dump them in the alley. Well, I'll be out from behind the 8-ball if I'm dead, won't I?
George.
I'll be free to find out those guys who hired me. So come on, give the police a chance to find the body of George Valentine.
Yes, come in, Mr.
Valentine, I told you. Your name is Nielsen, isn't it? You sent for me, didn't you?
Yes. Yes, of course.
Well, don't look like a ghost, like you're scared.
What do you want with me?
What's that?
Why do you keep your hand in your pocket?
Because I want a cigarette.
What?
See? Now all I want is a little talk, Mr. Nielsen. With you and Mr. Vickery and Emmett Wall, the mayor.
You know all of our names.
Well, sure, of course. Here's the letter you wrote me. Oh, hey, I'm beginning to get this. Have you just had a phone call or something?
Yes, I have, as a matter of fact, from Vickery. He happened to be at police court. For once, they work fast in this town. A patrolman has reported the murder of George Valentine.
Okay, sit down. I'll explain if you will.
I have nothing to...
Buster, I'll use your phone. Prove it to you. The police here in the city. I know you've never seen my face, but they can identify my voice for you.
Here, let me have it.
No. Hello?
George?
Oh, yeah. What'd you find out, Brooksy?
I found out that you're crazy, absolutely crazy.
What?
Darling, I tried to contact those people in Salt Lake, but I can't. I mean, I got the company all right, but nothing about Harold Stark.
Why not?
They've never even heard of him. Nobody by that name has ever sold neckties. Don't you see what you've done? Throw away that wallet, George. The man who was killed was a phony. You can't be somebody that doesn't exist.
All right. I believe you. I agree you're Valentine.
Then you realize how fast I gotta work, Nielsen. I told you what Miss Brooks said. The body was a plant of some kind. This thing gets deeper every minute.
And you haven't even started your investigation.
Whoever the man is I'm after is calling the shots in advance. And you claimed only 3 of you knew about me.
Yes, I understand. You think it's one of us. But I'm afraid it doesn't make much difference if I do help you now.
What do you mean by that?
Well, Mr. Valentine, I'm not a cowardly man, but I'll admit, when you knocked on the door...
Yeah, sure, you were scared to death. But what's that got to do with...
Valentine, I don't think you realize yet just how far behind that 8-ball you are. That same patrolman who found the body also saw a man and woman throw away a briefcase in an alley.
Huh?
You and Miss Brooks. There was identification with the neckties. At the door just now, I thought you were the man every policeman in town is looking for. Harold Stark. He doesn't exist, you say? His description is yours. And you know who you are?
Never mind. I get it. I dug my own grave, didn't I? Yeah. I killed George Valentine.
Well, this should prove something, that nothing's impossible. Who else do you know can bump themselves off and live to tell you how it felt? I think George is wasting his talents in Summer Springs. This boy should be in Washington. They could use him, just like you should hear this. I don't know if you've been able to follow this little story up to now, so in case you haven't, don't let what I have to say confuse you, because it will. It seems that a group calling themselves the Syndicate figures the politicians in the town of Summer Springs as fall guys for their nefarious deeds. Now, the mayor of said hamlet does not look kindly on this plot, as he figures that he's committed enough crimes already to go round. So what does he do? He writes George Valentine. And what does he do? He bumps himself off, which is getting out of it the easy way, which the mayor does not like and tells himself.
Well, Valentine, for once it seems the police wasted no time discovering a mistake, that George Valentine was not killed.
Well, that's nice to know. You mean they re-identified that body I found?
Clarence Prell, up-and-coming accountant. His name's been mixed up in this thing already. He's been making a tremendous amount of money the past few years. It's just possible our big shot is already dead.
Well, why would this man, this accountant, have the identification of Harold Stark on him? Who killed him? Who put it there? Who put him there in my hotel room?
Now, listen to me, Valentine. You can get to work now. You're off the hook. They know it's not your body.
Now, look, I've been in trouble because it wasn't kept secret that you 3 were hiring me. Is that right?
Oh, there you go again. We're honest. Stupid? Yes, but honest. None of us are mixed up in any rackets.
Okay, skip it. But even if the big shot isn't one of you, you're now in the way, aren't you?
What?
Well, maybe I'm wanted by the police, but if the killer with Strong Boys knows about me, he also then knows about you. Yeah. Lock your doors tonight.
Shh. Turn out those lights.
Huh?
A car just stopped out there. I could see the lights blinking.
Take it easy, Nielsen. It's only Miss Brooks. I'll see you later.
George, sometimes I think you're the 8-ball.
Angel, the heat's on the big shot, whoever he is, a lot more than it's on me. Come on, we're going in here.
Where, the drugstore?
Yeah. Got a nickel in your purse?
Yeah. Why don't you go straight to the mayor himself?
Brooksy, I need a little more time to work alone. You're going to give it to me.
What?
The mayor's got his own ideas. I've got mine. But if I don't work fast, a lot of people are liable to get hurt. Hello, operator. I want a policeman. This Mr. Rex will do anything to cover his tracks before a full investigation.
George, what on earth are you doing?
Hey, police, look. I just heard that thing on the radio. I mean that description of that guy and that girl, that Harold Stark with the girl who was dressed... Well, slow down. How can I? I just seen her, the girl, having a soda. Hey, what's the name here? Oh, yeah, Kleshimer's drugstore. She's wearing
You
a
rat.
You brown
conniving,
coat. Hey, you better
low-down-
come and get her quick.
George Valentine, of
At
all
least
the
you
dirty
won't
tricks.
get hurt, Angel. Tell him to look for me any place but the Summer Springs Hotel, room 631. Now, you play 8-ball for a while. $631. Key fits all right. Ouch! Where are the lights in this place? Oh, no. How long have you been dead, Baldy? Huh. Just about as long as the other guy, I guess, huh? Only what's your name? You the real Harold Stark? Are you the... Hey!
I didn't go out with him. Who says I went out with him? Who said it?
You did. I know you.
Who says it?
Oh, what in the...
You.
Hey, where am I?
Who? Go on, tell me.
Hey, who in the name of...
Shut up. People in the next room.
Hey, Lemuel.
Yeah. It's a lousy hotel. They let anybody in.
I thought I knocked you out of the picture before once.
We're even. I didn't hit you hard enough either.
Yeah, you're out of condition, Buster. That's bad. You kill that guy?
I was with you and another Tom. Don't talk so loud.
All right. Hey, wait a minute. What are you trying to... Hey, get out of my pocket. What's the idea?
There's a gun in your stomach. Don't argue.
Well, why put a gun in my pocket, too?
It's empty. Don't get your hopes up. Be quiet.
Another wallet, too. If you think you can frame me for killing this guy, whoever he is, you're crazy.
I'm not. Cops don't kill cops.
What?
Can't you tell Flatfeet when you see him? His name's Harold Stark. An eye that got shut. Like you're gonna be.
Oh, so that's it. Yeah, sure, there is a Stark, a detective. Came to town acting like a necktie salesman, huh? Ouch. Just let me get in that chair, will you?
Sure. You're fixed. You got everything.
Wait a minute. 2 guns. 2 guns I got in my pockets.
Not so loud. There's 2 men dead, aren't there? You're a bright boy, a real up-and-coming eye. Dead eye.
Yeah, sure. The real Stark dead in this room. That accountant named Prell dead in my room.
So come on, bright boy. Get on your feet.
Yeah, sure.
Look out. Get away from that phone.
Hello, anybody?
Now shut up, like I said.
Hey, what's going on there? Can people have no privacy? You're listening. That's what you're doing.
Oh, for the love of it. Walk, will you? Go on the door.
All right. Plenty of standing room. Don't shove.
Well, what are you listening to? You think you hear something of all the nerves?
Now out the door.
Okay. Just thought you might not want the guy who's coming down the hall to see you.
What?
Oh, it's only the desk clerk. Get back in there.
What's going on here? What do you think you're doing?
Come on, get out of the way, fast.
Let go of me, really.
Down here, will you? Okay, he's not going to shoot.
Shoot? What kind of a disturbance is this? This is not the sort of hotel you get... Wait a minute. I've seen you before.
Yeah, you're the guy who gave out my description.
What? No, I didn't give any description. Oh, you're the laundry man. Oh, no, that's what I was talking about. I remember. You're the... Oh. Well, see here, there was a mix-up
Come on,
route.
skip it. Just show me the fastest way out.
Get that gun away from
That
me.
big man in there, was there anybody with him when he came into the hotel?
What? Well, no. Yes, I mean, yes. There are several men down the lobby. I don't know who they are. You're wanted by the police. That's all I know.
The back stairs, then. Where are they? Come on.
I won't help a criminal.
Come on, don't argue, friend.
Well, all right. Here, duck in here. There are several policemen in the hotel, too. There are cars at the alley entrance.
You're going to find me a way out, so stop shaking. I didn't kill anybody. The police don't think I did.
Why not?
Now, look, you. I'm just the guy behind the 8-ball, see? There's a big crook in your town, Clarence Prell. You know him?
No.
An accountant. Man in a nice spot to take payoffs coming in from the city. But Prell is dead. So he's not the crook.
What? Oh, for heaven's
Find
sake.
me a way out of here, or people will be wrong. They'll think he was the crook. They'll say he killed a detective named Harold Stark who was on his trail.
Let them say what they want.
They'll say I killed Prell, maybe in self-defense. But I was real smart and collected all the evidence, including the guns. Then poor Valentine, he was on his way to get himself out of trouble with the police when something happened to him.
You're mad. You're worse than the laundry people.
Now, look, Buster, I'm telling you all this so you'll help. It's a frame-up, see? To get rid of 2 private detectives and take the heat off by making Prell look like the big shot. A triple play.
Here we are. Here, give me a hand with the window.
Okay. Only 6 stories up. I forgot my umbrella. I can't jump, Buster.
No. Look, out there, you see? To the side. It's an old fire escape. It hasn't been used since we built the new wing, but it comes down in the service yard. This is the side street.
Yeah?
Well, go on. How much help do you need? Oh, there's no one down there. Here, you see?
Yeah, sure, I see. Uh-huh. Little rusty, though, isn't it?
Well, what do you expect, a red carpet?
I expect you to go first. Lead the way.
What?
It just occurred to me it's not so bad being behind an 8-ball, if you've got the cue in your hand.
Mr. Valentine, for the love of...
Remember the gun, Buster. Lead the way. Now, tell me, why do you call me Valentine? Why not Prell or Stark? Or any of the other names thrown around tonight?
Well, back there, Lemuel called you Valentine.
How do you know his name?
Well, I'm a hotel clerk. I see lots of people.
And that switchover of rooms today. I don't see how anybody could have done it but the hotel clerk himself.
Well, but what on earth are you talking about?
Human nature. How you and your boy Lemuel found out about my coming here.
How I?
An accountant sees lots of people, sure. But a hotel clerk sees a lot more. Now, who's in a better spot to receive payoff deliveries on the QT than the man behind the desk?
I'm going back.
You're going nowhere. Now, listen, Buster. It had to either be one of my 3 clients or you.
What?
Yeah, so take human nature again. It couldn't be one of them, or why get me in it? But they did write the letter right after a Civic League luncheon.
What do you mean, human nature?
I mean how people mail letters in hotels. In a hotel, you just hand the letter to the clerk to mail, don't you?
Get out of my way.
Oh, no, you don't.
I'm going back.
What's the matter? Don't these rusty stairs go on down there? Do they just fall off in the dark someplace?
That's you who's going to fall off in the dark.
Not even afraid of the gun, are you? You already know it's not loaded. Just evidence to be found on the patsy.
Look out. Don't.
This is where you get racked up, 8-ball.
No, I don't think that was very nice of George. He gave Buster time to open everything but his parachute. While we're waiting for the desk clerk to make a 3-point landing, here are a couple of good points for you.
But, George, how did you get off that fire escape? It was rusty. You would have fallen through. That's why he led you out there. What he expected you to do was...
Hey, slow down, will you? How'd you get out of jail, Angel?
Oh, George, please, I want to understand.
Oh, he was a guy, all right, the hotel clerk. Yeah, he kept the job so nobody'd ever guess, as well as because it was such a perfect spot for payoffs. He knew the heat was on when he heard I was coming, and Lemuel couldn't stop me. He had me all set for a double fancy frame.
But that other detective...
Well, the mayor said he wanted to handle things himself, didn't he? That he knew a man he wanted to hire?
Harold Stark, posing as a necktie salesman.
Yeah, and that accountant had been working with the clerk on the rackets, so he figured he'd make him fall guy. Strictly from desperation, Angel. But it all might have worked.
But you would have died accidentally, fallen and been killed, and that would have been the end of it.
Mm-hmm.
Only how on earth, after you knocked him out, how did you get him off the fire escape?
How did you get out of jail?
Well, you saw him. That big, good-looking policeman.
So what? You said you didn't tell him anything.
No.
Well?
He was very sweet. Well, I mean, after a while, there was no reason to hold me. In jail, I mean.
Oh, why, Brooksy.
And, well, why should I tell you if you won't tell me? Good night, Georgie.
I'm telling you, George, you better watch your step with Brooksy. Didn't you ever hear the saying how when the cat's away, your secretary will play? Play what exactly, I don't know. But I do know that Robert Bailey plays George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, and Eddie Dunstetter kept things organized at the organ. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of the Sinister Crate of Cabbages. Well, here we are, ready for our usual weekly tete-a-tete with our favorite storyteller, Dr. Watson. Our genial medico sits in his well-worn armchair with 2 telegrams spread out on his knees. One only seems worn, and the other is fresh and new. Not bad news, I hope, Dr. Watson.
Oh, no, Mr. Harris. Just a pair of cryptic communications from Sherlock Holmes. That one arrived today while I was enjoying a late breakfast.
Oh, what's it say, Doctor?
No, wait till I find my glasses. Here we are. Why not tell the radio public about your aversion to the Oleracea capitata? Regards, Holmes.
Olera, whatever you said. What's that, Doc?
Cabbage, Mr. Harris. Plain garden variety cabbage.
Oh, I know plenty of people who can't cope with boiled cabbage, Dr. Watson, but why Sherlock Holmes should suggest you give us a treatise on your particular weakness,
my aversion to cabbage, Mr. Harris, has nothing to do with my digestion, which is excellent.
Oh?
Oh, no, indeed. It's concerned with a crate of garden produce with which I came in rather intimate contact after a personal tussle with Professor Moriarty.
You had a hand-to-hand battle with Professor Moriarty?
Oh, I did indeed. As a matter of fact, the case is one in which I acquitted myself with a certain degree of distinction.
Good for you. Why not tell us about it?
I think I shall, after you tell our listeners how they can acquit themselves with distinction as far as personal appearance goes, I mean.
Right. If you want to put your best foot forward, if you want to look neat, self-confident, and
Ship-shape is the word, Mr. Harris.
Yes. Why, naturally, you'd be interested in Clipper Craft clothes. When it comes to a man's clothes, you want to get a real run for your money. And you're entitled to it. You're entitled to clothes that are honestly made, fairly priced. Well, these days, with increased costs of materials and labor, the best way to make sure of getting full value for your dollar is to deal with people who make a business of giving you more for your money. That's the fine store in your community that sells Clipper Craft clothes. Teamwork does it. 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast concentrate their buying power in the unique Clipper Craft plan. This gives a steady year-round operation, reduces manufacturing and distribution costs, gives you truly amazing values. That's why fine Clipper Craft suits are only $40 and $45, superb tropical suits only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets only $26.50. These days, the Clipper Craft plan really goes to work for you, and you can prove it by comparing Clipper Craft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, how about that struggle with Professor Moriarty that developed into such a dislike for cabbages?
Yes, it was shortly after my marriage. Mary and I were seated at breakfast one fine spring morning when the maid brought in a telegram. This one here, to be exact. It reads, have you a couple of days to spare? Have just been wired for from west of England in connection with Upper Tottingham mystery. If convenient, meet me Paddington at 11:15. If inconvenient, come all the same. Holmes.
What did your wife say to the summons, Doctor?
Oh, she urged me to go as usual. I suspect she was even more interested in Holmes' cases than I was. Consequently, in no time at all, she had me hustled into a cab with a hurriedly packed valise, and away I rattled to Paddington Station.
I suppose you arrived long before Mr. Holmes.
No, on the contrary. I found him pacing up and down the platform, his tall, gaunt figure made even gaunter and taller by his long travelling cloak and close-fitting cloth cap. As it turned out, the train was not too crowded, and by dint of giving the porter a scandalously large tip, Holmes managed to obtain us a first-class carriage to ourselves.
The autocrat as usual.
Oh, quite. He acknowledged my presence with a snort and surrounded himself with an immense litter of newspapers and periodicals. Among these he rummaged and read until we had passed Reading. Then he suddenly rolled them into a gigantic ball and heaved them up onto the rack.
The London press has almost completely overlooked the case, as usual. Have you read anything about it, Watson?
Well, my dear Holmes, I'm a busy man. I haven't seen a newspaper for days.
The whole affair is one of those simple outbursts of antisocial behavior which is so extremely difficult to get to the bottom of.
That sounds a little paradoxical.
Yes. The local banker, who up until the age of 63 has led an exemplary life, elopes with his wife's hairdresser and most of the bank's funds. The vicar of St. James's, Tottingham's most conservative church, kicks over the traces and joins a band of gypsies. The president of the Ladies' Temperance League delivers a speech on the joys of Bacchus on the village green. And the head of Miss Mellish's select seminary has taken to moonlight bathing in her shift.
Good Lord.
Yes. How would you go about explaining such an epidemic of unconventionality?
Well, that sounds like a pack of horses that has gotten into a patch of local weed.
That explanation is not as fantastic as it sounds, my dear Watson.
Holmes, you're not serious.
When the mayor of Upper Tottingham called for help from Scotland Yard, they were inclined to pooh-pooh the whole affair, until I suggested that Inspector Lestrade send down one of his bright young men to have a look around. I suggested they search for a hoard of a certain rare and little-known Oriental drug, which has the curious habit of taking away the willpower of anyone who takes or is given a dose of it.
Sounds like one of the hypnotics.
It is, Watson. In the hands of a reputable doctor, it can do much to relieve hysteria and depression. If administered by a scoundrel, it's capable of doing great harm.
Yes, but who would want to?
My dear Watson, there are unfortunately a great many people with warped minds who delight in instigating mischief, or worse. Well, to make a long story short, young Balcom, the man Scotland Yard sent out to investigate, sent word yesterday in code that he'd found something suspicious. Not only has he discovered a cache of the stuff, but he believes it's now being shipped to some laboratory in London. In other words, Upper Tottingham's just the proving grounds for a much larger and more sinister project.
Oh, so you decided to come and investigate yourself,
Exactly. But better get your coat on, Watson. The next stop's ours. Just a small way station. Upper Tottingham itself's half a mile away. Hello, what's up? You all right, Watson?
That's a fine way to stop a train. Nearly broke the bottle of iodoform I carry in my hip pocket.
No wonder you smell so antiseptic these days, Watson.
Well, the practicing doctor never knows when he's going to need his iodoform. I came away in such a hurry I forgot to leave it behind.
He's got a doctor. He's got a doctor on the train.
Someone's running back along the tracks. There's been an accident.
I suspected as much.
I say there, my good man, I'm a doctor.
Thank God for that. A man's been hurt, run over. He's under the engine.
But I'll be right along. Oh, confound these doors, the way they lock me. Up these compartments blasted. I can't get out. I've got to crawl through the window.
Calm yourself, Watson. You forget I can manage any lock. All I have to do is use this little tool and open sesame. After you, my dear Watson.
I say, let me through, will you? I say, I'm a doctor.
Thank the Lord you've come. Not that there's anything you can do for the poor chap, I'm afraid.
Well, I'll take a look anyway.
I couldn't stop the train. Whistle I didn't. Shoved on my brakes the first thing I saw him lying there across the tracks. Why did he have to go and pick my train if he wanted to commit suicide?
Then you, I take it, are the engineer.
That I am, sir. Tim Gregory, that's me. Been driving this here train for 27 years. The first time I ever had an accident like this. If a man wants to commit suicide, why don't he go and drown himself or take poison or something neat and tidy? Why throw himself under a body's train? I blew my whistle. You heard me. You all heard me.
Yes, it wasn't your fault.
There he lay across the tracks. He had plenty of time to get out of the way.
He was lying on the tracks? What makes you think he wasn't dead already?
His arm. When I whistled, he moved his arm.
Moved his arm? Yes, I think I'll just take a look at that body myself.
And what good will that do?
My good man, I happen to be Sherlock Holmes.
Sherlock Holmes, the detective? Well, why didn't you say so before? Here, you clear the way, clear the way. Sherlock Holmes wants to take a look at the body. Here he is, sir, poor chap.
Well, Watson, what's the verdict?
Dead, right enough. Not too badly mangled, however. Here, have a look, Holmes. What's the matter? Why do you look like that?
Did you know the man? Maybe then you can tell us why he committed suicide.
This isn't suicide. It's murder.
Murder?
But that's ridiculous, Holmes. There are no wounds except those made by the train.
And yet he was unconscious when the train ran over him. He must have been.
You mean drugged? But there's no smell of chloroform, no sign of drugs. The pupils of his eyes are neither dilated nor contracted.
Maybe if you look in his pockets, you'll find a clue.
I doubt it.
Here's his wallet. No identification papers.
No, there wouldn't be.
But there's quite a bit of money. And his watch is here in his pocket. At any rate, it wasn't robbery.
What makes you so sure it wasn't suicide, Mr. Holmes?
His glasses.
But he isn't wearing glasses.
Exactly. Young Balcom always wore glasses. Couldn't walk 2 feet without them.
Balcom? You mean this is young Balcom?
The land agent who was going to show us the property we were interested in. Yes, Watson.
Good Lord.
Yeah, but look here, Mr. Holmes. Even if he wore glasses, they could hardly be on him now. Why, they'd have been knocked off and crashed like as not.
And the fragments of glass would be scattered about. There is no broken glass and no rims. Mr. Balcom always wore gold-rimmed glasses. Watson, you'll go ahead to the station. It's only 200 or 300 yards up the track.
Right, sir.
Tell the station master to send a stretcher. I'll be along in a minute. Wait for me in the waiting room.
Deserted little station. Looks as if a good wind would blow it over. I say, station master. Hey there, I say, station master. Probably gone on down to have a look at the accident. Hello. This platform is crowded with crates. Crates of cabbages. From the looks of it, up at Tottingham could be the cabbage-producing centre of the world. Phew, I feel a bit dizzy. Oh, probably too much sun. All that blood. That's stupid of me. Doctor should be used to blood. Oh, I'd better go into the waiting room and sit down for a bit. Door's open. Looks cool in there. Deserted as the tomb. Smells musty in here. Everyone's gone down to enjoy the accident. What a rotten way to spend a beautiful day. Sit down, Watson, old boy. Stop thinking about it. Over there on the bench. Hello? Stepped on something. Pieces of glass. Broken glass. Wait a minute, let's have a look at it. Yes, by Jove, broken lens. Broken spectacle lens. There must be more somewhere. Yes, over by that door. Doors lead into an inner room of some sort. Probably baggage room. Let's have a look, Watson, my lad. Yes, baggage room, right enough. More crates of cabbages. Let's see. Yes, by thunder, more bits of glass. Quite a lot, and something else. Bits of twisted wire. Good Lord, yes, it's the rims of young Balcom's glasses. The gold rims. This is where he lost them. Broken. Broken to bits.
Quite right, my dear Dr. Watson.
Who are you?
Around here, I'm known as Old Pennyfield, the station agent. But if you take a closer look, I think you will recognize an old acquaintance.
Good Lord! Professor Moriarty, what in blazes are you doing here?
Seeing that the cabbages from a certain local farm reach their proper market in London. They are very valuable cabbages, my dear Watson.
It's good of you to take an interest in them. But you don't keep the station very tidy. All this broken glass lying about. So messy.
Yes, I thought you might notice that. I was just coming back to attend to it. One cannot be in 2 places at once, you know. As it was, your young friend from Scotland Yard nearly missed his train.
So you hit him over the head in here and dragged his body out and laid it on the tracks.
It was only a tap. He was just coming to when the train arrived. What you would call a close squeak, eh?
Well, you murderer! Why did you kill him?
He was becoming too interested in my dear little cabbages. I don't like people who come in here and poke around my cabbages.
Well, I'll tell them about the cabbages. I'll tell them who killed Balcom. I'll tell them you're the notorious Professor Moriarty.
Oh, no, you won't, my dear Watson.
Oh, I wouldn't try to kill me if I were you, Moriarty. I'll shout the house down. There's quite a crowd gathered. They'll hear me down by the train. You wouldn't have time to dispose of the body before they came pouring in here. Led by my friend Sherlock Holmes.
Don't alarm yourself, my dear Dr. Watson. I have no intention of killing you. Oh, no, I'm not that stupid.
Oh, well, now you're showing some sense.
No, I shall reserve you for another purpose. You shall be my prize guinea pig.
What?
You may have heard of my little experiments down here. The banker who eloped, the minister who became a gypsy. They served as the first examples of my new process.
What's that?
I have perfected a new drug. It can remove a man's willpower. It makes his conscience, his sense of right or wrong, completely inoperative. I shall take you to my laboratory in London, where I shall remove your willpower. Yes, I have come far in my study of the human brain. I can remove your willpower as easily as I can remove your tonsils.
Now look here, you scoundrel.
Don't be perturbed. I shall allow you to retain your own personality. In fact, I can promise you that you will be back among your friends inside of, shall we say, 5 days. The only difference will be that you will have no scruples about reporting everything to me, particularly the activities and investigations of our mutual friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
I won't do it, and you can't make me.
You have very little choice.
Oh? Well, I'll yell the roof off.
You've missed the chance for that, I'm afraid. Yes, I was waiting for the 4:10 train to pass through. Here she comes. Yell your head off. How convenient. One of my cabbage crates was still open. How neatly the good doctor fits inside. Ah, so cozy. Looks quite comfortable. Now a few cabbages to cover him up, so he won't catch cold.
Of course you want fine quality in your clothes. Indeed, you owe it to yourself, and what's more, it can be yours without paying a premium for it. Because we concentrate on giving you outstanding value, you can't go wrong at the fine store in your community that sells Clippercraft clothes. We planned it that way a long time ago. Your local independent store is part of the remarkable Clippercraft plan, the plan that concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's greatest stores from coast to coast. That's why you can buy beautifully tailored suits at only $40 and $45, handsome tropicals at only $33.75 to $40, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city. And remember, that's one of the 1,036 leading retail stores across the nation, where courtesy and friendly service are always yours. The store that is proud to add its fine name to that of Clippercraft clothes in the label of your suit, topcoat, sport jacket, and tropical. And remember also, not every pattern is always available in your size, but keep on trying. It will pay you to wait for Clippercraft clothes. And now back to the little railway station at Upper Tottingham. Holmes has just arrived on the platform with the local constable and 2 men carrying a heavy pine box.
Thank you, Constable. Have the men put it there.
Yes, sir. Hey there, lads. Put the coffin there on the platform so Mr. Sherlock Holmes can take it up to London by the next train.
Right, easy now, Albert.
It do seem such a pity. You coming down here on purpose to see the poor chap, Mr. Holmes. Worried about something special? One of your cases, perhaps?
Nothing like that, I'm afraid, Constable. Just a friend of mine going to show me a piece of property he thought I might be interested in.
Then why do you suppose he had to go and get melancholy and do away with himself at a time like that?
I'm sure I wouldn't know. I say, would you be good enough to step inside the station and see if you can find my friend, Dr. Watson?
With pleasure, Mr. Holmes, sir. What would he look like now?
Rather settled sort of chap. Top hat, slight moustache, getting a bit portly. Oh, yes, he had a flower in his buttonhole. Married man. His wife grows pansies and stuff.
Righto, Mr. Holmes. I understand, sir. Waiting room's empty as my pocket. Hey, you station master. I say, Pennyfield.
What you want now? I'm busy counting up before the night man comes on.
Have you seen a fat man about? Top hat with a pansy in his buttonhole?
I have that. Said he was a doctor. Said he'd been to see the man they killed. Told me all about it. Nasty accident it must have been.
Well, it wasn't nice.
Yes, must have been right unpleasant. He acted like it had turned his stomach. So I told him why not have a bit of a lie down over there on the bench by the window.
But the bench is empty. Where's he gone off to?
How, didn't I tell you? Well, when the 412 came along, I helped him aboard. He said he'd best be getting back to London. Said to tell his friend Mr. Sherlock Jones not to wait for him.
Sherlock Holmes, you ninny, not Jones. The Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Who's he?
The greatest detective in the world, that's all. Why, he can deduce your whole life history by looking at your pocket handkerchief.
Well, then why don't he come and deduce his friend has gone back to London when he sees me waiting room's empty?
He's got more important things to do, that's why. He's taken the victim of today's catastrophe back to London in a pine box. Seems he was an acquaintance.
Well, he'll have a bit of a wait. There won't be another train until the 6:10.
Well, I'll go tell him. Right. Mr. Holmes, sir.
Yes, Constable?
It seems your friend Dr. Watson got tired of waiting and went back to London by the 4:10.
Confound it, why do you suppose he did that?
Well, the station master said he looked a bit wonky. Sent word you wasn't to wait for him.
That's not like Watson. To leave me sitting here alone with a coffin. By the way, how long do I have to wait for the next train up to London?
Well, I'm afraid there won't be one along until the 6:10. That's a bit of a wait, sir. Maybe you'd step down the road and have a dish of tea with me and the missus. She'd be that bucked up to be entertaining Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Thank you, Constable, but it's not possible, I'm afraid.
Well, why not, sir? You've got a good hour and a half wait.
I know, but I can't leave the body. I don't want anything else to happen to it.
Good Lord, what else could happen to it?
I don't know, Constable. I don't know. But I have a very definite suspicion that today's adventure isn't finished. I must say it's very decent of you to let me ride up here in the luggage van.
Oh, I'm glad of the company, sir. It's lonesome sometimes with nothing but trunks and crates of cabbages and things, rolling away through the countryside at night with no one to talk to. Sometimes I get to wondering what's in all those boxes. It's good to have someone around, especially when there's a coffin aboard.
Yes, I'm afraid I'm not very good company tonight.
Oh, I understand, sir. It's not what you might call cheerful, accompanying the remains of a friend. I say, the old whistle do sound eerie tonight, don't she?
Yes.
I always says there's nothing so lonely as a train whistle going along across country after everyone else is safe in bed. Excuse me. Was it a close friend of yours, sir? I mean the deceased.
No, I knew him only slightly, but I felt responsible for him, don't you know? Confound it, I'm the one that suggested he come down to Upper Tottingham. If he hadn't come, he'd probably be alive and well.
Now, don't you take on about it, sir. It's fate, that's what it is. When a chap's number's up, why, it's up, that's all. I was wondering if...
It's a bad cold you've got there.
No, it's not a cold, sir. It's just that whenever they ship those full cabbages up from London, they makes me sneeze.
Aha! You're probably allergic to cabbages.
What's that?
A new theory of sensitivity I'm working on. Mark my words, in a few years from now, people will be bragging that they're allergic to all kinds of things.
Great Scott, aren't there enough plagues in the world now that you scientific chaps have to go and think up more? Why, time was...
Yes, it certainly is draughty here. No wonder you get the sniffles. I feel a bit sneezy myself.
Here, I'll fix your place out of the breeze. Here, on this crate of cabbages. Between these eye trunks.
Yes, that's better. More sheltered. I could almost swear... I say, guard, do you smell something over here? No, I suppose that's asking too much with that cold.
Yes, sir. With me nose in this condition, I couldn't smell a pig pen if I was standing smack in the middle of it.
Pity.
What's the trouble, sir? You look worried.
That smell, slightly medical. Reminds me of my friend. We came down on the train together this morning.
Is it the body in the coffin?
Oh, good Lord, no. Someone I know very well. We lived together for years. If I could only be sure my friend got home safely. I had the strangest foreboding, as if my friend were, well, trying to tell me something.
Ah, that's what happens to a man. Just like me and Emmeline. That's my wife. When first I met her, everywhere I looks, there was Emmeline. I sees her in the soup. I sees her in the butter. When I go out, when I come in, asleep, awake, there's always her face in front of me.
Horrible.
Oh, then I liked it, sir. But by and by we gets married, and now we has 5 children, 3 boys and 2 girls. They all looks like Emmeline. Everywhere I looks, I sees Emmeline, eating porridge, swinging in the apple tree, making snoops at me when I says, go to bed now. That's what love does to a man.
My case is not similar, I assure you.
I know, you just live with your friend. Believe me, there's very little difference.
Believe me, there's a great deal of difference. My friend happens to be a man, a happily married man.
With children?
No.
Oh.
I just can't understand why he left me in the middle of an emergency and took the 410 from Upper Tottenham back to London.
People gets notional sometimes. You know... Say, did you say the 410?
Yes.
From Upper Tottenham?
Yes, of course.
But that's impossible.
Why?
Because today's Wednesday, and on Wednesdays the 410 don't stop at Upper Tottenham.
Doesn't stop? What's the next train that does?
This one, the one we're on. Upper Tottenham isn't an important stop. Only the locals make it, and not all of those.
But then, confound it, what's happened to Watson?
Watson? Who's he?
My friend, bastard. The one this smell reminds me of.
I don't smell nothing.
What was that?
Sounded like someone smashed a glass.
The smell's getting stronger. By Jove, it is iodoform.
You're right, sir. Even I can smell it now.
Look here. Something's dripping out of this crate of cabbages.
It's dark. Maybe it's blood.
No, it's the stuff that smells. What's iodoform doing in a lot of cabbages? Here, help me get the top of the crate.
But why do
Don't argue. Help me, confound it. This crate was put on at Upper Tottenham, wasn't it?
Oh, that's right, but I don't see what that's got to do with the price of cheese.
I'll show you in a moment.
Here comes the lid. Here you are, sir. Nothing but cabbages.
Get them out of there. Help me.
But I say, sir, you can't go chucking cabbages about like that. But... Glory be, what's that under him? It's a man, all trussed up like a New Year's goose.
Give me your knife so I can cut the gag.
Right-o.
Easy, Watson. We'll have you out of there in a jiffy.
And about time. There I sat listening to you two drivel on about your private lives like 2 schoolgirls. Here, I'll untie my feet. If I hadn't finally managed to smash the iodoform bottle in my pocket, you probably never would have found me.
Watson, how in heaven's name did you manage to get yourself in this predicament?
I discovered young Balcom's glasses smashed in the baggage room at Tottenham.
Oh?
Holmes, the station master is Professor Moriarty. He's shipping drugs into London in the leaves of those confounded cabbages. I was being sent on to his laboratory. Holmes, he was going to make an experiment on me, like a guinea pig.
Splendid.
What's so good about that?
Moriarty may have slipped through our fingers again, but thanks to your efforts, Watson, we've discovered the whereabouts of his famous laboratory.
How so?
Elementary, my dear Watson. It must be the address on this crate. The one you're using as a bed.
Well, I must say I don't see anything so funny about it.
When I was very young, I had a nurse who used to tell me that new babies were found among the cabbages. My dear Watson, I never dreamed I'd find you under similar circumstances.
Well, that was an experience, Dr. Watson. No wonder you don't like cabbages.
Yes, I did acquit myself rather well under the circumstances, don't you think so, Mr. Harris?
Oh, brilliantly, Dr. Watson, brilliantly. And now, do you think you could be persuaded to give us a hint about next week's story?
Next week, I think I'll tell you how Holmes rescued a young lady of quality, very much against her will, I may say, and how it was managed with the help of a priceless Ming saucer and another lady who was not above throwing vitriol.
The makers of Clippercraft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in the adventure of the illustrious client. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery, suspense, adventure in tonight's transcribed story, A Claw, a Corkscrew, a Coffin, a Crab.
There was about everything in this one. A claw, a corkscrew, a coffin, a crab, 67,000 clams, some deep sea fish, and Juliet. Case took me all over L.A., out to San Pedro, down to Long Beach, took me 20 feet underwater where it looked like I wasn't going to come up. Yeah, but Juliet was where it started.
Juliet Jones. Now sit down, Jeffrey.
Sure, Lyon.
Just the man I wanted to see. I was just about to phone you. Juliet Jones.
Our new client.
Our new client wants you out in Inglewood right away. Her life's in danger.
That's so?
Yes, she wants protection. A bodyguard, Jeffrey. Here's her address.
Juliet Jones, 712 Garbanza Avenue, Inglewood.
Oh, she was beautiful, my boy. Came here to the office an hour and a half ago. Lovely, lovely. And never, Jeffrey, in all my vast experience as president of the Lyon Detective Bureau, has it been my privilege to see such a gorgeous... and she had a voice, my boy. Well, it stroked you when she talked. And she smelled... As a matter of fact, Regan, she smelled of tea.
Tea?
She's a broken Pico tester.
You don't tell me.
Yeah, I do. She feels, smells, and tastes broken Pico tea. The very best, Jeffrey. Best black tea, of course. She wouldn't think of testing green or oolong, or so she said.
Sure. Anything else that'll help?
Well, there was one thing. Now, we mustn't jump to any rash conclusions, Jeffrey, but everything she had on, everything was brand new, and all very expensive. Very expensive.
Maybe some guy likes her.
Yes, I suppose that would be it.
Look, Lyon, if you think she's a phony, we just don't take her case.
Now, Regan, don't start that.
What's the matter? She give us dough?
Juliet Jones advanced us $400.
That's a broth of clams.
Yes, it is. Look here, my boy, just look. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 $100 bills. Oh, Jeffrey, isn't life wonderful?
Life was. I drove to Inglewood. She was there. It was like the Lion said. Hair tawny, eyes that were golden when she looked at you a certain way. And she looked at you a certain way. I found out the guy threatening her life was named Adam Garth. Then we found a place for dinner and danced. After 9 o'clock, I was on time and a half.
Jeff.
Yeah, Juliet?
Jeff, you make a wonderful bodyguard.
I like my work.
Jeff. Just think, this is all we have to do for days and days.
Till Adam Garth takes that slow boat to China.
You know, I'm going to be sorry when Adam Garth gets tired of trying to kill me. Because, Jeff, then what reason will I have to hire my own private detective?
lady. Let's try fresh air.
Oh, Jeff, how marvelous. I know just where there is some. Let's walk along another few yards so the lights of the Long Beach Amusement Pier won't blind us.
Yeah. Juliet,
Yes, Jeff.
Adam Garth.
Oh, Adam Garth.
Maybe I ought to take off and hunt him up.
You just stay right with me.
Sure, it's nice work, but if Garth is gunning for
Jeff,
you...
I explained. I looked at the guy once. He's a big lug, Jeff. All thumbs. In the brain, I mean. I looked at the guy. He fell over his thumbs.
That could happen.
Well, it isn't easy to be a girl like me, every guy's dream.
Guess not. You gotta be triple careful, huh?
I didn't do anything, Jeff, to encourage Adam Garth to think... But he got crazy all of a sudden. He thought he owned me.
You told him he didn't.
He said if that was it, then nobody else would.
I see what he meant.
Adam Garth threatened to kill me. He said Jeff, he said he'd fix it so my beauty would never wreck another guy's life.
You hired me to block his punch.
Yes, Jeff. I want you with me every minute, all day, evenings, wherever I go. Because...
She stopped on the sand, stood in front of me, turned up her face. And that was when... Even Juliet's kiss didn't pack a wallop like that. Somebody sat me from behind. I whirled, half groggy. There was a black shape between me and the white cream of the surf. But I didn't even get my fists up.
All right, Regan. Oh!
Couldn't figure it out for a second where I was. It's like a dream. Far, far away. A big production, and Juliet was in it.
Romeo, Romeo, wherefore art thou, Romeo?
Yeah. Wherefore?
Coming out of it now, are you, Regan?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess so.
Your jaw where I hit you. All right?
Oh, sure.
Well, then you'd break it up off the sand, Regan.
Yeah. Okay.
You can stand up. Fine. Now, just sit down here on this bench. I'll stand in front of you.
Thanks, I'll stand.
Sit, Regan.
Yeah. That gun in your hand, yours or mine?
Mine. Yours is in my pocket.
Sure, that's how it would be. Juliet, take a walk someplace?
That's right. She took a walk.
With Adam, maybe?
Why, yes, Regan. To get apples. Candied apples up on the amusement pier.
Yeah, well, you're not Adam. You don't fit the description Juliet gave me. Squat, hairy guy, thumbs in the brain. You're a little taller, smarter.
And I have my clothes on. Regan, quit kidding. Where's the money?
I got $4.75 in my pocket.
Oh, that's enough, lion's eye.
You know me.
You're one of those private investigators. It'd be hard to do any kind of a job. This time you took the wrong assignment.
Working for Juliet Jones.
That's right. Regan, I want $67,000.
Just don't happen to have it on me.
I didn't expect you to, but wherever it is, get it. Bring it to me.
Bring it to you like where?
I told you not to kid.
Oh, why?
You know where. Oh, and Regan, the police aren't doing this job for me. Holding a gun on you, getting $67,000 from you. Maybe you're wondering why.
Nope, hadn't occurred to me they might.
Of course not. All right, Regan, I'll be fair with you. I have a reason to keep the police out. When you come with the money, make it $66,000. Keep $1,000 for yourself.
Thanks.
Here's your gun. Unloaded. See you around.
He handed me my gun, walked off. He was a nice guy. Lovely. And he smelled. Yeah, when he came up close and handed me my gun, I caught a whiff of... I couldn't place it the first second, but then I remember what the line had said about Juliet Jones. He'd said she was lovely, and smelled of tea. That was it. The tough guy that was 67,000 G's starved, he smelled of tea, too.
Hello.
Wake up.
Oh, Jeffrey, it's 10:30. I've gone to bed. Where are you?
Payphone booth, Long Beach Amusement Pier.
Jeffrey, this is a toll call.
That's right. Lion, when Juliet Jones talked at the office this afternoon, she said she was a tea tester, even smelled of tea from being around it so much.
Jeffrey, if you've called me in the middle of the night, 10:30, a 25-cent toll call, or 30 cent, or whatever it is...
Did she say where she tested tea?
Where she works, you mean? I can't remember a thing like that. Call me tomorrow. Jeffrey.
Yeah, Lion?
Juliet Jones isn't with you. That's why you haven't asked her.
That's it.
Jeffrey, my boy, nothing's gone wrong with our lovely $400 case.
A couple of things. We're in the red on it.
In the red? But we can't be. Why, I have the four $100 bills right here, Jeffrey. In this chamois bag tied around my neck. Yes, here it is, under my nightshirt.
Well, with that $400 taken away, we're only $66,600 in the hole on the case. That's the amount we have to cough up to get out.
Jeffrey! No, I understand now. I'm asleep. This is a nightmare. Regan, get out of my dream!
It's a nightmare, Lion, only you're not asleep. So shove your pillow between your teeth, Fatso, to stifle your screams. I'm going to give you the rundown. Lion whimpered, moaned, but he took it. One thing, story shocked his memory into double quick. He remembered where Juliet Jones had told him she worked. The Phelan Great East Importing Company place was called. Tea Importers, San Pedro Docks. I phoned Juliet's house in Inglewood. Like I figured, nobody home. Tracks in the sand down on the beach hadn't helped much either. I just had one thing to go on. Phelan Great East. I drove out to San Pedro, dock section, parked. Dock's empty. Streetlights far apart. I unclipped my shoulder holster as I walked up the dock. My unloaded gun might back up a bluff.
All right, hold it.
Voice out of the building shadow.
Stand still, no moves. Who are you?
Who are you?
Private
detective.
Like
you
I
too?
said...
Credentials?
Sure, I got credentials.
Trade your looks.
Oh, well, that sounds fair.
Over there, under the light.
Here you go.
Here you go.
Regan, private investigator.
Beckett's private investigator.
Here.
Here.
Working tonight?
Yeah. You?
Yeah. Dock detail. Keep an eye on stuff for some warehouse owners. Big shippers. Fat guys. Who you work for?
I work for a fat guy.
That's the way it is in this world. The smart work for the fat.
Beckett.
Yeah.
Phelan Great East warehouse around here somewhere.
Yeah, that's it up there. Go up the stone steps, turn into the alley. There's a door in the alley.
Yeah. See you, Peeper.
See you, Peeper.
I climbed the stone steps, turned into the alley, and then I saw high up behind shut blinds, light burning in one window. The door Beckett had told me about wasn't locked. Inside the warehouse, I burned my fingers with paper matches, finding the stairway that led up. After that, it was easy. There was a light under a door on the 4th floor. You could just make out the single word painted on the door. Phelan. As I opened the door, the drapes swirled across the room. The door slammed behind them. I went in.
Well, hello, Regan.
Hello, Phelan.
Oh, yes, that's right. It's on the door. Well, sit down. Sit down, Regan. I was just drinking tea.
2 cups.
That's right.
One for Juliet Jones.
Well, maybe.
It adds that way. She just went out that other door. You picked her up the same time you slugged me. You must have had a helper. Beckett's?
Go on, Regan. Tell me what else you know.
Beckett, the private investigator, works for you. I suppose I should have figured that.
Man can't think of everything, Regan.
You haven't thought of the 67 grand.
Now, it's smart of you, Regan, to see it in that light.
3/4 of an hour ago, you thought I was the one that stole your dough.
Now you know the money was stolen.
I didn't catch on at first, but you told me that on the beach. You asked me if I was surprised the cops weren't getting the dough for you. Only way that could make sense was that you actually had been taken for dough. You gave me the amount yourself, 67 grand. Only, Phelan, you told me something else.
Yes. Yes, Regan. I said I had a reason not to go to the police. Here, have a cup of tea.
No, thanks.
Well, I understand. Darkened warehouse, waterfront docks. But I don't mean you any harm. Here, I'll prove it. Look here. The tea leaves in the bottom of this cup.
Yeah?
Well, I read them, you know. Now, let's imagine this is your fortune.
Go on.
Well, now here. Now, this form in the tea leaves. A coffin. That means look out for trouble. And here, shape of a crab, you've got an enemy. And a claw, Regan. The enemy wants to kill you.
See anything else?
A corkscrew.
Which means?
Don't be curious.
About why you don't want to go to the cops.
I guess you can find your way back downstairs, Regan. I'll see you around.
Yeah. Maybe you will. I had the pieces of the puzzle, jagged jigsaw pieces. Phelan, a Phelan Gray East tea importer. He'd been robbed of $67,000, was out to recover the loot himself because he was scared to go to the cops. My client, Juliet, was mixed up in it. That made sense. She worked for Phelan as a tea tester. She'd blossomed out all of a sudden in new clothes from head to foot. She had 100 clam notes to pay private detectives. Then there was Adam Garth, gunning for Juliet, Juliet said. I hadn't met him yet, but I didn't have to wait long. I let myself out of Phelan Great East warehouse by the door that opened on the alley. That was when I got a big surprise. Not who, but what she did.
Jeff.
Juliet,
I knew you'd come out this way. I've been waiting.
how come you beat it out of Phelan's office upstairs just when I got there?
I'll explain all that later. Right now, there's something more important. The reason I've been waiting here. I've been hoping you'd get here in time.
To what?
Hold me.
Huh?
And you are in time. Not too early, not too late. Oh, Jeff, hold me. Hold me.
Are you nuts?
Jeff, I've got a good reason. A good reason. Jeff, you've got to hold me close to you and kiss me.
You are nuts.
Hold me.
What?
I think this will do it nicely. Now stand back, Jeff. I said stand back.
Lady, you've skipped your rocker.
Stand back, Jeff. I've got to get back from you now. I've got to get back. Jeff, stand back!
She hurled backward, flattened herself against the far wall of the alley, and then I saw. End of the alley, away from the docks, man standing watching us. You couldn't make out his face, but his posture, feet apart, right hand forward, meant gun ready. I sucked back flat to the wall across from Juliet. 6 spurts of orange from the black silhouette. Yeah, but Mr. Jealous didn't score. Instinct, anger, threw my right hand to my unclipped shoulder holster, brought my gun to ready. Then I remembered. My gun empty.
Regan, why don't you shoot?
No bullets, baby. Gun's not loaded.
Oh, you stinking dumb sap. You dumb shamus, and I paid $400 for this.
You did, huh?
What do you mean? You let go of me?
Oh, no, Juliet. Exactly what did you pay $400 for?
Regan, let me go.
Why, you little...
Let go!
Juliet ran down the alley toward the docks. Only I decided to play it away from the docks instead of toward. I couldn't go both ways, and the guy who fired the shots had disappeared in the other direction. It didn't figure he'd be hard to find. All I'd have to do was make myself available, and he'd find me. Only I didn't expect him to find me so soon.
Walk straight ahead, don't look back, and don't try nothing.
Okay, Garth.
Hey, how come you know me?
Well, I was born in the dark of the moon.
Hey, don't make no gags. You healed?
I got a gun with no bullets in it.
Don't make no gags.
Well, it's the truth. Look, Garth, we've got things to talk about.
I don't know who you are.
I'll show you.
No funny stuff.
Sure not. Here, look. Jeff Regan, private detective. Here's my license.
Oh, looks okay.
Garth, you stole 67 grand from Phelan.
Yeah, I did. That's right. Yeah, I did.
You seem pretty set up about it.
I stole $67,000 from Mr. Phelan. I don't know what come over me. I'm sorry I did it, and I am ready to go to prison and pay the penalty for my crime.
Hey, wait a minute.
Huh?
Turn off the gramophone.
I don't know what you mean.
Garth, where's the 67 grand?
Oh, I was a crazy fool. I tried to double it. I don't know what come over me. I went to Las Vegas, Nevada, and I...
Lost every cent of it.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Garth, you gave the 67 grand or most of it to Juliet Jones before you left.
Well, no, that ain't what happened.
Oh, yes, Garth. You gave the 67 G's to her. You went to Las Vegas to pretend to lose it gambling. You came back here to California. If Phelan had reported the theft, you'd have been caught. You expected that. You meant to serve your time. You figured it was worth it, Juliet waiting for you when you got out.
Yeah, I know. Well, she will be. That's how we planned it.
Yeah, sure. Well, you want to start serving that time, Garth. So come on. Let's go. I drove him to the police station in Long Beach. I let him think Juliet's plan had just misfired. I didn't have the heart to tell him what her real plan was. When Garth was booked out of the case, I had other business. I wanted to see Juliet bad, and I figured I knew how to find her. She'd left her coat in the check room at the Long Beach place where we dined and danced. She'd be going there to pick it up. I'd wait on the pier and get on her trail. That's how it worked out. Hello, Juliet.
Well, Jeff, how could you possibly have found me here?
Not tough. You unchecked your coat just now at the dine and dance place. I figured you would.
And you followed me out here on the amusement pier.
That's it.
Well, I'm glad to see you, Jeff.
Sure you are. In case Garth shows again, you'll want me to protect you.
Well, yes, of course. Yes, of course, that's it.
Sorry I lost you at the docks.
Oh, well, that's understandable, Jeff. The confusion.
I took off after Garth.
I don't suppose you found him.
No, I guess like you said, I'm a no-good dumb shamus.
Oh, well, now, Jeff, I was upset. I wasn't responsible for what I might have said, what I might have done, Jeff, just
You
at that
knew
time.
Garth was in range, watching.
Yes, that was it.
Why you wanted to get close to me? Because Garth was around.
Well, yes, Jeff, because I was scared. I wanted protection.
Sure. Lady, you and I got things to talk about.
Things, Jeff?
Things. Like a fall guy, like a poor dumb cluck in Las Vegas, Nevada, pretending to lose $67,000. Like that guy being willing to come back here, get caught, serve his time, expecting you to be waiting with the dough when he came out.
You did find Adam Garth.
I found him, and I didn't tell him all I knew.
What else do you know, Jeff?
Why you hired me.
Oh?
You wanted me to be around you all the time. Guard you from Garth, you said. Oh, no. You wanted to make Garth shooting iron jealous.
Now, why on earth would I have wanted a thing like that?
So he'd shoot, kill me, and go up for murder, or I'd kill him in self-defense. Either way, you'd have the $67,000 clear for yourself.
Jeff, you are smart.
Thanks. Come on, we're going to the clink.
Jeff.
Yeah?
Are you sure there isn't anything else we could discuss?
Such as?
Jeff, I know a place we could talk. Alone. Just up the midway. It might be worthwhile.
All right. Let's go. She was thinking of one thing, buying me off. I was thinking of something else. There was one little bit of the puzzle I didn't have, so I went along. She wouldn't get away. Not where she took me, anyway. There was a big steel tank at one side of the midway. Tank full of water, water full of fish. And down into the water and fish, 20 feet down, spectators were lowered in a diving bell. Juliet and I bought tickets. Went down. The two of us. Alone. This one reminds me of you.
That's a man-eater, isn't it, Jeff?
Yeah. Long, sleek, beautiful. Tiger shark.
Jeff, over here through this porthole. On this side of the diving bell. Look,
Yeah, lady?
over there in that corner of the tank.
Octopus.
Could that octopus suggest you, Jeff? I mean, tentacles reaching out in every direction. reaching for whatever there may be to grasp.
What you mean is, can you buy me off?
I've got a lot to buy you off with, Jeff. 67,000 years. And good looks. Good looks, Jeff. And something else. The way you and I could make a lot of money. Blackmailing Phelan.
That's what I came down to this diving bell to find out about.
Yes?
Sure, baby. So talk about Phelan. She talked about Phelan. Turned out all he brought in from the Great East wasn't broken Pico tea. In a couple of minutes, the last piece of the jigsaw was in place. I had leads that when the Federal Narcotics Squad had got its teeth in would send Phelan to the pokey for an even longer stay than Garth's and Juliet's. So that wrapped it up. Yeah, it wrapped it up. All of a sudden, I noticed something. It was silent in the diving bell. The air tube had stopped hissing. There were a couple of windows in the outside wall of the tank come on for customers by letting them glimpse the fish and the diving bell down in the water inside. Face appeared in one of the windows, grinned at me. Beckett. Phelan's gunsel. Beckett drew his forefinger slowly across his throat. I was as dumb a shamus as Juliet said.
Jeff, I can't breathe. Jeff, I'm scared.
She passed out. I was next. Everything was getting wavery. Water. Fish I saw through the porthole. Funny thing. One fish looked in at me. Looked like my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. Lyon.
All right, now, stand back. Stand back, everybody. Give the man air. Please stand back. He's in a dangerous position.
Oh.
Hey, Jeffrey, my boy, are you all right?
Oh, Lyon, what happened?
Jeffrey, I came here to the Long Beach amusement pier after you telephoned. I was worried about our $400 case, you see.
Yeah.
And when I got here, that man Beckett was looking into the tank, making suspicious gestures.
You tangled with him?
No, not exactly, Jeffrey. I found the operator of the tank. Beckett had knocked him out, Jeffrey. I revived him, threw water in his face, you see, and he and I managed to get air going to you and Juliet again. The police were attracted by the disturbance, my boy, and they rounded up Beckett, and they've taken charge of Juliet, too.
All this time I was as cold as a mackerel.
Yes, my boy, you were.
But, Lyon, one thing.
Yes, Jeffrey?
How come you're sopping wet?
Well, it was nothing, my boy. I saw you in peril in that diving bell. My heart overflowed. I dove in to save you.
Save me through the steel wall of the diving bell?
Jeffrey, I was going to tear those steel walls apart with my bare hands.
Lyon, you were going to do that for me? Maybe I've been misjudging you.
Mr. Lyon.
Don't bother me, lad. Well, Jeffrey, we'll forget the past. Let bygones be bygones. No man really sees another's metal till the test of battle.
Mr. Lyon, please,
Get away from me. Stop bothering me, boy. Go away somewhere.
But, Mr. Lyon, here's your chamois skin bag full of money you dove into the tank to try to save.
Money.
Lyon?
Lyon? Now, Jeffrey, don't excite yourself, my boy. You've been a sick man, you know. Hey, Jeffrey, what are you doing? Oh, no! Not the tank again!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, was written tonight by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan, with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard transcribed each week at the same time over CBS. Alan Botzer speaking, and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense, mystery, adventure, with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
remember way back in the 30s how the blowhards went around with the spiel, a car in every garage, a chicken in every pot? Do you know why they didn't have more success? They left something out. A Valentine in every closet. Think of all the trouble he'd have saved you. Like the time Junior ran Rover through the lawnmower, as he figured he'd look better in a crew cut. Now, don't take it out on the little rascal just because he has aspirations to be a barber. Let George do it. He'll give it to him once over light, like he never got. Yeah, there's nothing new under the sun to George Valentine. He gets all kinds of mail. Take the letter he's about to get from this old tumbleweed character.
Mr. Valentine, sir. I'm a cowboy movie star. I'm sure you must have seen me sometime, even if it's only on television. Anyway, I know how silly it sounds, but I need help. There's a most desperate situation that requires the action of a hero. And while I'd like to qualify, this same situation requires certain proficiencies that I haven't got. Notably, there's a mystery. Mysteries aren't my longest suit. You see, I met her. But just barely. And Mr. Valentine, this lovely young lady I refer to, she's in distress. She is.
But, Mr. Disbrow, in your letter you didn't tell us...
Daphne. That's who she is.
Oh.
Daphne.
Daphne, huh?
Yeah. I met her just the other day, you realize. I was talking to a man I know, a song plugger. That's like a Fuller Brush man, only with music, you see. He pointed her out. The little school teacher type that's always having westerns, you know, big, bashful blue eyes and hair like honey and a heart just as big as all out of doors,
With a head to match. I know.
Who cares if she's smart? I don't. Anyway, I find this little girl lives all alone, way up in the Imperial Crest Apartments.
Uh-oh, I take it back.
Daphne does all right, doesn't she?
Oh, she has money, but she's nervous, if you know what I mean. So nervous she'll hardly talk. And afraid? Oh, yeah, I think somebody's watching her up there.
Well, I'm not surprised. A big bad wolf, maybe.
Me? No, this is different. No. It is. She didn't even want to meet me, and most women do.
Oh, now look, cowboy.
Yeah, and today when I tried to talk to her on the street, even after I'd been properly introduced, she just walked away.
So am I.
Now, wait a minute, Mr. Valentine. Now, she wanted to talk, and she would have, if the man she walked away with hadn't been carrying a gun.
Oh. So maybe it is a case, huh? What man?
Big. Bigger than both of us. Black hair and sour face.
Her husband, maybe.
No, she told me she wasn't married. I don't know who he is, but she's afraid of him, all right.
Uh-huh. And what do you want me to do, scare him away?
Now, figure it out, Mr. Valentine. Go meet her and protect her before something worse happens. And then let me know before it does.
Oh, I see. That's it. I do the dirty work, hand you the answers, and then you step in to scare away the rustlers.
And win the girl, of course.
Well, that's right, honey. And having keep my public name intact, my fans and all, you know, I'm a beautiful patsy.
Okay, partner. But don't think you got a corner on the market.
Well, you better get out your earplugs, kiddies, 'cause methinks there's going to be plenty of shooting in this here Opry. Oh, but don't put them in for just a minute, because first I want you to hear this. You know something? That did this old heart good. Now let's see if George is doing any good for Daphne. Uh-oh. Hey, George, someone is trying real hard to bump you off. Hey, George, duck!
Hey, what the...
I put your cigarette out, didn't I?
Well...
One shot at 30 feet, that's pretty good. Oh, but I missed the sandbag again. Look at them holes in my wall.
Hey, lady, you got holes in your head.
Oh, now
what?
Don't be angry. I'm practicing here on my roof garden. See that clay pipe down there? I never miss.
Oh, fine. You must make a big hit with lots of people.
Well, my landlord and neighbors do complain once in a while. See the other pipe?
Hey, you...
But I talk them out of it.
Well, now, look, I don't talk so easy.
Don't you?
No, he doesn't.
Not when you're around, you mean?
All right, Annie Oakley, so you're nice to look at.
Daphne Crockett, girl type Davy.
Crockett? Oh, of course. The Club Paris.
Mm-hmm. I've been there 5 years, longest run of any acting nightclubs. Everybody likes my shooting.
Oh, so that's it. Little Red Riding Hood turns out to be Two-Gun Nellie, professional bullseye artist.
Mr. Valentine, where are you going?
To see the bull about some black eyes. No, wait a minute. I'm here now. I might as well speak my piece, even if it's only for laughs.
Speak your piece? Like Miles Standish?
In a way. Only John Alden's name this time is Rafe Disbrow.
Oh, him.
Yeah, he's funny, all right. He thinks you're in danger. The cowboy says you're being watched up here.
He says what?
Well, there's the building next door. I guess from that one apartment over there you could probably...
Oh, no. No, of course not.
All right, lady. But the rest of my recitation says you're afraid of a big man, black hair, sour face. How about that one?
Mr. Disbrow has quite an imagination, hasn't he?
Maybe. And maybe not.
I suppose he sent you over here to protect me.
That was a general idea. And think twice before you say no.
I'll show you what I think of Mr. Disbrow in spite of that lovely Texas accent. You see those 3 little dolls in a row?
Lady, I said think twice.
And there are 3 bullets left in this gun.
Oh, now look, if you are in trouble,
3
Daphne...
answers you can take back.
Okay, lady, never mind. We get the idea. This is where we came in, Angel. Hey, that was 4.
Miss Crockett! Daphne!
No, I'm all right.
Oh, God.
It missed me.
What missed you? Where'd that extra shot come from?
No, there wasn't one. Get out of here, won't you? Please leave me alone. Please, leave me alone.
Don't waste your breath, lady. We've already gone.
George, shall I telephone Lieutenant Riley?
No, he's on vacation. Ask for Clary and tell him to get up there fast.
Yeah, but George...
I got a date next door, Angel. See you in the second reel. There's a card outside this apartment. Says R. Seaver. You him?
I don't know. You?
Now look, Bright Eyes, I want some...
to look? A guy comes busting in, upsets my equilibrium. I'm teaching myself canasta. Now go away.
All right, don't mind me. I won't tell if you cheat.
Your manners get worse. The door's back that way. Remember?
Yeah, just call me a building inspector. Come to take a look at your window, that's all.
Don't fall out.
Yeah, this is it, all right. The only apartment from which you can see the roof garden.
You don't say.
The only apartment from which you could take a pot shot at a woman across the way there.
Sit down. Maybe we could both learn canasta.
You always wear a hat when you play cards?
Sure. What woman?
What's it cover up? Black hair to match your sour face?
I said what? We don't like each other much, do we?
Daphne Crockett. I was there when it happened. Now we like each other less, huh?
I don't know. Friendship begins slow sometimes. Sit down, will you? I'll deal out a few.
What do you use for chips? The bag there?
Huh?
The black bag there by your foot. The one you're trying to keep me from seeing.
A real observant boy, aren't you?
Oh, wait a minute. I can see a hand when it starts to move, so stop moving it.
I'm dealing this, Inspector.
Oh, no, you're not. You're...
Too bad nobody can argue with a blackjack, Inspector. We might have had a nice little game.
Shall I tell you what hit you, Valentine?
No. But don't tell me that's Lieutenant Clary's voice, not at last.
At last. Valentine, if you'd wait for the police once in a while, or better yet, if you wouldn't get mixed up in cases like this.
All right. You sound just like Riley. My headache's bad enough.
His name was Curly. Curly Blackson, the strong boy, wanted for ducking out of prison back east.
What was he in for?
He was serving time for shakedowns. He was a blackmail artist.
Blackmail? Hey, is there a little black bag still around here anywhere? Never mind, of course not.
No, there isn't, George. And this Curly may have been the man Rafe saw once with Daphne, but I don't think he took the shot at her across the way.
He didn't talk like he did.
Not to mention the small fact he had a gun, but it was still loaded and hadn't been fired for some time.
Say, you know an awful lot, don't you, Lieutenant?
Come on, wake up. Open your baby blue eyes wide.
Huh? Oh, I get it. Curly's dead, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I know I didn't do it.
No. You just slept through it, that's all. First you get mixed up in it, but then when you might be useful, you take a rain check while Curly takes a bullet.
Bullet?
One shot, clean as a whistle, right through the heart, from a short distance.
Yeah. And he was armed. Somebody outdrew him or surprised him. And a marksman, too, huh?
Or a markswoman.
Yeah, where is she?
Where is she? Where do you think she is? Gone, of course. And while we look for her, there was all the time in the world for this to happen. All the time for this.
Listen, take it easy.
Hey, somebody's coming.
Yeah. And remember, Lieutenant, the girl didn't shoot it herself out there on the roof. And if Curly had... Shh, wait a minute.
Keys.
Sure, it's the guy who lives here, our Seavey. You want to bet?
All right, friend, that's enough music. You can notice us now. Grab him there. That's it.
Okay, put down that stick, Buster. That's better.
Well, a little surprised, that's all. You can let me go. I'm all right.
You're all right.
Sure. Da-da-da-bum, you're breaking my heart. Never leave a tune unfinished. Had to finish it, that's all. Hey, didn't expect a room full of roses. Sit down. Roses are in 7th place this week, you know that?
My name's Clary, homicide.
All right. Sit down.
Sit. Listen, my friend.
Hold it, Lieutenant, just a minute. Roses are number 7, huh? How's Jealous Heart?
A little raise on records, down in sheet sales, though. Oh, but you ought to hear the blues number I've got.
Song plugger, huh? Maybe even the same song plugger who once introduced a cowboy to a girl.
Maybe. I don't know. Play piano down at the Club Paris, too.
The Club Oh, all begins to tie together, doesn't it?
My friend, we're going to pull up our chairs for a nice long talk.
Be careful, don't stub your toe.
What?
Chairs are all nailed down. Keeps the maids from moving them around.
Keeps them in. Look, Looney, Daphne Crockett was being watched from here, and I doubt if Curly did it. She was shot at from here, but he didn't do it.
Did it. My name's Seaver, Lieutenant, not Looney. Seaver. Dick Seaver. Dead-Eye Dick, they call me.
Dead-Eye? And Curly was murdered by a Well, brother, if you're crazy enough to
Wait a
admit
minute,
it...
Lieutenant, wait a minute. Chairs nailed down, that stick you carry. You haven't even noticed the body yet. You haven't been watching Daphne, have you, Deadeye?
Of course not. I couldn't. I'm blind.
George, if I've told you once, I've told you 100 times. Don't jump at conclusions. You tell me how a poor old blind guy goes around filling people full of lead. It just can't happen. Unless maybe he uses seeing-eye bullets. Hey, you know, that's all right. And for that matter, so is this. Say, before the shooting starts again, I think we should pause briefly for story identification, don't you? It seems that a self-styled cowboy named Rafe Disborough, who got himself fired from Monogram because he could only ride side saddle, hired Valentine to keep his beady brown eye on a doll named Daphne. He figures that only one eye will be necessary, as he will have to keep the other one peeled for a guy named Curly, a black-haired character who was very repulsive. On further investigation, Daphne turns out to be an up-to-date Annie Oakley, who's been knocking him dead at the Club Paris with her fur-lined six-shooter. However, some patron who doesn't like the cover charge takes it out on Daphne and starts shooting back, only he misses and plugs Curly. Meantime, George has been sleeping it off in Dead-Eye Dick's apartment, a song plugger around town, as he has become very drowsy from a hit on the head. George immediately points the finger at Dead-Eye, only Dead-Eye is blind and can't point back. Still, George figures that if he can plug songs, he can also plug people. However, this sets well with nobody, so he goes back to see Rafe Disborough, who was no help either, because all he can say is,
"Gosh, Mr. Valentine, that's all I can say is, gosh."
Well, you should try harder, Mr. Disborough.
Usually there's just the good men, the bad men.
And the little school teacher in between, I know. Well, this isn't the plot of a Western. But why you really wanted us to meet Daphne, you didn't say. So suppose you start saying, Buster, right now.
What? I told you she was in distress.
Are you being blackmailed, cowboy?
Uh-huh.
That was Curly's business, you know. And I saw a little black bag once. Blackmailed, I said.
No, not me.
Not you?
Well, I'm always cautious about those things, but... Well, Daphne, she has another suitor besides me, is Mr. Michael J. Martin.
Martin?
Yeah, one of those millionaire fellas. This is strictly confidential, you understand.
And you figure Martin's a better sucker than you are, huh?
Oh, well, he is a married man, yeah, and I've never taken that step.
Uh-huh. And you really hired us to look into Daphne because you were afraid she was going to knock you over, too.
Oh, no, Mr. Valentine. You totally misrepresent me. No, I mean nothing of the kind. The little lady is always innocent.
Okay, Disbro. When you decide to tell me the truth, let me know, will
But
you?
I am. I'm just a bystander who...
Or better yet, let the police know. This is still a murder case, Rafe. And they tell me cowboys are pretty good shots.
What? Oh, I'm just a singing cowboy.
That's the last straw.
No, I'm not proficient except with a guitar. I don't shoot guns. Well, my fans wouldn't like it. Well, listen, I'll show you.
Come on, Angel. Let's get out of here.
Here we are, George. Dressing room number 4, 3, 2...
Sure. She's number 1 with a star on the door.
Just a moment, please. I'm very sorry, but no one's allowed inside.
Well, I'm sorry, too, Shorty, but we want to
Miss
see...
Crockett isn't receiving any callers this evening. She hopes you understand.
Well, now, that's real thoughtful of her. Just step to one side.
You needn't raise your voice, but if I haven't made myself clear...
Oh, George, just pick him up and throw him.
And I really don't feel like arguing about
Shorty,
it.
get out of the...
Oh, hello, Mr. Valentine. Goodbye.
Oh, no, you don't. Stand still, sister.
Well, I've really got nothing to say. Come along, Mike.
Okay, get out of my way. Shorty, wait a minute, you.
Please don't be difficult, Mr. Valentine. Mac, Fred, Joe.
Slow down, I said. Would you... Hey,
Oh,
let
George.
go. Let go, will you?
Bye-bye, Mr. Valentine.
Will you... All right, Mac, Fred, Joe, she's gone. You can let go.
Sure, don't get sore. Let me brush your coat.
The boys, huh?
Stage hands, that's all. Don't want to see you getting in trouble.
Buster, I'm not the one who's going to be in trouble.
Oh, yes, you are. Little guy's important, tough, too.
The what?
Little guy went with her, the Michael J. Martin.
Martin? You mean that little shrimp was Martin?
Lucky we saved you, huh? Lion hunter, you know. Toughest little guy in the world. Best marksman, too.
No, Miss Crockett isn't here. Of course she's not here. Don't expect her to show up. I even had one of our own men tailing her, and Martin shook him off, too.
All right, so she's not here. You said that, Lieutenant.
Little schoolteacher type, caught in the middle.
Martin's not much to look at, only 5 feet tall.
$2 million you could look at.
Maybe blackmail does make sense.
I told you that a long time ago, but nothing else means sense. Why did Curly come out here? Why did he get killed?
Oh, stop asking questions.
All right, you want an answer? Curly was Daphne's husband.
What?
It's in the record. They used to be married.
Sure. Now she was afraid of him.
Sure. Does it tie together a cowboy, lion hunter, Annie Oakley? Does it tell which one of those marksmen put a bullet through a man's heart with one shot?
Let's not leave out Seaver.
All right, so he's tied in. He's a friend of Curly's, too. But
Angel,
let me tell you something.
When we were at the Club Paris, who was playing the piano?
Huh? Well, it was... Oh, George, it wasn't Dixie.
Uh-huh. See what I mean? He's missing, too. And you know, Lieutenant, a blind guy who's a heel could get into trouble easily. Now his heart's beating. Now he's just unconscious, I think. Come on, Seaver. Come on. Snap out of it now.
His door's still open. Somebody must have slugged him when he was running out before he could get away.
Oh, Daddy beat me. My head.
Oh, he's okay. Take a look inside.
That's what I'm doing. It's quite a mess.
It's been ransacked. All the drawers, only thing still in place are the furniture. Michael J. Martin. Dead.
Would you look at that? Another one-shot victim. Sharpshooting. Even about the same distance.
Yeah. Got Martin a little higher up, though.
Hmm?
Yeah, look here. Hit him right in the neck.
So what? He's as dead as Curly, isn't he?
Oh, yeah. I'm just...
What is it, George?
The window. Lights just went on there, opposite.
What? Yeah, so they did.
The roof garden.
Little Nell has finally come back home, huh?
And, Lieutenant, if you work a process of elimination...
Come on, let's get over there.
I'll stay here.
But George...
Go on. I'll take care of Seaver here. Now, I'll take you 5 minutes to make it from building to building anyway.
All right, we'll keep our eyes open, but you watch from here.
Don't worry. I've been wrong before. I'm not going to be wrong this time. Get going.
Oh, Daddy, what a head. What's happening? What's happening, Mr. Valentine?
Here. Come here now, I'll give you a hand.
Thanks. That's my chair by the poker table.
Okay, careful now.
There she is. Whew. Sit down yourself, Valentine. It's good for the rocks in your head. From the chair opposite me, the wing chair there, you can see out the window.
Yeah, thanks.
Already there, aren't you? I tell by your voice. What you doing now?
Nothing. Taking off a coat.
Take off your coat. Take off your hat. Cigarette? Got some right here on the table.
No, thanks. Go on into the kitchen now.
I bet you can't cook.
You've never seen her, huh?
Nope, blind since I was 21. Lost him in a stick-up I got messed up in.
Stick-up? Nice guy.
I've been around. But I'm straight now.
She's back on the roof now. Why do you say you're straight, Seaver, when you were all mixed up with Curly?
I didn't know he'd taken a hop from prison.
He was up here all the time watching his wife, wasn't he?
Sure. It's a cinch I wasn't.
You were in on the blackmail with Curly, too, weren't you? Somebody must have tipped him off that there was a good touch going, that Martin here was a pushover.
All right, so what? What have I got to lose?
Conspiracy to blackmail, but everybody's dead. You're right, we can't prove it.
I've been around.
You're not.
What's that?
Oh, she's just practicing, that's all. Funny, isn't it? Everybody's a marksman. You know, poor Martin there has a gun in his pocket, too, but he was outdrawn, just like Curly.
That cowboy can shoot, too, Mr. Valentine. I don't believe that stuff he says, do you?
No, I'm not talking about murder anyway. I was thinking about when Daphne over there was practicing early and somebody took a pot shot and missed.
What about it?
Well, that couldn't have been a marksman, could it? So it must have been somebody who just stuck a gun out the window and shot to attract attention.
You've been around, too, haven't you?
You knew somebody'd come running over like I did and find Curly and lock him up. He was a fugitive. Good way to get rid of a partner, huh, Seaver? Well, she's going to work on the clay pigeons now. Good shot.
Never mind her. Then what happened?
Well, it didn't work, obviously. Curly knocked me out instead, so when you ducked back into the room to pick up the dough in the black bag, you found Curly alive and plenty suspicious. So you had to kill him, I guess.
Oh, is that it? Now, how could a blind man do that?
Then maybe later Michael J. Martin figured out who'd been in on the blackmail and came up for a little talk. So you had to kill him.
Well, I guess you can't be blamed. Lots of people think I'm not really blind, but I am, see? Look at the match in front of my eye.
Never mind, skip it. It's because you are blind that I know you killed both of them. Who else but a blind man would shoot two men at the same height? A big man in the heart and a 5-footer like Martin in the neck.
You're crazy, Mr. Valentine. I'm blind. I don't even know where people are.
You can tell by the sound of a voice, can't you?
What? But not close enough to...
Tell what chair they're sitting in? The chair that's always in the same place because it's nailed down? Well, come on now, tell me the rest, Buster. What happens?
Yeah. You'd like to know how it works, wouldn't you? You'd like to know which chair. Well, I'm not going to tell you. I'll show you. It's the chair you're sitting in.
Ain't I an old meanie, though? You know, a situation like this could set Cliff hanging back 10 years, which might be a good idea. For that matter, so is this. Now let's see how the little game of blind man's bluff is turning out. It can't be good for George, because old Deadeye is getting his jollies over something.
Simple, isn't it? The blind man can fool them all. A little heavy on the downbeat, maybe. It won't look like a marksman this time. But the coroner won't care. I'll just move him out of the chair and... Valentine! Valentine, where are you? Where are you?
Just where I was, Seaver.
Huh?
Standing by the side of this chair.
thank you, Mr. Valentine. I can't tell you how grateful I am for apprehending that barman.
Yeah. He was a little twisted, I guess.
George, we've got to be going.
Oh, no, wait a minute. I asked you out here to explain about her. Oh, boy, he's really nice. She was afraid of her husband, she was, afraid of what he might be up to. And she wasn't really mixed up much with that rich man, Mr. Martin.
Oh, we know, Rafe. You told us. She's the school teacher type. I hope you'll be very happy.
Oh, I'm sure we will, Mr. Valentine.
Well, this is the last reel, Angel. So look out for the cactus while we mount up and ride off into the sunset, leaving the little ranch house behind.
Huh? Well, George, at this point, doesn't the hero usually kiss the girl?
Oh, no, ma'am.
Huh?
He always kisses the horse.
Oh.
You know, after a crack like that, I'm not going to even try and defend that boy anymore. I'm just going to say that Robert Bailey played George Valentine with the story by David Victor and Jackson Gillis. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
But, Nick, you say that Danny's alibi for the murder is good.
It's airtight and positive, Patsy, but I still don't believe it.
But he could be innocent, couldn't he?
I doubt it. He started swearing he had an alibi even before he knew what time the murder occurred.
Sure, but can you do anything about that?
I can, and I'm going to. I've got an earthquake machine that's going to prove that Danny is the murderer.
For faster, easier cleaning, I mean really faster and easier, switch to new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. Get 2 packages tomorrow. Then see how much faster new post-war Old Dutch cuts grease. Thrill to the new, almost effortless ease activated seismotite gives new post-war Old Dutch. It cleans, polishes your sink and tub with a new, smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. New post-war Old Dutch cleans away dirt and stains with new miracle-like speed in hard or soft water. Then, snowy white, it rinses away quickly when cleaning is done. So try it, won't you, tomorrow, and see if it doesn't clean faster with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. That's new post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite at your dealers now in the same familiar package. Now for the case of the exploded alibi. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. The streets of the big city are strangely silent as a sleek black convertible purrs its way down Seaton Boulevard. Suddenly,
what the deuce?
Oh, are we home already, Nick?
No, Patsy, we're not.
Then why did you stop?
I'm curious to know why the Art Museum is all lighted up at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, Nick, don't tell me that you're going to stop and investigate just because there are a few lights on.
I certainly am.
Okay, Nick, you go prowl around all by yourself then. I'm going to stay right here and finish my nap.
Come in. Yeah, that's right. I'll wait here till the squad arrives. Yeah, goodbye.
Something wrong, officer?
Hey, who are you?
I'm Nick Carter. I was just passing...
Nick Carter? Hey, I've heard of you.
Well, thanks, but what's wrong?
Plenty.
Sam Hildred, the night watchman here in the museum, has been murdered.
Well, how'd you happen to find him? You on duty here?
No. I'm on the park detail, so this is on my beat. You see, I go off duty at 2 o'clock, and I usually stop in and have a cup of tea with old Sam before going back to the station.
And that's what you did tonight?
Yeah. Well, Sam wasn't in the office, so I waited for him, thinking maybe he was making his rounds.
Did you hear anything while you were waiting?
Not a thing. But when he didn't show up after half an hour, I went to look for him.
And found him dead?
Yeah, lying on the floor in the Egyptian section with 3 bullets in him.
And you didn't see anybody?
Not a soul. The place was deserted. So I called headquarters.
Uh-huh. Do you mind if I take a look at the body?
No, come on. I'll show you where it is. He ain't a pretty sight, is he?
Murder is never pretty, Bert. Say, this is rather odd.
What's that?
You notice how 2 of the bullets got him right near the heart? Both were apparently fired from a distance.
Neither one of them would have killed him, looks like.
Yeah, but this third shot, the one in the abdomen, that was fired from close up.
Say, you're right. You can see the powder burns on his vest pocket.
Well, look.
What?
This watch, or what's left of it, was in his vest pocket.
Yeah, and will you look at that? The bullet shot the stem clean off of it.
And stopped the watch at exactly 2:27.
Well, that's one clue we got, the time of the murder.
Apparently. Did you look to see whether anything's missing?
I didn't take time, but there's a display case right over here that's pretty badly smashed up.
Well, let's have a look.
I just happened to see it when I was...
It's smashed up, all right.
Hey, what's that card say, Mr. Carter?
This exhibit is from the collection of Tyler Van de Vries.
Hey, ain't he that rich guy you always hearing about?
He's not only rich, he's one of the most famous collectors of Egyptian relics in the world.
Gee, this stuff must be valuable, huh? Can you tell what's missing?
Well, there's a vacant space in the center of the case, but I wouldn't know it was there.
Well, we can find that out from the museum fellas. They'll know.
Well, first, let's see whether... Hey, wait. Oh, there's a gun on the floor.
Then that must be the murder weapon.
Shouldn't be surprised. And judging from the smell of it, I'd say it's been fired very recently.
Oh, watch out for fingerprints, Mr. Carter.
Yeah, I'm watching. Well, I doubt that there are any identifying marks of any kind on this gun. If there were, it wouldn't have been left here on the floor. Mm-hmm. 3 empty shells. There's no doubt that
Hey, somebody's coming, Mr. Carter.
So here.
Oh, dear. This is very bad for the museum's reputation.
That ain't all it's bad for, it. Hey, is that you, Nick?
Nobody else, Matty.
Look, how come you always seem to beat me to the scene of any crime?
I don't. Not always. Too bad they had to drag you out of bed at this unearthly hour, Matty.
Yeah, I'll say. Oh, Nick, this is Mr. Steiner, curator of the museum. Nick Carter, Professor.
How do you do?
I picked him up and brought him along to see if anything's been stolen.
Mr. Carter, this is terrible. Such a thing hasn't happened here in 20 years. Is anything missing?
Well, suppose you tell us that.
Oh, dear me, I'll never hear the end of this.
Oh, by the way, your
Merciful
watchman is over
heavens,
here if you care to
the
see
Van
it.
de Vries case has been broken open. The most valuable collection in our whole... Sergeant, the Ankara scarab is gone. It's gone.
The what is gone?
The Ankara scarab, one of Mr. Van de Vries' most priceless pieces. One of the few remaining jewels of the 5th dynasty of Egypt, worn by the Princess Amun-Ra herself.
Obviously a collector's item, then?
Oh, definitely. Only a collector would be interested. Oh, how can I ever explain this to Mr. Van de Vries?
Well, under
Hey, Sarge, what's all them things in the next room? That don't look like museum stuff to me.
It isn't. The City College of Science is remodeling their engineering building, and they've some of their stuff here stored in the next room temporarily. Oh, I do hope nothing else is missing. I'll never be able to hold up my head again. Here's my whole life's work.
Sarge, you want I should wait?
No, Burke, you go ahead. My men will be here.
Oh, there you are, Sergeant. Well, what do you got here?
Oh, so you finally got here, did you, Williams?
What do you mean, finally?
You know what I mean. Now, look, you and McGlone get busy. Go over everything, get fingerprints, anything you can find. And have the boys
Sure. Have the boys get plenty of pictures.
Yeah, now, wait a minute. Doc Bradley come with you?
Yes, Sergeant, I'm here.
Oh.
I'm here. Show me the body and let me get back to bed.
Yeah, it's right over there, Doc. See what you can make out of it.
Okay.
He was shot 3 times, Doc.
Yes, so I see.
What is it, Doc?
Any one of those bullets could have been fatal.
How long do you think he's been dead?
Oh, between 2 or 3 hours. Can't say for sure.
Well, what about those 3 wounds? Are they all alike?
No, Carter, they're not. I'll have to probe for the 2 bullets in his chest, but the third one's right near the surface. It's funny. It was fired close to the body, but it didn't go very deep.
That's because his watch stopped it.
His watch? I don't see any watch.
I have it here. Took it out of his pocket to examine it.
Huh? Well, will you look at that? The stem was shot clean off.
And the watch was stopped at 2:27, which may indicate
Nick, what
that...
in the world are you... Uh-oh.
Hiya, Patsy.
Who's that on the floor?
The night watchman shot by a burglar.
So you were right, Nick. There was trouble here.
Yes, Patsy, there was. Theft and murder. Well, I guess I've got all I can get here for now.
Well, let's go then. It's not getting any earlier.
Very sage observation, my comely and efficient young secretary. I shall act on it at once. Good night, Matty. See you in the morning.
Good morning, Nick.
Why, good morning, Patsy. Didn't expect you for hours yet.
Well, I was going to sleep late, but I couldn't. I was much too curious to find out about the murder.
Uh-huh. The true professional instinct, Patsy.
What are you doing now, Nick?
Oh, I've been going through our files, trying to pick out all the crooks who would be interested in stealing that precious scarab.
Would that be a special kind of a crook, Nick?
It would.
Why?
Because in spite of the scarab's value, there's a limited demand for such things. The thief would have to know where to sell it after he stole it.
Oh.
And there are very few crooks who would know that.
How many such crooks have you found?
Only 3.
Who are they?
Danny Mearson, Jim Peterson, and Jack Grogan.
I don't seem to recognize any of those names, Nick.
No, we've never had any active connection with any of them.
Hmm.
Now, let's see. Danny Mearson stole a rare old vase from Senator Johnson's home 3 years ago and is now in state's prison.
Which lets him out. Who's next?
Jim Peterson. Let's see, he's doing time in Nevada for forgery and counterfeiting. His sentence has several years to run yet.
Then he couldn't have done it.
Which leaves Jack Grogan, wanted on a burglary charge by the Montana police. Disappeared 6 months ago, believed to be dead.
And none of them could have done it.
Suppose you call Matty. See whether he knows anything about any of these men.
Of course, Nick. But haven't you any other clues? This seems like guesswork.
Eliminating suspects is never guesswork, Patsy. Part of the routine work that solves many a case.
Homicide. Sergeant Matheson.
This is Patsy, Sergeant.
Oh, top of the morning to you, Patsy.
Sergeant, we've got 3 suspects.
Yeah?
Danny Mearson, Jim Peterson, and Jack Grogan.
A fine collection of crooks.
Would your record show where any of these men are now?
Well, Peterson's still in jail as far as I know. But Danny Mearson was let out on parole 3 days ago.
Nick, he says Mearson's out on parole.
Oh, that's interesting. How about Grogan?
How about Grogan, Sergeant? Our records show he's presumed to be dead.
Yeah? Well, he ain't. He's been seen around town the last couple of days. Does Nick think he did it?
Oh, Nick isn't talking yet. Not for publication.
Well, tell him to hurry up. If he don't, I'll go ahead and solve the case by myself.
Oh, do you have any good clues, Sergeant?
Well, why, of course I do.
Well, good for you. Let Nick know when you catch the murderer, will you?
Why, you...
Goodbye, Sergeant.
What did he say about Grogan?
Oh, that he's been seen around town in the last few days.
Well, now, so Mearson is free and Grogan's back in circulation again.
Which gives you 2 suspects. Not so good.
Well, Mearson's a better suspect than Grogan. He'd be needing money if I know him.
But you can't have him picked up without something to go on.
True enough. But I can call on him and see what he has to say.
If you can find him.
I think I can. He always used to stay at the old Santley house. I shouldn't be surprised if he were staying there right now.
But do you think he'd go back to an old address after committing a crime like this?
From what I know of Danny, he'd be so sure he left no clues that he wouldn't even try to hide. Suppose you tell Matty to have his men pick up Grogan and to meet me at the Santley house in half an hour with a search warrant. I'll bet we get results.
Nick, I give up. There ain't a thing in this room that shows that Danny Mearson ain't been strictly on the up and up since he got out.
I'm afraid I have to agree with you, Matty.
Uh-oh. That must be Danny coming back.
Nonsense. He wouldn't knock on his own door. Quiet. Yeah.
Well, if it ain't Jack Grogan.
Okay.
This is darn nice of you, Grogan.
Yeah. What's nice about it?
Well, I had the boys out looking for you, and they couldn't find you, so now you find us.
What you looking for me for?
Just wanted to ask you a few questions.
Questions?
Mm-hmm.
About what?
Suppose we go into that when we get down to headquarters, okay?
You ain't taking me to no headquarters, copper.
Hey, wait a minute. Don't be a fool, Grogan. You can't cover us both with that gun.
Well, if either of you moves before I say so, you'll see if I can cover you both.
Grogan, look at me a minute.
Yeah? What's in your mind, copper?
I just want to warn you...
What's the matter? I told you!
So it was Jack Grogan who showed up at Danny Mearson's room in the old Santley house. We'll see what this means to Nick and Matty in just a moment. Try it. New post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. Compare it. See if it doesn't clean in less time with less rubbing than any other cleanser you've ever used. For only new post-war Old Dutch brings you activated seismotite. And that means new smooth action, new ease, new snow-white appearance. It's the first major cleanser improvement since the introduction of seismotite. So try new post-war Old Dutch on your sink, tub, pots, and pans, and see for yourself if it doesn't clean faster, easier than any other cleanser you've ever used. New post-war Old Dutch cleanser carries the Good Housekeeping seal of approval and is at your dealers now in the same familiar package. Now, back to the case of the exploded alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. When Sergeant Matheson invited Jack Grogan to go down to headquarters and talk things over, Jack objected strenuously.
Nice work, Nick. That did it.
Never thought he'd be fool enough to think he could keep the two of us covered. Not when we were on opposite sides of the room.
Come on, Grogan. Get up. Get up.
What you picking on me for, copper?
You just pulled a gun on an officer of the law. Put your hands up.
Okay.
Grogan, what are you doing here anyway?
Well, Danny and me, he owes me some money.
So you dropped in to collect?
When he wasn't here.
Yeah. I thought maybe...
Look, you and Mearson wouldn't have been working together on that job last night, would you?
What job?
Well, we'll talk about that down at headquarters. Are you coming, Nick?
No, I'm not through here yet, Matty. Suppose you turn Grogan over to the coppers waiting downstairs, then come back here, will you?
Okay, Nick. Come on, Grogan. Come on.
Now, look, copper,
Now, let me see. If Grogan and Mearson were working together, maybe Grogan came back here to double-cross Mearson. And if he did that, it may mean something's hidden here after all. What's... Uh-oh.
Hey, what the...
Well, hello, Danny.
Nick Carter. Hey, what are you doing in my room?
Why, just looking around.
Looking around for what?
I think you know.
Don't try to be cute, Carter. You got a search warrant?
Sure, we got a search warrant. You want to see it?
Well, so you're in this, too.
You're darn right I am.
What do you two expect to find here?
Something that disappeared from the museum last night.
Well, you won't find it here.
You seem to be right this time, Danny. We've looked and we haven't found it. Where'd you hide it?
Seeing I don't know what you mean, I can't answer that.
You mean you won't?
Well, what's the matter, Sergeant? You look unhappy.
I am. I got a fierce headache. Didn't get enough sleep last night.
Well, there's some aspirin in the medicine cabinet in the bathroom. Help yourself.
Hey, I'll do that. You got a glass? I can't take the stuff without water.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sergeant, but, well, I broke the only glass I had this morning.
You broke the only glass, Danny. What's that on the shelf behind you?
On the shelf? Oh, yes, I forgot that one. Here you are, Sergeant.
Oh, thanks.
I'm sorry, Sergeant. It slipped out of my hand.
Okay. I'll take it plain.
Danny, you didn't drop that glass accidentally.
Hey, what are you getting at, Nick?
For some reason, Danny doesn't want you to have a drink of water, Matty.
Huh?
Maybe he doesn't want to run the water in the basin.
Look here, you dope. I just tried
Turn
to...
on the water, Matty. See what happens.
You can't.
We can't do what?
I mean, here, I'll do it for you. That faucet is kind of tricky.
Oh, yeah?
You see, you have to... Don't move, Sergeant.
Great.
I got my gun right in the middle of your back. If you make a move, I'll...
Okay. I ain't moving.
And if your friend tries anything fancy, you'll get it. Now, you understand, Carter?
Yeah, I understand. What's your proposition, Danny?
Now, just take the thing you've been looking for and get out of here without any interference. Otherwise, you...
Well, that seems fair enough. What do you say, Matty?
I'd say you're crazy, Nick. You gonna let this...
Shut up, Matty.
Yeah, but
You might say the wrong thing and make Danny sore.
Look, you two. I got a gun in the sergeant's back and my arm around his neck. If either one of you guys try anything...
We won't.
Nick, I don't get it. No
Matty, be quiet.
Clam up, copper. I can shoot you, strangle you, and if anybody makes a break, I'll...
Matty, don't talk.
All right, but...
Just nod your head yes or no.
Oh.
Now, what do you say? Should we make a deal?
Oh, good one, Matty. You got it. Get his gun. I'll get him. Hey, my arm. Let go, you're breaking my arm.
I won't break it, not if you hold still.
Okay. I knew when I'm licked.
Nick, Oh, you're a cute one. You know, I learned that trick of banging my head against the nose of a guy holding me from behind, but I forgot it till you reminded me.
Give me a towel. My nose is bleeding.
Keep him covered, Matty.
Yeah?
I want to get the scarab.
You mean it's really here?
Say it is, unless I miss my guess.
You got it, Nick?
Not yet, but I'll bet that it's down. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah, where?
Here in the wash basin drain. Oh, it's a beauty.
Are you kidding? You mean that's what we've been looking for? That beetle thing?
That's it, Matty. This is the scarab of Princess Amun-Ra.
Well, I'll be doggone.
Well, Danny, there was a pretty smart trick suspending this thing in the drain of the wash basin by a thread.
So that's why he didn't want us to run the water.
Of course. If we did, the thread might break. Besides, the scarab just about filled the drain, and the water wouldn't have run off as fast as it should.
Uh-huh. Well, Danny, are you ready to confess?
Confess what?
That you stole that scarab and knocked off the museum watchman.
No. All you got on me is having stolen goods in my possession. As for the watchman, I got an alibi.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. Suppose we all go down to headquarters so you can tell us about that alibi of yours.
Nick, do you really think you can prove Danny killed that watchman?
Oh, that depends on how good his alibi is, Patsy.
Yeah, but an alibi can be faked, can't it?
It can. And I'm positive Danny's is.
Excuse me. Nick Carter's office, Patsy Bowen speaking.
Nick there, Patsy?
Oh, yes, Sergeant. Here, Nick, it's Sergeant Matheson.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, Matty, what have you found out?
Look, that Danny's alibi is airtight, Nick. We can't beat it.
Are you sure of that?
I'm positive. The watchman was killed at 2:27. Between 2:10 and 2:35, Danny was in an all-night drugstore 3 miles from the museum.
Are his alibi witnesses good?
Well, the drugstore clerk remembers him, but what's worse, the cop on the beat stopped in there at 2:20 and talked to him. He knows Danny and swears to the time.
Matty, that just isn't possible.
Well, maybe not, but look, Nick, we gotta prove we're right before we can take him before the grand jury.
Okay. I'll find some way.
Well, I hope you can, Nick, but make it fast.
I'll try. So long.
What'd he say, Nick?
Danny's alibi is airtight. But I still don't believe it.
Well, of course he could be innocent. Why are you so sure he did it, Nick?
Because he started swearing he had an alibi before he even knew what time the murder occurred. And another thing. The watchman was shot twice from a distance, and once close up. It was the close-up shot that stopped that watch.
At exactly 2:27. So what?
Look, Patsy, the first 2 shots killed the watchman.
Well, I understand that, Nick.
Okay, so suppose the killer took the watch out of the dead man's pocket, set it ahead to 2:27, then put it back in his pocket. And then in order to stop the watch, and also to make it look as though it stopped at the exact time of the murder, he shot the watchman a 3rd time, from close up.
Well, you really think that's what happened?
I'm sure of it. I've got to find some way to prove it.
Oh, I'll say. No jury would believe that story without proof.
No. Patsy, let's go back to the museum.
Okay.
Maybe we overlook something that'll give us the facts we need.
Is there anything else you'd like to see, Mr. Carter?
No, nothing I can think of, Mr. Steiner.
But you still believe this Mearson is guilty?
I'd stake my reputation on it. But belief and proof are 2 very different things.
Couldn't you try a lie detector on him?
Yes, we could. But unfortunately, some juries still believe that a lie detector is only a makeshift and not real evidence. A clever lawyer can sometimes talk his client out of the results of a lie detector test.
I suppose they think a wiggly line running across a chart doesn't really mean anything definite.
Ridiculous. Any scientist knows better than that. And take the seismograph, for example. I look at it every morning. That wiggly line, as you call it.
Do you have a seismograph here in the museum?
Why, yes. It's part of the apparatus the City College of Science stored in the next room.
Of course, I remember now that you mentioned something. Have they had it running?
Why, yes, they have.
Then I want to see it, quick.
But why, Nick?
Patsy, that seismograph is going to prove that Danny Mearson's guilty of murder.
Well, that's a new wrinkle. A seismograph used as proof in a murder case. Just how Nick plans to use this information, we'll find out in just a moment. It's activated, ladies. The new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is made with activated seismatite, and that means new speed, new ease in cleaning. So compare See for yourself on your pots and pans. Notice how much faster new post-war Old Dutch cuts grease thanks to activated seismotite found only in new post-war Old Dutch. It cleans, polishes with a new, smooth, gliding action that means less work, less rubbing. Then thrill to the ease with which new post-war Old Dutch removes dirt and stains from your sink or tub with new miracle-like speed in hard or soft water. And you'll find that new post-war Old Dutch, now snowy white, rinses away quickly when cleaning is done. Truly, here's the first major cleanser improvement since the introduction of seismotite. New post-war Old Dutch cleanser made with activated seismotite. At your dealers now in the same familiar package. Try it tomorrow. Now for the conclusion of the case of the exploded alibi. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. The scene is Sergeant Matheson's office at police headquarters. The sergeant and Nick are discussing Danny Mearson's case with Danny and his lawyer.
Mr. Carter, I demand to know why my client, Mr. Mearson, is being treated like this. He's admitted to being a receiver of stolen goods, but he's guilty of nothing else.
Mr. Amberley, you claim that Danny couldn't have stolen the scarab and killed the watchman because at the time the murder and theft were committed, he was at a drugstore some 3 miles from the museum.
That's absolutely correct.
Mr. Amberley, the watchman was apparently killed at 2:27, if we can judge by the time his watch stopped. But actually, he was killed exactly 1 hour and 12 minutes before the time shown on the watch.
Why, that's impossible. The watchman's timepiece...
The watchman's timepiece was set ahead by Mearson to establish an alibi for himself, and I have positive proof of that.
That's a lie.
It certainly is. It's absolutely ridiculous.
Is it? Well, the evidence I'm talking about is unemotional, truthful, and positive. It's a seismographic chart.
Now, what's that?
Yeah, Nick. What in the name of the saints is a
A seismographic chart?
Yeah, what you said.
I'll tell you, Matty.
Yeah?
In the room next to the Egyptian collection in the museum, there's an instrument used to detect earthquake tremors. It's called a seismograph.
Uh-huh.
And it's so sensitive, it'll record the slightest disturbance.
My dear Mr. Carter, I can't
You will in a minute, Mr. Amberley. I have here the chart that was made by the seismograph last night. Let me show you what it says.
This is hardly the usual thing.
Neither was murder. Now, look. At 12:45, there was a slight tremor, or trembling of the earth, probably due to some very distant earthquake.
Well, what do you know? Go on.
At 1:05, 5 minutes past 1, there were 2 sharp eruptions in the immediate vicinity. I can't say exactly what caused them, but they're probably due to blasting in the neighborhood, or to gunshots in the immediate vicinity. There was no blasting done last night.
Get to the point, Mr. Carter. My time is valuable.
So is human life, Amberley. Now, notice. The chart shows that at 1:17, 12 minutes later, there was another sharp report, just like the previous ones. But from then on, until 15 minutes before 6, the line made by the seismograph shows nothing whatever out of the ordinary.
Then there were no shots fired in the museum between 1:17 and 5:45 yesterday morning.
That's right, Matty. And that means that the watchman was shot and killed at 5 minutes past 1. The killer then took the watch out of the dead man's pocket and set it ahead to 2:27 and then shot him again at 1:17.
And that gave him plenty of time to get to the drugstore and set up an alibi. But see here, that doesn't mean
Don't waste your breath, Amberley. It happened just the way they said. And I'd have got away with it if it wasn't for that size...
Let's call it a truth machine, Danny, because that's what it really is. It tells the truth, and in this case, makes others tell the truth, too.
Doggone it, Nick. That's sure a great machine. Yes, sir, a great machine.
Friends, this is Nick Carter again. I want to state a couple of facts. One is that the tuberculosis death rate has fallen 80% since 1904. The other is that even so, tuberculosis still kills 1 American every 10 minutes. And with these facts in mind, let me ask you all to buy all the Christmas seals you can.
I'm positive we all will, Nick. Now, how about a couple of hints about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is bringing us next week? Is it as exciting as usual?
Well, Bob, there's nothing usual about next week's case. In fact, in my book, it's practically unique. It's a story of an old and valuable manuscript written by a great American man of letters. A manuscript that was the cause of 3 cold-blooded murders.
And for a while, we thought it was going to be the cause of 2 more, meaning our own.
Well, I see why you say it's unique. What do you call it, Nick?
I call it the case of the priceless prose.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Mattie is played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Jock McGregor. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Uh-oh, a hitchhiker. And is she pretty? Come on in, young lady. I'm bound for Little Bend, but I'll drop you anywhere you like.
Thank you. You're very kind.
My name is Blackie, Boston Blackie.
I'm Florence Newton.
Want to give me an idea of where you'd like to be dropped off?
I want to go to the farm.
Anyone in particular?
My own farm. The one my father owns.
Uh-huh.
I've been wading in the creek, and I hope he won't mind.
Well, there isn't much to do out here in the country except go wading, is there?
No, there isn't.
What do you kids do for excitement? Saturday night dances, movies, that sort of thing?
Yes, that sort of thing.
You're, not particularly talkative, are you?
I guess I'm not.
Good guessing.
This is the farm right here. Would you please stop?
Why, sure.
Thank you very much.
No trouble at all. You may have a little trouble with that door on your side. It sticks. Oh, wait right where you are, and I'll go around and open it for you.
Thank you.
Be there in a jiffy. Well, here we are, young lady. Now, where did she go? Florence? Florence Newton. That's funny. Maybe she went into the house. Guess I'd better find out.
Yes?
I imagine you must be Mr. Newton, is that right?
Yes.
I just drove your daughter to the door, and when I went to help her out of the car, she'd disappeared. I thought maybe she came in the house here.
My daughter? What did she look like?
Young. About 21, I'd say. Attractive. Brown hair, blue eyes. About so high. She'd been waiting in the creek, and I gave her a lift. Well, what's the matter? Isn't she here?
No, she isn't. You described my daughter all right, but she was drowned in that creek you were talking about 3 years ago.
And now back to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Well, Thompson, I guess you close your case against Butch Heathers tomorrow morning, don't you?
You're going to close it, Inspector Faraday, and get a conviction of murder, too. I've never been as sure of a case since I've been district attorney.
No reason for you to doubt you'll get a conviction in this case. Boston Blackie's going to send Heathers to the chair for you.
I've never known you to be so sure of Blackie before, Inspector. I thought you two didn't even get along.
Oh, we rib each other a lot, but we don't mean it. At least I don't. I know I can depend on Blackie when I really need him.
Well, I need him this time, Inspector. Blackie says he saw Heathers kill that man. If he repeats that statement in court, that's all I want.
Sure it is. It's all you need. Blackie's word is reliable. When he says he sees something, he really sees it.
Howdy, Blackie. Welcome to Little Bend. This is Harry Oldfield.
Pleasure, Blackie.
How are you, Oldfield? Well, Sheriff, do you have those records on Butch Heathers ready for me?
Sure do. So Butch went to the big city and got himself into real trouble, did he?
He sure did. I want his local record to turn over to the DA.
I knew that boy was no good when I arrested him for stealing Clyde Ranson's shotgun 5 years ago. Well, here's all the dope on him as a local bad boy, Blackie. I made copies so you can have these.
Thanks, Sheriff.
Those records going to send Heathers to the chair, Blackie?
These records plus what I saw, Oldfield. And speaking of seeing things, Sheriff, I saw Florence Newton this morning.
Flo Newton? Well, she's been dead 3 years.
So her father told me.
Blackie, now don't you try to pull that old one on me. I've been hearing for years about people picking up ghosts in every town in this country.
But I did pick up this girl, Sheriff. She said she was Florence Newton, and her father admitted the girl was his daughter when I described it to him.
Blackie, I'm afraid the country air's gone to your head. Better stay in the city where you don't see things.
Look, I don't believe in ghosts any more than you do. But that girl got in my car down by the creek, rode up to the Newton farm with me, and then just disappeared.
Well, Blackie, she acted like a ghost anyhow.
Believe me, Blackie, Flo Newton's been dead for over 3 years.
All right, Sheriff, I believe you, but believe me, I picked up a girl in my car this morning, and she was Florence Newton.
Well, it's possible, Blackie, but where did you get wings for your car, huh?
Okay, laugh if you want to. When I see things, I see things, and I say I'm not getting anywhere with you. Thanks for the records on Butch Heathers, and so long.
Goodbye, Blackie, and say hello to Miss Newton on the way home, huh? Goodbye.
Yeah.
Oh, well, now, how do you like that, Mr. Oldfield? Boston Blackie suddenly seeing ghosts.
Well, that's some story, Sheriff. You think I could make anybody believe it?
Well, you're a writing man, Mr. Oldfield. Your paper sent you up here to get a story on Butch Heathers, but I think you got a better one on Blackie and the ghost of Florence Newton.
Oh, good morning, Mary. Come on in.
I certainly will. Blackie, have you seen the morning paper?
No, I haven't. I was out of the city yesterday, and I didn't get back to town till early this morning.
I'll say you were out of the city, and out of your mind, too. Look at this newspaper. The whole town's laughing at you.
What for? What if I... Uh-oh.
Blackie, since when do you not only see a ghost, but tell the newspapers about it?
I didn't tell the papers about it, Mary. Hey, wait a minute. That fellow Oldfield in the sheriff's office must have been a reporter.
Oh, fine. Well, you phone that paper right away and get a retraction. Wait till Inspector Faraday reads this. He'll haunt you with it for years.
I can't help that, Mary. I did see that girl. I talked to her. I had her in my car. I took her home.
You fell asleep. You had a dream and talked out of turn to a reporter.
Now, Mary, stop that. If the girl was a ghost, she was a ghost. But she was in my car, and now let's skip it. I have Butch Heathers to worry about today. I'm going to help make a ghost out of him.
Oh, so you can keep seeing him for the rest of your life, too?
Look, let's forget about the ghost of Florence Newton and worry about the trial of Butch Heathers.
I thought no one was worried about it except Heathers. Well, you saw him kill that man, didn't you?
Mm-hmm. And I have some reports on him from Little Bend that should help cinch the case against him. You going to be in court?
I wouldn't miss being there. You're the star witness for the state.
Yes, and when I get in the witness chair, it's going to be another kind of a chair for Butch Heathers.
Order in the court. Will Boston Blackie take the stand? Raise your right hand.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Take the witness chair.
Thank you.
Proceed, Mr. District Attorney.
Thank you, Your Honor. What's your name?
Boston Blackie.
Do you know Butch Heathers?
Yes, I do.
Could you point him out in this courtroom?
Of course, there he is, in that end seat at the first table there, the man wearing the green shirt.
Will you tell this courtroom where you saw Butch Heathers and what he was doing on the night of June 6th last?
Well, I was walking through the alley behind the garage where I keep my car, and I saw Heathers approach a man known as Ellie Spry, pull out a gun, and pump 3 bullets into him.
Yes.
Then he ran. I chased him, but he got away.
You say you definitely saw Butch Heathers kill Ellie Spry.
That's right. It was definitely Butch Heathers.
Thank you, Blackie. Your witness, Mr. Walters.
Thank you, Mr. District Attorney. Blackie, you say you saw Butch Heathers kill Ellie Spry.
Yes, I did.
You saw the murder committed with your own eyes?
With my own eyes.
Those same eyes that yesterday morning saw the ghost of a girl who'd been dead and buried for over 3 years?
Well...
Order in the court. You did see a ghost on the road to Little Bend yesterday morning, didn't you?
I saw a girl.
You claim you saw Florence Newton, Blackie. The description was perfect. But Florence Newton is dead, isn't she?
Oh, yes, so I understand.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have just heard this man frankly and openly admit that he saw a ghost. Now, we all know there are no such things as ghosts, except in fairy stories and in the minds of people with overdeveloped imaginations. Order in the court. There will be no outburst. Blackie, Inspector Faraday of the Homicide Department is one of your best friends, isn't he?
Yes, he is.
And you'd like to see him send Butch Heathers to the chair, wouldn't you?
I'd like to see the guilty punished.
And you like to see your friends come up in the world, too, don't you? And the conviction of Butch Heathers might get a promotion for Faraday, mightn't it?
He's a good police officer. He's deserved a promotion for a long time.
And you'd like to help him get it, wouldn't you?
I've always helped Faraday whenever I could.
Thank you, Blackie. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, by this witness' own testimony, the facts are clear. There's no proof here that Butch Heathers killed Ellie Spry. This man sees ghosts, so he can see things that don't exist. This man who claims he saw my client commit the murder claims so in an effort to aid and improve the status of the police department friend of his. How can you convict a man on the testimony of a witness such as this? How can you send a man to... Will the defendant please rise? Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor. We find the defendant, Butch Heathers, not guilty.
Court is adjourned.
Hey, Blackie. Blackie.
Oh, hello, Faraday. Well, it looks as if he got away from us.
Yeah, he got away, all right. A great guy you are. I counted on you to help me send this guy where he belongs. But you have to go out and see a ghost.
You don't believe me either, do you?
I'll say I don't. Do you realize what that ghost has done?
Sure, he got into this trial and got Butch Heathers out of a jam. And we can't touch him now. He can't be tried again for the same crime. I know all about that. And I know something about that ghost, too.
Will you stop talking about that ghost?
I'm going to find that ghost and let it do the talking, Faraday. I'm going to find it if I have to follow it to the happy horning grounds.
And now back to Boston Blackie. On his way to the country village of Little Bend to get the criminal records of Butch Heathers on trial for murder, Boston Blackie gives a lift to a girl who says she is Florence Newton. Later, it turns out Florence Newton has been dead for over 3 years. Blackie is star witness in the trial against Butch Heathers because he saw Butch commit the crime. But the defense attorney wins an acquittal for Butch on the grounds that a man who sees a ghost can see a lot of things that don't exist. As we return to our story, it is the day following the trial, and Mary Wesley is with Blackie in his apartment.
Blackie, I'm sorry I teased you about Florence Newton. Can't you do something to find her again?
Yeah, I've tried that, Mary. I drove out to Little Bend again last night and asked everywhere for a girl who might look just like the dead Florence Newton. But no luck.
Well, that's because there was no ghost. Now, will you stop trying to convince yourself there was?
Mary, did it ever occur to you that I never said the girl was a ghost? The girl was real, flesh and blood, real. It was her father and the sheriff and everyone else who said if I saw Florence Newton, I saw a ghost.
Well, you described the girl to Mr. Newton, and he said it was his daughter.
He said it answered the description of his daughter, but that it must have been the ghost of his daughter if it was anything. If I could just find her again.
Well, I'll help you, but I certainly never thought I'd help you look for another girl.
I'll get Faraday in with us. Maybe we could...
Oh, speak of the inspector, he rings the doorbell.
Chances are that he'd rather wring my neck. Come in.
Boston Blackie.
Florence Newton.
What?
Florence, am I glad to see you.
Thanks, Blackie, but...
Blackie, if this girl's a ghost,
I'm not a ghost, Miss...
Oh, excuse me, Miss Newton, Miss Wesley.
Hello. So you are real, aren't you? Real pretty, too.
Miss Wesley, I came here to explain all about what happened.
It's about time somebody explained something.
To begin with, my name isn't Florence Newton. I'm Vivian Peters, and I was paid $1,000 to play that trick on you.
Who paid you? Butch Heathers?
Yes. He was out on bail, but I didn't know that. Or him. He said it was just a gag.
Mm-hmm.
When I read in the papers this morning that he was acquitted because you said you saw a ghost, well, I realized why I'd been asked to pose as Florence Newton.
That's the best thing you've realized all day, Miss Peters. But you're going to be one of his worst enemies for telling me this, you know.
Why? What have I done?
You've proved my testimony against Butch was correct.
Well, so what, Blackie? Heathers was tried and acquitted for killing Ellie Spry, and he can't be tried again for the same crime.
No, he can't, Mary, but maybe there's some other way to get at him. I'm going down to see Faraday. Miss Peters, did anyone see you come to my apartment?
No, Blackie.
Good. You and Mary stay here till I get back. Everything's going to be all right, unless I'm all wrong.
Come in.
Hello, Wallace.
Oh, Butch, come in.
Thanks.
Well, how's it feel to be a free man?
Great, Wallace, great. You did a good job for me. You're the best lawyer in town.
You didn't kill Ellie Spry. That's why I got you off, Butch.
Yeah. But Blackie had me nailed for that killing till you pried me loose with that business about the ghost. I knew that ghost story would make Blackie sound silly.
What do you mean you knew it, Butch? I didn't know it myself until I saw the papers just before the trial.
I got news for you, Wallace. I give you a little assist in beating the rap the state had on me. I fixed up that ghost.
What are you talking about?
Cost me 1,000 clams, Wallace. Don't worry. Won't come out of your fee.
Wait a minute, Butch. Did Blackie think he was Florence Newton, or didn't he?
Sure he did. It was the girl I hired to say she was Flo Newton and go through the whole routine. Just as Blackie said.
Butch, I hope you're lying.
No, I'm not lying. I'm bragging. That was a pretty smart trick, wasn't it? You see, I knew about Flo dying in that creek a while back, 'cause I was living in Little Bend when it happened.
Get out of here, Butch.
Huh?
You heard me. Get out. I took your case and defended you because I thought you were innocent. Now I know you're not. You did kill Ellie Spry, didn't you?
Is that what the jury said?
No, because you did something behind my back to ruin Boston Blackie's testimony.
Sure made a mess of it, didn't I?
Laugh if you want to, Butch. Laugh because you know you can't be tried again for killing Ellie Spry. Laugh because you made a fool out of me. But you're a killer, Butch.
Yeah, smart one, though, huh?
Yes, you're smart, all right, but so am I. Legally, you're free, but I'm a lawyer, and I'm going to find some loophole in the law to bring you to justice. Maybe that girl can help me. Maybe she can go to the police and tell them.
Think so, Wallace? She's a ghost, remember? And all a ghost can say is, boo!
Go ahead, Butch. Have a good laugh. Go out and have a good time, too, because you won't be having a good laugh or a good time for very long.
Hey. Who are you calling, Wallace?
The police. I won't be a party to a conspiracy.
I think you better not, Wallace.
You don't frighten me with that gun, Butch.
But you bother me with that phone. Put it down. Or I'll knock it down, you...
I think I'd better take that gun. You think so? No, so.
Now I gotta go get another lawyer.
Blackie, get out of my office before you start seeing things in here.
Look, Faraday, will you start seeing things? Will you start seeing how and why I was made to believe I picked up Florence Newton on the road to Little Bend?
I know why you think you picked up Florence Newton on the road to Little Bend. You're a big dope.
You mean I'm a big dupe?
Dope. What's the difference? No.
Faraday, that girl's real name is Vivian Peters, and she was hired by Butch Heathers to pose as Florence Newton.
How do you know?
Because she's in my apartment. She told me all about it. Butch hired her when he was out on bail.
Now you're not only seeing crazy things, you're saying crazy things. How would Butch know about the death of Florence Newton so he could rig up such a stunt?
Butch lived in Little Bend. He knew what she looked like, and the records show that he was there when the Newton girl drowned in that creek.
So he was there. So he knew the girl was drowned. So what am I supposed to do now? I can't send Butch Heathers where I want to send him. He can't be tried again for killing Ellie Spry.
I know he can't, but I've got to... Listen. There's your phone, Faraday.
I know it, Blackie. I gotta know something. Faraday speaking.
Inspector Faraday, this is Madeline Wells, Harold Walters' secretary.
Yes, Miss Wells.
Inspector, Mr. Walters has been killed.
What?
He's in his office, dead. He's been shot.
Wait a minute. Blackie, Butch Heather's lawyer has been killed.
I know. I heard her say it.
Stay where you are, Miss Wells.
Yes.
Don't touch anything. We'll be right up.
All right, Inspector.
Well, Blackie, what do you think of that?
It's not what I think, Faraday. It's what I know. Butch Heathers has made another mistake. Only this time we're going to make it his last.
Oh, no, Blackie. You bungled things the last time I had Butch. Go have yourself some fun in a graveyard. Meet some new ghosts, maybe. You're out of this murder.
I'm out? Oh, no.
You're out? Oh, yes. From here on, I'm handling Butch Heathers all by myself.
You mean mishandling Butch, don't you?
I'm going to surprise you, Blackie. I've got an idea. In fact, I've got two ideas.
You'd better get an idea how you can pin the murder of Harold Walters on Butch before you do anything else. We're just guessing he's our man.
He's not our man. He's my man. And I know how I can pin this on him, providing I get no interference from you. I'm going to have you kept here in this office for an hour, so I can have my way, and you can't get in it.
You know, Inspector Faraday, it's a funny thing how many uses you can get out of a fire escape like this. You can get out of a building on it, hang laundry on it, sunbathe, and sleep on it.
Yeah, and keep quiet on it, too, Muldoon.
All right.
The glass in this window to Butch's room isn't soundproof.
Yeah, but it's sure almost look-proof, Inspector. Why, it's so dirty I can hardly see through it.
I can see enough. I can see Butch in there, and the door to the hall.
Are you sure that Peter's girl will do what you told her to do?
She'd better. You know, I'm sort of proud of myself about this.
Yeah?
This is the kind of idea Blackie would get. He's not the only one who's smart.
Well, what if it doesn't work?
What do you expect from Blackie's ideas? Uh-oh, there must have been a knock on the door in there. Butch just got up and walked over to it.
Well, now we can lift up the window a little, huh?
Yeah. Quick, while he's on the other side of the room.
All right.
That's enough. Butch just opened the door.
Is it the Peters dame?
It sure is.
Well, Miss Peters, you took long enough getting here. Come in.
Thanks.
We can hear pretty good.
You phoned and said you wanted to talk to me, sweetheart. Well, what about?
You ought to know what about. I didn't know I was going to save you from the chair when I said I'd play ghost for Boston Blackie.
Hey,
Well, what you didn't know didn't hurt you too much, did it? You got to breath the country air out of it, too, didn't you?
You got out of the murder rap, Mr. Heathers. And everyone knows you killed Ellie Spry. Blackie's testimony was right, every word of it.
Yeah?
You've made an accomplice out of me, Heathers, and I don't like it.
Inspector,
Oh, you don't?
You...
Well. That's too bad.
It's so bad that I'm going to the police.
Oh, I wouldn't do that if I was you.
But you're not me.
Look, I killed Ellie Spry. I got away with it. I killed Harold Walters, my lawyer. I'm going to get away with that, too. I'd include you in that list in a minute. And don't forget it.
The police will know you killed Walter.
They won't even suspect me. Then Walters just win a case for me. Anybody in this town ought to know that Walters and I are the best of friends. Now, don't go to the cops, sweetheart. Won't do you any good, and I wouldn't like it. You understand?
Come on, Muldoon, let's
Yes,
go.
I understand.
I've heard all I need to hear.
I understand.
All right, then I'll raise the window now.
Who's out there?
No time now. Let's go right through the glass.
All right.
Don't move, Butch.
Cops.
Duck, Miss Peters. There may be shooting.
Yeah, she ain't ducking, but I am behind her. Go ahead, shoot, copper. Hit this dame. See if I can.
No, don't.
Inspector, don't shoot. You'll hit the girl. You mean to kill a girl, don't you? She makes a nice target, doesn't she, Inspector? A nice target, but a better shield.
Your pals ought to see you now, Butch. If you were as tough as you claim to be, you wouldn't be holding that girl in front of you.
Cut the talk, pal. Go ahead and shoot, why don't you?
You know I'm not going to shoot.
Polite cop, huh? You don't shoot ladies, huh? Well, you don't shoot me neither. And you don't catch me. There's a couple of more steps back, and I can reach the door.
You did this all wrong, Inspector.
Well, I'm at the door, Faraday. Go ahead and shoot if you want. This is your last chance. So long, copper. And here's your girlfriend. Maybe you'll...
Go to sleep, Butch. Get tired.
Blackie.
Yes, Inspector. Blackie with a blackjack. Are you all right, Miss Peters?
Yes, thank you. But I think my arm's going to be bruised tomorrow.
I think Butch's head is bruised a bit, too. Or maybe this blackjack got the worst of the deal. Faraday, it's a good thing you told the guard to let me go in an hour.
Yeah?
I knew where you were heading and stayed out there in the hall to wait for you. I imagine you heard Heather's confession?
Sure. You heard him admit he killed Ellie Spry and his lawyer.
Yes, and it's a good thing I was outside the door. Faraday, what would you do without me?
I don't know. But I'd sure like to try.
Don't do it, pal. You're a big man on account of me.
Yeah?
Mm-hmm. The morning papers are going to say that Butch Heathers is another of the feathers in your cap.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
From somewhere beyond the threshold of neon, the happy holidays beckon to Broadway. And the wilderness of plastic and chrome dons its ribbons of tinsel. Garlands of evergreen are hung against the shriek of subways. And behind plate glass, puppets with shrewd mechanisms perform their frenetic dance. The metallic music flows out of the horns of loudspeakers. The women walk slow, sway gently to its holiday rhythms. And everywhere the image of gaiety is reflected in spangles that whirl on winter's wind. So paint the grin across your mouth, kid. It's the merry time. And somewhere within it, a phone call, a drunken voice that leads you into a desolate, wind-littered street, into a tenement scarred with shadows, into a room also desolate. A man sprawled on the floor in drunkenness, his arm flung toward the woman who lies away from him, his fingers reaching, trying to touch her dead face. And the other man who clings to your lapel has waited there only so he could tell you about it.
That proves I had nothing to do with it, doesn't it? I called it in. I waited here for you. Me, along with those two, just so as I could tell you about it.
Who
that
are
proves... you? Bob. Robert Coker. I got a wife and a good name. I don't want to get mixed up in this, mister.
The woman?
That's Mrs. Baker, Charlie's wife. Boy, has that boy got a hangover waiting for him when he comes to. Imagine, you and Charlie enjoying yourself. You get invited in for a little nightcap. You walk in, and there's Mrs. Baker lying on the floor, her head all twisted like that.
She was strangled.
Yeah. That's how I figured it, too. When we walked in and saw her, I said, "Look, Charlie boy, look at your missus." And Charlie kind of yelped, like a dog or something. Tried to make it to her. But he passed out on the way. I never touched her, mister. Honest, I didn't.
You and Mr. Baker were out together, then you came home?
Yeah. But not like you think. We were to the office party. Charlie and me, we got adjoining desks. Big deal, office party. Booze and paper cups, dance a little with the steno you've been wanting to touch all year. Then you take Charlie boy home and look, mister. Okay, if I go home now. I done everything could be expected.
Call
Okay,
your wife, Mr. Colker. Tell her you won't be home for a while. And wait then. Watch the barrier of faces form at the doorway, the same faces that gather always when sudden death is done. Faces tempered only by the quality of shirts, neckties, and hairdos. Quality this time, tenement, frayed. And in a while, the medical examiner, the nod toward the dead, the black satchel opened, and the stethoscope that hears no heartbeat. The official pronouncement that a woman named Lucille Baker, age about 32, married, no children, had been strangled to death. And the other nod to the two men who had been found with her. Take them along. Get out. Go. And back to the office. Give orders to interview everyone at the party. Turn Mr. Baker over to the officer whose extracurricular duty includes the sobering of suspects. Question Mr. Colker again. His story sticks. Then a door opens and a very sober man walks in.
What they just told me. I don't believe... What are you doing here, Bob?
I just told them what happened. I told them we came back to your place.
You wait outside, Mr. Colker.
Sure, whatever you say. Just take it easy, Charlie boy.
Sit down, Mr. Baker. Your wife is dead.
Lucille.
I want you to try to tell me just what happened tonight.
The office party. I went there. I was having a fine time. Yes, I was. I was having a wonderful time. Look, it was the end of the day, and at first I wanted to go home, but they wouldn't let me. They said, "Look at all this free booze. Lap it up and forget it." And now...
Go on.
Well, I tried to call Lucille 3 or 4 times. I don't know how many times to tell her I was having a good time, not to wait up for me, but the line was always busy.
What else do you remember?
Bob said, "Come on, let's go home." When we got there, that last thing I remember, Lucille lying there. I sang to myself just like this, "I am drunk." You think you see all sorts of things when you're drunk, and this is one of them. That's not Lucille. I'm not even home now. I'll wake up and it'll...
and the room shorn suddenly of everything but a man sobbing. And this is only one in the long array of grieving that has been displayed you over the lost years. The grief for the loved dead, sometimes with laughter of strange texture, with silence sometimes, anguished, bitter, and sometimes this, like this man's, and always the walking away from it. And release him and his friend Bob Colker. Go home, sleep. And next morning, back to the tenement where a woman had been strangled. Ask questions through inch-open doors, and the children of the tenement shrivel away from you as if you were a cold wind. The doors that are never opened to you, the furtive whispers and scurrying behind them, the giggles. And finally, at the mention of the dead Mrs. Baker's name, a woman who begins a weeping suitable for police callers invites you in.
Oh, that poor, poor creature. Taken from us like that, choked like that, cast away. Please, won't you come in? I'm Ruthie Alexander. Let's just shut the door, shall we? My neighbor's curious, nosy, so pathetically nosy. May I get you something? Hot chocolate, tea? Something with a bite to it?
No, thank you. You knew Mrs. Baker?
I knew Lucille. Better than... How awful to be a man and have to suffer weeping women.
You were saying you knew Mrs. Baker well.
Better than she knew herself. The promises life offered that girl. Although Lucille wasn't pretty, mind you, not in the real sense of the word. But she had her qualities hidden, kind of. Sly. It intrigued you men.
You're saying that she...
Nothing of the sort. Why, Lucille, the poor unimaginative creature, and I say this of her, and I was her best friend, mind you, and have the right. Lucille backed away from men. I honestly think they frightened her.
She was married to a husband who loved her.
Of course he did. Of course he did. Why shouldn't he? She could have even had a man like Teddy Fletcher. Teddy was dying for her. Lucille told me all about it.
Fletcher?
A fellow who works at the Dorsey Company where Lucille's husband worked. I told her so many times, a man like that, Lucy, they don't grow on bushes. They... You know something?
What?
That Lucille, she was a deep one. Sly, like I said. I just wonder if she and Teddy... How awful of me. But will you have a cigarette at least? I'll light it for you. Draw the first puff.
And refuse the kind offer, king-sized, cork-tipped, gratis and all. Give her back her solitude. Leave her to her tearless weeping. Now she'd have something really to cry about. She'd wasted a cigarette. To the offices of the Dorsey Novelty Company, Incorporated, Limited. Be greeted, be given a catalog concerning current novelties, be frowned at because I didn't want it. Be listened to, be ushered past the office force and slogans about geniuses at work and courtesy and cleanliness and accuracy, and be shown to a cubicle.
Yeah?
Mr. Fletcher?
Yeah, what is it?
I'm Danny Clover from the police.
I'm expecting somebody from down there. Sit down, please.
Thanks, sir. I'm trying to get some information.
Yeah, I know.
All right, you know. Tell me what you know.
Just one thing. You think I killed Lucille?
Did you?
I was in love with her.
Did you kill her?
I just told you I was in love with her. For 2 years now, I built my plans around her, day-to-day plans. That adds up to being my life, doesn't it? You think I killed her? It'd be like killing myself, wouldn't it?
All right, we'll go on the premise you didn't kill her, Mr. Fletcher. Tell me about last night.
I was at the party. Everybody got loaded. Not me.
You don't drink, huh?
Not when it's better to stay sober. Last night was such a time.
Oh, why?
Last night, Charlie Baker was here getting tanked. Last night, Lucille Baker was home being lonely.
Then you left the party because her husband was here and went over to see her. Is that it?
It's the way I planned it. It didn't work.
You want to tell me why?
Yeah. I called Lucille from here during the party a lot of times. She said, I'm a wife with a husband. Stay where you are. Admirable, huh? A wife if it killed her. And it killed her.
Then you gave up and went home.
I needed solace. I found Isabel by the water cooler.
Isabel?
Isabel Mitchell, pal and buddy, sweater and skirt. We smiled at each other over paper cups, linked arms, and went to her place. Drank and did childish things like pin the tail of the donkey. Drank.
Your alibi, huh? I want to talk to her.
I guess she's still at home getting rid of last night's hit. She didn't show up today. Nice kid.
Where does she live?
2 rooms on West 37th, 905, apartment 2. Look, Mr. Clover, that Hamilton wall clock says noon, and it's never wrong. You're not going to join me for lunch, are you? Thanks a lot.
And the ride now to West 37th, to the block of the brownstones and the low rent and the corner grocery store. And next to the tailor shop that advertised proudly how it had held the line since 1950, find the number 905. Walk past the door to apartment 1, and a few steps more to apartment 2, apartment of Isabel Mitchell. Knock and get no answer. And open a door, walk in. The living room decorated in row house decor. Dregs of last night's drinks, Coolidge modern and empty. And the kitchen. The light still burning, the perpetual distant sound in the exposed water pipes. And strung from them, the girl twisting this way and back. Only slightly. The lifeless girl. The murdered girl.
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Confidentially, Edgar Bergen has a split personality, and it's hard to say whether he's funnier as the harassed Bergen or as that saucy figment of his own imagination who does the harassing, Charlie McCarthy. We leave it to you to figure out, between the laughs, every Sunday night on most of these same CBS radio stations when you hear Edgar Bergen and Charlie McCarthy.
In the days before Christmas, Broadway puts on its flashy clothes and the flashy smile. Everybody's on his way to con Santa Claus. The blonde who walks with you stops to adjust her nylons in front of the jewelry store. The brunette who tells you to pick her up for lunch in the lingerie department. The redhead who behaved all year long. And while the reindeer dash across the tundra of the spectaculars, the recruits from the Bowery shake their little bells and nod lovingly at tiny tots. Get out the Christmas list, kid. That's where your friends have been all year long. And at headquarters, consider other things. Official musings, the dying of Lucille Baker, a woman strangled. Consider what chain of circumstance led from her to the murder of another, Isabel Mitchell. Consider... and be interrupted by a police sergeant named Gino Tartaglia, who sometimes had things in his mind.
I got a headache, Danny.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Why don't you take an
Such condolences are touching, Danny, and I thank you for them. However, my symptoms are psychosomatic.
Psychosomatic?
A word Mrs. Tartaglia read to me last night from a book. It's the type headache which is prone to deep thinkers, so science explained to Mrs. T, and she to me.
You've been thinking deeply, Gino?
Indeedy, as concerns the current situation in the murder of Lucille Baker and the subsequent same of Miss Isabel Mitchell.
Oh?
A theory to wit. Mr. Ted Fletcher's a killer. Murdered the woman whom he loved, Mrs. Baker. Then murdered the girl he flirted with, Isabel Mitchell.
But Isabel was his alibi, Gino. Why should he murder her?
I got my headache making it sound reasonable to me, Danny. But I think I know why he killed Miss Mitchell.
Yeah, I can think of a reason, too.
You mean like that, so soon?
Well, it'd figure, Gino.
You tell me yours, I'll tell you mine.
The way it stands now, Gino, Fletcher can't account for his actions of last night. Nobody remembers when he left the party. Let's just assume he left with Miss Mitchell. He took her home and left her...
You've been peeking into my brain, Danny.
He left her, went to see Mrs. Baker, killed her. Came back to Miss Mitchell and asked her to be his alibi. She refused.
Indeed, Danny, indeed.
So she was the only one who knew he was a killer. She refused to help him. He killed her.
Our theories make a lot of sense, don't they?
Maybe. Have Fletcher picked up, Gino. I'm going out.
Okay, Danny. Where can I reach you if I need you?
At that novelty office. Maybe I can find out why that happy party had so much murder in it.
You're the guy who told the girl you're a detective?
That's right.
Show me. Girls get impressed with guys who show them shiny badges. Don't bother to read the small print. All they care is that a muscle man with a favor to ask.
You through with it?
Yeah, take back your badge. I produce novelties like that by the carload. Just had to be sure you weren't giving the girl a fast shuffle.
Some questions I want to ask you, Mr. Dorsey.
About time you got around to me, huh? It just so happens I'm the head man in this little enterprise. Maybe the personnel didn't get around to telling you.
They didn't need to. I saw your publicity on the wrapping paper.
Yeah. You had a little confab with Ted Fletcher, the girls tell me.
Sorry, it didn't occur to me I need your permission.
Oh, it's not that, kid. It's just that I got a happy enterprise here. You walk in, talk murder talk, it spreads gloom. Everybody gets unhappy until I think of something.
The office party the other night, that was one of your thoughts?
Yeah, it was. Happened to be my birthday. I let it be known in a loud voice. And before long, the personnel is pitching dimes into a kitty. A good time was had by all. What did you think of?
Who?
Ted Fletcher. Personally, I can't stand the guy. Good worker, but I can't stand him. What do you think of him?
Just keep talking.
Fletcher. Not much to look at, but oh, you kid, what he does to the emotions of the ever-loving opposite sex. You know what I mean? You gotta agree because you got him tabbed for killing Mrs. Baker, I understand. I tell you, it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy.
Charles Baker works for you, too. Give me your thoughts on him.
Baker's a good boy, nose to the grindstone type. I got a lot of plans for him. Been to his home, ate his impress the boss type of food. Met his wife, the former Mrs. Baker.
Yeah, and you have an opinion.
Mm-hmm. Dull woman, plain, boring. You know, Baker's better off without her, in my opinion. I tell you because you asked.
And Isabel Mitchell, who also worked for you, who was also at your birthday party, who was strangled, murdered.
Kind girl. Had a kind word for everybody, but everybody. Prove it to you. Fletcher meets her at the water cooler at my party. Isabel gives him the kind word. Fletcher takes her home. That was a busy, busy night for Fletcher, wasn't it, Guy?
Anything else, Mr. Dorsey?
That cuts it as far as I'm concerned. You too, huh? I bet you got loads of things to do, just like me. So goodbye, huh, Guy?
Mr. Clover,
Yes?
is it all right if I just walk in here into your office?
Of course. Won't you sit down?
Thank you. I'm Lois Nolan.
Yes?
I work at the Dorsey Novelty Company in the office. I run an IBM machine, time study cards. I don't guess you noticed me, did you?
Well, seems that I do. I guess you're wearing another dress.
No, I was wearing this dress. You just didn't notice, that's all.
Why have you come here, Miss Nolan?
I wasn't at the party last night, so your men haven't questioned me.
I see, and you want to be questioned, is that it?
Well, I was a friend of Isabel's.
You were?
Though we had differences of opinion, as they say, about friends, boyfriends. Personally, I like fellows from whom I can better myself. And Isabel...
Yeah.
She was not the discriminate type. Life, she once said, was a laugh and a song. Look what it got her, some laugh.
Yes. Well, now, if you'll pardon me, Miss
Some
Nolan.
laugh. If you knew where I just came from, you wouldn't say some laugh.
Where did you just come from, Miss Nolan?
From her uncle's house. In buckets, that's the way he was crying. He didn't say a word. But if you could have seen his eyes, those tears. Then he said, Lois, I cannot cry any more. Isabel was a good girl, and now she is gone.
I didn't know she had a family. No one's claimed
Because
Isabel's.
that man is a nervous wreck, after all Isabel did for him.
Where does her uncle live?
In Brooklyn. 2020 Stockton Street. I hope I have been of some help, since Isabel was a dear friend of mine. I was always broad-minded enough to forgive the things.
You've been a great help, Miss Nolan. Thank you very much. And the house in Brooklyn, like all the other houses in the long file, the peeling paint, the sagging porch, the parlor curtains drawn aside to reveal the Christmas wreath, then drawn further to permit a clearer view of the man who walks their quiet street. And having noted your passing, open their windows, crane to see at whose door you'll knock. Then in faraway voices announce it to friends, relatives, and neighbors. The voices drain away. Then, for a moment, the stillness is almost complete, except for the wailing of vessels in the harbor, the cry of wind trapped against street lamps. Then break it, and the man in the woolen sweater wonders at you with pale eyes, washed-away eyes.
Oh, you must be from the mission. I phoned. I have the magazines all tied and ready. They're...
I'm from the police.
About Isabel.
Yes.
Oh, come in. You'll take your death of cold. I haven't been to claim her body because I didn't know if it was right. I'm just her uncle, and Isabel moved away from me over a year ago. I thought maybe she'd got someone closer to her.
That's not why I came.
No? Then why?
Well, I thought maybe you could help us. Maybe you could tell us things about her that'll help us find her murderer.
Isabel came here to live with us when her mother died. Then my wife died, and Isabel stayed on. It was nice when she was here. And then she went away.
Well, tell me about it, Mr. Clayton.
It was nice, gay, exciting. Young men called on her, brought her things, brought me cigars, sat and talked with me while they waited for her to dress. She was pretty, real pretty, worth waiting for.
You remember the men who called on her?
No, just boys, nice-looking fellows.
And you haven't seen Isabel since she left?
Oh, yes, I didn't say that. I saw her many times, but only quickly. I'd call her and tell her to come pick up little things I had for her.
Oh?
Things, presents. They weren't really from me. They were from this nice fella. He must have liked Isabel a whole lot. You know how I know?
Tell me.
Well, he'd bring her these things and make me promise not to tell Isabel they were from him. He said he'd tell her when the time came when he was ready to. And I'd say, Charlie?
Charlie?
Charlie Baker. Nice fella. You know, he made me tell Isabel I was giving her those things. Look at me. What would I have to give a girl like Isabel?
This is the first time I've been in a place like this, Mr. Clover. I've passed the jail many times, but I've never been in.
These are just the detention cells, Mr. Baker.
Detention cells? You mean they're not permanent? You're not sure about Fletcher?
Fletcher was picked up as a suspect, and that's still all he is.
He's a killer.
We'll find out.
I still don't know why I'm here.
I want to put your story together with his.
Oh, then you'll know, huh?
Then we'll know. Oh, Fletcher's sleeping.
With a conscience like his. Look at him. All right, come on, Fletcher. Wake up. Wake up, killer. On your feet.
I brought you a visitor, Fletcher.
Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Charlie. Hi, Charlie. That what you got to say to me? You my friend, killer?
Break it up, I said. Break it up.
Yeah. What am I, crazy, dirty my hands on him? You know what they got for you, killer? A chair. And you're going to sit in it.
Fletcher, I told Baker how it was between you and his wife, Lucille.
I'm glad you did. We were going to tell him we didn't get a chance.
Lover boy. Killer boy.
I didn't kill her.
Is that what he keeps telling you, Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
That's why you just keep him in the detention cell, huh?
That's right.
Look, Charlie.
All right, I'm looking.
You got to understand, Charlie, about Lucille and me. I loved her. She loved me. If we could have worked it out, I would have married her.
Loved her? Loved Lucille? You?
She wasn't a beautiful woman, Charlie. You know that. She was a gentlewoman. Talking with her, you weren't afraid of the world anymore.
Well, Fletcher, if that's what she did to you, that's what she did to you.
Didn't she do that to you, Baker? You were pretty broken up when she died.
Did you ever have a wife who was murdered, Mr. Clover? No? Then don't tell me how it should feel. You and my wife, huh, Fletch?
I didn't kill her. I swear I didn't kill her, Charlie.
Yeah, sure. What happened last night, Fletcher? Lucille waved you goodbye and you let your emotions run away with you? It was all over and you couldn't remember a thing, so you say you didn't kill her?
Is that what happened, Mr. Fletcher?
I told you what happened. Get him out of here.
Just a few more things. About a girl who worked at your office, also murdered, Isabel Mitchell.
You had your hands full last night, didn't you, killer?
I ask you, get him out of here.
No, I want him to hear something. There's another way this thing adds up. You could have killed your wife, Baker.
What are you talking about? I was at the party. Everybody knows that. Everybody will vouch for me.
I don't know. A party like that, people coming in and out, nobody remembers much about anything.
You building something, Mr. Clover?
Maybe. You could have left the party long enough to kill your wife, then go back to it. No one would have known the difference. Then play drunk, have a friend take you home, find your wife dead.
Have a seat, Charlie. You might as well. His cuts take a little while to get used to.
Now listen, Clover.
Then early the next morning, cry on my shoulder, be released, go round to Isabel's place and whisper to her the happy news about your wife's being dead.
You're crazy. Why would I go to her?
Because you were crazy about her?
Crazy about her? Isabel? Isabel!
What are you laughing at?
He's right, Fletcher. You shouldn't laugh. Mr. Baker was crazy about Isabel, gave her presents.
What are you talking about?
But on the sly. Isabel didn't even know where they came from. After you've gotten rid of your wife, you could tell her, huh, Baker? But she wouldn't have any part of you. You killed her.
In love with Isabel. Her? A girl like that? Oh, Charlie, you stupid man. A girl like that when you had your own wife.
Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Isabel was sweet and she was wonderful. You know how I know? She wouldn't look at me because I was married. That's the kind of a girl she was. She was good. I killed my wife for her and she took pity on me. She was good.
But she still wouldn't look at you, so you killed her.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. I had no more to live for. Why should she go on living? Why should somebody else have her? Who else would have done for her what I did for her? Nobody. Just me. But she didn't want me. She had to die.
It's an enchanted island, this Broadway, or a desert of dust. Look at it, and it's a magician's pitch with golden mirrors and fountains that plume with jewels. Then you blink, it all dissolves. It's a crumbling wall, corroded with pain. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. Featured in tonight's cast were William Conrad, Harry Bartell, Peggy Weber, Lou Merrill, and Herb Butterfield. All the best fun-making from Arthur Godfrey's daytime shows on CBS Radio. That's what you hear every Sunday afternoon on most of these stations when King Arthur Godfrey and his round table hold court. Hear it tomorrow afternoon. And remember to enjoy King Arthur Godfrey and his round table every Sunday afternoon on CBS Radio. Bill Anders speaking. And remember, those lovable rascals Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.
WOR, New York. 7 o'clock by Longines, the world's most honored watch. A Longines Whitnor product.
From New York City, the makers of Clipper Craft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's adventure, the case of the very best butter. Well, here we are once again on the threshold of Dr. Watson's cheerful study. The lamplight streams over the handsome bindings of his library, and the fragrance of many bowls of hyacinths fills the room. The curtains move gently in a slight evening breeze. And I, for one, am glad to sit down and just listen, Doctor.
Sounds like a bad case of spring fever, Mr. Harris. Yes, I have an idea tonight's story may make you forget that. But before we discuss the case of the highly emotional lady who took a violent interest in butter, suppose you say a few words on a subject every self-respecting male takes quite an interest in nowadays.
You mean how to present a well-groomed appearance without bankrupting his budget. Well, this is an important announcement because it affects the cost of your living. You know very well that the cost of many things you buy has risen considerably. Some costs are still rising. The reasons are many. Increased costs of material, increased labor costs, and so on. Now, it's true manufacturing costs are higher. However, in the face of sharply mounting costs, Clippercraft brings you superbly tailored suits at only $40 and $45. Beautifully made top coats, including fine coverts and worsted gabardines, at only $40 and $45, and sport jackets at only $26.50. Tropicals, too, at $33.75 to $40. Clippercraft offers these amazing values even today because of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, affecting tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs. Only comparison will prove what this means in money saved on your spring clothing budget. Yes, compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, back to the lady who was so interested in butter.
Yes, it occurred while I was sharing lodgings with Holmes at 221B Baker Street.
Honest, Injun, was there ever really such an address as 221B Baker Street?
Oh, this modern generation. Nothing but doubting Thomases. You know, would you believe it? There are people who go so far as to suspect that Sherlock Holmes is nothing but a figment of my imagination.
Why, sacrilege, Doctor.
Well, it's worse than that. So to silence all skeptics once and for all, I'd like to read a small item from that guidebook to end all guidebooks, the well-known Baedeker. It's right here on the first shelf somewhere. Yes, Baedeker's Paris, Baedeker's Rome. Oh, here we are, Baedeker's London and the environs.
Don't tell me Baker Street is actually mentioned in Baedeker.
Oh, it is indeed. Yes, I have the page marked somewhere. Yes, just Marylebone Road, Queen Charlotte's Maternity Hospital. No, that's not it. Baker Street Station. Yes, there we are. Baker Street. Chief thoroughfare between Oxford Street and Marylebone Road. Mrs. Siddons lived from 1817 till her death in 1831 at number 27 Upper Baker Street. House demolished. Tablet. Lord Lytton, the novelist, was born at number 68 in 1803. Tablet. And William Pitts lived in 1802-04 at number 120. Tablet. Sherlock Holmes also had rooms there.
Don't tell me there's no tablet at 221B, Doctor.
Oh, well, not yet. Give us time. After all, Holmes is still mortal. Tablets are for the immortals, Mr. Harris.
Well, that certainly should settle any doubts about Mr. Sherlock Holmes' reality once and for all.
I certainly hope so. Well, as I was saying, it was in the good old Baker Street days. It was rather latish of a gloomy afternoon. I'd remained indoors all day, for the weather had taken a sudden turn to rain, and my practice wasn't too thriving at the moment. With my body in one easy chair and my legs upon another, I listened with growing irritation to Holmes as he practiced interminable scales, roulades, glissandos, and what have you on his violin. At last, a particularly screeching dissonance was more than my frazzled nerves could bear. Holmes, must you do that?
Calm yourself, my dear Watson. I was not responsible for that last bit of cacophony. It was caused by the scraping of a carriage wheel against our curb. Yes, we are about to receive a client. A rather portly lady of means, unless I'm very much mistaken.
Oh, how can you possibly tell? You haven't even bothered to look out of the window.
The outraged creak of the carriage springs as its passenger descended to the pavement indicates a person of substance. The tap of French heels on the pavement indicates the person's a lady. And the fact that the vehicle remained at the curb indicates that it's either a private carriage or a public conveyance that's been told to wait. Either eventuality indicates a person of means.
I swear I heard nothing except the first scrape against the curb. I must say, Holmes, you have ears like a hawk.
Your metaphor is a trifle mixed, my dear Watson, but I accept your tribute. Come in.
Mr. Holmes,
Mr. Holmes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Naturally. This is my friend and colleague, Dr. Watson.
How do you do?
Thank heavens you're at home. You must dine with me tonight, both of you. I may need a doctor as well as a detective.
Interesting. I mean, what brings you to that rather startling conclusion?
I am in grave danger, and you are the only person who can save me.
How, madam?
My husband wishes to be rid of me. I am being poisoned, systematically, cold-bloodedly poisoned. That is, I was, until I hired an old nurse of mine to do the cooking, and refused to eat anything that wasn't served to everybody in the house on a common plate, pot or tureen.
So that if poison were present, all members of your household would be in equal danger.
Exactly. I'm no fool.
How many members of your household are there, Mrs.
I am Madame de Pavan. My husband is Puvis de Pavan, the famous violinist.
Oh, yes, I've heard him in concert. Remarkable technique. They tell me his trills compare favorably with Paganini.
Oh, yes, Puvis is a great violinist. If you've heard him play, you have doubtless also seen my daughter, who plays his accompaniments. My husband, my daughter Therese, and myself. There are only 3 of us in the household. We are, I may say, the eternal triangle. Puvis is infatuated with Therese.
Well, really?
Your daughter, I gather, Madame de Pavan, is the child of a previous marriage.
Yes and no. As a matter of fact, she's my stepdaughter, the child of my first husband by his first marriage.
Rather a complicated ménage, Watson.
Quite.
Huh, I was a fool to marry a man so much younger than myself. But Puvis was, well, ardent. You know what these Latins are, Mr. Holmes. Swept me right off my feet. Would you believe it? He refused to eat or sleep until I named the day. It all happened in the south of France, that land of languor and romance.
Oh, I see it all. The courtship, the honeymoon, the return home, the meeting with the daughter of the household, the inevitable call of youth to youth.
Puvis isn't that young, Dr. Watson. I'm not a cradle snatcher. And besides, he'd known Therese long before I met him. She accompanied him on a concert tour, much against my better judgment, I will say. I sometimes think their romance may have blossomed even then.
Yes, but in that case, why did Monsieur de Pavan marry you, or not your stepdaughter?
Because, Dr. Watson, I happen to be the one who has the money.
These realistic Frenchmen, eh, Watson? Tell me, Madame de Pavan, when did you first suspect you were being poisoned?
About a month ago. I began to have a marked distress after every meal.
You don't think it could have been flatulence brought on perhaps by overeating?
Certainly not. I have an extraordinarily good digestion, plus an excellent appetite.
Obviously.
I will say Puvis has tried to persuade me to eat less of the fattening foods, but I tell him that here in England men appreciate fine figure of a woman. No, Mr. Holmes, I know the difference between flatulence and a definite and even painful burning sensation in the pit of my stomach. And I can guess what causes it when I see that the weed killer I keep for the garden is disappearing in the middle of the winter.
Weed killer? But that's full of arsenic.
I know that. I'm no fool. That's why I sent for Nanny 3 weeks ago to do the cooking.
What a pity you didn't come to me instead. I should have enjoyed making the Reinsch test on the contents of your stomach. Now, of course, after 3 weeks, it would be very difficult to prove the presence of arsenic in your system. Short of an autopsy, of course.
Well, I'm not giving anyone a chance for that. Not if I can help it.
I take it you've had no further distress since your nurse was brought in to do the cooking?
No, that I haven't.
Then why do you come to me at this late date?
Because I think Puvis is getting set for another try. He leaves tonight for a concert tour of the continent. I have forbidden Therese to accompany him. But just half an hour ago, I heard them plotting together. I was counting the silver in the butler's pantry when I heard them come into the dining room. They didn't know that I was listening.
I don't care what she says. I can't. I won't go without you.
But you'll have to, Puvis. You have a week before your first concert. You'll be able to find another accompanist in Paris.
But I don't want another accompanist, Therese. I want you. You know I can't do anything if you aren't with me. You've got to come with me. Sneak out of the house when she's not looking.
But I can't do that, Puvis, dear. She'll disown me. I'll be disinherited. We'd both starve.
Oh, confound the woman. If she only weren't so big-headed and so rich.
I've tried to persuade her, Puvis, but she won't listen.
She won't listen to words, perhaps. But there are other ways of persuading people. Therese, promise me that if anything should happen, you will come to me by the next boat.
Of course. But what could happen?
Don't worry. I have a plan. A neat little plan. And it shouldn't take too long to work out.
A rather ambiguous conversation, if you'll permit me to say so, Madame de Pavan. What makes you so sure your husband will try to poison you at dinner tonight?
First, because it's his last meal at home. The boat train leaves at 9:30. And second, because I found this bottle in the waste paper basket in his study.
A pharmacist's bottle with the label partly torn off. The letters P-O-I-S still visible.
P-O-I-S. Holmes, if you add O-N, that spells poison.
Brilliant, my dear Watson. Positively scintillating. There seems to be a small bit of white crystalline powder still left at the bottom of the bottle. What do you make of it, Watson?
Well, from the look and the smell, it might be Epsom salts. Holmes, what are you doing?
Tasting it?
What?
Just the slightest suspicion of a taste, Watson. Yes, it's slightly acrid and metallic. That, too, might be Epsom salts. Want to try it, Watson?
No, thanks. I'm not interested in tasting anything that comes in a bottle marked poison.
Perhaps you're right. Yes, I think perhaps we should try some more extensive tests before we make up our minds about the contents of this bottle, madame.
I don't care what you do, but don't be late for dinner. We dine at 7:30. The address is 49 Rathbone Place. You enter from Oxford Street. It's close to Tottenham Court Road.
We shall be there, madame. On the dot.
Well, here we are, Holmes. Rathbone Place. The name sounds vaguely familiar.
Yes, you may have heard me mention it, Watson. The street is named after a distant, connection of mine.
I say, just what did you find in the bottom of that bottle, Holmes?
Antimony.
Antimony? But that's deadly poison.
Quite. It's also a constituent of many crack pills. Monsieur de Pavane may be dosing himself for anything from blood pressure to hangnails.
Well, just the same, it doesn't improve my appetite to know we're dining at a house where there's poison about. What if he gets in the wrong person's soup?
Perhaps we should have brought your stomach pump.
Don't be indelicate, Holmes. Personally, I shall follow Madame de Pavane's example and eat or drink nothing that doesn't come from a community dish.
Very sensible, Watson. Very sensible indeed. Yes, here we are. Number 49. Give the bell a pull, Watson. There's a good chap.
Righto. Well, I must say there's nothing particularly sinister looking about the house, eh, Holmes? Nice, cheerful little ruffled curtains.
Yes. The poisoners have been known to live in the most innocuous surroundings.
Holmes, I do wish you'd refrain from indulging your sepulchral sense of humor.
Yes, sir.
That is, if Madame de Pavane lives here, I believe we're expected.
But this is a great honor. Come in, gentlemen, come in. Who will believe me when I say I have the honor of entertaining the world's master detective and his ami, the good doctor?
Oh, then you recognize us?
Naturally. Who does not know the great Sherlock Holmes? Besides, my wife has taken great trouble to impress upon me just who it is she has invited to dinner.
Oh, that's certainly forthright of her, eh, Holmes?
Madame is a forthright person. She says what she thinks, even when she changes her mind. But will you not step into the parlor? We shall have a glass of sherry. Madame and her charming daughter will be down directly.
Thank you, but, I don't think that is... not before dinner. I mean, it might take away my appetite.
Oh, come, Dr. Watson. It is such excellent sherry. Here, I pour from the decanter for you, for the great Mr. Sherlock Holmes, and for myself.
Oh, well, in that case, eh, Holmes?
Sunday, monsieur, to your continued good health. But what do you wait for? Bottoms up, as they say. I see. You wish to see if I drink first. Very well, so. You see, it is quite harmless.
Well, that's a relief.
May I say, monsieur, it is no secret to me why you are here. My poor wife thinks she is being poisoned, and she suspects me.
Well, that's dashed frank of you, I must say.
Why not be frank, monsieur docteur? I have nothing to hide. Yes, you are a medical man. You must realize that many women, particularly if they are well-bred, and shall we say, a bit high-strung, when they come to a certain age, they develop curious ideas. You do not know how quickly Madame Pavane recovers from her little eccentricities. You know how these things are, Dr. Watson?
No, yes. I must say if the lady is suffering from, an idée fixe, you're very wise to go away and give it a chance to blow over.
You are planning to go alone, Monsieur de Pavane?
But of course.
What about an accompanist?
Oh, you mean Therese. I think at this time it is best she stay with her mother. After all, I do not want to leave her entirely alone. She might develop a melancholia.
Very understanding of you, Monsieur de Pavane.
But I am a man of the world. I have traveled. You see, I know many women. I understand them better, perhaps, than you, Englishmen.
Perhaps.
And now, if you will excuse a moment, I must see if Madame needs my assistance. Her maid is not very strong, and since Madame has put on a few pounds, she needs a man to, what you call, hook her up the back. Please do pour yourself more sherry in my absence. Now that you know it is safe. Au revoir, monsieur.
Well, Watson, what do you make of our friend, the violinist?
Well, you know, Holmes, he may be perfectly right. Madame de Pavane may be suffering from a slight form of female hysteria.
Then in that case, why has he booked 2 passages to France? See, here are the tickets sticking out from beneath this blotter. One is for tonight. The other is for a week from now.
So, Sherlock Holmes didn't think Monsieur Pavane was as innocent as he pretended to be, Doctor.
No, Mr. Harris. Don't ask me what Holmes thought. No one ever knew that, not even I, until afterwards. Well, pretty soon the maid announced...
Here you are, sir.
What's that?
The sherry flips you ordered, Dr. Watson, for you and Mr. Harris.
Oh, yes, thank you, Kitty. Right on cue.
Well, Dr. Watson, this is what I call hospitality.
Yes, I thought we might take a breather and drink a toast to our sponsor's continued success.
Righto. Fine local independent stores in every community report increasing demand for Clippercraft. So every day, even more millions of men are becoming acquainted with unrivaled Clippercraft values. These values are the result of the Clippercraft plan, which is just about the best possible example of the true American way in production. The famous Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast. Perfectly amazing economies result, and here's the answer. You can secure truly fine Clippercraft suits this spring for only $40 and $45, and superb top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine at only $40 and $45, sport jackets for only $26.50, and tropicals at $33.75 to $40. See these remarkable values tomorrow. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, sport jackets, and tropicals. In Manhattan, Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
Well, now that we've had our pause for refreshment, suppose we return to our story. Huh?
Fair enough, Doctor.
As I was saying, pretty soon the Pavane's little parlour maid announced dinner. Holmes and I repaired to the dining room where we found Madame de Pavane and her stepdaughter, a rather toothy female, already seated at either end of the table. Monsieur Pavane stood in back of his chair at the far side. Madame, who was ladling soup out of a large tureen, her napkin tucked well over her bodice, turned and pointed imperiously to the 2 empty chairs at the near side.
You sit here, Mr. Holmes, next to me. Dr. Watson, you sat there, next to Therese.
Oh, delighted, I'm sure.
I'm afraid this soup isn't as thick as it should be. Old Nanny isn't the best cook in the world, but at least I know that it won't give me a stomachache.
Oh, darling, you have such a delightful sense of humor. Soup of the evening, beautiful soup. You know the songs from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes? They have been so charmingly set to music by Lisa Lehman.
Never mind Alice in Wonderland, Pubis. You may pour out the claret.
Certainly, my dear.
No, not from that bottle. The one that's not been opened, with the cork still sealed.
Perhaps Dr. Watson will do the honors. He looks like a person who could handle a bottle.
What's that?
I confess quite freely that I have never been able to master that little object you call the corkscrew.
Oh, of course, if you like.
Here it is.
Aha, a magnificent vintage, madame.
My father laid down quite a respectable cellar before he died.
Bravo, bravo. And now to add further to the festivity of this occasion, I have a special surprise for my dear little wife.
Oh? What's that?
Butter. You may not know it, Mr. Holmes, but ordinarily I do not approve of butter on the dinner table. Bread, I believe, should be eaten in the continental fashion, with just a pinch of salt. My wife, however, bless her dear little heart, has a weakness for butter, even though it is forbidden by the doctor. However, tonight, being my last meal at home, and to honor two such distinguished guests, I myself went out and bought a roll of butter. And here it is, in a beautiful silver butter dish.
Oh, it is pretty. But I really don't think I ought to...
Come, my dear, there is no possible danger. It is all in one piece. You can cut off your portion for yourself, and we will all follow suit.
Does look so good.
I assure you, my dear, it's the very best butter. That, too, is from Alice in Wonderland, Mr. Holmes.
Oh, yes, that tea party. Another, shall we say, unusual meal?
Ah, delightful, delightful. Allow me, my dear, I'll cut you a piece of butter from this end.
No, thank you. I'll do it myself. From the other end.
As you please. And now, for our guests. 1, 2 pieces. And another piece for little Therese, who is almost as fond of butter as her charming mamma.
Oh, Pubis.
And last but not least, I too shall indulge. There. Now, my dear, if you will pass the bread.
Oh, allow me.
Oh, my gown.
Watson, how could you? You've spilled your wine all over Mr. Range's frock.
Clumsy fool.
But I wasn't anywhere near the
Your
glass.
best blue frock, Therese. It's an outrage.
That will do, Pubis. Therese's frock isn't that important. If it spoils, I'll buy her a new one.
I apologize for my friend, madame. There are times when he's like a great big Newfoundland dog.
What?
I know you didn't mean to, old boy.
No, as my wife says. What is a dress? Therese will have many more. I apologize if I have been hasty. My nerves, you understand, before a concert tour are always a little on the edges, as you say in English. But come, let us enjoy the meal. If I may trouble you for the bread, Mr. Holmes.
Certainly. Well, bon appétit, as you say in French.
Another cup of coffee, Pubis?
No, my dear. Many thanks. Excellent meal. I only hope I shall not regret crossing the channel.
Let us hope that you will not regret many things crossing the channel.
A very cryptic remark, Mr. Holmes. But if by any chance anything should occur, you are here to prove my conscience is clear, n'est-ce pas? Nothing like having the greatest of all detectives as a witness to one's innocence.
You two may know what you're talking about, but I assure you it's gibberish to the rest of us.
Beg pardon, madame.
Yes, what is it?
The master's carriage, the one he ordered to take him to the station, is waiting outside.
Yes, I must not miss my train. Pardon my hasty departure, but you know how it is. My dear, did you pack my goggle?
It's in your medicine case, Pubis, with your toothwash and your hair tonic and your bismuth and your eye wash. My husband, Mr. Holmes, is a veritable traveling chemist shop.
I hope he carries the antidotes for all of his medicines.
Antidotes? You speak in parables, Mr. Holmes. And why should I use an antidote? I have merely one of my wretched sore throats coming. Well. Au revoir, Dr. Watson. Au revoir, Mr. Sherlock Holmes.
Bon voyage, Monsieur de Pavane.
Morning, Holmes.
Morning.
Well, I must say that was a curious dinner party last night. What's for breakfast?
Kippers, and don't monopolize them.
Tasty. Well, I gather Madame de Pavane survived the evening. I left word that she was to send for me immediately if she felt the slightest qualms. If you ask me, Monsieur de Pavane was quite correct in his diagnosis. Pass the toast, please.
Yeah.
The old girl's stomach aches and suspicions were probably a mild form of female hysteria.
I wasn't concerned in the least for Madame de Pavane's safety, Watson. It was her husband I rather wondered about.
What do you mean?
You haven't read the morning papers, I take it. Here, take a look at this item.
Famous violinist dies in Channel crossing. Puris de Pavane succumbs to nausea and convulsions. Good Lord, what?
Yes, I rather thought he might. As I suspected, the butter was poisoned. Antimony.
Poisoned?
Careful, Watson, you spilled your coffee.
But I ate some of that butter. You ate some of it. So did everyone else.
Calm yourself. The poison was all in the end portion where Monsieur de Pavane so carefully put it. The piece that Madame de Pavane cut off for herself.
Yes, but he offered her the other end.
Naturally, Watson. He knew she'd be contrary. Monsieur de Pavane was a very shrewd judge of his wife's character.
Oh, but great Scott, suppose she hadn't turned it around. One of the rest of us might have had the poisoned slice.
No, Watson, I rather imagine if that had happened, Monsieur de Pavan would have continued serving from the harmless end and left the poison bit instead of serving from the other end. It was this, shall we say, change of direction that made me suspect he was up to no good.
Yes, but look here, Holmes, it still doesn't make sense. It wasn't Madame de Pavan who died, it was her husband.
Naturally. Why do you think I upset that glass of claret over the daughter's dress?
I might have known it was you.
I did it in order to create a diversion, so I could shift Monsieur and Madame's butter plates without anyone being the wiser. Of course, even there was no proof that the butter was poisoned. I did it just in case.
Then you didn't actually know the butter was poisoned until you read the morning's paper?
Oh, no, Watson, but antimony, as you doubtless remember, is rather a slow-acting poison. One of the first symptoms, however, is a soreness of the throat. I suspected the little Frenchman had taken a dose of his own poison when he inquired about his gargle. That's why I advised him to use an antidote, remember?
You think he understood that warning?
Quite.
Well, but then why didn't he take the antidote?
He knew we were onto him, Watson. Rather than face the consequences of his crime, he decided to let nature take its course. Yes, spare me another kipper, Watson, if you can spare it.
Well, that was a lurid dinner party, Dr. Watson.
Yes, Mr. Harris. Meals with Sherlock Holmes were often rather rough on the nervous system. Oh, the doses of bicarbonate I used to consume. Well, that's neither here nor there. I dare say you'd like to inquire about next week's story, Mr. Harris.
That's right, Dr. Watson. What are we to have next week?
No more poisoned butter, that I can promise you. No, next week I think I'll tell you how Holmes and I encountered a strange 17th century highwayman on the wilds of Hampstead Heath. He was known as Jack-o'-lantern because he carried a lighted skull for a lantern. There was another Jack in the story as well, the Jack of Diamonds.
The makers of Clippercraft clothes and 1036 leading string the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clippercraft dealer, write Clippercraft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Return of the Jack of Diamonds. Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
That's 860 out of 10, Miss Cronin.
That's right.
Here's your change, Miss Cronin.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Miss Cronin. I hope your dad likes the ties you bought.
Oh, he will. Oh, he's there again.
Miss Cronin, what's the matter?
Oh, for weeks and weeks, there's been a man staring at me everywhere I've been. He's everywhere I go, and he's standing out there now across the street, staring at this door.
Having a nice time, Eva?
Don't you remember me, Bob? I'm Eva Cronin, the girl who always has a nice time. But this is special because you're here.
Oh, well, thank you. By the way, you seem to have another admirer sitting at that table in the corner there. He's been staring at you
Oh,
for the last...
Bob, let's get out of here.
What?
It's that man I've been telling you about. Everywhere I go, he goes and stares at me. There he is again.
Oh, that you, Eva?
Yes, Dad.
You're home early this evening.
You're up late, Dad. Composing?
No, just killing time. Have a nice time tonight?
Yes, till that man showed up again.
Now, Eva, you know it's only
My
your...
imagination. Oh, no, it's real. He's real. Some night I expect to find him staring at me through the window here.
18 stories above the street. Now you're being a little ridiculous.
I'm nervous. I can't help it. I look out of the window expecting to find... Oh, Dad!
What's the matter, Eva?
It's that same man again in one of the windows across the street, staring at me.
And now meet Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Good morning, Inspector Faraday.
Goodbye, Blackie. This is police headquarters, not a day nursery.
That's right, but who told you?
Have your mother put a tag on you and somebody will take you to school nice and safe. So long.
After so short a visit? Faraday, if you'll answer a few questions, I'll be out of here in a few minutes.
Well, that's the best news I've heard since you came in. What do you want, besides to make a nuisance of yourself?
I want to make a good cop of you. Is there any trace yet of the stalking killer?
No. And a guy has to be more than a good cop to catch that guy. He's got to be a wizard, a genius. He's got to know something.
Well, that lets you out. Well, where was he last seen?
Over on the north side. That was about a week ago. Since then, he's disappeared. But we're still looking for him, and we're going to catch him. Why do you want to know about him?
Because he hasn't disappeared. Eva Cronin, a friend of Mary's, saw him just last night staring at her from a window across the street from her apartment on Elm Street.
He's stalking a new victim, huh?
Miss Cronin says he's been watching her for 2 weeks now.
For 2 weeks? Why didn't she come to us?
Why? You know what happens when the victim is given a police escort. The stalker just fails to show up.
I know. Then after we drop the escort, the stalker comes back. And a few days later, the victim's dead. What I don't understand is why does this guy stalk his victims?
It's a psychological effect, Faraday. That constant leer of his doesn't only annoy, it drives people half crazy. They'll do anything if he'll just disappear. That's when he asks for money, and he gets it.
And if his victims pay off, he has no reason to murder them. But he does. He's no shakedown artist. He's a killer.
He's a killer so he can continue his shakedowns. With his victims dead, if he's ever caught, he can deny he's the stalker. None of his previous victims is around to identify him. Faraday, I went in on this case. Maybe I can grab the stalker.
Go ahead. See what you can do. At least you won't be bothering me.
Thanks, pal. You know, I'm always willing to go out of my way to keep out of yours.
You know the way I feel, Eddie? I feel like I want to meet up with that stalker right this minute. I feel like I want to bend my nightstick over his skull.
You're getting nerves, Marty. Trying to find a guy we never saw is making you jumpy.
You're not kidding, I'm jumpy. Watch the Cronin dame's house, Faraday tells us. She's next on the stalker's list. Okay, so we watch. So the stalker don't show.
And the dame ain't been hurt either, Marty. Remember that. Whoever the guy is, he's smart enough to lay off when we're around. Now, the chances are, if we'd been tipped off to the others, he'd never have knocked off the 3 dames he's conked already.
All I know is I got a gun, I got a nightstick, and I got a great big yen to use either one or both on that character. Now, there's the call box. Report in, will you?
Yeah.
Anybody asks for me, say I'm sitting on the curb waiting for the stalker to show up.
Okay.
I'll light up a smoke. Maybe that'll help.
You don't need help. You need action. I'll see what headquarters wants us to do. I'm in favor of giving up this job, right?
Headquarters, Hogan?
Hogan, this is Clancy. Give me Faraday in homicide.
Hold it. Faraday.
Clancy, Inspector.
Yeah?
No news on the stalker. Miller and I have walked ourselves weary patrolling Elm Street where that Cronin dame lives. He ain't going to show, Inspector.
How do you know what he's going to do? How does anybody know? If I pull you off the Elm Street assignment where he was supposed to have been spotted, he'll knock off somebody there, sure as anything.
We're supposed to stay here?
Where do you want to go? Home?
Well...
Now, look, Clancy, I'm on a spot. You and Miller are 2 of the best cops I've got. Come on back here. We've got to get a break on this case. The stalker's got to open up soon. Maybe you guys ought to be here when he does.
Okay, Inspector. If that's the way you want it, so long.
So long. Well?
Let's go, Marty. No more walking around waiting for the stalker. This time we sit around waiting for him.
Blackie, what are you doing with that sheet of paper?
I'm studying the past performances of the stalker, Mary. I might figure out a way to catch him.
Oh, I'm getting sorry I told you about Eva Cronin. We were supposed to go out this evening. Remember?
I know. You want to go to the movies, don't you?
Well, at least when we go to the movies, you don't have to solve the mystery.
The greatest mystery about some mystery movies is why they were made.
Well, there's the phone. Are you in?
Oh, I don't know. I'll look. Yes, I'm here.
Oh, do you want me to take you?
I'm near it. Thanks, anyhow. Hello.
Boston, Blackie?
Yes?
Blackie, this is Eva Cronin.
Oh, hello, Eva. It's your friend Eva, Mary. Yes, Eva, what can I do for you?
Blackie, he's here. I mean, he's across the street watching me.
The same fellow?
Yes, I'd know him anywhere. He's across the street watching this house, waiting for me. I just know.
Just a minute. We're in luck, Mary. The stalker's watching Eva now.
Oh, golly, I don't know whether I'm glad or scared.
Eva, where are you?
At 3232 Easton Road.
3232 Easton Road.
I'm at a party here, Blackie. I was about to leave when I saw him.
Stay right where you are. I'm coming up there. The fact that the stalker is waiting for you is just what I've been waiting for.
Eva, where in the world have you been?
Missed me, Bob?
Now, Eva, please don't be cute. Where were you? You disappeared 10 minutes ago, and nobody knew where you went.
I had to make a phone call.
Who'd you call?
Bob, stop asking me questions.
Oh, honey, I'm sorry. It's just that I was worried.
I'm all right. I'm perfectly all right. I went to make a phone call. Is that such a crime?
I know, but this is a party, Eva. Besides, you don't have to get so excited. I wasn't trying to pry.
Then don't. Oh, Bob, can't you see I'm nervous? I'm upset. I don't know what's happening to me, and I don't want to guess.
The man who stared at you in the restaurant last night?
Yes. I just called Boston Blackie to tell him that the same man was across the street staring at me when I went to the window a few minutes ago. Oh, Bob, what am I going to do?
Call the police. They'll know what to do.
Oh, it's no use. I'm going to wait right here until Boston Blackie comes to pick me up.
We're in the 3200 block on Easton Road, Blackie. You better slow down.
All right. 3232 will be on your side of the street, Mary. Watch out for it, will you?
Uh-huh. I don't see anyone standing on the sidewalk in this block. I'm afraid we're too late to catch the stalker. I'm glad to say.
I'm afraid you're right. I'm sorry to say.
Oh, here's 3232 right here.
Thanks.
Blackie, that house is almost dark. Doesn't seem to be a party going on in there.
Well, it's late, Mary. Maybe most of the guests have gone home, but I'm sure your friend Eva waited for us. She sounded scared to death on the phone.
And she certainly had good reason.
No doubt about that. Well, let's go up to the house.
Okay.
Come on.
Blackie, maybe the stalker's hiding around here somewhere.
Maybe. If I thought it'd do any good to search for him, I would. But our best bet is to get Miss Cronin and stick to her till the stalker shows up again.
Well, you stick with her, Blackie, and I'll go home. On second thought, though, maybe I'd better not go home. Eva is a little too good-looking.
How can a girl be too good-looking?
I hope you never find out. There's only one light on in this house, Blackie.
Yeah, obviously the party is over and the other guests have gone home.
Yeah.
Eva's there, though. I'll bet on that. Mary, maybe we'd better take Miss Cronin to your apartment tonight.
Okay.
She certainly can't be stared at there. You're 22 stories up, and there isn't another building that high for 8 or 9 blocks. Oh, there's someone's coming at the door.
I was beginning to think there was no one home.
What do you want?
Is Miss Eva Cronin here?
Who? I never heard of no Eva Cronin.
Well, she was at a party here tonight.
A party here? There ain't been a party here in 30 years.
Well, this is 3232 Easton Road, isn't it?
Look, if you can read signs and numbers, you'd know that without asking, mister.
Well, I can read, but I can't understand why a Miss Cronin isn't or wasn't here. She phoned me from here about an hour ago.
Not from here, she didn't, mister. There ain't no phone in this house. There ain't been no party here, and I ain't heard of no Eva Cronin. And I ain't in the mood for talking to you or anybody else this time of night. So beat it, mister, beat it.
And now back to Boston Blackie. Young, beautiful, and wealthy Eva Cronin is being constantly followed by a man Boston Blackie and the police believe is the notorious stalking killer who already has extorted money from 3 victims and then murdered them. Eva phones Blackie to say the stalker is watching her at the moment. And Blackie and his friend, Mary Wesley, rush to the address to find that Eva has never been there. The house has no phone. As we return to our story, Blackie is in Eva's apartment with the father of the still missing girl.
I don't understand how you can sit there and play the piano, Mr. Cronin, when your daughter's missing.
Playing the piano helps me think, Blackie. And besides, I don't think Eva's missing. What's more, she's not really my daughter. I adopted her some years ago.
You're not trying to say that you don't care if she's in trouble, are you?
Of course not. When her father died, I promised I'd take care of her, and I've taken good care of her. There's her father there, that center picture on the piano.
Look, Mr. Cronin, I didn't come here because I thought you could help me track the stalker. You couldn't know anything about him, I know. But I'm going to stay here until your daughter shows up.
Well, you may have a long wait. I still don't understand what brought you here.
Mr. Cronin, your daughter phoned me from 3232 Easton Road that she was being watched by the same man who's been watching her for 2 weeks.
My daughter has a fantastic imagination. And if she keeps using it, she'll imagine herself into insanity.
I don't get you, Mr. Cronin. The stalker's real, too real. He's killed 3 people already. Eva may be the 4th. She isn't in trouble right now. Why wasn't she at that Easton Road address?
I don't know. I didn't even know she'd gone out this evening until you came here looking for her. She must have slipped out with Bob.
Bob? Who's he?
Her fiancé. He's the fellow in the picture to the right of her dad, right here on the piano. He's a fine boy, but I'm afraid he wants to marry Eva for her money.
Your daughter is wealthy?
Very. She inherited several $1 million from her father. She was her dad's pet. She has 2 other sisters and a brother somewhere, but, well, they got nothing.
They got nothing, and I'm getting nowhere.
It might help a little if you knew where you wanted to get.
Look, Mr. Cronin, doesn't it mean anything to you that your daughter might be dead?
It means nothing to me that you think she might be, no.
You're taking this awfully easy. She's been threatened by a murderer. We know he's a dangerous killer. Your daughter called me and said she was being watched by him tonight, an hour or so ago. When I got to the address she gave me, she wasn't there. Doesn't that add up to you?
All it means is that there's a combination of circumstances which it isn't my business to explain. Eva will show up, Blackie. I'm sure she will.
No, you are. Well, I'm sure she won't. I'm more sure now than ever. She's the latest victim of the stalker, Mr. Cronin. Your daughter is dead.
Am I?
What?
Why doesn't somebody tell me these things?
Hello, Eva. Eva, where'd you come from?
My room. I came home while Daddy was playing. Didn't want to disturb him and went right to my room. What happened to you, Blackie, after I phoned you?
What happened to me? What happened to you? I went to that address you gave me. There was no party going on there.
There most certainly was. A dozen people can tell you that. When you didn't show up, I got Bob to take me home. Well, good night to you both. I'm going out.
Where do you think you're going at this hour?
It is rather late, Eva. Perhaps you ought to take Blackie with you.
It's impossible. Please, Blackie, stay here. Don't try to follow me. It'll only mean something we'll both regret if you do.
Okay, hold it, Miss Cronin. Recognize me?
I should, don't you think?
Uh-huh. Nice of you to meet me out here in the country like this.
Oh.
When I wrote you that note, I wasn't sure you would.
Why not?
You're a brave girl. You know, I've killed 3 people.
I know.
But they paid me well before I killed them. You're going to pay me, too. Only more than they did, because you have more. I'll take $50,000 from you.
Then will you leave me alone?
Pay me the $50,000 first.
I'll have it for you by tomorrow. How will I get it to you?
I'll let you know. Tomorrow. You'll see me sometime tomorrow. You know that, don't you?
If I pay you, you'll leave me alone, won't you? Please, when I pay you the money, go away. Go far away and leave me alone.
You know, I may do that. I have another young lady to call on, a lady on Brewster Road.
Oh.
After she pays me, maybe I'll leave town. Maybe I'll kill her. Maybe I'll kill you.
Oh, no.
I don't know why I don't.
I can tell you why, pal.
Oh, Blackie.
So, I've been tricked, eh? Well, it doesn't matter.
I can handle two like him. Like this.
No.
I'll see you later.
Get to the nearest police box, Miss Cronin. I'm going after
No,
this.
Blackie, you don't chase him yet.
Cronin, let go of it. Oh, I'll never catch him now. Oh, why did I have to walk into that right hook?
That was better than going after him and running into a bullet.
I wouldn't have given him time to shoot.
Oh, Blackie, if he'd hit you, I could never have forgiven myself. Oh, please, I'm shaking. Take me home. Please take me home, Blackie.
All right, but you should have stayed there.
I couldn't. I had to meet this man. He sent me a note. Only you shouldn't have followed me. I begged you not to. The note warned me not to tell anybody. Blackie, I'm going to pay him what he wants. I've got to. Please don't interfere.
I can't promise that. Maybe you're going to pay him what he wants, but I'm going to see that he gets what he deserves.
Scott, take this report Blackie gave me. Yeah. It's got a description of the stalker in it, a good one. Flash it to all radio cars.
Sure, Inspector Faraday. I'll do it right away.
Faraday speaking.
Inspector, my name's Hester Jones, and I live at 19 Brewster Road.
Yes?
The stalker just ran into 18 Brewster Road, right across the street from here. He was staring at me.
He's at 18 Brewster Road, huh?
Yeah.
We'll be right there. Scott.
Yes, Inspector?
Get me a squad car and flash all radio cars. We're going to grab the stalker.
Yes, sir. Don't try to call Blackie. Let him know.
Definitely not. I can handle this alone. Now get me a squad car and a dozen men. All right, men, quiet. This is the place. And stay just as quiet as you can. Quieter, even.
We'll catch this guy here, Inspector Faraday. The city ought to make a monument out of 18 Brewster Road.
Yes, Scott, and bury the stalker under it.
Yeah, we've got the street roped off. There's a high wall back of the house. It's too high to climb.
Okay, then we've got him trapped. Everybody in position?
Yes, Inspector. What position am I assigned, Faraday?
Oh, no, Blackie. What are you doing here?
The same thing you're doing here, closing in on the stalker.
But you had no way of knowing he was holed up here.
Oh, yes, I did. The woman who called you called me first, and I told her to phone you.
Oh, you did. What's the matter? Is the stalker too tough for you? That's right. He did clip you, didn't he?
Sure, but don't forget, he was the one who ran away.
You guys out there. Get away from here. What was that?
It was the stalker's voice, as I remembered.
Came from inside the house, Inspector Faraday. I know it, Scott.
Beat it, all of you. I'll start shooting. I'll kill the first one that moves toward this door.
Hear that? We've nailed the stalker, all right.
You heard me. Get away, I told you. I'll kill you all.
Uh-oh, this guy's going to shoot his way out, huh?
And where's Saps if we try to break in? We'll get him, but he'll get a couple of cops before we do.
Don't you think I know that? Beat it, Blackie.
And let the stalker get away? Oh, no. I almost had him earlier tonight. This time, I'm going to get him.
This is my job, Blackie. I'll do it.
And you'll lose men doing it, Faraday. I've got an idea.
Whatever it is, forget it.
Listen. Let me borrow your squad car. I'll ram it through the door. If the stalker fires at it, the bullets will just bounce off. Then once I'm inside, I'll grab him.
That doesn't sound bad. Only you're not going to do it. Scott. Yes, sir. You heard what Blackie said. Now go on. Get in that squad car.
Oh, no, he doesn't, Faraday. It's my idea, and I'm going to carry it out.
Blackie, you crazy fool. Come back here.
Sure, but I'll have company when I do.
Think you'll make it, Inspector? I don't know. I wouldn't bet against Blackie. There he goes.
Heading right for that door, full speed.
That's through. Come on, you guys. Let's get moving in case Blackie needs help.
Where were you, Inspector?
I don't hear any shots. That's a good sign.
Come on through the door. You see how good a sign it is. There, Inspector. There's Blackie, struggling with that guy.
Let's grab the stalker first. Good guy, Blackie. Okay, stalker, cut it out. Hold him, Blackie.
I got him. Let go. I got him. Good boy. Come here. Stalker, meet my friends. The police.
The police?
No, wait a minute. What's this all about?
This is about the last time you'll see the outside of a prison cell. You're wanted for 3 murders and for planning a 4th.
Are you crazy?
No. We're not crazy. But that better be your plea when you come to trial. Only a whack would stalk his victims the way you have.
Wait, you think I'm the stalking killer? You're crazy.
If you aren't the stalker, why did you fire at us just now?
Because I didn't know you were the police. I just heard the whispers, and I saw people snooping around outside.
Yeah? Then why did you run in here after staring at that woman across the street?
I didn't stare at any woman. I went in here because this is where I live.
Those are pretty fair alibis, except that I saw you with Eva Cronin earlier tonight, and you were demanding money from her.
Why shouldn't I ask her for money? Eva Cronin's my sister.
Your sister?
Yes. Now, why can't I ask her for money? I'm broke. My father never left me anything. But Eva's still rich.
Blackie, what's going on here? This guy isn't the stalker. He's just a dumb, frightened guy.
He's not dumb, Faraday. He's smart. Maybe he's the smartest killer we've ever run across.
We can't prove he's a killer. The stalker's victims are all dead. And if this fellow is Eva Cronin's brother, she'll admit it. And that'll mean he isn't the stalker.
Come to think of it, Eva Cronin never said this guy was the stalker. But what are you going to do? Let him go?
Of course not. I can hold him on suspicion for a while.
Do that. I have something on the fire that may cook this guy's goose. Hang on that extension phone, Faraday, and don't say anything.
I want to say something right now, Blackie. You're wasting my time.
You're wasting your breath. Shh.
Hello?
Miss Cronin, this is Blackie.
Oh, yes, Blackie. What is it?
The police have caught a man they think is the stalker. He's the same guy who slugged me when I followed you last night, only he says he's your brother.
Well, he is my brother, Blackie. He's not the man who kept staring at me. He's my brother, and all he wanted was the money. That's why I didn't want you to follow me. This was strictly between him and me, don't you see?
What did he want the money for?
Well, he had none, and I have plenty. Why shouldn't I give him money? He's my brother, isn't he?
He's your brother, but he isn't broke. The police found thousands of dollars in his house, money he took from his victims. He's the stalker, Miss Cronin. We know that, and so do you.
Yes. Yes, Blackie, I knew it all the time. I tried to help him, but I guess it didn't work. Only you can't hate a girl for trying, can you, Blackie?
To protect a killer, you most certainly can. That's all, Miss Cronin. I'll see you in the morning in jail.
Miss Cronin's in cell 3, Blackie.
Thanks, God. Any time limit on my visit?
For most people, it's 5 minutes.
Well, I'm not most people. I may take a little longer than that.
Suit yourself. Yell for me when you're leaving so I can lock up.
Okay. Hello, Miss Cronin.
Oh, it's you. What do you want here, Blackie? You caught my brother. You had them put me here. Isn't that enough reason for you to leave me alone?
Perhaps, but there are some things I don't know, and I want to clear them up.
What, for instance?
Where did you fit into all this?
I knew my brother was a stalker. I wanted to help him, so I pretended I was being stalked. And if the police arrested my brother, I could deny he was the man who was following me. Girl's own brother wouldn't be stalking her, would he?
In this case, yes. Incidentally, what you told me was exactly what I'd imagined. When you gave me that phony address on Easton Road, I figured you were in on this somehow.
That address wasn't phony. I told you where I was, 32 Easton Road.
You said 3232. That was very clever of you, now that I think of it. Later, you could have said all you were doing was repeating the number.
If the police hadn't found that money in my brother's house, that's what I would have said. I wanted you to be under the impression someone else was the stalker. I had to protect my brother, don't you see, Blackie?
No. He was trying to get $50,000 from you, as I remember it.
I would have been glad to give him that money. I would have done anything to get him out of town. I knew he was a stalker. I knew he must have had some money. But I thought the money I gave him would be enough to make him quit killing.
I honestly don't know how much money he did have, Miss Cronin.
But you said the police
That the police found it? Yes, I said that. But I did it only so that you would talk. And you did.
Oh,
You're in jail, Miss Cronin, but you shouldn't be too unhappy. After all, you're practically the only living member of the Stalk Club.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's transcribed story, Oil for the Lamps of Burbank.
There was a girl in it, a young, pretty girl, about 19, and her father, a scared little man who couldn't remember the last time he'd had an opinion. There was a boy about the girl's age, and he was dead. And then there was a woman. It all started with a phone call, a simple little 5-cent phone call that the Lion answered that Friday afternoon. Only what you didn't guess was that the conversation on the other end of the line was more than 5 cents worth of trouble.
Yes, I've got that. Could you speak a little louder, please? Oh, yes, indeed. I'll send a man right out. Hello? Hello?
Hang up on your fatso?
Yes, Jeffrey, I'm glad you got here.
Sounds bad.
Oh, Jeffrey, it is bad. That poor man, he could hardly get the words out.
What's his name, Lion?
Name? I don't know. He talked so softly, I barely understood him.
But you said you'd send the man out.
Well, I did get the address, Jeffrey. It's in Burbank, 216 North Cordova Street. He told me that before he told me the rest.
What's the rest?
Well, there's something about his daughter. She's in jail for murder. Then he mentioned someone else. I think it was his wife. He wasn't sure.
He wasn't sure if she was his wife?
Well, he just didn't seem sure of anything.
He didn't or you didn't?
Now, Jeffrey, you know I always get the facts of the case.
Like the client's name?
Well...
Or why he wanted to hire a private detective?
Well... Now, Jeffrey, there were extenuating circumstances. As head of the Lion Detective Agency, I can only do so much. After all, some of the work is up to you.
How much is he paying, Fatso?
$50.
You heard that all right.
He said that before his voice got so soft.
Sure he did, Fatso. He probably repeated it a couple of times.
Yes, as a matter of fact, he did. Well, don't just stand there, Regan. Get out there and see our client.
The Lion produced one of his more operatic-type roars, and I left the office. 20 minutes later, I found 216 North Cordova, a 2-story stucco house surrounded by apartments. The street had just been paved, but that didn't stop the rest of the yard from looking like an oversized sand pile. When the door finally opened, a little man, bald and red-eyed, stood peeking at me from behind thick-lensed glasses. He wore a pair of house shoes, an open vest, and a frightened look.
You're from the detective agency?
My name's Regan.
Well, I'm Clarence Andover, Mr. Regan. Please come in. I'll have to ask you to speak softly, Mr. Regan. My wife is upstairs asleep. Please sit here.
My boss said something about your daughter, Mr. Andover.
My daughter's in jail, Mr. Regan. I just don't understand. They've taken her to jail.
When?
Last night. They took Dorothy to jail last night.
You want to tell me about it, Mr. Andover?
But, Mr. Regan, she didn't kill Jimmy Withers. She wouldn't kill anyone.
Maybe you better take it from the beginning.
Well, the police. They came here this morning, and they told me Dorothy was in jail. They said she'd shot Jimmy. Don't you see, Mr. Regan, Dorothy wouldn't hurt anyone.
Jimmy was her boyfriend?
Yes, they were, well, almost engaged. You see...
You're talking to someone, Clarence.
It's my wife, Mr. Regan.
Well, Clarence, answer me. When I speak to you, I certainly expect... Oh, you are talking to someone. Well, Clarence, aren't you going to introduce me, or isn't your wife important enough to be introduced to strangers?
Yes, dear. This is Mr. Regan. He's a friend.
And how do you do, Mr. Regan? You're selling something, I imagine.
How do you do,
might
Mrs.
as well
Andover?
know we aren't interested in buying anything. We certainly can't afford to buy anything on the little money Clarence makes. He should have told you that. Clarence,
Mr. Regan
shouldn't
isn't
you
selling
have told
anything,
the gentleman
Emily.
we can't afford to buy... What's that? He isn't selling anything?
Mr. Regan is a private detective, dear.
Mr. Regan is a private detective? Clarence, what on earth is a private detective doing here? Haven't we had enough trouble for one day?
I called him, Emily.
You called him? Well, of all...
Do explain it, please, Mr. Regan.
Clarence, I'm waiting for an explanation.
Look, Mrs. Andover, it's about your daughter.
Dorothy? She most certainly is not my daughter.
My first wife died 15 years ago, Mr. Regan.
All right, your husband's daughter, Mrs. Andover. She's in trouble. Your husband figures she needs help.
Well, he's certainly right for once in his life. The girl does need help. But I assure you, Mr. Regan, it's not the kind of help that requires a private detective. What that girl needs is spiritual and moral guidance. If Clarence had thought of that sooner, it's just like I always told you, Clarence, that girl would come to no good. You'll bear me witness, I told you so. Mr. Regan, if you'll just leave us alone, I'm quite sure we can handle our own problems. Isn't that right, Clarence? Well, Clarence?
Yes, Emily, I guess that's right.
Well, thank you, Mr. Regan, for coming out. We'll get along, I'm sure we'll get along. Won't we, Clarence?
Yes, dear. We'll get along.
Clarence Andover wanted help. He told the Lion he'd pay $50 for a private detective. Only Emily, Clarence's wife, didn't see it that way. I decided to stick with Clarence. I headed my car for the city jail.
Okay, 5 minutes.
Dorothy? My name's Jeff Regan. Your father sent me.
Daddy?
He thinks we might help straighten this out.
Then he knows.
Your father knows you didn't kill Jimmy, Dorothy. But we gotta prove that.
I knew he'd believe me, Mr. Regan. Daddy believes me.
Suppose you tell me what happened.
Well, Jimmy and I, we were in his car. We were parked by the side of the road. Must I tell it all over again?
If you want me to help.
They made me tell it so many times. So many times.
I know, but try it just once more. For me.
All right. All right, I'll tell you. We were in Griffith Park, Jimmy and I. We were talking, really, just talking.
Go on, Dorothy.
Suddenly somebody stuck a gun in the window and shot at us. Jimmy yelled, and I yelled, and then I guess I fainted.
You didn't see who did it?
No, I just couldn't see anything. It was so dark, and there was this gun in the window, and that's all I remember. When I came to, the police car was there, and they were looking at me. And
What else?
the gun was in my hand.
The gun that killed Jimmy?
Yes, that's what they said.
That's all of it?
Yes, that's all of it.
Tell me about Jimmy. What did he do? Who were his friends, his enemies?
He didn't do anything. He used to work for Daddy. Daddy has an electrical appliance store in Burbank.
Jimmy used to work there?
She made Daddy fire him.
Your stepmother.
She's awful. I hate her, Mr. Regan. I hate her.
Why did she make your father fire Jimmy?
Because he stole something.
Tell me about that.
He and another boy, George Dennison. They robbed the store one night. But Jimmy didn't really mean to do it. He brought everything back the next day. He just let George talk him into it. Daddy was willing to forgive.
But not your stepmother.
She took Jimmy to the police. They kept him locked up until he had to tell him who else was with him.
So Jimmy told on George.
He didn't want to, but they made him.
It stands to reason George Dennison might like to get even with Jimmy for that.
George had a bad record. When the police found out about him, he was sent to jail. And they let Jimmy go because he brought everything back. But it didn't do any good.
What didn't do any good?
My stepmother phoned everyone in town and told them not to give Jimmy a job because he was a thief.
Is there anyone else who knew Jimmy who believed in him?
My uncle, he believed in Jimmy.
What's his name?
Uncle Peter Cheney. He's not really my real uncle. He's my stepmother's youngest brother. But he's not like her, really, he isn't. He's a lot younger and he's nice. He works for my father, too, and he lives with us.
Maybe I'll have a talk with him.
You'll like him, I'm sure you will, once you give him a chance. He's kind of odd at first. That's only because my stepmother brought him up.
Okay, Dorothy, I'll talk to him.
Oh, there's one more thing, Mr. Regan. I haven't told anybody about that.
Yeah.
Jimmy and I, we were going to be married tomorrow.
I checked out front for Lieutenant Sanducci, but they said he wouldn't be in for an hour. That gave me time to run out to Burbank and the girl's father's electrical appliance store. Only when I'd driven halfway out Riverside, I discovered something. Something I didn't expect. Behind me, a gray coupe that had been there since I'd left the jail. I was being followed. But when I pulled up in front of Andover's appliance store on San Fernando Road, the gray coupe was gone.
May I help you, sir?
I'm looking for Peter Cheney.
Then you've come to the right place. May I show you something in electrical appliances?
No, thanks.
Fine. If you'll step this way, I'll show you our new home exhibit.
Suppose we start with your home.
Now, here we have the latest in coffee makers. With this little gadget, I can...
Look, Cheney, never tell me about Jimmy Withers.
A nice boy. Now, here we have a waffle baker, fully automatic, and it serves 4 people. Just
Okay, Cheney, now we'll talk my business. Do you think your niece killed that boy?
Dorothy Andover is not my niece. She's my sister's husband's child.
I know that. Skip technicalities.
I think we'd better skip the entire discussion, sir. I don't like your tone of voice.
Jimmy Withers was killed at 11 o'clock last night, Cheney. Where were you at the time?
I was at home reading, and I have a witness to prove it. Now, crude fellow, get out.
That took care of that. Peter Cheney hurried off to another customer, and I walked outside to my car. Then I got another idea. A gray coupe had tailed me to Burbank and then disappeared. But maybe it had pulled over to a stop just before I did. Maybe the gray coupe was waiting for me to get started again. I left my car and walked down the street, then back. No sign of the coupe. Then I moved around the corner and back behind Andover's appliance store. There was a parking lot back there, and there was a gray coupe parked in it. The same car that had tailed me from the jail. 1941 Nash. License plate number 26N99072. But that wasn't what I wanted. What I wanted was inside, wrapped around the steering post in a neat little celluloid folder. The registration card that would tell me who drove the gray coupe. I leaned in, moved it around to where I could get a good look, and... Oh! I never got a chance to find out. It was late afternoon, and the sun was slanting behind the ancient brick buildings, and there was fog. Fog mixed up with the sunshine and the taste of gravel in my mouth. I was lying in the parking lot behind Andover's appliance store, and the fog was in my head. I sat up and looked around. The gray coupe was gone, and with it, whoever had bent a blackjack over my head. I got up, dusted off my pants, and decided to have a talk with my old pal, Lieutenant Sanducci, so I drove down to police headquarters.
Regan, they tell me you wanted to talk to me.
Yeah, that's right, Sanducci.
You look like you don't feel very well.
You know, that could be the most honest statement I've heard all day.
Okay, Regan, what's the trouble?
The girl you got on a murder rap. Dorothy Andover.
Go on.
You sure, Sanducci?
All the evidence points directly to this girl. But you asked me if I'm sure, and I must tell you the truth. I am not.
But you're still holding her.
Regan, she was found with a gun in her hand. The boy was sitting beside her dead. What else can I do? Turn her loose and pray for a miracle?
Okay. What about the dead boy? He was mixed up in a robbery with another kid about 6 months ago.
Yeah. I know what you're thinking. The other one's name was George Dennison, the bad one.
But you checked him.
Of course we checked him. Regan, believe me, if there'd been any other way...
George Dennison had an alibi.
6 witnesses, Regan. 6. He spent the evening in a bar. So we have the girl. There goes your malamende.
What's that mean?
What a rotten way to make a living.
George Dennison, the logical suspect, had 6 witnesses that he was nowhere near the scene of the crime. But I still wanted to talk to him. I went out to a phone booth in the lobby and called my boss, Anthony J. Lyon.
Lion Detective Agency, and...
Me, Fatso.
Jeffrey!
What's so surprising about that?
Jeffrey, you get up here to my office immediately. Is that clear?
Listen, Lyon, I'm in the middle of
I
finding...
don't care what you're in the middle of. You report back to my office at once. And, Regan, if you aren't here in 10 minutes, you're fired.
Is that clear, Mr. Lyon? I'll sue. I won't have you and your employees disrupting my life.
Regan, come here this minute.
That's the man. Arrest him. I want this man arrested.
Regan, do you know this woman?
He most certainly does know me, and if he says he doesn't, then he's lying.
Yeah, I know her, Fatso.
Now, just a moment, Mrs. Andover. Suppose we hear what Mr. Regan has to say about this. Well, Mr. Regan, what do you have to say about this?
About what, Fatso?
You know very well about what. Did you or did you not come to my home this afternoon?
I did.
Did you or did you not hear me say that my husband does not require your services?
I heard you say it, Mrs. Andover.
Mr. Regan, I will not tolerate your impudence. I told you we were perfectly capable of taking care of ourselves. And let me assure you, I intend proving it.
Regan, why didn't you tell me Mrs. Andover had fired you off the case?
So you're lying to your
Yes,
employer.
of course.
Shut up, both of you. Now, suppose somebody tells me just what the complaint is.
Well, Regan, you had
Young
no
man,
right.
you had no right to investigate the private lives of my family. The very idea of your questioning my brother.
Oh, so that's it.
That most certainly is it. Peter phoned me that a man had been in the store questioning him. And I knew immediately that you would be just such a person. Well, I'm going to put a stop to it.
You all through, Mrs. Andover? You too, Fatso? Okay, then I'm going to tell you something, both of you. There's a girl sitting down there in a jail cell. She's charged with murder. Well, I don't think she killed Jimmy Withers. I think she's telling the truth, and I'm going to find out one way or another. I'm going to find out. And you, Mrs. Andover, or you, Lyon, aren't going to stop me. Have I made myself clear? Just stay out of my way. There was one visit left to make. One more place to add facts. I phoned Lieutenant Sanducci down at headquarters and got the address. Then I drove out. Boyle Heights, Wilmot Street, 4-family flat. And out front of the 4-family flat was parked a gray coupe. A gray coupe, 1941 Nash, license number 26N99072. I moved faster.
Yeah?
I think you and me are going to have a talk.
He ain't home.
You're home, Dennison. You left your car parked out front.
What's it to you, flatfoot?
Your memory's not that short, George. Move over. That's better, George. Now suppose we talk about a robbery.
You trying to frame me, Shamus?
A job you pulled about 6 months ago. You and a kid named Jimmy Withers.
Get lost.
Think, George. I may be here all night.
No, you got the wrong guy, all right.
Jimmy stooled on you the next day. You remember that, George? You were sore, real sore. Jimmy not only stooled, he took back the stuff you'd stolen.
You don't, Shamus. Not anymore, you don't.
Oh, George has a gun now. Well, put it down.
Stay right there.
We can add gun without permit.
We ain't gonna add nothing, Shamus. Not assault or battery or nothing. Stand back.
We'll add plenty. Now, let's not waste any more time.
Leave me alone.
Who killed Jimmy Withers?
I don't know.
Why did you rob Andover's store?
It was his idea. He had the combination of the safe.
Jimmy was just a clerk. They don't give clerks the numbers to the safe.
He got it somewhere. He had inside dope.
He told you that?
Yeah. He wanted me to plan it.
Then why did he squeal?
Because of the girl, he said. Because he was in love with some girl.
Finish it.
He was afraid he'd lose the girl.
She had other boyfriends?
I don't know.
Why did you tell me, George? Why did you sap me?
I was down at the jail. They had me for questioning. I saw you leave Sanducci's office. I figured you were trying to frame me. You were going to make trouble.
You made your own trouble, George. Plenty of it.
You're going to frame me for that murder rap, Shamus?
Just for assault, for carrying a gun without a permit, for trying to use it. You framed yourself. I called the police and waited for a squad car to pick up George Dennison. They came and went, and I drove back through town toward Burbank.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Regan.
Mind if I come in, Clarence?
Well, I wouldn't mind, Mr. Regan, but you see, that is, my wife was upstairs.
She wouldn't care much for the idea, that it?
Well, I wouldn't say exactly
It's
that.
okay, Clarence, I'll say it. Besides, your wife's the one I want to see.
Well, if If you say so, Mr. Regan, I suppose...
Thanks.
I'll tell Emily you...
Just a minute, Clarence. I want to ask you one question first.
Very well, Mr. Regan.
Last night when Jimmy Withers was shot, were you at home?
No, I wasn't. I was at a lodge meeting until midnight. You see, Emily said...
There was just Emily and her brother Peter.
Why, yes.
We can talk about it later. Suppose you call your wife. The nervous little man shuffled up the stairs rather than raise his voice to call Emily. Glanced back at me once, unsure, worried, then moved up to the second floor. There were voices up there for a few minutes, and then down the stairs came Emily Andover. Emily in all her bombastic glory, a housecoat wrapped around her big frame, hairpins holding down a mass of twisted ringlets. Emily the Queen, hairnet for a crown.
Well, Mr. Regan, and what excuse are you giving for barging into my home again, meddling into my affairs?
Mr. Regan,
You stay out of this, Clarence. What I've got to say is for your wife. Mrs. Andover, you spent the evening at home last night?
Yes, I did.
Your brother, he was here with you?
Yes, he was.
All evening?
Mr. Regan, I'm going to call the police.
I said all evening?
Oh, yes.
But you're not sure.
Yes, I'm sure.
You sat here all evening with Peter?
What is the meaning of this, Mr. Regan? Are you trying to imply that I lied to the police?
Yes.
Mr. Regan, you shouldn't say a thing
A
like
boy
that.
was murdered last night, Mrs. Andover. Your husband's daughter's in jail for that murder. Sure, she's not your flesh and blood. She's your stepdaughter. But Peter Cheney is. He's your flesh and blood brother. He's yours.
Mr. Regan,
Yet you'd lie for what's yours and let another man's daughter die for a murder she didn't commit.
That's not true. It's not true.
It isn't? You don't believe in murder, do you, Mrs. Andover? Murder is wrong, but you provided an alibi for a murderer.
No.
Peter Cheney, your brother, shot and killed Jimmy Withers. Shot and killed him because Jimmy was about to take Dorothy away, because Jimmy was about to marry her.
No, that's a lie.
Peter Cheney followed them to Griffith Park. He shot Jimmy Withers, he returned to the house, and you provided the alibi for him.
No, he wouldn't do a thing like that. Peter wouldn't. He couldn't.
He wasn't home with you all evening.
No, he wasn't.
He went out about 10 or 10:30, came back maybe 30 minutes or so later.
Yes, he did. But Peter wouldn't kill anyone. I know he wouldn't. He's my brother.
Thank you for defending me, Emily.
Peter.
Mr. Regan is lying, Emily. You and I both know that.
Peter, that gun.
Well, Mr. Regan talks too much, my dear. We wouldn't want some of those lies spread around the neighborhood, would we?
Or to the police, Cheney. We wouldn't want them spread there.
Precisely, Mr. Regan. Just the way I feel about it.
Peter, what Mr. Regan says...
Emily, you shouldn't have admitted to Mr. Regan that I left the house last night. That was quite wrong of you.
But, Peter,
You didn't know you'd lied for a murderer, Mrs. Andover. You didn't know because he happened to be your brother?
Mr. Regan, I don't like what you're doing at all. You're undermining my sister's faith in me. To say nothing of my dear brother-in-law. Is that right, Clarence?
Don't talk to me.
You see, Mr. Regan? My sister crying and my brother-in-law trying to act like a man again. Terrible what you're doing.
Like you did to Jimmy Withers. You gave him the combination to the store safe. You encouraged him to pull off a robbery so you could turn on him, have him arrested, and have Dorothy for yourself.
How did I know Jimmy was going to bring everything back the next morning?
When George Dennison told me Jimmy had inside dope, it began to make sense. George also told me Jimmy was afraid of losing his girl, Dorothy.
A lovely girl. Dorothy's quite fond of me, you know.
So she told me in her jail cell this morning. When I entered the robbery and the other man Jimmy was afraid of, it had to be you. You wanted Dorothy, but you let her go to prison for your crime.
Oh, but I was sure George Dennison would be arrested. He'd been caught stealing in the neighborhood before. He hated Jimmy, and he had a prison record. Naturally, I was quite shocked when he turned up with such a good alibi.
You're hateful. Hateful!
Sister dear, that's no way to act. After all, you are an accomplice. And then, too, we must kill Mr. Regan before he brings ruin on both of us.
No.
You mean you aren't going to supply me with another alibi? Emily, dear, don't forget you have to save your own skin.
No, I won't do it. I don't care what they do with me. I don't care.
Even Emily, Peter.
And you, Clarence? Surely you don't want to see poor Emily in prison.
I want to kill you.
Clarence, stay right where you are.
I've hated you from the first moment you set foot in my house. From the moment I first saw you looking at my daughter. I listened, Emily. I gave you a job. I supported
Clarence?
you. I am not going to listen to Emily any longer, Brother Peter. I am not going to let you and your sister destroy what's left of my life.
Stop him, Clarence! All right, Peter, I'll take that gun. No! Yes!
Clarence? You all right?
Yes, Mr. Regan. You saved my life.
Oh, no. Not me, Clarence. For once, you saved your own life. Lieutenant Sanducci showed up for the prisoner, Peter Cheney, and with him went his sister, Emily. It made sense that Emily wouldn't get off scot-free for lying to the cops. But Peter, he could plan nothing less than life. Clarence Andover watched them go, and the look in his eyes gave the whole thing more meaning. Clarence didn't need either of them anymore. Even my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, was happy when I showed up for work the next morning.
The flowers that bloom in the spring, color the flowers, Jeffrey.
Happy today, huh, Lyon?
Not especially, Jeffrey, not especially.
Funny. You sounded to me like a guy who just received a check.
A check? Why, how ridiculous. Jeffrey, who told you?
Clarence Andover. He said he was mailing the fee to the office last night.
He did? Oh, the fee. Yes. He mailed the fee. Just like I said, $50. Very kind of him, I'm sure.
$50?
Yes, Jeffrey. I deposited his check at the bank this morning. Well, I'd have saved it to show to you, but you see, I wanted to get to the bank early. Avoid the rush. You understand.
Oh, sure. I understand.
Banks are crowded these days. If I'd gotten there any later, why, even as it was, Jeffrey, the line was halfway down to the next counter.
$50, huh, Fatso?
Well, Jeffrey, there was a small bonus included. Mr. Andover just enclosed a little something to buy a new doormat.
You know, Lyon, $100 will buy a lot of doormats.
Yeah? $100? Who told you?
That Clarence Andover added another $50 because we saved his daughter? Well, now, Fatso...
Oh, very well, Jeffrey. $100 is in the bank. You'll get your share.
Well, thanks, Fatso. I already have.
What?
I was at the bank this morning, standing in line right behind you.
Jeffrey!
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again for more transcribed suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Personal notice, danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, do you ever hear of anyone who was afraid of an angel? Now, I'd always heard they were pretty nice people with wings and harps and stuff. But not so with Lefty's gal Friday. She had this angel as figured packing .45s, all aimed at her. Now, instead of getting panicky and chewing her nails until she resembled Venus de Milo, she should have looked up George Valentine. His motto is let George do it, and he isn't afraid of .45s or even .46s. I must say, however, she had a reason to be scared. You see, she played a big part in building this angel. And just in case you've never seen an angel being manufactured, listen, and you'll get it firsthand.
Rockstar, get your paper. Lefty Lumpert killed an auto crash. Law couldn't get him, but wet pavement did. Here you are, Lefty Lumpert. Big shot.
You say your name's Emerson.
You heard me, Mr. Valentine. Frank J. Emerson.
Oh, but you're the president of...
That's right, young lady. Emerson and City Bank. And I'm a very busy man. I only want to know if you've read about Lefty Lumpert's death in that auto accident.
Sure, who hasn't?
Naturally.
When the biggest crook in town dies, it's news.
Young lady, but I know what sort of reputation Mr. Lumpert was supposed to have.
Well, just because they could never nail anything on him, not even the income tax board.
Of course, yes, I know. But I must remind you that Mr. Lumpert owned a perfectly respectable small investment office.
Invest in a dog track or a 5-foot shelf of bookies.
Perfectly respectable, I said. Regardless of whatever criminal connections or power Mr. Lumpert may or may not have had, that front, that business of his, was proven many times to be perfectly...
Yeah, perfectly respectable. I heard you the first time. Okay. Lumpert was real smart. He worked alone. He never told anybody anything. His ostensible occupation was strictly legal. There. That reassure you?
Well, yes. I just wanted to make sure...
Only, what's it to you? Why so insistent? And why should a banker like yourself be concerned with a guy...
Mr. Valentine, my bank has done business with Lefty Lumpert many times.
Oh?
And never mind that tone of voice either. A dollar is a dollar. Our money was only used in legitimate purposes. It's not up to us to refuse business to a man merely because he's supposed to be engaged in other outside activities, is it? No, really, let's not be naive.
Oh, no, let's not be naive.
All right, Mr. Valentine. It's embarrassing. Of course it is. Business is business, and I've nothing to be ashamed of. But, well, I've never liked it very much.
Then why are you here? Why does Lumpert's death mean...
Oh, no. Don't get the wrong idea, please. There's nothing I'm really worried about. But you see, he had a secretary, Myrtle Dane. And through the years, I've got to know her pretty well.
Myrtle Dane? The one who was in the accident with him?
That's right. Probably as close to him as anyone could ever be. At least anyone from the legitimate end. She's quite a person, Myrtle. She's rationalized working for him much better than I have. A very realistic person. A very good secretary. If she knows anything about Lefty's more private life, she's certainly never let on.
Wait just a minute. The newspaper said that Miss Dane was hurt. She was driving, they were going to an appointment and in a hurry, but the steering wheel saved her.
Banged up and shaken a good deal, yes, but not badly enough to make her behave irrationally.
What do you mean?
I've just been to see her at the hospital. Normal, friendly act, that's all. But she refused to see me. I forced my way in, but it didn't do any good. For some reason, Mr. Valentine, the girl is terrified. She's even afraid of me.
Well, what do you want me to do about it?
If there is any scandal or kickbacks or new discoveries about Lumpert's activities now that he's dead, I'll admit I want to protect my own name and the name of the bank. But also, Mr. Valentine, I think it's my duty as a citizen to wonder, why is she afraid?
You know, I think that's a pretty silly question. Now, if you'd taken part in bumping off the town's leading gangster, how would you feel? Now, don't start looking for the nearest cave, because I want you to hear this. Now, let's see how George is doing with Myrtle. Nope. She's still standing her ground.
No, I don't want to see anyone. I told you.
They brought you some candy, dear, and the doctor...
Please, nurse, how many times do I
Myrtle,
have to...
how are you feeling?
What?
Will you excuse us a minute, nurse?
Yes, Mr.
No, come back here. I told you that...
Sorry, but she's a friend of Miss Brooks here.
Hello.
Who are you? What do you want?
Nothing. Brought you some candy.
Take it away. Get it out of here.
Hey, take it easy.
Myrtle, look. It is just candy, that's
Won't
all.
blow up or anything. A little nervous, aren't you?
I'm sorry. The nurse called you Mr. Valentine, didn't she? You're George Valentine. I know you're all right.
There's a hall full of flowers and fruit and candy out there. Lots of people have been pestering you, huh?
Suddenly I'm popular. At my age and with my face, can you imagine? Who sent you?
Emerson?
Oh, the banker. Well, you can tell Mr. Emerson that I am not just another working girl out of a job. I have been very well paid. I don't want another job. That I am taking a year off to take a trip around the world and will probably never come back to this town or ever talk about the time I've spent here.
Hold on, will you? I don't believe you.
What? Mr. Valentine, the doctor says I can leave this hospital in about 10 minutes. And I tell you, I'm going straight to the airport.
I know, sure. You're running away fast. But to work for a guy like Lefty Lumpert, you must be a very sharp and cold-blooded girl. Certainly smart enough to know that people will raise their eyebrows and say, oh, she only worked in his legitimate enterprises, huh? Running away, huh?
Keeping your mouth shut.
You wouldn't believe me one way or another. Any more than anyone else would when I tell him I know nothing about Lefty's criminal connections.
No, you're wrong again. I do believe you.
Thank you. $1's $1, you know. But it takes some rationalizing to work at a job like mine for so many years and ignore the other kind of remark.
Whose remarks? What makes you so bitter, Myrtle?
Oh, no, you don't. My personal life is still private.
Big shot dies unexpectedly. Faithful, tough private secretary is suddenly scared to death. Why? Well, that's the only reason I'll believe you didn't really know anything about Lefty. Because now you don't even seem to know whom you should be afraid of.
Mr. Valentine, there's an assistant district attorney by the name of Bill McCoy. Do you know him?
No, but I can certainly find out.
Find him and meet me at Lefty's office. Give me an hour to get dressed and checked out of here.
Why?
Because the two of you are like cold water in the face. Oh, no, I'm not afraid of Bill. Maybe you've just reminded me of my debt to society, that's all.
Is he the one? Bill?
What one? I'm not very good at double talk.
Yes, you are.
Because I'm doing it right now, of course I am. He's the only person who hasn't come to see me. Bill McCoy. All right, so I'll go see him. And we'll all try to solve the riddle of Lefty together, shall we, Mr. Valentine?
Well, that's the general idea.
I'm scared, Mr. Valentine, but you're wrong. It's not because I don't know whom to be afraid of. No. And it's not any mysterious partner of Lefty's either. It's an angel. I'm scared to death of Lefty's angel.
An angel, George?
Protector, Brooksy. That's what she was talking about. She means a guy like Lefty couldn't get along without someone to protect him from higher up.
Oh, someone respectable. Maybe that's why the police could never get anything far enough.
Hey, hold it.
Huh?
Hey, you. That's not the way you get into a hospital, is it? Through the fire entrance?
You make up the rules or something?
Oh, but I got friends on this floor.
That brightens my whole day. Now get out of the way.
Hey, look, that's an operating room. You want to visit that?
Huh?
Only a couple of private rooms up here. Hey, maybe you're mixed up. At least my friend doesn't want to see anybody. Come on now. I'll show you the reception desk.
I got business to attend to. Now get out
no,
of the...
you don't.
I'm going to see you and you can't stop
That's what you think.
All right. Cut it out. Mistake, see? That's all. On the wrong floor, I guess.
Hey, wait a minute. Come back here, you.
See you again sometime.
George, what on earth was that?
Stopped being tough when I bumped his chest when I noticed he carried a gun.
Oh. She afraid of an angel or a devil, George?
Hey, look, get to the police and give them a description of that guy, will you? And check the reception desk on everybody else who's tried to see Myrtle. I got a hunch this case is going to go off like a string of firecrackers. Did we keep you waiting, Myrtle? Found your friend here in the barber shop.
Hello, Myrtle.
Hello, Bill.
Well, that's a friendly greeting.
Why did you want to see me here at Lefty's office, Myrtle?
I thought the big investigator might enjoy a chance to search through Lefty's private papers.
Well, McCoy, it seems like the place to start if we're going to try to find out who his angel was.
No, I just thought it would be a good idea.
Hmm?
We're too late. Somebody beat us to it. Look.
Holy smoke.
Yeah, looks like a typhoon went through here.
It was like that when I got here a few minutes ago. Filing cabinets open, papers all over the floor.
Yeah, and any incriminating papers just plain aren't here anymore. Check.
I've never told this to Bill, Mr. Valentine. But Lefty always said the law would never get him. He had an angel watching over his shoulder.
Yeah, an angel who just tore this place apart.
Yes, that's the point. Lefty was no fool. If there was such a person, then somewhere he must have kept a file on him to protect himself. Only where is it?
Oh, cut it out, both of you. He didn't keep it here.
Huh? How do you know? If his own secretary...
I was more delicate, but I ransacked the place myself 2 nights ago.
You what?
And there wasn't anything here then, Valentine.
2 nights ago? The same night you took me to the movies?
Oh, now take it easy, Myrtle.
And you said you had to go home early to get some sleep? Mr. Valentine, do you know how many years this wastebasket from the district attorney's office has been trying to get something on my boss? Do you know how many laws he's broken himself?
Cut it out, will you? A job is a job.
Yes, isn't it, though? Like taking me out.
Okay, never mind. You're on opposite sides of the fence. You don't like each other.
Myrtle, he's dead now. Please,
won't
skip
you? Will you? Hey, Myrtle, did Lefty have a safe deposit box?
Yes. I know where the key is.
You know what's in that box?
No. I suppose you won't believe that either, Bill.
Oh, for the love of...
Look, Myrtle, the thing I've been trying to do ever since he died is to round up that musclehead of his, Murphy.
I don't know anything about him either. I've only seen him once or twice.
Hold it, will you please? What's all this? Who's Murphy?
The other side of Lefty's life, bodyguard, errand boy. Myrtle's right, he never hung around the legitimate end. Murphy is a big, ugly guy with one cauliflower ear, which is probably the only ear that's ever heard Lefty in private with whoever he dealt with.
Wait a minute, I'll get there. Hello?
George, I'm down at the police station, and I gave them a description of that man in the hospital.
Oh, Brooksy, yeah. I already know who he is.
You do?
Just caught on this minute. His name was Murphy. He's the link with the angel. Maybe Lefty's only link with his angel.
Hey, what's this? Who are you talking to?
Mr. Valentine, you mean you've seen Murphy? Where?
Wait a minute, Brooksy, listen.
No, George, you listen. You wait a minute. Do you know that they found Murphy 10 minutes ago in an alley? Do you know that Murphy's dead, that he's been murdered?
Say, this angel really gets around, doesn't he? Or is it Lefty's angel? Could be that eager beaver from the DA's office. I wouldn't know. I only know a good thing when I hear it, just like you're going to right now.
And now, Lefty Lumpert, the big shot no one could ever nail, least of all Bill McCoy, the DA's man who's always handled the case, is finally dead from an automobile accident. But what's to become of Lefty's mysterious underworld empire? Well, the secretary who handled Lefty's legitimate business says that Lefty had an angel, a protector, but she doesn't know who it is, of course. A faithful bodyguard named Murphy might know, but he's just been shot to death. So if your name is George Valentine, you know that now it'll take some fast flying to catch up with an angel.
But Brooksy, where was
That's all I know so far, George. The police are down there now. It was in the alley, just a block from the hospital.
So it must have happened just after we chased him away from Myrtle. Okay, Brooksy, stay there at headquarters. I'll meet you later. Hey, Myrtle, you said you know where Lefty kept his safe deposit key.
Yes, of course.
All right with you, McCoy?
Sure, if Lefty had a file on the angel
Okay, then let's go. Sometimes files have teeth.
One of the bigger sized boxes. At least he had plenty of room for this stuff.
Miss Dane, Mr. Valentine.
Hold it. Well, hello, Mr. Emmers.
And McCoy. I noticed you people come into the bank. I hurried over as fast as I could.
Thanks, but I don't think we need you.
Lefty's safe deposit box. That's what you're after?
Any objections?
Well, no, not at all, as far as I'm concerned.
I've got the authority. I'll take the responsibility for approving it with a court order.
Well, my signature's on file as Lefty's secretary, if you'd rather we handle it that way.
No. Go right ahead.
Yeah, you just wanted to watch, huh? Okay, here goes.
Plenty of stuff.
Well, these are just income tax things.
How about this?
Oh, wait a minute. No, it's the same. And these are audits from the investment office, see?
Bonds. Brother, look at this.
I know he had a lot of money invested in buildings.
There's $1 million worth here, or I'll eat it.
Lefty never talked much about his money.
Say, look, let's not be naive, Emerson. Lefty couldn't have made that kind of dough with his legitimate business.
Of course not. Not a tenth of it.
So you prove he had other enterprises. So what? We already know that. Now, come on, this is no good. We're wasting up. Hey.
Yeah. Dusty little envelope down at the bottom. Acme Rental Service.
Here, let me have that.
All right, take it easy.
A key. Nothing in it but a key.
It looks like a house key.
We can trace it, all right. There's a date on the envelope. Acme will have a record.
Sometimes I've called Lefty at his house and there wasn't any answer. I mean, lots of times when he was supposed to be home.
And his own home is pure as driven snow.
So maybe he had another house. A place nobody knew about. The guy playing it safe would keep a duplicate key in the bank.
Okay. I'll see you later.
What?
I'm running over to Acme. Valentine, you worry about the murder. Running down Lefty's other life is my worry.
Well. After all this time of getting nowhere, the heroic DA's man steps in.
Sure, I'm after a headline. So what? Skip it and I'll call you back in an hour.
So you want to know about Murphy's record, eh, Valentine? A guy like Lefty can be a smart lone wolf, but not his strong man. Sure, that's the idea, isn't it? So you ask me about the weak link strong
Johnson,
man.
what's eating you anyway?
Oh, nothing. Murphy was just as smart as his boss. Never been locked up, never had friends, never hung around bars and shot his mouth off.
So he's dead and we might as well forget about him.
You want to know something? I bet he didn't even know anything about any angel. Just Lefty's big, faithful muscle.
And what's all this stuff on your desk here?
Angels. I'm starting a list of angels. And do you know how many there might be?
What do you mean?
The DA's office always thought Lefty played it alone, like a genius. So now we get into it, because there's murder. And what do we find?
Well, Emerson at the bank has dealt with him for a long time.
We find a corporation executive who played cards every Friday with Lefty for years. A real estate king, a fire chief. My friend, I'm telling you, there could be an angel behind every cloud.
Okay, Johnson, I get it. Now, which one is it?
His lawyers, that's the best bet. Big, respectable outfit. Ask them to call back. Hello?
Oh, who is this?
Here, give me that phone.
Take the extension. What is this, a date bureau?
Hello, Myrtle.
Mr. Valentine, did he call you?
Who?
Bill McCoy. He was going to. He was going to call me, and it's nearly 2 hours.
No, he hasn't, Myrtle. Say, where are you?
I called his office, but they haven't heard from him, and I stopped by his apartment, but nobody answered.
Listen to that. Everybody's getting into the act.
Wait a minute. Myrtle, I'll ask the police
I checked the Acme place, and they gave me the address he went to. It's a houseboat.
What?
But I still can't find Bill.
Amateur detectives. Listen, lady.
Mr. Valentine, come out here fast, will you? That's where I am. Lefty's hideout. The houseboat.
Pretty fancy place.
Yes.
Rigged strictly for business, though.
It's where he must have handled his contacts and things.
Well, there's certainly nobody here.
Say, was the door open like that when you came here?
Oh, yes, I haven't touched anything.
I don't care about that. I was just thinking about keys.
What do you mean?
Well, if a guy's careful enough to keep one in the bank, chances are there's only one other. Lefty's own key.
Well, that was in his pocket in the wreck, George. Lieutenant Johnson checked the number of it for me.
So the only key loose is the one McCoy has. So he must be the one who left the door open.
But why? Unless he was in such a hurry.
Take it easy, will you?
He means quite a lot to you, doesn't he? And vice versa.
No, I hate him. Always following me around.
Hey, wait a minute. You noticed the wall safe?
What?
Here, behind the table.
George, it's been left open, too.
By somebody who knew the combination. Johnson can tear this place apart now, but I'll bet he won't find anything.
Whatever there was is gone.
Bill, I don't care about that. What's happened to Bill?
George, yes. Whoever opened it had to know the combination, so it couldn't have just been Mr. McCoy that was here.
He could have found it that way. Or he could have found somebody else here and taken the stuff out of it and headed for the DA's office.
Oh, no, you know that's not true.
George, if the angel was here,
Stop
too...
jumping to conclusions, both of you. Come on.
You heard me? No. Hasn't shown up at his office. Hasn't phoned anybody.
Look, Johnson, what about asking the traffic department?
They can't find him either. They're checking taxis now, but no luck so far. Hey, where you going?
McCoy's apartment. Try to get some more leads on him.
George, look.
McCoy! Hey, McCoy!
Bill?
Oh, you're wasting your time. Look at the bureau and the closet door.
I'll say. Somebody sure went through here fast.
No neckties on the rack. Drawers left open.
No razor blade, no toothbrush.
George!
Yeah. No suitcase in the closet either.
Somebody else must have been here, don't you think? I mean, it seems to me most likely...
Hey, what are you doing at that fireplace?
Mr.
Get away from
Valentine,
that.
No!
Yeah. Ashes. Papers. So you try to step on them and put...
They're all burned, whatever they are.
Hey, Brooksy, shut the door. Get rid of that draft in here. Maybe I can still make out this... Yeah, that's what they are, all right. All right, Myrtle, look. Whose handwriting is that?
I don't know.
A second ago, I thought you were scared because you thought McCoy might be dead. Now, come on, whose papers are these?
I don't know. They're burned so badly, I
Okay,
can't
you
tell.
won't tell me, but I know somebody who can.
Naturally, I've seen Mr. Lumpert's writing many times.
I doubt if the lab will get much out of them, Valentine. But that's what the papers were, all right. Records of payoffs, dealing with gamblers, the whole works. Whole underworld empire.
Lefty Lumpert. His records. Except for one page concerning his angel.
Mr. Valentine, no, it can't be true. He wouldn't
His
have.
angel by the name of Bill McCoy.
it's happened before.
No one in a better position to protect him. The investigator who somehow could never find anything.
Until today. And then he destroyed it as fast as he could and ran.
Well, that does it. I got all the evidence we need.
Uh-huh. All over but chasing down McCoy. And Myrtle, you'll feel different when we find him. And if we hurry, I know how to do it.
Once you said I was tough, Mr. Valentine. Well, now you know why.
Take it easy, take it easy.
You rationalize yourself into taking a job like mine with Lefty. You deal with phonies.
And the first nice guy who pays you a lot of attention.
Turns out to be a phony, too. It's that kind of a world.
I know.
You said you knew where to find him.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I phoned the River Patrol to meet us.
Who?
Lefty Lumpert's underworld business is still really intact. Those ashes won't tip off any names or places, and it's a good business, worth continuing.
You mean you think Bill is planning?
Suppose Bill wasn't the angel.
He was really a partner of Lefty?
Suppose there wasn't any angel. After all, you're the only person who ever said there was one.
What?
Just like you made a big show of being frightened. To prove there was one, I guess.
But Lefty so often
If Lefty wasn't a lone wolf, the way everybody else figured, then the only possible associate was you.
Mr. Valentine,
You're
I really
tough,
don't know
all
what
right, sister. Suppose that's what Murphy knew. Suppose that's what he wanted to see you about. You, the new boss. What? Suppose that's why you shot him in the alley near the hospital where he waited for you to come out. Shot him to quiet the only person who knew your real position.
This is the most ridiculous accusation.
Oh, wait a minute. Except Bill McCoy, of course, sure. The man who was breathing close to the truth. And that's where we're going now. To drag the river real fast before the mud and silt keep us from finding his body forever.
His body?
Sure.
But he was the angel. You saw Lefty's own
Private
file
secretary for years. That forgery would be a cinch for you. Just like you had time to murder McCoy there at the houseboat. Then tear over and fix up his apartment to look like he'd run away. Burn those papers, but leave just enough so we think...
Stop it, I won't listen
If
to
we
you.
find his body where you dumped it, then there's no other way it could work, is there?
Yes. Yes, there is. Like, you could keep on driving right across the bridge, right out of town.
Put that gun away, sister.
And never mind attracting any attention to speeding. You see, there's no reason for me to do all those things. Why would I? Lefty was my... Where did he come from? What are you trying
Right behind
to
us, sister. Head of the traffic department. I asked her to pick me up.
Wait, you...
Oh, no. Careful with that thing, sister. I'm going to ask the department to reinvestigate that accident of Lefty's. The one with you driving. Because that'd explain everything, wouldn't it? If this case really had 3 murders... Well, Myrtle, those policemen are getting out of their car. You've only got about 2 seconds to make up your mind what you're going to say.
You know what I'd say if I was in Myrtle's shoes? Bye. Of course, you couldn't count on it working. Not to the extent, anyway, that you can always count on this.
Mr. Valentine, you don't count very well, do you?
Oh, yes, I do. 3 murders. Because everything that's happened would make plenty of sense. If you maybe happened to give Lefty the extra blow after that accident that supposedly killed him. Or you could have rigged the accident
I said you don't count very well.
Now, give me that. Oh, yeah, I can still count. So can you. 3 murders, I said. Not 4.
First Lefty, then Murphy, then McCoy.
Real tough woman, Brooksy. But she wanted to take over Lefty's empire. Simple as that.
Well, at least one thing tonight, George. I noticed this case made you stop calling me Angel.
Yeah.
You have just heard another adventure with George Valentine. Robert Bailey starred as George, with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the story, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Carter, something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What do you mean?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Yes, that's right. I don't remember what happened, but when I came out of it, I found this knife in my pocket.
Yes, I expected that.
Those stains on it. Carter, they're blood.
Now for the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. It's 4 o'clock on a Monday afternoon, and Arthur Colby, portly, dignified, and respected, walks through the huge bronze doors of the Colby Trust Company and crosses to the curb where a uniformed chauffeur opens the door of his limousine.
I won't need the car just yet, Marvin. I think I'll walk a few blocks before going home.
Yes, Mr. Colby.
Don't close the car door yet, though. I want to get in for a moment to take off my shoes.
I beg pardon, sir?
To take off my shoes. It's such a fine day. I think I'll walk barefoot.
Mr. Colby, barefoot on Park Avenue?
Yes. Good idea, isn't it? I can't imagine why I never thought of it before.
Why did you do such a thing? You, of all people.
I tell you, I don't know, Lorna. I can't even remember it. It was like waking from a sound sleep to find myself in the street, crowds laughing at me.
Can you blame them?
Richard, keep quiet.
Yes, sister dear.
And that newspaper photographer, I tried to smash his camera.
And you only succeeded in giving him a better picture than he'd hoped for. It's on the front page of every tabloid in town.
Don't remind me of it.
You with your Homburg hat, striped trousers, and bare tootsies swinging that gold-headed cane at the camera.
You shut up.
Arthur, dear, please don't get excited. We'll all forget that it ever happened.
Yes, why don't you relax, old boy? Here, have a cigarette.
One of those Turkish atrocities of yours? No, thanks. I'll stick to my pipe.
Sis?
Not now, Richard. Aren't we swanky these days? Monogram cigarettes, no less.
Yes. They're not paid for either, by the way. Could you let me have a couple of hundred, Lorna? I'm stone broke.
When are you going to quit sponging on your sister?
Well, if you'd make me a decent allowance, it wouldn't be necessary.
Richard, you should be ashamed. Arthur's done a great deal for you.
I know. And he never lets me forget it.
Well, if you don't like living in my house...
Oh, but I do. It's very convenient to have a sister with a rich husband, even though he is a bit eccentric.
Well, I am not eccentric.
Well, I was trying to be polite. Most people would have said balmy.
Richard, that's enough.
Well, it's not as if this were the first crazy thing he'd done. How about the way he hides things all over the house? And the time he put the goldfish in the wall safe? If that isn't a sign of something not quite...
Get out of here! Get out of here.
Very well. I'll go. You'd better watch out, sis, or you may wake up some morning with your throat cut.
Wait,
Arthur, dear, now don't pay any attention to him.
Yes. Maybe he's right. Perhaps I am losing my mind.
Oh, that's nonsense. You're only tired and nervous.
But what if during one of these mental blackouts I should harm you?
Don't even think about it. Tomorrow we'll see Dr. Henderson.
Lorna.
Arthur, what's the matter?
There's something in this humidor. Something buried in the tobacco.
Buried in the tobacco?
Look. It's my watch. The one I lost 2 days ago.
Well, maybe you didn't put it there, darling. It might have been Richard playing a joke on you.
No. I hid it there myself. I remember now.
But, Arthur, why?
I don't know. Heaven help me, Lorna. I don't know. I should like to buy a knife.
Is it? A kitchen knife?
I believe so. Yes, a kitchen knife should do nicely.
What kind, sir?
What kind?
Oh, yes, sir. Paring knife, butcher knife, carving knife?
Butcher knife. Yes, a large butcher knife.
Of course. Now we have them at various prices.
The price doesn't matter, just so it has a sharp edge. A very sharp edge. You see, it's for my wife.
And that was the knife they found under your pillow, Mr. Colby.
Yes. I don't remember putting it there. I don't even remember buying it.
And you want Nick to protect your wife against what you might do in the future, Mr. Colby?
No. No, I told you all this, Carter, so that you'd understand the circumstances. What I want you to do is find the sum of money I mislaid during another of these spells.
Oh? How much money?
$20,000.
Wow. Quite a bundle. When did you lose it?
Yesterday. Teller at my bank said I drew a personal check for $20,000 at about 2:30.
And did you?
I examined the check this morning. It's my signature, all right.
But you don't remember signing it?
I don't remember anything from about 2 o'clock until I arrived home at 5.
Go on.
The bank guard saw me leave the building at 3, but where I went or what I did, I don't know.
Then you don't know whether you were robbed or lost the money or gave it away.
I'm more inclined to think that I hid it somewhere. I do hide things lately.
Well, I'll see what I can do. But frankly, I think there's only one thing that'll get your money back.
What's that?
Luck, Mr. Colby. Just plain sheer luck. Patsy, there's something wrong with Colby's story somewhere.
Huh? What do you mean wrong?
It doesn't ring true. I'm no psychiatrist, of course, but I've always understood these mental cases followed a definite pattern.
Well?
The pattern isn't right. Up until now, he's been hiding little things about the house.
Oh, $20,000 isn't a little thing. Not in my dictionary.
No, mine. But he didn't hide it in the house this time, either.
Yeah.
That's one thing. And this business of buying a knife and hiding it is completely outside the pattern.
Do you think he's lying?
Well, it certainly doesn't make any sense that he should try to railroad himself into an asylum.
Unless what, Nick?
Unless he's planning something big. And all this is just a build-up so that he can plead temporary insanity.
You mean something like murder?
Well, could be. You have the name of Colby's psychiatrist?
Yes, it's Dr. Miles Henderson. He has an office in his home out in Eastview.
Try to get me an appointment with Dr. Henderson. Let's find out whether he thinks Colby might be faking.
Okay.
Oh, and ask him to have Mrs. Colby there, too, will you? Perhaps she can tell us how her husband acts during these so-called periods of forgetfulness.
Why did you ask me here, Mr. Carter? Has Arthur done anything violent?
Oh, no. No, Mrs. Colby, nothing like that. Yet.
And just what is this all about?
I'm coming to that, Dr. Henderson. You see, Mr. Colby has retained me to recover some money he thinks he's hidden and forgotten about.
Is that so?
How much money?
$20,000.
$20,000?
Yes. He said he drew it out of the bank during a period of amnesia yesterday afternoon. And he didn't have it when he got home.
Why,
You're going to say something, Mrs. Colby?
No, I was surprised, that's all.
You shouldn't be. I warned you that his condition was getting worse. Will you have a cigar, Mr. Carter?
Oh, no, thank you.
I believe I will.
It's a rather large knife to use as a cigar cutter.
Oh, I don't think so. I picked it up in the Orient several years ago.
Oh, I see.
Yes.
Dr. Henderson, you've been treating Mr. Colby for some time, haven't you?
Only about 2 months. At first, he complained of headaches and absent-mindedness. Then he began to find his personal belongings in odd places with no recollection of putting them there.
Well, how about these periods of amnesia?
They started 3 weeks ago, and they're getting progressively worse. At first, he did silly things, but now his actions are becoming more ominous.
Such as buying that butcher knife and hiding it under the pillow, you mean?
Exactly. For her own safety, I've been trying to persuade Mrs. Colby that her husband should be placed in an institution.
And I can't believe that's necessary. I won't believe it. Not until...
Until it's too late, perhaps.
Richard keeps at me about it, too, until sometimes I think I'll go mad.
And who's Richard?
My younger brother. He lives with us.
Well, I'm afraid Richard's right.
He isn't right. You know what he's thinking of, Doctor. Money.
Hey, just a minute. I'm afraid I don't follow this.
I love my brother, Mr. Carter, but I know his faults. He thinks if Arthur were in an asylum, I'd control Arthur's money.
I see. Huh. Tell me, Dr. Henderson, have you ever observed a case quite like Mr. Colby's before?
In my own experience, no.
But the pattern of behavior is it's not really unusual.
That's what I was really wondering about.
Up to this point, Mr. Colby's condition corresponds exactly to that of a French editor, described by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert in his book, Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations.
Well, this other case, did it start and develop in the same way?
Step by step, they are exactly similar. That's why I'm so positive Mr. Colby should be confined.
Why? What happened to the French editor?
He murdered his best friend.
Did you find out anything from your conversation with Dr. Henderson yesterday, Nick?
Just enough to make me even more curious. Patsy, I want you to get me a book. It's called Psychopathic Phenomena and Aberrations by a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Nick, I'm sorry, but I can't find that book you asked for. I've called every publisher and bookseller in town. Nobody ever heard of it. I don't think there is such a book.
In that case, Patsy, get me the County Medical Association. I see. Thank you very much, Dr. Wilson.
What'd he say, Nick?
You're right, Patsy. There is no such book. And there never was a Dr. Wilhelm Schweigert.
Well.
Not only that, the Medical Association has no record of any such person as Dr. Miles Henderson.
Carter, you've got to help me. Something terrible has happened.
So I found out too late to stop you, huh?
What are you talking about?
You're going to tell me that you've had another period of temporary insanity, aren't you?
Yes, last night. I started for my club about 8, and I don't remember any more until I awakened in my own room this morning.
And during this so-called period of forgetfulness, what did you do? Murder your wife?
No. No, thank heaven Lorna's all right. But look what I found in my pockets this morning.
Why, that's Dr. Henderson's paper knife. I saw it on his desk yesterday afternoon.
Yes, I must have been there last night.
And these stains on the knife. They're blood.
That's what I mean, Carter. I'm afraid I killed the doctor.
Well, instead of being part of Colby's plan to cover up a murder, the false Dr. Miles Henderson, it appears, has himself become Colby's victim. We'll see what happens next in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the barefoot banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. When Arthur Colby recovered from his latest period of amnesia, he found in his pocket a blood-stained paper knife belonging to the man who called himself Dr. Miles Henderson, psychiatrist. Nick and Patsy have gone to Henderson's office in his suburban home to see what really happened.
Well, Patsy, he's been stabbed, all right.
I'll see.
You know, with this sort of a wound, it's strange that Colby didn't have any bloodstains on his clothing.
Maybe he was wearing something else last night.
Oh, possibly. Huh. Must have talked for quite a while before the killing took place.
Huh? What makes you think so?
These ashtrays. One on the doctor's side of the desk, and another by the chair at this end. Judging by the amount of ash...
What's the matter, Nick?
Patsy, these are cigarette ashes.
So what?
Colby smokes a pipe, and the doctor smokes cigars.
Oh, but Nick, where are the cigarette stubs? There aren't any.
No. At first, I thought Colby was framing an alibi. Now, I'm beginning to wonder whether someone isn't framing Colby.
What? You mean Henderson might have been stabbed by someone else? Someone who smokes cigarettes?
Exactly.
Oh.
There must have been something unusual about those cigarettes. Otherwise, why would the stubs have been taken away?
Well, maybe you can tell from the ashes.
Here, wait. Here's a few shreds of tobacco.
Good.
We'll take them down to the police laboratory for analysis.
Okay. Is there anything else to be done here?
I want to take a look in this filing cabinet, labeled Case Histories. See if I can get the names of some of Dr. Henderson's other patients.
I'll get a pencil and write them down for you.
That won't be necessary, Patsy.
Huh?
Looks as if Colby was the only patient our fake doctor had.
You mean the file is empty?
Not quite. Look what I found here.
What? Hey, it's money. A lot of money.
Certainly is. I think we found out what happened to Colby's $20,000.
You mean I gave the $20,000 to Dr. Henderson during my spell of amnesia.
I don't think it was amnesia, Mr. Colby, nor insanity either.
Carter, what are you driving at?
Tell me, how did you happen to start going to Henderson?
Why, I met him at the house one night.
Who brought him there?
I don't know. There's a big party. Many of the guests were strangers to me. Friends of Lorna's, friends of Richard's.
I see. Go on.
Well, Henderson mentioned being a doctor and a psychiatrist, so I told him about the headaches I'd been having. He suggested I come to see him the next day, and I did.
And that's when your real trouble started, wasn't it?
Yes, those headaches were the first symptoms, he said.
What kind of treatments did he give you?
Why, the usual routine, I suppose. I'd talk about my problems, then he'd explain the hidden meanings in what I said.
Wasn't there ever anything else?
Well, sometimes he'd give me a sedative first, then he'd talk to me until I fell asleep. He said it relaxed me for the actual treatment.
Ah, yes. And after one of those treatments, you'd pull some ridiculous stunt, wouldn't you?
Are you trying to tell me the doctor was responsible for the spells I've been having?
Colby, he wasn't a doctor. He was a fake.
What?
And unless I'm mistaken, the reason for your peculiar actions was not insanity. You were hypnotized.
This is the garage, sir. My room's directly above.
And if anybody had taken one of these cars out last night, you'd have heard it, wouldn't you, Marvin?
Yes, sir. I did.
You did? Then one of the cars was gone last night?
Yes, miss. Mr. Colby took the convertible about 11:30 and brought it back a couple hours later.
Yes. According to the medical examiner, that's just about the time Henderson was killed.
How do you know it was Mr. Colby, Marvin?
I know the sound of the motor, sir. It's quite different from the others.
I didn't ask about the car. How did you know Colby was driving it?
Because it's Mr. Colby's personal car.
But you didn't actually see him.
Why, no, sir.
That's what I wanted to know. Thanks, Marvin.
Well, Nick, what now?
We're going up to the house, Betsy, for a little friendly conversation with a killer.
Isn't this rather useless, Mr. Carter? We all know what happened. My brother-in-law killed Henderson in a fit of temporary insanity.
I still want to know whether anyone left the house last night at 11:30. Can you tell me, Mrs. Colby?
No, I'm afraid not. My room is in the east wing. Too far away to hear the front door.
How about you, Mr. Ames?
11:30, I was sound asleep.
I'm sorry we can't be of more help.
Will anyone have a cigarette?
No, thanks, Richard.
Mr. Carter? Miss Bowen? These are rather special if you like all Turkish tobacco.
Nick, don't you...
Oh, no, thanks. I don't smoke. I wonder whether I may make a phone call, Mrs. Colby.
Well, of course. Richard will show you where the phone is.
Hmm.
Well, while you're making that call, Nick, I'm going to work on a little idea of my own.
What sort of an idea, Betsy?
Never mind. But I may have a surprise for you. I hope Marvin doesn't come in the garage and catch me snooping around Mr. Colby's car. He might think I'm stealing it. But there must be an ashtray in the car. And if there are any stubs from those special cigarettes in it, the kind Richard smokes, it'll prove who took this car out last night. Yeah. Here's the ashtray. Oh, darn it, it's empty.
Going for a ride, my dear?
Mrs. Colby, I
thought I'd like to watch a detective at work. So I followed you.
Oh, well, that is, Nick's the detective, not me. I just wanted to see what it felt like to sit behind the wheel of such a beautiful car.
Do you like it?
Oh, it's wonderful. Why, how funny.
What's funny?
The rear-view mirror. I can see through the back window perfectly.
That's what rear-view mirrors are for, isn't it?
Yes, but Mr. Colby is tall. If he'd driven this car last night, the mirror wouldn't be adjusted to fit me.
Get out of that car.
So I was right. It was Richard.
How clever of you, Miss Bowen. But I can't let you tell anyone what you've learned.
Mrs. Colby, put down that wrench, please.
Nicely done. The skin isn't broken. Her hair will cover the bruise. I'm afraid your meddling has caused an unfortunate accident, my dear. So foolish to start a motor in a closed garage. People die that way.
as Mrs. Colby closes the garage door, Patsy lies unconscious behind the wheel of Arthur Colby's car with the motor running. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Barefoot Banker. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Leaving the motor of her husband's car running, with Patsy slumped unconscious behind the wheel, Lorna Colby closes the garage door and starts toward the house.
Oh, just a moment, Mrs. Colby.
Oh, Mr. Carter.
I've been looking for you.
You have?
Thought you might like to know that your brother did not kill Henderson.
Of course he didn't. My husband...
No, Mrs. Colby, not your husband either. You killed him.
I killed... Oh, that's utter nonsense.
I don't think so. And you're not leaving me just yet, Mrs. Colby.
Let go of my arm.
You took your husband's car and went to see Henderson late last night, didn't you?
No, I didn't.
You called with him about the $20,000 he stole from your husband.
I don't know what you're talking
Then
about.
you picked up the paper knife from his desk and stabbed him.
That's not true. It was Arthur who did it.
Remember the blood, Mrs. Colby? The blood that stained your dress?
No.
I found that dress with the blood stain still on it.
You're lying. I burned it this morning.
Thanks for the confession, Mrs. Colby. Perhaps we'd better drive down to headquarters now and make it official.
It was a trick. You didn't know anything.
Oh, yes, I did. But I had no proof until you gave yourself away. Come on, let's go.
No, not to the garage.
I'm going to let you drive me to headquarters.
I won't go in there. I won't.
Oh, yes, you will. Wait till I open this garage door.
Let me go. Let me go.
Where's the motor of that car running?
I don't know.
There's someone in it.
No.
Good heavens, it's Patsy.
Well, Nick, they say I can leave the hospital tomorrow. Isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful that you're alive, Patsy. Another couple of minutes in that garage and you'd have been my late lamented secretary.
Oh. Well, I'm sure glad you came along when you did. But tell me, Nick, how did you know Mrs. Colby killed the doctor?
I knew because Richard smoked turkey cigarettes. But the laboratory analysis of those shreds of tobacco in Henderson's ashtray proved that they came from some ordinary popular brand.
Oh, and that eliminated Richard.
Yes. Colby smoked a pipe, so he was in the clear. So it had to be his wife.
I don't follow that, Nick. Couldn't it have been some completely unknown person?
But you're forgetting that the knife was found in Colby's pocket. And outside of Richard or Colby himself, the only person who could have put it there was Mrs. Colby.
Well, yes, but what was behind all this business?
There's a plot to get control of Colby's money by having him put in an asylum as a homicidal maniac.
Mm-hmm.
That's why Mrs. Colby hired Henderson, an ex-vaudeville hypnotist, mind you, to pose as a psychiatrist.
And by putting Colby under hypnotic influence, Henderson could make him do peculiar things the next day and then forget all about them.
He could and did. And after a few incidents like that, all before witnesses, mind you, Mrs. Colby would have no trouble at all getting her husband put away as a dangerous lunatic.
Then Richard was completely innocent.
Didn't know a thing about it.
Huh.
You know, the whole scheme might have worked out if Henderson hadn't got greedy and used hypnotism to make Colby draw that $20,000 out of the bank and bring it to him.
Yes, that was a fatal error.
I should say it was. Made Mrs. Colby furious.
So that's why she killed him.
That was one reason. She also saw a perfect chance to get rid of the only person who knew her plans and at the same time put her husband in the asylum as a homicidal maniac by putting the blame on him.
What a dirty frame-up.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, you get 50% of the fee on this case, you know.
I do?
Mm-hmm.
Why?
Because you caught the killer before I did, even if you didn't know it.
Well, I hope I never catch another one. Catching criminals is awfully hard on the head.
Well, Nick, how about a little advanced dope on the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Certainly, Bob. But first, I wish to ask everybody who's listening to clean up their plates at every meal. And if anything's left over, don't waste it. Make it do for tomorrow. In this way, we can help save valuable food that is so desperately needed by people who are not so fortunate as we are.
I'm sure we all agree with that, Nick, and we'll do all we can to ease the present world food emergency. And now, about next week's Nick Carter adventure.
Bob, next week, we're going to meet a couple of crooks who spent a lot of time looking for a lady that was 6 inches high and covered with jewels.
And Nick had to turn me into a spook to find them.
Spooks and 6-inch ladies. It sounds like a fascinating combination. What do you call the story?
I call it The Case of the Jeweled Queen.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
From New York City, the makers of Clippercraft Clothes for Men and 1,036 leading retail stores from coast to coast present the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Tonight's story, The Adventure of the Empty House. Well, here we are, as usual, in Dr. Watson's hospitable study, all ready and waiting for our weekly treat. What's it to be tonight, Dr. Watson?
Well, tonight, I think I'll tell you how Holmes made an unexpected and, I may say, dramatic return after many years' absence. Yes, it was so dramatic I came dash close to fainting.
Well, well.
But before we go into that, suppose you tell us about a happy surprise that's in store for the chaps who buy their first Clippercraft clothes. Surprise that won't shock their pocketbooks.
How right you are, Dr. Watson. New spring Clippercraft clothes are arriving constantly at fine stores everywhere. That's an important announcement for men who have always worn Clippercraft, and for those who will wear them for the first time this spring, because Clippercraft values are even more sensational today than ever before. And that's saying plenty. The Clippercraft plan concentrates the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, making possible steady year-round operation, resulting in tremendous savings in manufacturing and distribution costs, and putting those savings, even in the face of today's high prices, where they belong, in your pocket. And don't forget that your Clippercraft dealer is a friendly local independent store, a store you can trust. Handsome new Clippercraft suits are only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine are only $40 and $45. Sport jackets but $26.50, and superb tropicals but $33.75 to $40. Compare Clippercraft with clothes selling for many dollars more. And now, Dr. Watson, to get back to Mr. Holmes' dramatic reappearance.
Right. You know, I've always said it's a good thing to absent yourself from time to time. Makes people appreciate you when you come back. That's what Holmes said the time he was missing for 3 years.
3 years? That's a pretty long lapse of time.
Yes, it was rather. Everyone thought he was dead. What a horrible time that was. I couldn't bear to live in our old lodgings in Baker Street. Associations and everything.
Yes.
It's funny how sentimental we all are underneath. I'd taken up my quarters in a more fashionable part of town and resumed my medical practice. It was after Holmes had succeeded in driving Professor Moriarty out of England. We all believed Holmes had sacrificed his life to rid society of that evil spirit.
That sounds terrifically exciting, Doctor. Won't you tell us how Holmes managed to put a finish to Moriarty?
What? Kill off Professor Moriarty before I've told you the rest of our adventures with him? Well, I should say not. Never catch me throwing away good material, but let's get down to cases.
Fair enough.
Very well. It was in the spring of the year 1894, when all of London, the fashionable world in particular, was dismayed by the death under most unusual circumstances of the Honourable Ronald Adair. That likeable young gentleman was the second son of the Earl of Maynooth. He lived, together with his mother, the Countess of Maynooth, and his sister Hilda, at 427 Park Lane. The youth moved in the best society, but was very fond of cards, played continually.
Aha, piling up gambling debts he couldn't pay.
Well, as a matter of fact, it came out in evidence that he had actually won as much as £420 in one sitting at his club the week previous. From Godfrey Miller and Lord Balmoral, I believe it was. His partner was a certain Colonel Moran.
But then he must have been well ahead of the game.
Oh, quite. And yet it was to this easygoing, likeable, I might even say lucky young aristocrat that death came in a most strange and unexpected form on the night of the March the 30th. He returned from his club shortly after 10, his mother and sister having gone to the opera. The butler, Peters, swore that he heard him enter the front room on the second floor, generally used as his sitting room. The night being chilly, he had lit a fire, and as it showed a tendency to smoke, one of the front windows had been opened about 4 inches. Nothing further was heard from this sitting room until 11:30, the hour of the return of Lady Maynooth and her daughter. Peters testified that her ladyship seemed rather agitated.
Gracious, Hilda. I declare I'm chilled to the bone.
I'm sorry, Mama.
Oh, Peters, will you help me with my carriage boots?
Certainly, milady. You've returned so early. I trust the opera was not a disappointment.
Oh, no, indeed, Peters. It was heavenly. Only Mama can never bear to stay for the death scenes at the end.
So depressing, I always think.
Why, Mama, I've always thought Carmen was terribly gay. Just because he knifes her in the last scene doesn't
No, I know, but so primitive, so brutal. And that bit in the gypsy camp, where Carmen keeps turning up the ace of spades, the card of death. I had the queerest foreboding during that scene, as though Ronnie needed me. Oh, dear, I do wish he wouldn't play whist so often. I'm sure it's not good for him. A boy his age should have other interests. I wish I could get that ace of spades out of my mind. I can't help feeling it means something.
Oh, nonsense, Mama. You've just given yourself another case of the fidgets. The English climate that's depressing you, that's all. One day of sunshine and you'll be as gay as a lark.
I'm sure I hope so. Oh, dear, listen to that wind. Fog and rain, rain and fog. Peters, has Mr. Ronald come in yet?
Yes, milady. Over an hour ago. He's upstairs in his sitting room.
Well, thank heaven for that. I think I'll just go up and say good night to him.
That's right, Mama. Make sure he isn't sitting in a draught.
Hilda, really? I declare I don't know what children are coming to nowadays. No respect for their parents.
Good night, darling.
And you're not to sit up till all hours, mind.
No, Mama.
Really, I don't know how young girls nowadays expect to keep their looks if they never go to bed. Oh, dear, that wind, it's so eerie. Ronnie? Ronnie, dear, it's Mother. Why, it's locked. The door's locked. Ronnie, are you all right? Ronnie!
Mother, what's the matter?
Ronnie, he's locked himself in. He doesn't answer. Peters! Hilda! Oh, come quickly, I'm afraid.
Okay, Mother.
Oh, Ronnie! Ronnie! Why don't you answer?
Now, don't worry, milady.
It's all right, Mother. He's probably fallen asleep.
Ronnie! Oh, Hilda, I'm frightened. Peters, can't you break the door down?
I can try, milady.
Here, let me help. Now then, both together.
There he is, milady. Fallen asleep at the desk.
But he looked so strange. Cards scattered everywhere, and look there. The ace of spades. There's blood on it. Blood dripping onto the carpet. Ronnie!
Oh, Peters, quick, help me. She's fainted.
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
Here, put her on the couch.
No, poor Lady Maynooth.
Oh, dear, Mother.
Shall I call the doctor, miss?
Oh, never mind, Mother. It's Ronnie we have to worry about. Maybe it's not too late. Oh, Ronnie. Oh, his head. How horrible.
Shot with a soft bullet. Better not look, miss. It's not nice.
Oh, Ronnie, darling, why did you do it?
He didn't, miss.
Oh, but Peters, he must have. The door was locked on the inside.
It's not suicide, Miss Hilda. It's murder. Mr. Ronnie couldn't have done it. There's no weapon anywhere in the room.
But look here, Dr. Watson. Ronald Adair was in the second-story sitting room with the door locked on the inside.
Exactly, Mr. Harris. Furthermore, he was in the room alone.
Yes, but if someone else shot him, how is that possible?
That's what puzzled the authorities. No one could have climbed up to the open window without leaving traces of some sort. The outside wall was perfectly smooth, no ivy, no water pipes. Furthermore, there was a drop of over 20 feet from the window to the ground.
Well, then the murderer couldn't have been in the room with young Adair. He must have shot at him from the street below.
Remember, the window was open only 4 inches, and the glass was not shattered.
That would be a pretty remarkable shot, Doctor.
Furthermore, Park Lane is not an unfrequented thoroughfare, and there is a cab stand within 50 yards of the house, and yet no one heard a shot.
Nice little problem.
Yes, exactly. Scotland Yard was at its wits' end. Our old friend, Inspector Lestrade, even went so far as to consult me in the matter, knowing how familiar I was with Holmes' methods of deduction. And so I promised to have a look at the facade of Lady Maynooth's house in Park Lane to see if anything suggested itself to me.
And did it?
Now, Mr. Harris, you're anticipating again.
I'm sorry.
Well, so it was. But around 6 o'clock that evening, I found myself at the Oxford Street end of Park Lane. A heterogeneous collection of loafers on the pavement, all staring up at a particular window, directed me to the house I had come to see. Good evening, Constable.
Good evening, Dr. Watson, sir. I was told you might be dropping around for a look at the scene of crime.
Yes, nice little crowd you've collected here.
Yes, sir. Nothing like a good murder to bring him out of their owls. Look at that old codger up there with the white whiskers. Pushing his way up to the front. But he ain't been out of doors for months. Looks fair dusty, he does.
Oh, you mean the bibliophile.
The what, sir?
Book lover.
Oh.
Notice the titles of the volumes under his arm. Say, let's have a look. Origin of Tree Worship. Sign Language of the Druids. Life in Early Crete. Evidently collects obscure volumes, either as a trade or a hobby.
Well. I never would have noticed. I'll hand it to you, Dr. Watson. You're almost as good with your deductions as Mr. Sherlock Holmes himself.
Elementary, my dear Constable, elementary. Poor old fellow. He's got a bad cough. Lung condition, probably. Well, there doesn't seem to be anything much to discover. No possible way of scaling the front of the building from below. How about the roof? Could he have come across from another building?
No, sir. Inspector Lestrade looked into that first thing. Roof's all divided off with iron bars. Spikes on them. About as easy to break into as the Bank of England.
Well, may as well be getting on home. Yes, I dare say even Holmes couldn't solve this.
Here's look where you're going, you clumsy fool.
Oh, I say, I'm terribly sorry. I hope you're not hurt.
Who cares about me? It's my books that matter. Struck them right out of my hand. There they are, lying all over the road. Mud on their covers.
Oh, please, let me pick them up.
No, you don't. And don't you touch them. You've done enough damage already. Mercy on us. Such a mess. Nobody appreciates good books nowadays.
Well, at least let me apologize. I'm
really
go
away, Donna. Don't bother me. Can't you see I'm busy? Go home, can't you? You're no use standing around here.
Well, maybe he's right. Good night, Constable.
Good night, Doctor.
Lestrade knows where to find me in case he wants me. Any calls while I was out, Rosie?
No, sir.
Oh, good. Maybe my luck is in tonight. It's about time I had a peaceful evening at home. Oh, I spoke too soon. See what it is this time, Rosie. Croup or measles?
Yes, sir, right away.
No more privacy than a Siamese twin. Dr. Codcall is so his own. And as for ever Oh, yes, Rosie, who is it, and what does he think he has?
It ain't a patient, sir.
No? What then?
I don't rightly know, sir. He's an old fellow with white whiskers, like a billy goat. Said to tell you it was your bibliophile calling.
What? Oh, the bibliophile.
You're surprised to see me so soon, eh?
Well, how do you do? Come in.
Thank you.
That's all, Rosie.
Oh, yes, sir.
Well, please sit down. I hope you're recovered from the bump I gave you.
Well, that's what I came to see you about, Dr. Watson.
Oh, yes?
I've got a conscience, sir, and when I chanced to see you come into this house, I came hobbling after you because I said to myself, I'll just step in and see that kind gentleman and tell him I'm sorry I was a bit gruff a while back and no harm meant. And I'm much obliged for offering to pick up my books.
Oh, not at all.
Maybe you collect books yourself?
Well, no, I can't say that I do.
Never too late to learn. Now, here's a copy of British Birds, and here's a very fine Catullus.
Yes, but...
Or perhaps this Holy War would be more in your line.
Well, really, I don't think...
A bargain, every one of them. With 5 volumes, you could just fill that gap on the second shelf. So untidy, my dear Watson, quite unlike your old self.
Holmes!
Obviously. I wondered how long it'd take you to penetrate my disguise.
You're not dead.
Your reasoning, my dear Watson, as usual, is faultless.
Well, I'm... For heaven's sake,
Easy, Watson, easy.
My dear Holmes, I think I'll sit down.
It's a very good idea. I'd better have a nip of this brandy.
Yes, I could do with a bracer.
My dear Watson, 1,000 apologies. I had no idea you'd be so affected.
Well, I'm not made of chilled steel like you, Holmes. Where's my brandy?
Here you are.
That's better. So it's really you standing here in my study. Well, thank heaven, why, you old reprobate, you. How in heaven's name did you ever come back alive out of that dreadful chasm where Professor Moriarty met his death?
It's quite simple. I was never there.
Yes, but good heavens, Holmes, it's been 3 years. You let us believe you were dead all that time. Now, was that nice, I ask you?
Not nice, Watson, but necessary. You see, Moriarty's gang was still to be dealt with. I was much safer if they believed I'd met my death at the same time as their illustrious leader. For 3 years, I've been living in disguise, tracking the members of that foul brotherhood to the ends of the earth. And now I'm happy to say there's only one left to be dealt with.
But look here, Holmes, why didn't you let me know who you were when I bumped into you in Park Lane just now?
Because, my dear Watson, you were being watched by the man I'm after. The last of Moriarty's gang.
Good heavens, who is he?
Someone you doubtless know, Watson. You may have even played whist with him on numerous occasions. And lost. Most people lose when they play with the tiger, as Moriarty used to call him. A clever man, Watson. Very clever. He not only suspects that I'm alive, he even guesses I've returned to London.
Good Lord.
Yes, but I mean to take advantage of this cleverness. I've set a trap for him. I expect to catch my tiger tonight.
Tonight?
Exactly. I don't suppose you'd care to come along.
You just try to prevent me, that's all I have to say. Just wait till I get my hat and stick.
I think you'll find your old army revolver a little more appropriate, Watson.
And now, while Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson start tracking one of London's master criminals, suppose we tell you how to track down one of the most satisfactory bargains in the clothing business. Clippercraft concentrates on delivering exactly what you want in your clothes at remarkably low prices for such fine quality. You want long wear? Well, examine the rich, staunchly woven Clippercraft fabrics. You want comfort? You get it in Clippercraft through the most skillful designing experience can bring you. And you want the smartness your friends will admire? Clippercraft brings you all three. Smart styling, long wear, solid comfort at unbelievably modest prices. It's the result of the unique Clippercraft plan, concentrating the buying power of 1,036 of the nation's finest stores from coast to coast, and bringing you amazingly fine suits at only $40 and $45. Top coats in fine coverts and worsted gabardine for only $40 and $45. Sport jackets for only $26.50, and smart tropicals at only $33.75 to $40. Yes, selling expensive clothes at inexpensive low prices at the nation's finest stores is the great big idea behind the Clippercraft plan. That's why men who know insist on Clippercraft clothes. So be sure to visit the Clippercraft store in your city.
These leading stores in the metropolitan area are proud to add their names to Clippercraft in your suits, top coats, and sport jackets and tropicals. In Manhattan, John Wanamaker Men's Stores, Broadway at 8th and 67 Liberty Street. Saks 34th, Broadway at 34th. In Brooklyn, Abraham and Strauss. In Newark, New Jersey, Boulevard Men's Shop, Kresge Newark. And in Jamaica, the B&B Clothes Shop, 16408 Jamaica Avenue.
But now back to Holmes and Watson. We find them slinking down a dark and sinister little alleyway.
I say, Holmes, do we have to do all this pussyfooting down dark mews and through smelly stables?
Absolutely, my dear Watson. It's essential that we should not be followed at this stage of the game. Yes, we've passed Manchester Street and Blandford Street. Here, down this narrow passage.
Good Lord. It's as dark as the black hole of Calcutta.
Here, scale this fence.
Scale the fence?
Now, don't tell me you've let yourself get out of condition during my absence.
Certainly not, only, do you think it's quite dignified?
Probably not, but who'll ever know? Up with you.
All right. A little better. I've ruined the knees of my trousers.
Oh, stop burbling, Watson, and come along. We've got to get into this house.
Yes, but look here, it's an empty house.
Quite. That's why I selected it. Now, where did I put that key?
Well, don't tell me you're not going to pick the lock. Holmes, you're losing your grip.
Quiet. Come in. Easy does it. Shut the door after you. Gently, my dear Watson. Gently.
Well, I'm doing my best. It was a draft. Well, now what?
Come along upstairs. We should get a good view from the windows of the upper front room.
You know, Holmes, there's something spooky about an empty house. Strange noises, boards squeaking.
Easy. We turn a corner here. Are you with me?
Oh, absolutely.
Ah, this is the room. Excellent. The light from the street lamps, all the illumination we shall need.
Look here, Holmes. There's something familiar about this street out there. Why, of course, it's Baker Street.
Exactly. We're in Camden House, which stands opposite our old quarters.
Jove, no wonder it looked familiar. But why station ourselves here?
Because it commands an excellent view of our historic dwelling. Might I trouble you, my dear Watson, to draw a little nearer to the window, taking every precaution not to show yourself.
All right.
And then look up at our old rooms. We'll see if 3 years of absence have entirely taken away my power to surprise you.
Well, the windows of our sitting room are lighted. I see there's a man sitting in front of one. Well, look here, it's you. Well, that is, at least it's your silhouette.
It's a bust of me, to be exact. Anything else of interest in Baker Street?
Let's see. There's two disreputable-looking fellows leaning against a lamp-post.
Excellent, Watson. I expected them.
Holmes, good heavens, your head. I mean the dummy. It moved.
Of course, our old friend Mrs. Hudson has orders to move it from below from time to time. Listen, what was that?
Sounded like a door closing.
Yes. I felt a draft. By all that's holy, he's going to operate from inside this building. I expected he'd work from the street as he did before. Quick, Watson, we've got to get out of here. He'll probably want this window.
You mean whoever we're after, he's coming in here?
Of course. Quick, Watson, into the next room. Here. Stand in the shadow where we can watch him without being seen.
I hear footsteps. He's coming.
Quiet if you value your life.
Standing in the doorway. His face is in the shadow of his hat. Great Scott, his eyes blaze in the dark like a cat's.
Like a tiger's, Watson.
He's crossing to the window. He's raising the window.
Not very far, Watson. That won't be necessary.
His stick. His walking stick. Why is he pointing it out of the window?
It's a gun, Watson. Devilish invention. Doesn't make a sound. He's going to take a shot at my silhouette. When we hear the window across the street crash, we know he's fired.
He's aiming.
Get him, Watson, get him!
Don't move, you want...
The gun,
You
Watson!
put your head me. Well, not before I squeeze the life out of you.
Oh, no, you don't! Watson. Watson, are you all right? I knocked him out.
Yes, absolutely. What's that for?
Those two men from Scotland Yard down in the street leaning against the lamppost. I must say I thought our friend here would do his dirty work outside so they could deal with him firsthand. Ah, here come the regulars. Well, well, if it isn't Lestrade.
You bet it is. It took the job myself. And maybe we weren't glad to get your message at Scotland Yard half an hour ago. Although I must say we've done pretty well down there in your absence.
Really? Solved the Ronald Adair mystery yet?
Oh, well, that is...
our sleeping beauty seems to be coming too. Gentlemen, allow me to present Colonel Sebastian Moran, late of Her Majesty's Indian Army. I believe I'm correct, Colonel, in saying that your bag of tigers still remains unrivaled.
You go to blazes.
Yes, a remarkable shot. You and your air gun were invaluable to the late Professor Moriarty, eh?
I might have known that wasn't you in the window.
Quite. I'm surprised that such a simple stratagem could deceive so old a shikar.
What do you mean by that?
How often, Colonel, have you tethered a goat to a tree, lain above it with your rifle, and waited for the bait to attract your tiger? This empty house is my tree. You are my tiger. The only difference being that I did not care to be the goat myself. Take him away, Lestrade.
Just a moment. You can't arrest me for taking a shot at a dummy, not even if it's the dummy of Sherlock Holmes.
Yes, quite right. I arrest you for the murder of the Honorable Ronald Adair, because you are the only man alive capable of shooting a man through the slightly opened window from the street below without being heard. A truly remarkable shot, Colonel. A bit too remarkable. That's how I knew you were the murderer.
Now come along, you. Frank, bring that stick along.
Right, sir.
We'll need it as evidence.
Well, Watson, what do you say? Shall we step across the street to our old quarters?
Right-o.
I think you'll find everything just as it used to be, and I'm sure Mrs. Hudson is anxiously awaiting us with sandwiches and a steaming pot of coffee.
Ah.
You see, I remember your weakness.
My weakness? I like that. And that, Mr. Harris, is the story of how I went to live in Baker Street again and started another series of incredible and amazing adventures, which I shall tell you about, if it won't bore you.
Well, what do you think, Dr. Watson? You know, there's just one thing I don't understand about tonight's story, though. Why did Colonel Moran kill Ronald Adair?
Because Adair had discovered Moran was cheating at cards and threatened to expose him. You remember that I said Adair had won £400 at whist the week before with Moran as his partner.
Yes.
That amount made Adair suspicious. He discovered the cards were marked. The very cards, by the way, which were found beside the dead body. He was examining them again to be sure he'd made no mistake. That's why the door was locked on the inside. He didn't want anyone to interrupt him.
I see. Well, what about next week's story, Dr. Watson?
Let me think. Next week, suppose I tell you about a rather curious dinner that Holmes and I attended in order to see if we could discover if a world-famous violinist was trying to poison his wife.
Did you succeed?
In a way, yes. Of course, there was a death. But I'll tell you all about it next week.
The makers of Clipper Craft Clothes and 1,036 leading stores from coast to coast have brought you another in the new series of broadcasts featuring the world's most famous detective, Sherlock Holmes. Our stories are based upon the character of Sherlock Holmes, created by Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. Sherlock Holmes is played by John Stanley, Dr. Watson by Alfred Shirley, and the dramatizations are by Edith Meiser. Sherlock Holmes is produced and directed by Basil Lochran, with special music by Albert Berman. If you don't know your Clipper Craft dealer, write Clipper Craft, 200 Fifth Avenue, New York City. Be sure to listen next Sunday to Sherlock Holmes in The Case of the Very Best Butter.
This
is Cy Harris speaking for Clippercraft Clothes. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Following station identification, you'll hear Melvin Elliott with a 15-minute summary of the latest news.
Gee, I could listen to that all night, Henry.
Like, huh? Sal, you play so easy. I've been playing this thing all evening.
Well, play it some more.
Well, a little.
Ah, that's wonderful. Not too loud, Henry, the neighbors. Yeah, that's better. You should be able to get a job in a night spot easy the way you play. I bet you'll find a job tomorrow.
Oh, I tramped all over town today, and it was nothing doing.
Well, you didn't expect to ring the bell your first day in town, did you, darling?
Yeah, I'd better ring it soon. I'm low on dough.
I'll lend you some. Excuse me?
Yeah,
Hello?
Sal, this is Bill.
What do you want?
Not what you think.
No?
You tossed me out of your life, I'm not going to bounce back. I want...
You want what?
Do I hear a harmonica?
Well, it's not the Boston Symphony.
That guy Henry Peterson's with you, huh? The guy you told me was coming to town.
Uh-huh, and there's nothing you can do about it either.
Oh, no?
No.
Well, when I get through with that joker, he won't be playing a harmonica. He'll be strumming a harp.
And now on to Dick Calmer as Boston Blackie. Enemy to those who make him an enemy. Friend to those who have no friend.
Will you put down that harmonica and listen to me?
You don't have anything to say. I don't go with a gal who still has a boyfriend. I heard that phone conversation just now.
Bill's nothing to me anymore.
You're something to him.
Henry, you're going to stay here whether you like it or not.
Well, I don't like it, and I'm not staying.
You have to. I gave up Bill for you. The day I got your letter about coming here to live, I told Bill it was all off.
Well, it's all off with us, too. I know Bill Foster's rep and his record, and I don't want to be the reason the cops are looking for him for murder.
Henry, if you walk out on me, I'll kill you.
What a choice. If I stay, Bill will kill me. If I leave, you kill me. I'll take a chance you won't. So long, Sal. Be a good gal.
I'm warning you. You leave and I'll use this on you.
Oh, the gal has a gun. My mother never told me which way to duck in a case like this, so I think I'll just duck out.
Well, think again, music man. I gave up an awful lot for you. Bill loves me, and Bill's rich. And I turned him down for you, and now that I did, I'm keeping you.
Forget it, will you? You and I were a quick thing that just isn't anymore. Go on back to Bill. I'll go back where I came from. So long.
Henry, if you walk out on me,
I said so long, Sal. Oh, yeah. Here. Here's a little thing to remember me by. You shouldn't have done that, Sal. That hurt.
Should have done more than that. Should have killed you. Why don't you fall? Why don't you die?
Give me that gun. You don't want the gun anymore. Give it to me.
What are you going to do?
What I started out to do. Walk out on you. But I'm taking the gun with me. I'm shot bad, but I said I was going out of here. And I meant what I said. Who's that? Me, Bill. Who's me? Turn on the lights and see. This is your apartment. Turn them on. Who are you? I'm Henry Peterson.
Henry
Yeah. What's left of me anyway?
Hey, what's the matter with you? What do you... Hey, you've been shot.
Yeah, nicely, too. I held on just about as long as I could. Just long enough to make it here.
Oh, you idiot. What are you trying to do to me? What's the idea of coming here?
I just wanted you to know who did the job. Your pal, Sal.
Sal?
Yeah. She's a good shot.
This is the gun she used. Oh, well, you're dying, you jerk. Now get out of here. I've got a record. If you die here, the police will never believe I didn't kill you. Now don't frame me, kid. Go on, get out.
I'm sorry, Bill. Just don't think I got the time.
Will you answer the door, Mary?
Oh, Blackie, are you getting lazy?
No, I'm getting this letter finished.
No, I'm getting impatient.
Yes? Is Boston Blackie in?
Oh, yes.
Well, I'm
Yes,
Sally
he-
Rogers. I'd like to speak to him, please.
Yeah, come on in.
Thank you. You're Miss Wesley, aren't you?
Yeah, I am. How'd you know?
I've seen your picture in the papers with Blackie.
Oh. Blackie, there's someone here to see you.
See me?
Mm-hmm. A very pretty girl.
Very pretty girl. You said someone, Mary?
Blackie, this is Sally Rogers. And something tells me she's in trouble.
Are you, Miss Rogers?
No, I'm not Blackie, but I'm afraid Henry Peterson is.
Who's Henry Peterson?
He's a friend of mine. He's a professional harmonica player. When he left me last night, he said he'd be back this morning, and I haven't heard from him all day. I'm afraid something's happened to him.
What, for instance?
Well, I was engaged to Bill Foster before I met Henry. Henry was going to see Bill when he left me.
In other words, Bill Foster's happened to him, huh?
Well...
That guy shouldn't happen to anyone.
Are you talking about Bill Foster, the racketeer, Miss Rogers?
Yes, Miss Wesley, I am. And Bill threatened to do something terrible to Henry. Blackie, will you help me find him?
Your boyfriend has been missing less than 24 hours, Miss Rogers. I don't think there's anything to worry about, but if there is, why don't you go to the police?
No, I'm afraid to because of Bill. He may be watching me.
Go to the police, Miss Rogers. And if you're afraid of Foster, ask them to protect you. The police would love to pin a rap on Bill Foster. They'll give you plenty of help.
Well, you think I should?
I know you should. And if you're not satisfied with what the police accomplish, come and see me again.
Thanks, Blackie. I'll do that. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long.
Well, you certainly got rid of her in a hurry, Blackie. What's the matter? Isn't she your type?
I help people who need help, Mary, and she doesn't.
Well, you seem very sure. I thought she was terribly upset. And if it were... Hey!
Good night. What was that?
Gee, someone in the hall just screamed. As if you didn't know.
Come on, let's go and see.
Oh, Blackie, I have an awful feeling.
Mary, it's not a feeling anymore. It's a fact. Look there on the floor,
Yes.
near the elevator.
That's Sally Rogers. Got a nasty gash on her head.
We'll take her into my apartment, and you can do whatever nurses are supposed to do in cases like this, while I have Faraday grab Bill Foster, which is what I do in cases like this.
Foster, what did you do with Henry Peterson?
Let me handle this, Faraday. Foster, where did you hide Peterson's body?
Blackie, I've never even seen the guy in my life. How many times do I have to tell you?
We don't want to hear you say that again, Foster. We want the truth.
I'm telling the truth. Didn't even know the guy was in town till I called Sal and heard him playing the harmonica.
Miss Rogers told Blackie you threatened to kill him.
Sure, Inspector, sure I did, but I was just kidding.
Some sense of humor. You slugged Miss Rogers outside my apartment, but first you killed Henry Peterson. You did kill Peterson, didn't you?
Come in.
Inspector Faraday?
Yeah, Blaine?
Inspector, there's a man out here who wants to see you.
Well, who cares? I'm trying to get this guy here to admit he killed Henry Peterson.
But the man outside is Henry Peterson.
Henry Peterson?
And I killed the guy, huh?
Yes, you... Send him in here, Blaine.
Yes, sir, right away. Come in here, Peterson. The inspector will see you.
Well, I think you're about through with me, aren't you, Inspector?
Sit down, Foster.
I have a hunch there's
Inspector, this is Henry Peterson.
Come in, Peterson.
Thanks, Inspector. What an entrance. What an audience. I understand you think I'm dead.
I had reason to believe you were. That'll be all, Blaine.
Yes, Inspector, sure.
Do you know this man, Peterson?
This one here?
Yeah.
Yes, by reputation only. He's Bill Foster, isn't he? I know him all. I understand he's supposed to have killed me. Whatever gave anybody that idea?
Well, I'm sure I don't know, Henry, but I'm glad you showed up before these guys beat a confession out of me.
I'd be here.
Peterson, I understand you're new in town.
Yeah, just got here yesterday. Came in yesterday.
Is there anyone in town who can identify you, that is, besides Sally Rogers?
Well, let's see now. No, I don't think so. I haven't seen anyone else. I have my driver's license right here in my wallet. I'll show you that.
You look at it, Faraday. Peterson, I understand you play the harmonica.
Yes, how'd you know? Sure, I play it.
Miss Rogers told me. You don't by any chance have a harmonica with you, do you?
Yes, certainly. I always carry one right here, sure.
But can you play one?
Shall I play what you want or what I want?
Anything.
Well, I don't know that. But how about this?
Well, Blackie, what happens now?
I don't know. Only I don't feel too badly, because I guarantee you don't know either.
That's enough of the harmonica, Peterson.
Here's your wallet back.
Little number I wrote myself, okay?
Well, Faraday, do I go now?
Yeah, Foster, you can go.
Wait a minute, Faraday. Keep Foster under guard until we've made one more test.
What more do we need to believe this guy is Peterson? His driver's license says he is. He plays the harmonica the way he's supposed to.
But he ran out on Sally Rogers the way he wasn't supposed to. Let's take Peterson up to my apartment to see Miss Rogers and see what name she calls him. Mary, how's Miss Rogers? Is she all right?
Oh, yes, Blackie. The cut on her head wasn't as bad as it looked. She's lying down in the bedroom. She has an awful headache.
Yeah, and I'm going to have one. This guy here isn't Peterson.
I'm who I say I am. Take me to the sound. You prove it. Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's stop this nonsense. Come on, Faraday. Bring him into the bedroom. I'll show you I'm right.
Come on, Peterson. I'm right with you. Drive him back.
Miss Rogers, are you awake?
What? Oh, Blackie, hello.
Miss Rogers, I'm Inspector Faraday of the police.
Hello.
This man says he's Henry Peterson.
Oh, hello, Henry. Where have you been?
Sal, baby.
Is this Henry Peterson, Miss Rogers?
Of course. Henry, what happened to you?
Blackie, I don't know why you're standing there with your mouth open. Except maybe it's because this case is closed.
Hello?
Bill?
Yeah.
This is Sal. They let you out of jail at last, didn't they?
Couldn't hold me, Sal, not when I hadn't done anything wrong. You recovered enough from that smack on the head I gave you to go home, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Well, that ought to teach you to keep Blackie out of this.
Bill, what'd you do with Henry?
Never mind what I did with him.
You did something. I know that.
Huh. You think so?
I know so. I followed him after he left my apartment. I saw him go to yours. Where is he now?
Some place where he won't do either of us any harm. That bullet of yours finished him, sweetheart.
He's dead?
Sure. Only if I were you, I'd keep quiet about it.
Why? What do I have to be afraid of? He died in your house. And the police will always take my word against yours.
Now, look, you. Just because you didn't shoot the guy where he dropped dead right away, I almost got loused up. Now, you keep your mouth shut, or I'll have it closed permanently.
You know, I'm pretty sure you would. When they brought your friend to see me at Blackie's, I said he was Henry. I caught on quick, don't you think?
Well, stay caught on. We'll go to the chair. Both of us.
Don't you worry, darling. This is one time we've not only fooled the police, we've made a fool out of Boston Blackie.
And now, back to Boston Blackie. Harmonica-playing Henry Peterson is shot by his girlfriend, Sally Rogers. Wounded, he goes to the home of racketeer Bill Foster, Sally's ex-fiancé, and after telling Bill who shot him, dies. Sally, who saw Henry go to Bill's, comes to Blackie to complain that Henry is missing. Blackie and Inspector Faraday then pick up Bill and are about to charge him with the murder of Henry Peterson when, apparently, Henry Peterson appears very much alive. Sally identifies him as her missing boyfriend, so Faraday releases Bill Foster, and the case is closed. As we return to our story, Blackie, convinced that the real Henry is dead, questions one of Sally's neighbors.
Mrs. Stone, Sally Rogers had a visitor last night. I wonder if
Oh,
you could
yes,
tell me...
indeed she did. I heard him playing the harmonica all evening. Walls are thin, you know.
Well-
I just loved the way he played the William Tell Overture. I've never heard it played like that. It was simply
Well,
wonderful.
that's...
the way...
yes, that's fine, Mrs. Stone. But did you see him?
Oh, goodness gracious. No, indeed I didn't. He was still playing the harmonica at 10 o'clock, and I was fast asleep in bed.
Well,
and besides, I'm not interested in what my neighbor's friends looks like. I mind my own business.
Yes, of course.
No, indeed
But-
I'm not, and there's no use in asking anyone else in the building because no one saw him come in or go out.
Oh, you asked around?
Well, maybe I was a little curious. He played the William Tell Overture so beautifully.
I don't doubt it. Wonder why he played the William Tell Overture when the funeral march would have been so much more appropriate.
Yeah, Clarence, I'm going to will you this house of mine for what you've done for me.
There was nothing to it, Bill. Anybody could have done it with nobody knowing what poor Peterson looked like.
Well, it was the way you played that harmonica that convinced Faraday, though, Clarence.
Yeah, 3 lessons.
Lucky you thought to take it along, huh?
I had an idea Sal might tell somebody he played the thing. It's a lucky thing they didn't ask me to play anything complicated. I'm not that good.
Well, you were good enough to cover up for me, Clarence, and, thanks a lot.
Oh, it was a pleasure. It was a pleasure. Say, Bill, what did you do with Henry's body?
Fed it to the fish. What do you think of it?
That's not one of the boys at the door, Bill. You want me to
No, just sit still. Come in.
Hello, Bill.
Blackie, come in.
Thanks, Bill. I was in the neighborhood. Oh. I didn't know you and Henry were such good friends.
Yeah, we get along. Now.
Funny. I thought you two were rivals for the same girl.
Oh, that's all
We
past
both
now.
decided she'll do better back in circulation.
Mean you're both in on Henry Peterson's murder?
What murder? I'm Henry Peterson.
So you keep telling everybody.
But I told you that...
Blackie, what's with you wasting time on the murder of a guy who ain't dead?
I'm still not sure he isn't, despite Miss Rogers' identification. She could have come to me for help and then been scared into helping you, by you.
Look, the police told the whole
I'm
story.
not the police, Henry, or whoever you are. Look, you have your harmonica with you?
Why, sure. I never go anywhere without it. I never know when I might get an audition and land a job, you know?
Well, how about auditioning for me right now?
Oh, sure. How about this?
Wait a minute. I'll pick the tune.
Sure. Go right ahead.
Let's hear the William Tell Overture.
Yes. William Tell Overture?
Yes.
Oh, you don't want to hear that?
You mean you don't want to play it?
Well, no, I don't like it. Exactly, that's right.
You mean you can't play it?
So what if he can't? Musician doesn't know everything that was ever written.
That's right, Bill.
That's right, yes. But if Henry doesn't know it now, he has an awfully short memory because he played it for Sally Rogers last night.
How do you know?
A neighbor with big ears heard him play it.
Oh, yeah?
Now, play a little of it for me, Henry, or I'll get big ideas.
Okay. Go on, play it for him, Henry.
Sure.
That's not very good, Henry, and you're not Henry.
What are you doing there? I'll show you. Yeah. And here's one for you, Blackie. Oh.
You walked into that one, Blackie. So it looks like I'm the one that'll walk out of here.
So you're not Henry Peterson, huh? You fellas. Well, don't just sit and stare at me. Say something.
Maybe his jaw is still sore from the poke I gave him, Faraday.
Yeah, your eye looks plenty sore from the poke you took. Foster do that?
Yes, and it's going to be one of the last things he ever did. I'll have him here in your office an hour after I leave here.
One at a time, Blackie. Let's hear a few words from you, whatever your name is, one at a time. What's your name?
Clarence Brown.
Why did you say you were Henry Peterson?
Bill hired me to say it. It was a gag.
He hired you to say it because the real Henry Peterson is dead and you know it.
I don't know nothing about that. I just did what Bill paid me to do, and I didn't ask any questions.
Well, I'm going to ask you one. Where's Foster now?
I don't know.
Don't waste time asking him, Faraday. I said I'd find Foster, and I will. But I'm going to find our man by finding a woman first.
All right. All right now. You men are supposed to be detectives. Okay, bring in a killer. And do it fast. I want a guy named Bill Foster brought in here. I want him here tonight.
But, Inspector...
I don't want to hear any buts. No buts. All you guys have a description of Foster? You know what he looks like from that picture we had made up. Now get him. And get him before Boston Blackie does. You either live up to your jobs as detectives, or if Blackie gets Foster first, you'll never live that down.
Why it is, Mary, but sometimes the simplest lock is the toughest to pick.
That's because your heart isn't in your work. If the lock isn't complicated, Blackie, you just don't get a kick out of it.
Well, I'm going to get a lead to the real Henry Peterson and to Bill Foster's whereabouts out of this lock if I can pick my way into Sally Rogers' apartment. Oh, there. That did it.
Open sesame.
Yeah. Well, we're in.
Oh, what are we in for? A long search for nothing?
Well, maybe, Mary. But close the door and let's go to work just the same.
I don't see what it'll prove if you do find a clue to Peterson here in Miss Rogers' room. She admits he was here.
Mary, we don't know what the real Henry Peterson looks like. And I have a hunch a body is going to turn up unidentified very shortly. But that's not as important as finding a lead to Foster. That's what I really want.
Mm-hmm. I wonder what was spilled on the rug over here.
Where?
Here. This whole end of the rug near the door. Something was either spilled on it, or Miss Rogers got tired of trying to clean the entire thing.
That whole end of the rug has just been cleaned, Mary.
Yeah. In fact, it's still a little damp from the cleaning fluid.
Well, whatever was spilled on it certainly made a big stain.
Mary, I think the stain on this rug is going to put Henry Peterson's killer in a spot. Faraday, I've got great news for you.
I
Listen
got
to this.
better news for me. I'm having you thrown out of here right now.
Oh, no, Well, look who's here.
Hello again, Blackie.
What'd you do, Foster? Give yourself up?
Sure, right after two of Faraday's men grabbed me at the airport. I was just going on a business trip.
Sure. You deny you killed Peterson. You deny you slugged Blackie, too?
No, I did that. He got tough in my apartment, and I clipped him. Now, don't tell me you're sore about that.
If he isn't, I am.
Blackie, Foster admits he hired Clarence Brown to pose as Henry Peterson. But he won't say he killed anyone.
I have a reason for that, Faraday. A very simple reason. I didn't kill anyone.
No? I'll make you admit it before I'm through with you.
If you do, you'll be lying, Faraday.
He'll be lying flat on his back. Come in.
Hello, Inspector Faraday.
Get out of here, Miss Wesley. I have enough trouble with Blackie.
But Blackie said for me to come here. And he asked me to bring Miss Rogers along with me. You remember Miss Rogers, don't you?
Yeah. Now, both of you get out of here.
Faraday, better do some listening, some fast listening. Miss Rogers, you agreed to come here with Miss Wesley?
Of course. She told me I was to hear a confession in the Henry Peterson murder case.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't understand what she meant, inasmuch as Henry is alive, but I came just in case.
Peterson isn't alive, and nobody knows that better than you.
You mean Bill Foster finally got to him?
I imagine the real Peterson finally got to Foster, but I'm ahead of my story. You identified a phony as Henry Peterson, Miss Rogers. Why?
Foster made me do it. He threatened me.
Why, that's a lie.
What do you mean it's a lie?
It probably isn't, but it's beside the point. You identified an imposter as Peterson because you thought our investigation would stop right there. You wanted that because you killed Henry Peterson.
Are you kidding?
Oh, wait a minute, Blackie. You can't accuse
Can't
him.
I? Faraday, there's a spot on the rug in Miss Rogers' apartment, a big spot. She tried to clean it up, but it didn't work. Your laboratory men will prove it's blood. What they don't know is that it's the real Henry Peterson's blood.
They don't... Better say that slower.
Better listen faster.
No.
Faraday, Miss Rogers shot Peterson. He staggered out of her place and made it to Foster's apartment. There's a recently cleaned stain on his rug, too. I know. I just came from there.
All right. You have the story, Blackie, but you got it backwards. Foster killed him, and he managed to get to my place. I got scared.
You lying little rat.
Keep him away from me.
Hold it, Foster. Hold it. I know she's lying. Her next-door neighbor, a woman with very good ears, was a big help to me. She not only heard a harmonica playing the William Tell Overture, but about 20 minutes later she heard what she thought was a backfire the night we know Peterson was killed. That was Miss Rogers' gun going off. Peterson did get to your house, didn't he, Foster?
Sure, and he died there. You could see the spot I was in. He came to tell me it was Sal that killed him, and then he died. I had to get rid of the body. The cops would have built a foolproof case against me. Even had the murder gun with him.
And he told you that Miss Rogers shot him?
Yeah, that's right.
He's telling the truth, Faraday. You can grab Sally Rogers.
Nobody's going to get me for anything. Where I'm going alone.
Grab
Blackie.
it.
I've got it. I've got it. Quiet down, Miss Rogers. Quiet down. Right now, Faraday will take you off my hands because you're going into the arms of the law.
Blackie, do you have to play that harmonica?
Uh-huh.
Oh, do you have to play it that badly?
Apparently.
Blackie, that's the last tune that poor Henry Peterson played, and look what happened to him. And he played it right.
Oh, I don't know about that. He ended up on a sour note, too, in the river. Faraday found his body just a little while ago. Oh, I've got to learn to play this thing, Mary.
Why?
Well, a harmonica solved this case.
Well, you'll never be able to solve a harmonica.
That's a heck of a note, isn't it?
Oh, so's that.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled A Cure for Insomnia.
An ad in the papers, that's what started this one off. There were 3 dead and 1 to go by the time we got to the last half of the last inning of it, and it looked like the pitcher that was tossing the strikeouts was shooting for my boss, Anthony J. Lyon. It got rolling the kind of day you don't see much around L.A. Storm breaking about 10 in the morning when I got down to the Lyon Detective Bureau office.
Jeffrey, my boy, be careful where you step.
What's the matter, Lyon? Drop an olive?
No, don't be funny. Your feet are muddy and we can't afford to have the carpet cleaned. Not the way business is going these days.
Yeah, well, okay, Lyon. Mind if I sit down? My overcoat's wet.
Well, then take it off first. Regan, our books don't balance for the month of April. Wait a minute. Leave your coat on and don't sit down.
So we got a new client.
Yes, Jeffrey. I was sitting here at my desk 20 minutes ago trying to balance our books.
And the phone rang, and it was a new client.
Exactly, Jeffrey.
Who?
A man named Paulson. He lives in Hollywood, in the hills above Hollywood and Vine, on Chapman Boulevard. 7707 and a half. And you better get out there right away.
Somebody's life in danger, maybe?
Life in danger? Oh, no. The victim's already dead. Mrs. Paulson. Paulson's wife. Murdered, Paulson says. He wants us to prove it.
Paulson wants us to prove his wife was murdered?
Yes. You see, Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago. The police say she committed suicide. But Mr. Paulson would be so much happier if it would turn out that she were murdered, Jeffrey.
Nice fella.
Isn't he, my boy? He wants to pay us $100.
Not what I meant.
Well,
look, Lion, if Mrs. Paulson died 7 or 8 days ago, what's so urgent about my getting out there this morning?
The $100, Jeffrey.
Oh, I get it.
As I explained to you, my boy, try as I might, scheme as I would, our April books refuse to balance. Now, I've been thinking that perhaps one little fee carried backwards from the first week of May might...
Okay, Fatso, set your calendar back to standard time. I'll go out and talk to Paulson. I went. Through buzzsaw rain, eating off hillside frontage, sluicing California down glutted drains that couldn't keep up. I turned right at Sunset and Niagara, went up 2 blocks, forded Hollywood Boulevard. Chapman Boulevard was half a dozen blocks of twisted, hill-lit, bleary, tile-roofed stucco houses. 7707 and a half, where Paulson lived, was the rear third of a triplex. I parked my car, turned up my overcoat collar, went back.
Mr. Regan.
That's right.
Come in. I'm Paulson. Come in.
Oh.
Now, just sit down, Mr. Regan. I'll tell you everything. All about it, all that happened.
Sure. Just let me get out of my overcoat.
Yeah, I'll help you.
Thanks. I got it. You seem pretty upset, Paulson.
Yes. The thing is, I can't endure doubting any longer. I can't stand the doubt, the fear that my wife wasn't murdered.
Paulson, doesn't it strike you as a little queer that a guy'd want to spend $100 with Private Dix to prove his wife was murdered?
Oh, no, not at all.
You'd better give me the rundown, Paulson.
Yes, that would be best. Well, my wife's name was Linda Paulson. We'd been married 7 years, and we were very much in love with each other. 7 nights ago, quietly in her twin bed, the other bed where she slept, in our bedroom, that room there. Mr. Regan...
Go on.
Linda died in the night. Sometime in the night.
You woke up in the morning and found her dead?
Yes. And Mr. Regan, it was ascertained that Linda had died of poison.
What the cops have to say about it?
Well, of course, they investigated, but their verdict was suicide. Capsules containing the same poison that killed Linda were found in her purse. And there were other things, I don't know quite what. But the police were convinced that Linda had definitely taken the poison herself.
Well, then, that about settles it, doesn't it, Paulson?
Except for Linda's motive.
Motive?
That's the term used in these matters, isn't it? Well, Linda had no reason to want to die. No motive for killing herself.
You seem sure of that.
I was. I was sure of it, but now I've begun to doubt. And that's why I want help. Don't you see? If Linda wasn't murdered, if it was suicide as the police seem so sure, then that means that my wife wanted to die. That means that our life together, when I thought we were very happy, wasn't what it seemed to be at all.
I see what you mean. And that's why you want me to prove it was murder.
Yes, Mr. Regan.
It makes sense. All right, Paulson, heat up some coffee, huh? We'll get to work. Paulson brewed coffee. Like I'd hoped, it steadied him down. He gave me what he could. It wasn't much. He and his wife were ordinary middle-bracket people. No love triangles, Paulson said. Mrs. Paulson hadn't had any money of her own. Her life hadn't been insured. Paulson said she'd been perfectly normal, no depression, nothing queer, right up to her death. I took down the names and addresses of some of the friends and relatives, told Paulson I wanted to check around. Then I went downtown to Homicide, dropped in on Lieutenant Sanducci.
All right, Regan. What can I do for you?
It's about a woman named Linda Paulson, Sanducci.
Oh, sure. The woman that killed herself a week or so ago.
Look, Sanducci, the husband's retained me to prove she didn't kill herself. He thinks she was murdered.
Thanks, Regan. Listen, have you seen the house where it happened?
Came from there just now.
Then, narrow bottleneck passage back to it between two front houses.
Yeah.
The night it happened, it was hot. The neighbors had their chairs out at the head of the passage. Nobody could get in or out without being seen.
Maybe Paulson killed her himself. Thought of that?
We're not amateurs here at the department, Regan. Paulson was out at a meeting. Mrs. Paulson went to bed at 10:30. Neighbors saw the lights go out in the house.
Neighbors see Paulson come home?
At 25 after 11. Went to bed in the dark. His wife was a poor sleeper. He didn't want to disturb her. We haven't told him this, Regan, but she was dead then.
You got the time of the death from the reaction of the poison.
Plus the state of the cadaver. Now, figuring the two together, she took the poison when she went to bed at 10:30, died 10 minutes later. And there's a clincher, Regan.
Go on.
The pill box Mrs. Paulson kept in her purse, kind of unusual. It had a key that she kept on a chain around her neck.
That's where it was when you saw the body.
Yes.
And the pillbox in the purse was locked.
That's right, Regan. No tampering with the lock. Mrs. Paulson's fingerprints on the box and nobody else's. And we know she was alone in the house when she took the poison. Now, look, Regan, you talked to her husband. He told you she had no motive to kill herself, same as she told us.
That's right.
Well, did he give you the full rundown, Regan? About how they had no enemies, the woman had no money, no insurance? Nice, decent, ordinary people, Regan. Not the kind to be mixed up in crime or rackets.
He gave me that.
Well, Regan, maybe it suggested something to you?
Sure, Sanducci. Sure it did. If Paulson's story checks, there won't be any motive for Mrs. Paulson's having killed herself. And there won't be motive for anybody else having killed her either.
That's right, Regan. Oh, and Regan, Paulson's story checks.
It checked. I cruised through the rain, visited people who knew the Paulsons. Everybody said the same thing. No reason, no motive, for murder or suicide. Only there had to be a reason. I'd start with that. At the newspaper morgue downtown, I got the beginning of something.
Sure, Regan. I remember the Paulson thing. You know my reputation, Regan. Morgan.
The guy who never forgets a thing. Sure. I know, Morgan. Why I've come to you.
Yeah, well, I could give it to you verbatim. Don't have to look it up in the files. You know, it's like they say.
Morgan never forgets.
Well, let's see. Linda Paulson, you said, huh? Suicide. Well, her maiden name was Linda Cales. Say, wait a minute.
Got something?
Maybe. Just let me check a minute, huh? The Oregon papers. We keep them, too. We keep papers from every place. Yep. Portland, Oregonian. Yeah, it was Portland, all right, the Oregonian. March 18th. And the 6th page, and I think it was the 5th column. No. Here it is, 6th page, 4th column. Well, I slipped up, Regan. Anyway, here it is, Cales.
Let's see that.
Yeah, sure, look. Yeah. Cales. Yeah, brother, Regan.
Yeah. He died suddenly in bed March 17th, survived by 3 sisters, all residing in Los Angeles, California.
Yeah, and here it is, Regan, thing I remembered. One of those sisters...
Yeah. Linda Cales Paulson. I phoned the Lion. Told him to get through to Sanducci at homicide, try to get Sanducci to have the Portland police exhume the body of the dead brother, perform an autopsy for possible evidence of poison. Me? I got on the track of the surviving sisters around L.A. One was married. Her home phone didn't answer. But 5 or 6 phone calls got me a line on the other sister. She was unmarried. Her name was Jane Cales. She worked at a resort up in San Gabriel Canyon, about a 2-hour drive from L.A. I went up there.
Oh, boy.
Looks like you don't like our snow up here, mister.
You're right, I don't.
Sometimes we get it this late in the year. We're 5,000 feet up. We'll sit down to the counter and have something hot.
Okay, coffee.
I'm the cashier, but while the counter girl's on a rest
You're the
hour-
cashier, huh?
Yeah, that's right.
I'm looking for you. You're Jane Cales.
Yeah, well, so what? Here's your coffee.
My name's Regan. I'm a private detective. Thanks.
Well, what do you want with me? I ain't done nothing. I mind my own business.
Hey, take it easy.
Well, I'm edgy. I don't get my sleep. Haven't ever slept good. It runs in the family.
But now that my sister Linda's gone and poisoned herself...
Why I'm here. Her husband doesn't think she did poison herself. What do you think?
I'll tell you what I think. I think it's a sin. I've been lying awake nights. Lying awake asking myself, how could Linda have done a thing like that?
Maybe your sister was murdered. Have you thought of that?
What? Linda?
Maybe your brother up in Oregon, too.
Oh, that's impossible. There wouldn't be any reason. There wouldn't be any reason.
Money someplace in the family, maybe, Jane?
Oh, no. No, we don't have any money. Not for 20 years.
20 years?
Well, Dad had money before the crash, but he lost it. Got cleaned out in 29. He died 4 years later.
Okay, Jane. And there's just you and your married sister down in L.A. left in the family now.
Yes, Caroline. That's my other sister. Caroline Cales Martz. She married Charlie Martz 11 years ago. Yeah, Mr. Regan. Caroline and I are the only ones left.
Back down in L.A. about 6:30, I was lucky. I got Caroline on the phone. She and her husband were going out to dinner, but she said they'd be back by 10. About 10:15, I went over. By 10:30, we had the brush cleared away and we're down to business.
Tell you the truth, Mr. Regan, my husband and I have discussed it. We just can't believe that Linda would...
Pardon me, Mr. Regan?
Sure, Martz.
Just can't believe that Linda would have killed herself.
Mrs. Martz,
Yes.
suicide's usually prompted by love trouble or ill health.
There certainly wasn't any love trouble. Why, Linda and her husband were very happy.
And health?
Well, of course, Linda would sometimes say that...
Yes, Mrs. Martz?
Well, only that if she couldn't rest, if she couldn't get more sleep, she'd kill herself. But all of us in our family sleep very poorly, and I'm sure that every one of us must have said that at one...
Mr. Regan, can you come here a minute? The phone is for you.
Excuse me.
Yes, of course.
The phone's hung up, Martz.
Oh, yes. I didn't want Caroline to hear.
What's up?
Mr. Regan, this thing is beginning to take on a pattern that frightens me for my wife.
That was San Gabriel Canyon on the phone.
Yes, it was. The night cashier at the resort took sick this evening. They went to get my wife's sister Jane to fill in. It had snowed and then stopped. There were no tracks to Jane's cabin but her own. She was alone.
Wait a minute. You're going to tell me they found her dead.
Suicide, Mr. Regan. She'd taken poison.
The way this case went, it looked like the Cales clan had developed quite a taste for poison. Linda Cales Paulson died of it. Then there was a brother dead up in Oregon. My money had it they'd find he died of poison, too, if they dug him up and took a look. And then there was a third Cales, Jane, dead, too. San Gabriel Canyon. Poison. I told Charlie Martz to keep a close eye on the last Cales left alive, his wife. Then I headed for San Gabriel Canyon. Snowplow was working on the road the last mile up. Had to wait a while, so I phoned the Lion in L.A. At home, it was midnight.
Anthony J. Lyon's butler speaking. May I take a message for Mr. Lyon? He's out.
You don't tell me, Fatso.
Jeffrey, why are you calling at this hour?
Why are you out? Hiding from somebody?
No, of course not.
Okay, skip it. Here's what I want you to do. Check the airline, train, and bus offices. They're open all night. Find out if any of the Cales family or in-laws had a reservation up to Portland, Oregon, any time just before the brother died up there.
Very well, Jeffrey.
Phone me if you get anything. I'll be at Clemens Mountain Resort, San Gabriel Canyon. Maybe an hour or two. Get going and good luck. The snowplow finished clearing the road, and I went on up San Gabriel Canyon. There was one light left on in the resort cafe. Sitting under it, Lieutenant Sanducci.
Well, Regan, I thought you'd be showing up here.
Who sent you up, Sanducci?
You did, Regan. You on the line. I checked with the Portland police. They work fast up there.
So the brother was poisoned.
He was poisoned, Regan. And this girl up here. And the first sister, Linda Paulson. And now, the third sister.
Third? Give me that again.
Caroline Martz, down in Los Angeles. I'm waiting for the phone now for a report under condition.
I told her husband to keep an eye on her.
He said he did, Regan. She was nearly hysterical over her sister's death up here. She went into the bathroom, crying, half sick. Well, in a few minutes, Martz heard her cry out. He ran in, and she was unconscious on the floor. Called an ambulance, and they rushed to the receiving hospital.
And she'd been poisoned.
Like the others, Regan. Now, Regan, this one up here, this Jane Cales, every bit of evidence points to suicide. There was fresh snow. Only her tracks led to the cabin. 2 or 3 extra poison capsules in her medicine chest.
Jane Cales didn't commit suicide.
You know that, Regan?
I talked to her this afternoon. She hated suicide. Couldn't understand how anybody could do such a thing.
But if it's murder, Regan, why? What motive?
Yeah, sure. And how? How does the killer pull it off?
Oh, that'll be the hospital report on Mrs. Caroline Martz's condition. Excuse me a second.
Sure.
Hello, Sanducci. Huh? Oh, just a minute. No, it's for you, Regan.
Must be the Lion. Maybe he's got something for us. I had him working on a lead. Hello, Lion. This is Regan.
No, this is Morgan. You know, Morgan who never forgets a thing at the newspaper morgue.
Oh, hi, Morgan.
Yeah, I phoned Anthony Lyon. He told me how to reach you.
Yeah, what's on your mind?
I forgot something, Regan.
You did, Morgan?
Yeah, something in the San Fernando Valley Times on March 7th on Cales.
Go on, Morgan.
You see, we don't file the Valley Times, but I remember it verbatim. You see, it's like they say.
Yeah, Morgan never forgets a thing. What was it in the Valley Times about Cales?
Well, it was an ad, Regan, in the lower left-hand corner in the 7th page, 2 columns wide. I'd say about 3 column inches, a 3-line bold-face head with a wide margin, and the last line of type didn't print quite clear.
Okay, Morgan, what did it say?
Well, Bank of United States, North Hollywood, California, and then there was some stuff about the bank.
What did it say?
Oh, you know, capitalization when it was founded. You want that?
You can skip that part. What did it say about Cales?
Bertram Cales?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Bertram Cales has $73,000 in the Bank of United States in North Hollywood. But there's been no activity in the account for 20 years. So
Yeah?
if Cales or some relation don't show up to claim the dough, why, the bank is going to turn it over to the treasurer of the state of California. The regular legal process, you know. The ad is the formal notification.
Thanks a lot, Morgan. You've just given me the motive for 3 murders.
The thing begins to make sense now, Regan.
Dollar cents. Bertram Cales would be the father of the tribe. He was in the Bucks once, got cleaned out in a crash. Jane Cales told me that this afternoon. Only he must have stashed away one bank account, 73,000 smacks he didn't tell anybody about.
He wouldn't have wanted the investigators to find it if he failed in business about that time.
Probably planned to use the dough a few years later, after the squeeze was off. Only he died 4 years after the crash. Jane Cales told me that, too.
It adds up, Regan.
It adds up to mass murder. All the Cales children had equal claims to their dead father's dough. So somebody started knocking off the children systematically, one by one. Object? To get all the 73,000.
That's the why of it, all right. Now, what you left is the how.
And the who. Maybe that'll be the Lion now. If the lead he's working on pans out, we may have our who. Hello, Lion?
Is this Clemens Resort in San Gabriel Canyon?
Yes, that's right.
I'd like to speak to Lieutenant Sanducci of the Los Angeles Police Department, please. This is Georgia Street Receiving Hospital calling.
I signaled Sanducci and he took the booth. I went back to the counter, watched Sanducci through the glass. What he got over the phone he didn't like. He came busting out of the booth.
Regan, wait till you hear this.
What's up, Sanducci?
What's up? I tell you what's up. Caroline Martz recovered. They pumped out her stomach. Her stomach contained the same poison that killed her 2 sisters and her brother.
That figures.
Sure, it figures. But Caroline Cales Martz got to the hospital in time. She didn't die like the others.
You mean you think she took poison as a cover-up?
She was the last surviving Cales child. The way it is now, she gets the $73,000. But she's got a nice out, Regan, if we suggest she poisoned her brother and sisters.
Yeah, she got poisoned, too. Yeah, it could be that. Well, we better get down to town and ask Caroline some questions.
Well, that's what I've been trying to tell you. When she turned out to be all right, Regan, those nitwits I left in charge down there released her. She disappeared.
Sanducci and I drove back to L.A. He used the siren on his police car, and I stuck right behind in his windstream. We got back down to town after 4 a.m. Nobody home at the Martz house. We found only one thing. On Caroline Cales Martz dressing table, a black mask. A silk-covered, padded black mask, no eye holes. The kind people use to keep out the light when they're trying to sleep. About 6 in the morning, I left Sanducci. Pulled into a drive-in for coffee and. Rain had stopped. I kept thinking of that black mask on Caroline Cale's March dressing table. Sleeping mask. And something that had run through the whole case like a thread of music. Caroline had said it. Jane Cales had said it. It had been said of Linda, the first sister to die. We don't sleep well. It runs in the family. We don't sleep well. At 7, I phoned the Lion. No answer. So I began checking the airline, railway, and bus offices myself. The 4th time around, I got the brass ring. Paulson had bought Transportation Oregon a week before the brother's death in Portland. I wanted to talk to him bad.
But Mr. Regan, I'm afraid I'm hardly awake.
Just sit and listen, Paulson. What I've got to say will wake you up. I think I can guess how the members of your wife's family were poisoned.
You can, Mr. Regan?
There's plenty of evidence they took the poison themselves.
Yes.
And they weren't trying to commit suicide when they did it.
I hope that's true in the case of my wife.
It is. Because there's a way it makes sense. Murder sense. The victims took poison thinking they were taking something else. Your wife made quite a career of pill-taking, didn't she, Paulson?
Well, yes. Just her nerves, of course.
Maybe overstrained by lack of sleep? The Cales family insomnia?
Yes, that was it, Mr. Regan.
She had a pillbox with a lock, kept the key to it on a chain around her neck. Somebody close to her might have been able to get hold of that key, unlock the pillbox, substitute poison pills for the pills already in the box.
I see. That must be how it happened, and with Jane and with Caroline.
And your brother-in-law up in Portland, Oregon.
He was poisoned, too?
That's right. Paulson, you made a trip up to Oregon just before he died.
That's right, with my wife. A sort of second honeymoon, Mr. Regan.
Paulson, maybe you can guess what I'm thinking.
Mr. Regan, you don't mean you think that
You were here at the time of the poisonings.
Yes, that's true.
And you were there in Portland.
Oh, no, I didn't go to Portland.
What?
I didn't go. Well, I meant to go.
You went to Oregon?
Yes, Linda and I. Crater Lake, the Oregon Caves, and then we were going to Portland. The whole family was to meet there for my brother-in-law's 50th birthday. Well, at the Oregon Caves, I had bad news for my business, and I had to come back here.
Then who was at Portland, Paulson?
Well, the rest of the family.
Including Caroline and Charlie Martz?
Yes, of course.
Answer it, Paulson.
Yes, all right. Caroline.
I had to come. Something awful happened.
Hello, Mrs. Martz.
Mr. Regan, I had no idea you'd be here, but I guess it's just as well. Mr. Regan, do you know the terrible thing that's happened?
That your husband gave you poison?
Then you do know.
In your sleeping pills, I'd guess.
Yes. Charlie began saying he couldn't sleep.
Faked insomnia, then asked to borrow your sleeping pills. Filled the capsules with poison, then returned them. He knew you'd take them.
We all of us, the whole family suffers from insomnia. All the Cales family. We depend on sleeping pills.
As your husband knew.
Yes. But why? Why did my husband want to kill me?
He didn't, Caroline. He knew he'd get you to the hospital in time. He just wanted to make things look right. So there wouldn't be a lot of questions asked when you got $73,000, half of which would be your husband's under California community property law. Well, that wrapped it up, all except one thing. We didn't have the killer. I phoned Sanducci, and he got the boys on it. An hour went by, 2 hours, 3 hours. No trace of medium-sized, graying, dapper Charlie Martz. That wasn't all. I kept phoning the office, the Lion's house. There was no trace of the Lion. About noon, I began rechecking the air, bus, and rail terminals.
Thank you for waiting, sir. May I help you now?
I'm checking on train reservations to the north, Oregon, for the first couple of weeks of March. I'm a private detective.
Next, you'll be saying you want to know about the reservation to Portland, Oregon, obtained in March by Charles Martz.
Are you psychic?
Hardly. But there was another private detective here this morning asking the same question. A fat man smelled of stale cigars.
That's what I want. That's who I'm looking for.
That hardly makes you special. I noticed that someone was following the fat man.
Gimme?
A medium-sized, graying, dapper man.
Martz. Martz! Sanducci, I won't stick here in your office any longer. I'm going out on it.
Regan. I got 20 boys looking for Martz. The whole force is alerted. Man at the airport, a man at Union Station, Man at the bus terminal. What could you do alone?
I don't know, Sanducci, but he's tailing the lion.
Sanducci. Huh? Oh, okay, I'll be right down. Well, Regan, we picked up Martz. They're holding him downstairs.
Well, Sanducci, well?
Martz won't talk.
Sanducci, you gotta make him talk.
Look, I've been in a cell with him, Regan. He says he never saw anybody that answers the lion's description.
He's lying, Sanducci.
Well, he may be, but what can I do?
Well, here you are, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, why aren't you at the office? Are you taking the day off?
Lion, it's you.
Well, of course it's me. Jeffrey, I've been worried about you.
You've been worried about me.
Well, you haven't been home all day, and when I've telephoned the office, no answer. Jeffrey, do we run a business or do we not?
Well, you weren't at the office, Fatso.
No, I wasn't.
Lion, what is this?
What do you mean, what is it? I should be asking you. All day away from the office, in my hour of need. I told you our April books don't balance.
You told me, sure.
Well, Jeffrey, one of our creditors got on my trail this morning.
Oh, no, not a medium-sized, graying, dapper man?
Yes, a medium-sized, graying, dapper man. Mr. Lucius Cronkite of Cronkite and Bowles, Pencil Sharpeners and Accessories. He's outside the office right now, Jeffrey, and he wants $13. Did you collect our fee from Mr. Paulson, Jeffrey?
Sure, Lion. Sure, I collected it. Here you are.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking and inviting you to be with us again for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, you all set for another visit with Valentine? You know George. He's the boy whose motto in life is let George do it. Nothing too small, nothing too big. Better still, nothing too dangerous. He runs an ad in the personal column, but some of his clients are sent by friends. That is, if you can call Lieutenant Riley a friend.
Dear Mr. Valentine, I am without doubt the ugliest man in the world.
Hey, wait a minute. Who is this?
However, I need your help or the man standing beside me will go crazy. Because, Mr. Valentine, I'm
Riley.
dying.
It's you, isn't it? Lieutenant Riley.
Yes, it's me, and I'm the one going crazy.
All right, have it your own way. Only what are you talking about?
Valentine, I've got a client for you. A little ugly stumblebum wants your help. A slot machine repairman, no less. He needs help, or at least he won't help me unless somebody helps him. Only he won't trust the police
I don't blame him. You make so much sense.
Okay, then, let's say I need your help. Sure, this little guy isn't much, but the idea
Riley,
is...
hold it, will you? You said this guy's dying?
Yeah, police hospital.
The doctor gives him a day or two at the best. Can't operate, can't stop the infection.
From what, Lieutenant?
Oh, gunshot wounds, Miss Brooks. One gun, but all 6 shells. Happened in a dark alley. Whoever it was didn't want to miss him, I guess.
That little man must be tough.
Maybe. Or lucky or unlucky. He's one of those guys who's born to end up at the bottom of the pile, Valentine.
Then why are you so interested in him?
It's just possible that he can steer us all the way to the top of the pile. His name's Trailer. I told you he was the littlest shrimp in the slot machine racket. The repairman. Well, we've never found out who the big shrimp is.
I see. I worm my way into the man's confidence, and then maybe he spills. Is that it? Blows the whole racket apart.
No. You just help the little guy find his girl.
Betty. Betty, that's her name. I was going to see her tonight.
Betty who, Trailer? What's the rest of her name?
She's beautiful. I'm not, but she is. I'm just her Bill, she said. But you don't believe it either, do you?
Trailer, can you understand me?
There's nobody in the world to believe it. You gotta be careful. You can't trust people. You gotta test them and test them and test them. And then you can't trust them because they're all the same.
What are you talking about, friend? The racket?
I won't tell you anything. I won't. Why should I?
All right. Take it easy. Who shot you?
Ants. You can test people to see if they're ants, you know. Put honey in front of them. See if they choke themselves. Why did you ask me? Betty.
Hey, Trailer.
Find Betty.
Hey, look, Trailer. Nurse?
Betty.
Guess you can have him back for a while.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
Riley, I'm willing to bet he doesn't know anything that'll ever help you pry open the big time.
Is that so? Well, just let me show you. Look in here.
Oh, you mean the tall, skinny man over there?
Yeah, Wilton, the highest priced legal beagle in the state.
Waiting to see if anybody off stage needs defending, huh?
That's it. The watchdog. Ever alert. Just in case the police have a squealer who might stop worrying about the girlfriend and climb out of his delirium long enough to sing.
Sing? What's this? What's all this, Lieutenant? Somebody singing?
That's right, Mr. Wilton. Trailer in there tells me you own all the slot machines in this state.
Yes, of course. It's just a sideline, though, rather a bother, particularly when I don't live in this town.
Here on business, Mr. Wilton?
I beg your pardon?
Mr. Valentine and Miss Brooks.
How do you do?
Charmed. No, I've been retained by a client, Mr. Valentine.
Oh, who's that?
The Black Company. Riley here knows about it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Out-of-town corporation. Manufactures will-o'-the-wisps.
Well, I'm only a lawyer. I'm not familiar.
Oh, the Black Company's quite an outfit, Valentine. Perfectly legal. Only nobody knows who runs it. But do they own the slot machines?
Of course not. No
do
more than I do.
Do they know who they make bank deposits for? Does this bird Trailer even know who he works for? Does anybody?
The basis of all good organization, Lieutenant, is the pyramid.
Like a spy system, huh? No one man knows enough to incriminate any of the others.
Then why are you here, Mr. Wilton? Why are you worried about this Trailer person?
I haven't really said I even know the man, have I? Or that the company I represent is interested in anything more than employees' indemnity, his accident, and so on.
Spoken like a lawyer. Riley, maybe it is possible that the best of pyramids get a little wobbly once in a while.
Huh?
Maybe it is possible that the reason Trailer in there got shot was that he found out too much about the higher-ups in the...
Yeah, hold it. Wait a minute. Yeah, hello, Lieutenant Riley.
Oh, I wanted to speak to the nurse about Bill Trailer.
Well, all right. Who's calling?
Well, just the nurse, please. The nurse on duty there.
Well, just a second. Valentine, it's a girl. Now take it, will you? You're the intern on duty, or anybody.
What's this? Misrepresentation, Lieutenant?
Here, let me have it. Hello?
Nurse?
Well, she'll be here in a second, honey. I'm the receptionist.
Well, I just wanted to find out about a patient. His name is Trailer.
Trailer. Well, wait till I get my cards here. Trailer.
Hurry up, please. Somebody said he was there, but I want to know what happened to him.
Well, we had an appendix case come in this morning.
Oh, just tell me what happened to him. What? You don't handle cases like that in the police ward.
I meant in the other ward. She hung up.
It's all right. We got the number. Call came from a phone in a bar at 1612 Commercial Lane.
The old Durfee Hill section, huh?
Yeah. It's quite a district. A 50-cent flop house or a $5,000 penthouse. It's what the harness boys call the anthill, Valentine.
The anthill? Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, Brooksy.
A million people a day use that phone, my friend. Every third one tries a slug.
But, bartender, all we wanted to know
Besides,
was...
if you whistle at a dame, where's it get you? Maybe your boyfriend's a prize fighter. Me, I'll take television any day.
The girl used the phone only a few minutes ago. Who was she?
Should I know? Should I watch the cash register and be a bulldog for the phone company at the same time?
All right. You don't know. Or maybe you don't want to know. I suppose you never heard of a guy named Trailer around here, either.
Trailer? No, not until the fight last night.
What fight?
Him and Louis. Who'd you think? Nice guy, that Trailer, I guess. But he'll never amount to much, mixing it up with a guy like
slow
Louis.
down, will you? Slow down. Who's Louis? And what was this fight about?
About a dame, natural, classy blonde, lives up the street, name's Betty. Fight ended quick. We threw them both out.
Betty?
Sure. See what I mean about whistling at dames?
You mean this guy, Louis tough? Go on. More about Louis.
Not a price letter, no, but a real sharp boy just the same. Working his way up for a good outfit. Makes collections for the black company. That's slot machines to you.
Oh, fellow employee, huh? Only Louis's higher up in the pile. He makes collections from guys like you.
From me? You're crazy.
Sure. What's the rest of his name? Louis what?
Ask me no questions. I'll tell you no lies. Good day, friend.
Brooksy, this is where your job begins.
I said I'm sorry, sister. Wrong place. No Betty here. Now beat it, will you?
Hi, lady. Find your party?
Well, no. This gentleman
Look, what is this? A census bureau?
Box of flowers, Max. Sign here.
What? Oh, look, all of you go someplace.
I haven't got all day. Sign here and don't keep the pence.
All right. Yeah, now clear out.
A dime.
People send you flowers?
Come on in. I don't know where Betty is. What do you want?
Well, just to see her. Betty sings down at the nightclub, I found out. She mentioned to me once about a job, and I thought maybe dancing or selling cigarettes might...
Oh, great unemployed, huh? Look, you gotta be a jerk not to get along in this world, sister. What's the matter? No angles?
Oh, I'm just new in town. Gee, that's a pretty box, isn't it? You gonna open them?
How do you like that? Dated yesterday. Now, there's a florist who's gonna fall right out of business. Betty gets him like that all the time, sister. She knows her way around. Nothing better than the best.
Gee, I met Betty's boyfriend, too, once. Trailer or something.
That's what he told you? Boyfriend. There's a laugh.
Well, sure he wasn't dressed so good. But
oh, hopeful Harry. She can do better than him any day.
I didn't know. You mean you're the one she... Say, roses.
Look, I'm Betty's brother. My name is Louis.
Oh.
Now, where did you say you met Betty?
Gee, has a girl got to relieve all of her privacy? We was only in the beauty shop. I was seeing about a tent. Well, don't look at me that way. She spoke to me because I complimented her on a corsage she said her boyfriend gave her.
Boyfriend? Look at that, sister. Those aren't just roses. A wristwatch wrapped around them, you see?
Holy smoke.
From an admirer, see? Guy she hasn't even met. Told you she was good looking. You ought to hear what they say about her singing. We're going places, her and me.
You don't have to hate my wrist about it.
So go be unemployed. Beat it, will you?
Dear Betty, I look forward to meeting you.
What's that?
I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes when I say I'm not a masher, and won't you please telephone me at Durfee Hill?
Hey, give me that.
Hey, let go. It's just a card with the roses, that's all.
Come on, get out of here.
Gosh, I'm not going to try to beat Betty's time or anything.
I'll say you're not.
I never heard that name anyway, Mr. Black or... Black!
Valentine, of course she's all right. You talked to her yourself, did you?
Sure, Brooksy read me the note she'd seen on the flowers, but
we had a man watching him. After Miss Brooks left that place, this Louis fella took off in the opposite direction like a flying duck. But my man lost him. Now, will you please clear up what you've been doing?
That Durfee Hill number in the flower note. It's a new number, Riley. Private listing and installed only a couple of days ago from somebody from out of town who just rented this place.
What place?
The fanciest penthouse in the whole section. Hey, Riley, people really look like ants from up here.
You mean...
Sure, I'm in the place. There was a loose hinge on the service door and nobody inside.
You've got the loose hinge, my friend. Don't you realize it was a Mr. Black who sent those flowers?
Oh, Riley, add 2 and 2, will you? Nobody knows who owns the slot machines, who runs the Black Company. And yet a mysterious Mr. Black shows up in town, a man nobody's seen, not even the janitor downstairs.
Trailer's girl, Betty, she must have seen him.
No, remember? He just wanted to meet her. Probably had seen her at the nightclub or something. But that was Black's mistake if he wanted to stay incognito, giving a girl his telephone number. Because now here I am with $10,000 in my pocket.
But what? What'd you say?
Sure. Must be collection time in the 3 Lemon business. About 2 seconds ago, a delivery boy hands me an envelope at the door. Inside was an accounting sheet for all the slot machines on the south side and proceeds for the past month.
Well, I'll...
Riley, I figured out who's the man at the top of the anthill. Don't ask me how long it'll last or why it works this way. But right now, Riley, that man seems to be me.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. Now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine. You go to help Lieutenant Riley because there's a man dying in the police hospital who might tell what he knows about the slot machine racket, provided somebody helps him find his girl, Betty. Well, so far you haven't found Betty, though you have discovered that there's someone else in her life. Someone a little more successful than Trailer, a man who calls himself Mr. Black, who owns the slot machines, whose identity is a secret even from his own employees. Only if your name is George Valentine, now it's you who occupy Mr. Black's apartment. It's a dangerous game, and no one realizes that better than Claire Brooks. Down at the police hospital now, she seems unable to help.
I don't know anything. I tell you,
Trailer,
I don't know.
If you could just remember why you and Louie had that fight last night in the bar. Was it over Betty?
Betty?
Or is something wrong in the business? In the Black Company?
Find Betty. Just find Betty.
No, of course not, Brooksy. We've gone way past Trailer now. We're in the middle of the ants, the scramblers.
The police have the apartment surrounded now,
Well,
George.
tell them to keep out and lay low unless I whistle for help.
But, George...
Angel will never find out who fired those shots in the trailer or who runs this racket unless we ride right along with the gang.
You'll ride yourself right into a funeral notice. Sooner or later, the person who rented that apartment will come back
I
and
said,
then...
don't worry, will you, Brooksy, as long as I can...
What? Go on, George.
What do you people wash those shirts in anyway? Cement mix either. The collars come back with ground glass on the edge.
George, what's the matter?
Well, just don't use so much starch, that's all. Hello.
I didn't mean to interrupt. The door was open.
All right, then shut it and come in. Now, what is it? What do you want?
Don't get sore, boss. Now, take it easy.
Your name's Louie, isn't it?
Yes, sir. Sure it is. How'd you know?
You fit the description.
Look, I know I'm not supposed to be here. I know I should have just sent the stuff up by messenger the way we always do, wherever the point is each month.
Oh, so that's it, huh? You're a collector.
Durfee Hill and East Side, sir.
You brought some money. All right, let's have it.
Here. The accounting sheet's right on top. I had all those figures in my head. It's a trick, I taught myself.
Right, boy.
I know it's not healthy to come up here and find out who you are like this,
Relax, will you? Wow.
Yeah, I knew you wouldn't mind when you saw that. It's almost double last month.
$23,500. What did you do? Fix the machine so they pay in bubble gum instead of jackpots?
Oh, no, sir. No, I didn't touch them. But I've been in there giving them the old boost. You know, talking it up with the bartender.
A real climber in the business, aren't you, Louie? Now, what's this really about, Buster? How did you make so much money this month?
Well, the truth of the
What
matter
happened
is...
to Trailer, the repairman?
I don't know what you mean, happened.
Who shot him?
Boss, listen, he was cheating you. Did you know that? Did you? I can prove he was.
He was what?
Holding out. Jack up the setting on the machines and then split the rake off with bartenders. That's how he did it. You must have heard the same thing from other districts. He floated around all of them, didn't he?
You know, it's getting too complicated for me.
Now, wait a minute. Listen, that's how I build up my total for them all, by catching them at it and stopping it.
Yeah, you earned the Silver Star, all right.
Look, who you going to call? Listen to the rest of what I got.
Buster, I'm going to see a man about pinning a medal on you.
But I didn't do it. I didn't empty any gun into him.
Well, everything happens at once.
You want me to get it for you, boss?
No, I'll get it. Go mix yourself a drink or something.
All right, don't mind if I do. I know who it is anyway.
Huh? This is great. Oh.
Hello. I guess you're the man, huh?
Are you the girl?
Don't be funny. I mean, well, after all the notes you've been sending me with the flowers.
Oh, sure. Come in, Betty.
Thanks. Say, you live all right, don't you?
I hope to. You know, you're not so easy to find, Betty. I've been wanting to meet you for some time now.
Yeah, I got the idea. Do you always use that whirlwind stuff, flowers and presents on a girl, Mr. whatever your name is, Black?
Hey, slow down. Take your coat off.
Sure. Huh? You wanted to meet me. You saw me in the nightclub and you heard my singing and you wanted to meet me.
Well, now, who wouldn't? You're very beautiful.
Do a girl good to be known she associates with you.
No comment.
Any girl would break her neck to get up here. She'd give her eye teeth to walk up close to you like this.
Hey, what's the matter?
You dirty...
Hey, sis, cut it out. Cut it out, sis. You said you'd be nice. Now stop it. Will you cut it out? I don't know what's the matter with the boss. Honest, I don't.
Suppose you both be quiet.
She said she was coming up here to see you. She promised you would, you know. I told her what a great guy you are.
I said shut up, killer.
What?
Now, look, boss, this is my sister. Say, one of the greatest kids in the world.
I know. A guy could go places if his sister associated with a big shot like me.
What was it you said? You called Louie.
Betty, you came up here to find out about Trailer, didn't you? To slap my face and ask the big shot which one of his hired hands was responsible for your boyfriend being down there in the hospital. Wasn't that it?
He's not a boyfriend. She's 10 times as good as him. He's only been hanging around a couple of months.
Sure, he's not an eager beaver like you, Buster. He wouldn't try to use his own sister to get him ahead in the world.
No, they just thought about it.
In that bar the other night?
Oh, yeah, but that was all.
I told him to stay away, and he got mean and took a
one at a time, will you?
Honestly.
You live with the
Louie
ants.
wouldn't...
Don't you know what they're like yet? Or was that what you saw in Trailer? That he was a little different from the Scramblers?
It was a dope. He was stealing, holding out.
You want to bet it was you who was holding out from collections, Louie, and he caught you at it?
Boss,
so along came a chance to get rid of two birds with one stone. Get in the boss's good graces and cover your own
Louie,
tracks by being the guy.
You said you didn't see Trailer after that fight.
Well, all I know, Betty, is that your brother said something to me a minute ago about a gun being emptied into Trailer. Huh? Well, it so happens he was shot 6 times. Only how could you know about that little specific thing, Louie, unless you were the guy?
Look, everything I've done is for you. It's for the good of the company. I'm looking ahead all the time. See, I want to...
He did it if you like.
What? Hey, who's that bird? Got a gun.
Shut up. Hello, Mr. Wilton. Party's over, huh?
Yes. Yes, the party's over, I'm afraid, and besides, it's making too much noise.
Next door?
No, I've been in the back of a wardrobe you overlooked.
Oh, sure. Well, I didn't think it could last. It never did make sense that such a careful setup as this apartment wouldn't have...
Wouldn't have me. Yes, me. Surprise.
Yeah. So's Louie. So's Betty.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Look, who is this guy?
Now, if the three of you will
I'll
just...
take care of him.
Down
boss.
that gun, Buster.
Don't worry. He can't get away with
Stand
anything.
still.
Louie, stop it. You're making a mistake.
Ambitious to the end. Couldn't resist trying to make one last impression on you, could he, Mr. Valentine?
Mr. What?
Yes, Betty. I'm afraid I'm the Mr. Black who's been so anxious to meet you. Yeah, it's too bad. Things couldn't have worked out better for us.
But if you're Mr. Black...
The great organizer.
The best of pyramids totter once in a while. I was here to make my own collections this time. I thought it was about time for a visit to South America. So if you'll just hand over my money...
Why don't you come and get it?
You've caused enough trouble already, Valentine.
Sure. Come on. Shoot some more people.
I'm warning you.
No!
It's the only way you're going to get out of here.
Valentine,
Stop that gun!
Well, thanks, Riley. Mr. Slot Machine King, see what the sound of those shots brought you? 3 lemons.
We'll return to tonight's adventure of George Valentine in just a moment. And now, back to tonight's adventure of George Valentine.
And that was it, Trailer. A gun test proved that Louis shot you.
Yeah?
Why? Well, ambition, I guess. Cover his own mistakes, get in good with a big boss. Can you understand me, Trailer? Can you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, ants. All scrambling around. That's all Louis was.
Sure. That's all Wilton is, too. But the girl's different.
I think she'd like to see you, Trailer.
Yeah. Yeah, we found Betty. She's a nice girl.
Yes, I know.
Since when?
What?
I said, since when did you know? I mean that she was the kind of a girl who's a little different. Who might have really meant it when she said she liked an ugly little guy like you.
Mr. Valentine, I'm very tired.
Wilton isn't kidding anybody. I just want you to know that I know that, Trailer.
I've begun to guess that
His biggest mistake was trying to take over the slot machine empire tonight. Like the rest, he couldn't resist the opportunity.
George.
Think back, Angel. Wilton's tall and skinny. Would he have ever written a note to Betty, just an ordinary-sized girl, saying, I'm on the level, and I don't mean just opposite your eyes?
No, of course he didn't.
He's only a lawyer. A rat trying to grab what he can off a sinking ship. But Valentine, I had no idea.
I'll say it for you, Trailer. Wilton didn't ever own the slot machines like he claimed he did at the last minute. And he wasn't the Mr. Black in the notes. No, they'd have to be a short man, probably. A little guy.
Yeah. A little guy.
Like maybe a man who'd made such a success out of not trusting anybody that he couldn't believe a girl liked him. He had to test her by making her think a big shot was after her, to see if she'd drop him and run for the honey. He was in town for the collections anyway, and to nose around the way he always did, inspecting the anthill he'd built while looking like a repairman.
You mean Trailer here is really Mr. Black?
Yeah, Brooksy. What would you have done, Trailer, if Betty had dropped you and chased after you, Mr. Black, the way her brother wanted her to?
I would have killed her. No, I wouldn't have. I don't.
I know, Buster. It's pretty ironic. You kept your identity so secret. You did so well that what happened? You got shot by a guy whose only ambition was to get in good with the boss, make a big, fine impression on you. Now you still want to talk to Betty while you can, Mr. Black?
No. She's... Leave her out of our anthill.
You have just heard The Anthill, another adventure with George Valentine. Robert Bailey stars as George Valentine with Virginia Gregg as Brooksy. Tonight's story was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, with music by Eddie Dunstetter. Now this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
My name's Regan. I work for Anthony J. Lyon, Detective Bureau. They call me the Lion's Eye.
Jeff Regan, Investigator, starring Paul DeBove as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. So stand by for mystery and suspense and adventure in tonight's story titled The Smell of Magnolias.
Wellington Butterfield was a songwriter who wrote tone poems with one finger. Using both hands, he was capable of writing even more impressive ditties. The question, was Wellington Butterfield capable of murder? It began without benefit of overture in the office of my boss, Anthony J. Lyon, one beaming Monday. Anthony J. was on the phone when I walked in. The look on his face said easy credit terms, no money down.
No, you won't have to worry about a thing. Not a thing. Just sit tight and I'll send one of my men right out. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Butterfield. Good day. Good morning, Jeffrey.
New client.
Yes, indeed, Jeffrey. The Lion Detective Agency is on its toes as usual. Nothing like an efficient organization, I always say.
You'll send one of your men out? I heard that part of it.
Well, now, Jeffrey, there might be other men working for me. If business picks up the way it has been, well, I may have to increase the staff.
Add a secretary, maybe?
Jeffrey, what a delightful idea. A thoroughly delightful idea.
But first we have to pick up the extra business.
Your business? Oh, yes, Mr. Butterfield. I almost forgot. You'd better run right out there, Jeffrey. His office is in the Johnson Building, Hollywood. Yeah, and a secretary.
Lyon, did Mr. Butterfield happen to mention why he wanted a private detective?
Blonde or brunette?
Fatso, cut it out.
Huh? Oh, yes, Mr. Butterfield. Oh, yes, he did say something about a small redhead. Problem. Let me see. Oh, I've got it. He thinks someone is trying to murder his wife. Jeffrey, what would you say to a cute little redhead?
The Lion got lost in his dreams of redheads, and I drove out to Hollywood and the Johnson Building. 2 stories of old stucco covered with more coats of paint than there were tenants. The Johnson Building used to be a movie studio, then studio dressing rooms. Now, tiny cement offices with skylights and battered doors. Every office on the 2nd floor faced onto a passageway without a roof. Penthouses for $25 a month. I went up, dodged the rooftop ventilators, the broken glass from windows that hadn't been repaired since Metro met Goldwyn. Hanging above each office was a shingle. One said notary public and music copyist. Another one said artwork reasonable. Another one said quiet, keep out. The last one down the passageway said Wellington Butterfield. I stood in front of the door and listened. In the Johnson Building, you don't knock. You just walk in.
Oh, hi. You heard it?
Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all.
Oh, that's not really my kind of music, honest. But I wanted you to hear something else. You'll like it, Mr. King.
Sure, only I'm not...
Now, don't say anything till you hear it. Oh, the blue bonnets is blooming in Texas, but they won't bloom for me very long. She still waits for me, but I'll never see the blue bonnets blooming down. Did you say you weren't Mr. King of King's Music Publishing?
My name's Regan. Lion Detective Agency.
Oh, Mr. Regan. I'm glad you came.
Want to tell me the story, Wellington?
Well, just call me Welly, Mr. Regan. My friends call me Welly.
Welly?
Well, sir, it's about Sue. Sue's my wife. Somebody's going to kill her, Mr. Regan.
She tell you that?
Oh, no, sir. You see, I was out at the Blue Club one night. Sue sings there, and I heard voices from her dressing room. He was saying mean and angry things, this man was.
Go on.
But when I came in, the man was gone, and my wife, Sue was crying.
She tell you what the man said?
She wouldn't talk about it, Mr. Regan. She just wouldn't talk about it.
That's all?
Well, finally she admitted that he wanted to kill her. But she wouldn't say who it was. You just got to help her, Mr. Regan. It's all my fault. If anything happens, it's all my fault.
Why?
Well, you think I like sitting here day after day writing songs nobody'll buy while my wife works 6 nights a week in a nightclub? You think I like that, Mr. Regan?
Okay, take it easy, Willie.
She needs watching, Mr. Regan. Lots of watching, and you got to do it.
Okay, I'll watch her.
Oh, don't let her out of your sight. Not for a minute.
You love her a lot, don't you, Willie?
More than anything in this whole world, Mr. Regan.
You don't have any idea who the man was?
No, sir, I don't.
You sure you're not leaving something out of the story?
Mr. Regan, at a time like this?
Okay. I'll run out there.
Oh, Mr. Regan, there's just one thing. Don't tell Sue that you're a detective. She wouldn't like that. All that fuss, you understand?
Sure, I understand.
And you may meet the man that leads the orchestra, Mr. Litton. Don't you say a word to him.
You don't like Litton?
Don't like him? Mr. Regan, I'd like to kill him.
His story was smooth, but mixed up like pancake batter after a bout with the mixmaster. I left Wellington Butterfield hunched over his piano. Outside, footsteps in the passageway made me turn. Suddenly, moving down the corridor, away from Butterfield's window, was a tall man in a blue sport coat and gray flannels. He moved not like a man leaving an office, but like a man leaving a keyhole. I started after him.
Come in out of the sun, Regan. You might get freckles.
Standing in the open doorway on my left, a blonde, a real blonde, real all the way, either way you started looking. I went in.
My name's Lillian. Your name's Regan. You work for the Lion Detective Agency, and Wellie Butterfield just hired you. Have a cigarette?
Thanks.
Wellie's office is right across the passageway. It's a hot afternoon. He keeps his windows open. I keep my windows open. Anything else?
As a matter of fact, there is. I was about to follow a guy when you opened your door. You wouldn't have been trying to stop me from doing that, would you?
Drink?
You would.
Regan, when you follow people, you find out things. When you find out things, people get hurt. I don't like to see people get hurt.
Only in your case, it's too late. That it? You called Butterfield Wellie. You're a friend of his?
We're practically related. His wife, my husband.
Come again?
The man you caught spying on Wellington Butterfield was my husband. I forgot to tell you my last name, didn't I? It's Litton. My husband's the orchestra leader at the Blue Club. Change your mind about that drink?
Yes. Yes, I changed my mind.
All right, Mr. Detective. Drink like a movie hero and say, why is a nice girl like you running a publicity office? Or is that the line?
What about Sue Butterfield and your husband, Lil?
You better stop there. My ears may be big, but they're also delicate.
Who's out to get Butterfield's wife?
Every man within reach. Have you seen her?
Mm-mm.
Slick little brunette. Willowy. Soft like a magnolia blossom. Twice as clawing.
Only your husband doesn't think so.
I work 40 hours a week, Regan. What my husband thinks hasn't bothered me in over 2 years.
What about divorce?
I'm the old-fashioned type. You know, frilly curtains, barbershop quartets, and marriage. I believe in all of them.
Litton doesn't.
I tried. He doesn't.
Why would Litton want to kill Butterfield's wife?
He may be a snake, Regan, but he doesn't crawl that low. You're on the wrong track.
It fits that way. The voice Butterfield heard
I
behind
said
the
you're
door.
on the wrong track. Maybe you better leave, Regan. I don't want to begin to dislike you.
Where was Litton going when I saw him a minute ago?
Out of town? He left for good. His good, my good. It's a toss-up. They begin slow, they end quick, don't they, Regan?
Sue Butterfield, who wants to kill her, Lil?
Maybe I do, Regan. The only trouble is I'd have to stand in line.
Okay, forget it.
Like I said, Regan, maybe you'd better leave. I don't want to begin to dislike you.
If Wellington Butterfield was lying, it didn't check with Lillian Litton. Put both their stories together, and Sue Butterfield looked like a candidate for Miss Mortuary of 1950. There were still 2 precincts yet to be heard from, Lil's husband and Butterfield's wife. I headed my car for the Blue Club. Middle afternoon is rehearsal time on the Strip. It was that way at the Blue Club. The sign outside said Jimmy Litton and his orchestra, the voice of Sue Butterfield. Inside, the orchestra, without benefit of Litton, was warming up on what passed for a rumba. I wandered around backstage to the dressing rooms, found a door that said Miss Butterfield, and knocked.
Yes?
She was everything Lil said, even including the magnolia blossom in her hair.
Well, don't just stand there. Please come in. I'm Sue Butterfield. But then you probably already know that.
My name's Regan.
Yes, sir. What did you wish to speak to me about?
Your husband, Mrs. Butterfield.
Please, call me Sue.
Sue.
That's better. Now, what about Wellington?
He's worried, Sue. Worried about you.
About me? Well, that certainly sounds silly. Why on earth would he worry about me?
He thinks you're in trouble.
Mr. Regan, why are you concerned in this?
I'm a friend of Wellie's.
I see. Well, then, I appreciate your interest, but really nothing could be sillier. Oh, now I see it.
See what?
He's worried about Jimmy. Jimmy Litton. Isn't that ridiculous?
Is it?
But of course. Jimmy and I are merely close friends. Just because we work together every night on the bandstand is no sign. Well, you see what I mean.
Oh, sure.
So you see, Mr. Regan, it's all nonsense. Wellington sometimes tries my patience. Why, you shouldn't hate Jimmy. You should pity him. Poor Jimmy is just a lonely, misunderstood man. I'm kind of a mother to him.
Mother.
I like people, Mr. Regan. I don't like seeing them blue. Jimmy is blue so often.
Yeah, sure, Mrs. Sue. Thanks. Thanks a lot.
And you tell Wellington he should have asked me before spending the money.
Spending the money?
Why, yes. Spending the money to hire a private detective. Goodbye, Mr. Regan.
I got out of there in a hurry. Out the back entrance, around to the parking lot, and then I saw him. Blue sport coat, gray flannels, getting out of his car, glancing both ways, closing the door. He looked scared, very scared, and his name was Jimmy Litton. Litton?
I beg your pardon?
You don't remember me?
Look, please, I'm in a hurry. I'm late for rehearsal.
I'm the guy who was with Wellington Butterfield when you looked in on us. You remember that, don't you?
No, please, leave me alone, will you? I haven't done anything.
Nobody said you have. I just want to ask you a few questions.
Questions? No, not now. Some other time. I really can't stay with...
Calm down, Litton. You're getting upset over nothing.
Let go of my arm.
Now, Litton, it'll go better.
I said let go.
That's the way you want to play it.
Let me alone. Leave me alone.
James Litton, dust on his gray flannels, grease on his monogrammed white sport shirt, blood on his cheek, running back inside the Blue Club, trying to restore his ego and the crease in his trousers at the same time. More scared than I thought. I lit a cigarette, headed back to my car, sat there thinking, but not for long. It came from the Blue Club, from backstage near the dressing room. I got to the door marked Sue Butterfield, kicked it open! 2 people in Sue Butterfield's dressing room. Jimmy Litton and Wellington Butterfield. Litton was the one on the floor. Dead.
You don't have to look any further, Mr. Regan. I killed him.
I took the gun out of the little man's hand and felt sick. Then I got up and locked the door. But why? Why did you kill him?
Well, it's like I told you, Mr. Regan. He came in here, he shouted at me, and I saw red.
What did he shout at you?
Well, it was something nasty, something I'd rather not repeat.
For that, you killed him.
I told you this morning, Mr. Regan, I told you how I hated him, that I'd like to kill him.
Let's try it once more. You came out here to see Sue, your wife.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Regan.
You came to her dressing room and she was gone.
Yeah, that's right, Mr. Regan.
And Jimmy Litton burst into the room. He said something. You got mad, shot him.
Yes, sir.
Where did you get the gun?
What? I told you it was in a dresser drawer.
Your wife's gun?
Yes, Mr. Regan.
Litton just stood there while you went to your wife's dresser, took out a gun, and killed him.
Mr. Regan, I told you he didn't know what I was...
You're covering for somebody, aren't you, Wellie?
No, sir.
You're covering for somebody. It's too pat, too easy, too simple.
No, I'm not covering for anybody.
Welly, listen to me. What happened? What really happened? You didn't kill Litton, did you? You're covering for somebody.
I killed him, Mr. Regan. Let me alone, will you? Just let me alone.
Okay, Welly. We'll call the police. Lieutenant Sanducci came and went and took Wellington Butterfield with him. I waited around for nothing. For a rumba band that quit practicing only long enough for the sound of the police siren to fade like a bad taste in your mouth and then start practicing again. I went to the bar out front and found Sue Butterfield coming in the front door.
Still here, Mr. Regan? I thought you might leave with those police gentlemen.
I like to ooze out.
Then if you'll excuse me, I have to rehearse.
You got a minute?
Well, I really have. All right, it'll only be a minute, Mr. Regan.
You think your husband killed Litton?
Well, it's just like I told you, Mr. Regan. Wellington should never have hated Jimmy Litton. He should have felt pity for him.
You didn't answer my question.
Well, Mr. Regan, you'd hardly expect a wife to think her husband guilty of murder.
Where were you?
I beg your pardon?
When it happened, where were you?
Backstage, changing my costume.
For rehearsal?
After all, Mr. Regan, I had to see if it looked all right for the night.
But you didn't use your dressing room.
Somebody put my dress in the wrong room. I went there.
Alone?
Mr. Regan, in the tone of your conversation...
Oh, never mind. Forget it.
Well, listen to the way you talk. A person...
I said forget it, Mrs. Butterfield. The orchestra's waiting. The slow-eyed brunette drifted down to the bandstand like milk leaves in a southern breeze. And then suddenly I couldn't stand the air around the Blue Club. I drove back to Hollywood.
Regan.
Mind if I come in, Lil?
Regan, I'm sorry about this afternoon.
It's okay, Lil.
Regan, something's bothering you. Something you don't like, I know, I can tell.
Your husband's dead, Lil.
My husband?
He was shot an hour ago.
Your kid? No. No, you're not kidding.
I found him in Sue Butterfield's dressing room. Butterfield had the gun in his hand.
Welly?
Yeah, I know.
I told you this morning about my husband and me.
You don't have to
Let me
explain.
finish. I told you Jimmy and I... The way it is... was. I said I stopped caring what he did 2 years ago. I meant it, Regan. I'm not going to lie to you now.
Thanks, Lil.
He was smooth and slick and clever. He's dead. Let's forget it.
I've got to know some things, Lil. It's important that I know.
Welly Butterfield wouldn't kill a man, not even my husband. Welly worked over there, right across the way from me. I knew him, Regan. He wouldn't kill a man.
I know that.
But you just said...
Wellington said. Gun in hand, he told me he shot your husband. For 30 minutes, he stuck to it.
Isn't there anything you can do, Regan? Anything you...
Sure, mix a drink. She mixed a drink, 2 of them. Lillian Litton, the dead man's widow. And we drank the drinks and talked about everything and nothing and not murder or her dead husband or the little man on the way to the gas chamber, but it wouldn't stay that way. I borrowed Lillian Litton's phone and called the Lion.
Anthony J.
Me,
Lion,
Fatso.
Detective. Jeffrey, I was hoping you'd check in. Mr. Butterfield called.
He what?
He called from the police station. Jeffrey, our client's committed murder.
That's why I called you.
Lieutenant Sanducci told him he could make the call. Mr. Butterfield just wanted to thank you for everything.
Is that all?
He told me it wasn't your fault that you tried to help him. He said he was getting ready to sign a confession.
He didn't tell you anything else, Fatso?
No, he sounded so sad, Jeffrey. Why did he kill the man?
Later, Fatso.
But I thought it was his wife who was in danger.
Lion, that's it.
Jeffrey, what's it?
Hang
Did I
up,
say
Fatso. You're wasting time. The Lion was wasting time, all right. I told Lil I'd see her later and head my car toward City Hall. If I pushed the speed limit, I might get there before Sanducci could have the little man's statement typed up for signature. I got there.
Well, hello, Regan. What's the hurry?
Sanducci, did Butterfield sign yet?
No. Take it easy, Regan. My steno's typing it up. You was getting excited.
Butterfield didn't kill that man. I know he didn't.
Oh? That's an interesting twist. A man comes to me asking to be locked up, and you say he's not guilty. What's your evidence?
I haven't any. Not yet, but give me time.
Time to talk my number 1 inmate out of a confession? Are you crazy, Regan?
Listen, Sanducci. Butterfield is taking the rap for somebody else. He's that kind of a guy.
Well, it's a twist, all right. the nicest story as I've heard.
Give me 10 minutes with him, Sanducci. Just 10 minutes. Give me a chance to get the real story.
Regan, you're stepping out of bounds. I know you want to protect the client, but messing with an open and shut case is something else. Yes?
I got that statement ready for the prisoner to sign, Lieutenant.
Oh, good. Bring it in, Freely. You heard him, Regan.
Sanducci, 10 minutes. That's all I ask. Just 10 minutes.
Regan.
Thanks. Thanks a lot.
Oh, God, they're watching him.
The turnkey took me to the cell of Wellington Butterfield, and I was on my own.
Hello, Mr. Regan.
Welly, listen, they've got a statement in there all typed up. Sign it, and you've got a season's pass to the gas chamber.
Yes, sir, I know that.
Welly, it's your life. You were alone when you shot Litton.
I told you that, Mr. Regan.
Your wife wasn't in that room with you.
Leave Sue out of it.
You're forgetting something, aren't you, Welly? Sue was in the room, changing costume when Litton burst in. She told me that, Welly.
She did?
She said she was behind the screen, putting on the dress she was going to wear for the show. How come you forgot that?
Well, it must have just left my mind.
Sure it did. Your wife told me something else.
Well, I
she
don't
said
think
nobody threatened her life.
Well, Mr. Regan, I know better. I heard...
Go on.
Mr. Regan, I don't like what you're trying to make me say.
Then I'll say it for you. You lied. Lied to me about Sue's life in danger. Sure, you overheard a conversation in her dressing room, but there's nothing wrong with your ears. You knew what they were saying.
They?
Sue and Jimmy Litton. Sue was asking Litton to kill you. You knew that. That's why you hired me to watch her. You loved her too much to turn her over to the police, so you hired me to protect yourself.
But that doesn't mean I didn't kill Litton. Sue will testify that she saw me do it.
How could she have seen you do it when she was behind the screen dressing?
Well,
your story's so crossed up, Welly, even you can't make sense out of it.
Well,
Your wife wanted Jimmy Litton to get rid of you. He backed out. That's why he was so frightened when I saw him. That's why he ran from me outside your office. For once he'd gotten in over his head.
Sue is not that mean, Mr. Regan. She just needs to understand.
I heard that once before. But even Jimmy Litton couldn't take her any longer. He was leaving her cold. So she shot him, and you're taking the rap.
The statement, Regan. It's ready.
You said you'd give me 10 minutes.
Regan, you're just making it hard on everybody. Theories are very well, but there must be facts.
Sanducci, let me read that statement first.
Very well, Regan. You read it. Well, Regan?
Mr. Regan, please, sir.
Regan, you're just obstructing justice. You know I could have you run in.
Sanducci, it says here the body was found with bruises about the face, a cut under the eye.
That's right, Regan. Butterfield left that part out of it at first, but when we examined the body, he admitted there'd been a few blows between them.
Oh, that's right, Mr. Regan. I'd forgot that part.
Sanducci, Butterfield didn't fight with Litton. He's lying.
Mr. Regan.
Regan, get out of here.
Wait a minute. You said he told you they exchanged blows. Did you find bruises or cuts on Butterfield?
Well, no.
Yet Litton was beaten about the face. Litton, a man almost twice the size of Butterfield, is found beaten, but Butterfield hasn't got a scratch on him.
So what? That still does not prove
it. It proves Wellington Butterfield lied. If he lied once, he lied for all of it. I know, Sanducci, because I'm the guy who gave Litton those cuts and bruises.
Regan, for the last time...
Litton and I exchanged the blows, Sanducci, outside the Blue Club. It was just after that Litton ran inside and was killed. When you found the bruises, Butterfield had to change his story to make it fit.
Go on, Regan.
He lied again about being alone in the room. He just told me his wife was there with him.
That's right, Butterfield.
Well, yes, sir. Sue was with me.
How many lies can you take, Sanducci? How many lies before you wake up? This man's covering all the way, trying to take the rap.
Oh, Regan.
For his wife.
Mr. Regan, you shouldn't have said that.
Had enough, Sanducci?
Give me a motive, Regan.
Litton was running around with Butterfield's wife. She fell for him, but then he ditched her. Litton's wife told me he was leaving town, not with Sue Butterfield like I thought. Litton was pulling out alone.
I'm still listening.
Sue Butterfield wanted Litton to kill her husband. He turned her down, and she couldn't take that. Woman scorned Sanducci. She had to kill him. He could have testified against her.
Butterfield, you got anything to say about that?
Well, Sue loved Litton. She told me that. She didn't never love me. I tried to be what she wanted. Honest, I did. I tried to write music it'd sell and make a lot of money so she wouldn't have to work. It just wasn't my kind of music. I always feel it was my fault, don't you see? If I'd only have been what she wanted me to be, this wouldn't have happened. Litton came into the dressing room. He was angry. He blamed Sue for bringing the detective, Mr. Regan, into it. They said things to each other. Sue shot him.
Then you took the gun and made her leave. You took all the guilt, all the blame for everything she was and stood for. Had enough, Sanducci.
But it was my fault, don't you see?
I've had enough, Regan.
I gave a statement. Lillian gave a statement. Sue Butterfield came to jail with a bevy of lawyers. Didn't figure the lawyers would do much good. And I was sick of the smell of magnolia blossoms. Yes?
Regan, where have you been?
Resting, Fatso. Resting and relaxing.
Are you still working for the Lion Detective Agency, or have you retired from active duty?
Now, Lion, the case was only closed a couple of hours ago.
Well, the least you could have done is report back to me. After all, I'm interested in the welfare of our clients.
Sorry, Fatso.
Well, we'll forget it for now. Jeffrey, I have here a Mr. Harrington. He says he wants us to handle his case, and I believe he needs our help.
Just a minute, Fatso. Okay, Fatso, shoot.
Well, Jeffrey, our client has a most unusual case. It seems he was out driving the other day in his new Nash Rambler. Now, he had the top down, so he didn't notice there was a helicopter flying over him. And so,
No, Jeff.
naturally, he was
Sure.
quite shocked, to say the least,
Real
when suddenly,
sure,
from out of the helicopter,
Like I said, Lil,
came this strange
you mix
package.
good drinks.
Now, our client, Jeffrey, are you taking all this down?
Jeff Regan, Investigator, is written by William Frug and William Fifield, produced and directed by Sterling Tracy, and stars Paul Dubov as Regan with Frank Nelson as Anthony J. Lyon. Original music is by Dick Arant. Jeff Regan, Investigator, is heard each week at the same time over CBS. Bob Stevenson speaking, inviting you to be with us again next Wednesday at 9 for more suspense and mystery and adventure with Jeff Regan, Investigator.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
A few years ago, a new slogan or slang expression was thrust on the vocabulary of the American public. You remember it. It came in very handy when the wife wanted you to clean out the attic, or your brother-in-law put the bite on you for a 10-spot. It was, quote, drop dead, unquote. Of course, it never did you any good, but it was better than 23s could do or go jump in the lake. If you listen carefully, you may get some tips on how to use the expression with more effective results. It all started with a phone call to George Valentine's office by a little fellow who was just full of questions. Oh, let's see if George has any of the answers.
Don't you want a story?
Hold it, will you? Who is this?
Jerry Yule, I said. I'm a writer and I have a story.
Yeah, well, this is George Valentine, and I'm not a publisher.
Please listen to me. You've got to meet me right away. Captain Charlie's Neptune Palace.
The old waterfront
The
district.
captain's who's what?
I live here. It's an old hotel. I'm collecting material. But this particular story, I'm afraid I don't know how it ends. And that's why I need you.
Sounds to me like it goes around in a circle.
I want to be there when it ends. Don't you understand? That's why I'm calling you instead of the police.
Police? What kind of a story is it?
Well, it concerns a mysterious stranger and a seaman who chews tobacco. And mostly, of course, the parrot.
The what?
The parrot, a green and orange parrot. Ordinarily, I don't like parrots myself, such mangy, squawking creatures, but Captain Charlie, of course, well,
A green and orange parrot. Now, look, friend, if you...
Meet me in 15 minutes at the foot of Tide Street, please. You don't want anyone else to get their hands on this story, do you?
Well, I don't know, Mr. Yule. It all depends whether or not this story has a happy ending. And from where I sit, I'll bet you it hasn't. However, to keep things even, here's another kind of story that I know has a happy ending. Now, let's see. George and Brooksy were supposed to meet a Mr. Yule at the foot of Tide Street. Say, that's a pretty rough part of town. You better watch it, George. You might get in over your head.
Is it always so foggy down here?
Well, only in the summer.
Captain Charlie's Neptune Palace. Quite an ornate old place, isn't it?
Oh, the rooms are empty now, most of them, and half of it is locked off, of course. It tips like a one-legged man there where the pilings underneath are sinking. The commercial docks went away and left this district, you see, when they built the new piers farther down.
I know.
Beer and sandwiches. Step into the kitchen and make your own. Rooms 50 cents. Quite a come down from the kind of hotel it must have been once.
Oh, but there's no transient trade, you understand, Miss Brooks. Just the ones Captain Charlie asked to stay permanently.
Like writers who specialize in foggy stories.
Now, just be patient, Mr. Valentine. I want you to understand this setting, that's all. Its mood, its character. It's strange
Shut
yet...
the door.
Oh, hello.
You want some coffee? Pour your own.
Oh, don't look at me, friend. Captain Charlie, I suppose.
No, this is Morton.
Sure, I'm not crazy. I just look that way.
Business cards, menus, and wedding announcements. That's his line.
What?
Why, he used to do the menus on the Lusitania, no less.
Been sunk ever since.
He prints Charlie's stationery for him. Not that Charlie ever uses any, but that's how he took him in.
Coming from? Who opened the door?
That's all right, Sadie. Go back to your knitting.
Oh, that's Sadie. She used to own the place back in the gay days when it was Sadie's Neptune Palace.
Sure, but Captain Charlie never had the heart to throw her out either. We're your friends, Yule.
Oh, never mind us.
Who's down there?
All we care about is a story. Not that we'll ever get it.
Well, now, Morton here, he was in it.
Oh, no, I'm not. Charlie gave me a check for the $25. Don't mix me up in your fiction. Parrots. Ha! Bird feathers.
I said, who's down there? You, Captain?
Look, Buster, for the last time, will you tell us what this is all about?
Come on. Through here. The old bar room. I'll tell you all right.
Well, and who might your friends be, Mr. Yule? No matter, the welcome's always out. But you know what I've been here sitting and thinking, me and Limey here?
Right, Skipper and me been thinking.
Be quiet.
Right, Skipper.
The next thing this hotel needs is a rubber plant. I remember in Bombay once, I seen the most lovely rubber
Hey,
plant.
wait a minute. I wanted to tell these people about last night.
Oh, that. Well, now, I don't blame you. Last night, young lady, I bought the most lovely green parrot that any man ever saw. Do you know this morning he
Captain,
actually...
would you mind sticking with last night? What is it? What happened last night?
He told you, Governor, he bought a parrot.
No. But a story should begin at the beginning. And, Mr. Valentine, the very first thing was $25. That's what woke me up.
What?
Right. I woke you all up to borrow it, see? Only he didn't have it. And neither did Sadie, so I had to break the lock on Morton's room and dig it out of his stuff. That's on account of the skipper there was a little short in the cash register.
Made Morton sore, too. Made all of you sore.
Oh, not me, Skipper.
Nobody appreciates a good parrot, young lady, but I do, and I bought him. Had to scrape up a whole $100. That's the story. But I made it, and I bought him. Limey, run fetch the bird. Show the people.
Right, Skipper, whatever you say.
I'll give you a hand in case he talks back.
Yule, is that all there is to it? Just that the captain bought a bird.
Mr. Valentine, the stranger. Now, let me tell you about him. The man he bought the bird from.
The mysterious stranger?
Now, don't look at me that way. He was a foreigner of some sort. He was a Hindu or Sikh or something, one of those big fellas with a beard and a turban. But a sailor, and he and Charlie gibbered away at a great rate in some heathen tongue.
Oh, now, look, friend.
He wanted to get rid of that bird, the Sikh did. Act as if he was afraid of him. That's why all the fuss about the money. He was so anxious to get paid and get out. And when he left a running.
Well?
Here, now wait.
Here he is. Aren't you ducky, though?
Careful there, Limey. Careful he don't slip off your shoulder. He's taking quite a fancy to Limey here, you know that?
So that's the parrot.
Isn't he the most lovely bird you ever saw?
Well, I wouldn't exactly say...
Oh, Limey's going to clean him up a bit. You know how it is. But here, let me show you. This is a piece of resistance. Now, come on, baby. Say it. Speak out for the people, baby.
Fine bird. He talks, you.
That's a baby. That's a baby. Talk right up like you did to the heathen. Speak out, baby. Speak out.
Drop dead.
Isn't he the most lovely thing you ever heard?
Drop dead. That does it.
Valentine, wait. Wouldn't it interest you if I told you that I took a walk this morning just before I called you and that I found the Sikh, that heathen sailor who was so afraid and so anxious to get rid of the bird, and that the poor man was just lying there in an alley, dead.
Now, wait a minute. That man didn't drop dead. He was rolled. Look at his pocket. See for yourself. Slugged and rolled, that's all.
Yeah, you're right, Lieutenant. Only whoever hit him tapped him a little too hard, Chuck.
It's happened more than once down here.
But don't you think it's interesting that...
And never mind that Eye of the Idol mystery magazine stuff either, Mr. Yule. What I want to know is why you didn't report this to the police quicker.
But here in the alley, I knew no one would find him.
Besides which, a beard and a turban. You don't even know he's the same guy you saw last night.
I think he is.
There's a whole shipload of these birds in port. Can you tell them apart? Routine, that's all. Routine case, and you got to clutter it up. Big mystery. Okay, boys, where's that wagon?
Well, Mr. Yule?
I wrote a story about one of these fellas.
Hey, wait a minute. What are you doing? Johnson will cut your gizzard out if you touch that body. You're in enough trouble as it is.
Let go of me. The turban. Here, hold that flashlight.
Oh, brother.
There. You see? I told you it was the same man.
Yeah, whoever rolled the sailor just wasn't so bright about where he'd carry his money, huh?
60, 70.
Here, give me that. Yeah, it's the $100, all right. No, I'll keep it. Only so what? This still doesn't mean the parrot had anything to do with it.
Hey, Mr. Valentine, look at this. Did you ever see an Oriental who chewed tobacco?
What? A plug. Okay, so there's been somebody around here lately who chews tobacco, but... Oh, yeah, I remember. You said on the phone something about a seaman who chews tobacco.
Yes, a big fellow, but an American seaman.
Well, where did he creep in? Now, look, Buster, you'd better spill the rest of what you know fast.
I've told you everything, honestly, I have. He was just a seaman, that's all. I didn't get much of a look at him, but this morning when I woke up, he was peering in my window. And when I shouted, he ran. I came out to look around. That's when I found the body. And then I ran.
Well, that's a good idea.
Mr. Valentine.
All right, you too, Doc.
Miss Brooks is still back in the car. You will out of the other way. Tell Johnson I went to get her, will you, or some other lie?
What? But I...
No, you stay there and hold hands with Johnson.
Hey, Valentine.
See you later. I'm going to write a story.
George, remember? He said that man in the turban seemed so anxious to get rid of the
Take
bird.
it easy, Angel. Hey, Captain. Captain Charlie.
This is a crazy, strange place, isn't it? That captain gives me the jitters.
Never mind. I don't want to see him anyway. Limey's the one who'll talk for us. A weasel if I ever saw one.
But why? What can he tell you? What is it you're trying
Here we are, through here. Just check the information we've already got, Brooksy. Yeah, I'd like to weed out some of Yule's weird notions. He's about stupid enough to think that bird is some sort of weird chicken.
George.
Relax, Angel. Up at the head of the stairs, that's all. Come on.
Speak of the devil.
Something at the bottom of the stairs, too.
Limey. It's Limey. He's dead.
You know, I've always found it pretty tough to squeeze juice from a lime. Well, that can't be true with everyone, because here's a case where somebody squeezed a limey too hard. Couldn't have been the parrot, but he might have been the inspiration. Now, if you're in need of inspiration, why don't you give this a listen?
Now, if your name is George Valentine, you don't believe in the kind of story that has a parrot in it. When the parrot says drop dead, people drop dead. The only trouble is they do. First, a foreign sailor who sold the bird, and now the next man that the bird took a liking to, Limey. Yes, Limey is just about as dead as the sailor was.
Who's going to be murdered next, George?
Oh, Brooksy, cut it out,
But
would you?
Limey didn't just fall down the stairs.
It's a dark stairway. It could have happened.
Only you doubt it.
Yeah, I guess he was dead before he fell. But a guess isn't good enough, is it?
It's also unbelievable, all these crazy characters.
There's another explanation of some kind. You want to bet it's nice and simple?
No.
Okay, maybe not. But for instance, why is the parrot important? Why was that mangy captain so anxious to buy him in the first place?
Why is Mr. Ewell so interested?
I get the idea. So run out and get the police, will you?
Well, what are you going to do?
I want to see who's around, Angel. Mostly upstairs.
Well, the bird is, for one.
Yeah, I know. He hopped off down the hall. See you later.
All right, George.
You sure fell all right, Buster. Well, so who pushed you? Or slugged you first? Who?
Get him off me! Help!
What the? It's Sadie. Sadie.
Get him off that awful thing!
Oh, what?
Get out that window! Go on, shoot!
All right. Just a parrot, that's all.
Just of all the ugly, mean,
All right, take it
screeching-
easy. He's out the window now, huh? Sitting there on the kitchen roof like he was real proud of himself. Only what happened?
Hopped through here across my face. I was sound asleep. I told Captain Charlie I wouldn't stay here if he kept that bird. I never allowed parrots when it was my hotel. This was a respectable place.
Sure. But look, Sadie, did you hear any noise out by the stairs a while ago? Maybe about half an hour ago?
No. Why should I? Everybody's been out, except that awful creature. I heard them go. Why?
Skip it. Only tell me something, Sadie. How long have you lived here?
40 years now, I'd say, off and on. Barring a couple of marriages. But I always come back. Oh, my lands, I wouldn't know any other place to live. None of us would.
All been here for years with Captain Charlie, huh?
Well, of course. Except that Ewell, naturally. He's recent. We're all sort of has-beens, but the captain, he keeps us all under his wing. He's a wonderful man. So generous, honest. That was what you wanted to ask about, wasn't it?
Yeah, Captain Charlie.
Ask anybody in the district about Captain Charlie. He's
Okay.
nothing bad about anybody here, except for that bird.
Yeah. Well, I better get him off that roof.
Well, don't you bring him back in here. You won't have that thing screaming at me.
Oh, be quiet, Sadie. Somebody else trying to get him off that roof, too. Very popular bird. No, stay there. I can make it around the ledge. Just stay in your room.
Easy now, boy. I'll be up there and get you in just a minute now. Keep the big trap shut, will you? Less noise now, that's the stuff.
Wouldn't you know? A seaman.
Now we got you, baby.
Would have been easier to climb up with a ladder.
What?
Bird-watching society. You always chew tobacco when you go parrot hunting?
Beat it, will you, buddy? I don't want no trouble.
I don't blame you. Not on a slippery roof.
Stay out of it, Mac.
Hey, don't reach for that bird. I want to talk to you.
I ain't the type.
Stay where you are, I said.
Hold still, you blast.
Yeah, now look what you did. That's the kitchen flue he's climbing into. Now we can all have fun getting him out.
Yeah, well, let him stay there.
Forget him. You're the one I want. There's a little matter of people dropping
Oh,
dead.
no, you don't, Mac. I had enough. I don't want no trouble. This is where I came in.
Don't try that. Hey, you.
So long, sucker.
Look out. You'll slip. Look out!
Drop dead, drop dead. Valentine, you're the one.
Oh, stop it, Johnson. Drink your coffee.
And for everybody here, folks, help
The
yourselves.
seaman isn't dead, Lieutenant. His skull wasn't fractured.
So we gotta wait for hospital reports before we can get him to talk.
Johnson, for the 10th time, leave me alone, will you? Go solve your 2 murders. Have you checked all these people on when they last saw Limey?
Yeah, we checked and double-checked and still haven't found anything.
Okay, then leave me alone. I'll drink my coffee and think about it.
Sure. First, you pocket $100 and run. Then you find something but won't say what it is. Then you...
Johnson.
What kind of an idea did that seaman give you? What you got up your sleeve?
Well, break up this picnic and maybe you'll find out.
But you... Oh, all right, everybody, get out of here. There's a genius working on a story. That's all for now. Break it up, break it up.
George.
All right, they've gone now. So come here, brace me, Angel. Then you can beat it,
Brace
too.
you? What in the name... George, get off of that stove.
It's a big one. Got a big ear, man.
What?
The flu. Hope he's all right. Yeah, I can reach you. Oh, where are you, boy? Come on, come on. Oh, brother, soot, grease, and cobwebs.
You mean he's been there all this time, the parrot?
I hope he's in here. Hope I can reach him. Yeah. Sure, here we go.
Oh, look at the poor thing.
Yeah. Well, I'll clean him up a little. He'll be all right.
George, what are you going to do with him? I wouldn't touch that bird if it laid golden eggs.
All right, hold still there, Abner. Now, Brooksy, listen. We got to find out once and for all if this bird really does have anything to do with all the crazy stuff going on here.
You're sure hard to convince.
Hey, get off my coffee. If you're thirsty, boy, we'll get you a drink. Now, Brooksy, you go in the bar where Johnson is. Give me 5 minutes head start, then tell people I found the parrot and took off down the alley.
Well, of all the
Well, this is the only way to find out, isn't it? To see who comes after me. The bird itself can't have any value, but maybe somebody thinks it does.
Drop dead.
Oh, Brooksy, now look, just because everybody who's been around this long-nosed chicken has got into trouble...
All right, I'll do it. But there must be easier ways to find the end of a story.
Okay, bird. Let's get some of the grease off your feathers. Bird of Illinois, huh? Big mystery bird. Oh, you like that, huh? Well, get yourself all stretched, because in about 5 minutes we'll go outside and see if anybody meets us. We'll find out just how dangerous it is to hang on to you when you're...
Drop dead.
Hey, shh, cut it out, will you? That's better.
Drop dead.
Drop. What? Hey, bird, snap out of it. What's the matter with you? Hey, Abner, come on, boy, come on. There's nothing wrong. Oh, brother. Drop dead, huh? Coffee. The coffee. You took a drink of my coffee. Brooksy. Johnson, what? John.
George, listen to me. Can't you hear me?
Here, slap him with the wet towel some more.
I'll do it, Captain.
That stuff can't hurt him any.
Get you and your crazy joint. Get out of here.
All right.
Oh.
You all drink that stuff, too?
Oh, George, here now, don't move. You told me 5 minutes. It was 5 minutes before anybody even started to look for you.
Sure. Just me, huh? Just my coffee. We're not all dead, huh?
Valentine, I regret to say...
Never mind, I know. I loused it up again.
An old-fashioned knockout drop. They keep them behind the bar. Naturally, they would in this kind of a place.
Wait a minute. The bird.
He's all right, George.
And making a lot more sense than you are.
Okay, Johnson, somebody doped my coffee. Everybody had a chance. Everybody knew I was going to be here alone. But at least it proves it's somebody right here, doesn't it?
Eliminate the seaman?
Yes, but why did this happen, George? We found you and the bird hadn't been touched.
Hey, did you move me?
What?
Here, I'll help you.
No,
get up.
don't touch me. If it wasn't the bird they were after, it was me. Only why me? What have I got that they
That $100. Look in your pocket. See what was taken.
Yeah. I thought I had it in this pocket. Oh, the wallet's okay. Everything else? 60, 70, 80, 90. No, it's all there.
Well, nobody'd commit crimes just for that amount of money anyway.
No, of course not. So get on your feet. We start all over at the beginning.
Johnson, I think better on the floor. You know, all this business could be awfully simple.
Sure, Hindus and parrots and sea captains.
This thing with me could be a mistake. Limey could just have fallen down the stairs. The first guy we already know was just slugged and rolled.
I think you'd better stand up, George.
Okay. Too far-fetched, huh? But a desperate man might hope that's the way it'd go down.
Like what, man? Like why? What are you talking about?
Captain Charlie's respectable, isn't he, Johnson? Honest and good with the police.
That's right, for years.
The same goes for the people he's kept under his wing. Morton, Limey, Sadie.
Sure. Charlie keeps the place clean, all right, only... What's that got to do with...
Now listen. A foreign sailor comes in with a parrot last night, and all blazes breaks loose. Everybody's imagination dives off in 7 directions.
It isn't imagination that the bird was involved in every crime, though, is it? Here with you? With Limey who took care of him? With the sailor who brought him in?
Sure, and you get so wound up you don't notice something else that was involved with everyone.
What, George?
The money that paid for the parrot.
Huh? But you just said that dough in your pocket hadn't been touched.
I thought I had it in the other pocket, that's all. But suppose while I was out, suppose the reason I was dope was to get at that money and do something with it.
Now, look, if it's there, it's there.
And that something was the last crime that needed to be done. From here on, the mysteries could stop.
George, for heaven's sake, tell us...
Okay, Angel, okay, words of one syllable. Suppose in this place one person isn't so respectable, fooling Charlie along with everybody else for years. And last night, Limey broke a door, a lock. Why would anybody lock a door around here, incidentally?
But who are you...
Because Charlie needed $25 more to make up the $100 the sailor wanted for his bird, remember? Well, Limey got it all right. He found it in Morton's room.
Well?
Well, Johnson, from there on, 1, 2, 3. Morton was mad, remember? But the sailor had already gone. Then the sailor was slugged and rolled. But if it was Morton, he couldn't find the money he wanted to get back.
George, Limey didn't have any money.
Limey was a weasel. Suppose he got to asking Morton about that money he took. Suppose he caught on to what I'm catching on to. So Morton killed him, scared to death of discovery now, with one accidental murder already to his credit. All right, then came me. Do you want to bet I was doped so that 25 of that 100 could be replaced with a different 25?
Holy smoke.
Sure, that's right. Replaced with genuine money.
George, Morton's a printer, isn't he?
You got it. His press must be in the locked room. He printed menus, remember?
Green ones with pictures of Lincoln and Washington and people like that on them.
That's the idea. And it explains everything. A counterfeiter. Trying to keep from being discovered.
Well, come on. Don't just stand there.
Morton. Hey, Morton.
He was here just a second ago. He ran upstairs when you came out of the kitchen.
There he goes. Morton, stop! Sergeant, get him!
Hold it, Angel. Let the police do the rest.
Hey, what's going on anyway? Look, ma'am, ain't this a lovely bird? You know, someday I'm going to get me a rubber plant, and then...
Oh, but George, even if Morton did commit those crimes, it still doesn't explain everything. There's still that tobacco-chewing seaman who fell off the roof and the parrot...
Hey, you didn't start this story. Yule did. So stick around a minute, and I'll give him the rest of it.
You're right, Brooksy. There are a lot of questions that still need answering. So, while George is getting his story straight, suppose we all give this story a listen.
Yes, he was a counterfeiter, I understand. All he wanted was to get his $25 back.
But the seaman, George...
Oh, yes. The mysterious man chewing tobacco.
Well, I'll use a little logic. The the foreigner who was so anxious to sell the bird in a hurry, didn't speak English.
Yes, that made it all the more...
So where did his bird learn to say drop dead?
Oh.
Yeah, and every clue Yule gave me about him suggested the obvious. The sick had stolen the bird and was trying to sell quickly before the guy he stole it from caught up with him.
You telephoned the hospital, huh?
Well, this might not be all clairvoyance, but sure. The seaman didn't want to get mixed up in any trouble, but he still wanted his bird back.
Huh. His bird. And that's all there was to it? Oh, my beautiful romantic story of the waterfront. With all those strange characters.
Watch it. Don't get carried away again.
Oh, dear. My beautiful story.
Anyway, cheer up, Mr. Yule. Maybe you could sell it to one of those mystery shows on the radio.
Sure. Call it Drop Dead.
Just in case we lost you somewhere along the way, George Valentine was played by Robert Bailey, and Brooksy, played by Virginia Gregg. David Victor and Jackson Gillis wrote the tale, and Eddie Dunstetter played the music. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to our next visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Personal notice. Danger's my stock and trade. If the job's too tough for you to handle, you got a job for me, George Valentine. Write full details.
Say, have you got any skeletons hanging in the closet? If so, dig 'em out and set 'em by the radio, because we have a dandy story that's going to make 'em feel right at home. It's called Uncle Harry's Bones, and it's complete, all except for his floating ribs he lost somewhere between 18th and 19th on Chestnut Street. Now, where they keep Uncle Harry's mortal remains, only time will tell. Besides, George Valentine has to have something to do for the next little while. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to go around saying, "Let George do it," which would not be good, since that is his aim in life. Anyway, if the maestro will throw us a bone in E-flat, we'll get on with the epic.
My dear Mr. Valentine, you will please report to me at the Stedman Farm. That's 2 miles down the road from Pine Lake if you turn right at the Red Silk Post Office, or the house with the unpainted shutters if you come over the hill. I want you to clearly understand that you're working for me, no matter what anybody says. And Lordy knows the people around here know how to say things. For instance, they all say Uncle Harry is their uncle, but he's not. He's mine, and nobody else's. Mr. Valentine, please come quick. My trouble is I don't know if Uncle Harry is Uncle Harry or somebody else's who's not important. I've got to find out, now don't you think? Sincerely, Sophie Sturdivant.
Hey, friend. Hey, you.
What's your trouble?
Hello. We're looking for the Sturdivant place.
Oh, down the road, past the hill. If you're looking for Doc Sellers, he's just gone into town, I think.
Doc Sellers? Who's he?
No, it's Sophie Sturdivant we wanted to see.
Oh, Sophie. Her.
Oh, what's funny?
Nothing. Doc's her brother. He's all right.
What's the matter with her?
Nothing.
Okay, thanks. Look out for your foot.
Hey, hold up. Don't see many strangers around here. Where you from? Looney Bin?
Looney Bin?
Sure. Sophie's all right.
What are you driving at, Buster?
My name's Dorky. What are you driving at?
Say, tell me something. Where does Sophie's Uncle Harry live?
Who?
Uncle Harry. Some kind of a character around here, I get it.
Nope. No Uncle Harry around here.
But she wrote...
Look, this is a nice, peaceful place. People don't like strangers making trouble. None of my business, none of yours. Let well enough alone, I say. You'll live longer.
You know what I'd do if I were George? Go back to town. But not Fearless Valentine. Besides, he's got Brooksy there to help him. Just like I've got this to help you. Now let's see if George and Brooksy took the old-timer's advice to get out of town. Nope, I guess they didn't. Because there they are, walking up to Sophie's front door.
It's kind of a run-down place, isn't it?
And all places around here seem to be, George.
Yeah. Mrs. Sturdivant?
The door's open. She's probably out back in the kitchen.
Mrs. Sturdivant? Sophie?
She's not in the kitchen, George.
Of course she's not.
Oh,
Who do you think does the cooking around here anyway?
hello.
Yeah.
We didn't mean to walk right in.
You must be Doc Sellers.
Well, I ain't Abraham Lincoln. You looking for Sophie?
Uh-huh. I'm George Valentine. This is Miss Brooks.
I seen your car out there. Just come in myself. Hey, sis! Come to the party.
You're a doctor, are you?
Sure.
Want a pill? Here.
Oh.
Pretty good size, huh? No, I haven't practiced for years, but I still got these. I was over trying to unchoke a neighbor's horse yesterday. Eminent Sawbones, that's me.
You're a vet.
Yep. Retired livestock killer. Sophie! Hey, Soph! Upstairs, I guess, working on her butterfly collection. Come on through. Sophie, for the love...
She must have fallen down the stairs, George.
I'm all right. I'm
Here.
all right.
Get her over to the couch.
I'm all right.
Clumsy ox, what'd you do, trip over your own feet?
Oh, here, let me. She didn't fall downstairs.
Huh?
Yes, I did. That's what I must have done.
But how did your face get those blotches on it? How'd you get that black eye?
No one hit me.
What'd you say that for?
I mean, I fell, that's all.
Look, did somebody slap you, knock you
No,
down?
no.
Well, who was it? Why? When did it happen?
Oh, stop it. Stop it.
We've come to help you, Sophie.
So why won't you tell us what... Oh,
Huh? Well, what are you looking at me for?
no reason. Just wondered why she's still so
Oh,
scared.
no, that's ridiculous. Doc's my brother.
Oh, hey, Douglas! Douglas, come on in here.
Is Douglas with you?
Yeah, just got back from looking at the old office.
Oh, what did you find?
Nothing, not a blame thing.
Oh, look, both of you. What are you talking about?
Yes, Doc. What is it? What do you want?
Hey, Valentine, Miss Brooks, Douglas Kent. Just so you'll know, I'm not the kind of man beats up his own sister.
How do you do?
Hi.
Sophie, what's happened?
I'm all right, Douglas.
Doug here's another crazy, eager beaver like Sophie is, Mr. Valentine. Going off half-cocked whenever he gets...
Mr. Valentine's here to help us. Isn't that right, Sophie? He's here to help find out.
Oh, look, will somebody please explain what this is all about?
No, I think that perhaps I was wrong.
What?
Mr. Valentine, I shouldn't have been so hasty in writing.
Uncle Harry, that's what it's all about.
Uncle Harry?
No, Douglas and I only thought...
Oh, be quiet, Soph. You started it, let's finish it. Come here, I'll show him to you.
Show him?
Uncle Harry, the great Uncle Harry, so they say. There, see for yourself.
Skeleton. Nothing but a skeleton.
Uncle Harry's bones.
Says you.
I was out fishing in the lake, Mr. Valentine, and my line got tangled, and here he is.
But just a skeleton. I don't see how you can tell. Who was Uncle Harry?
Man disappeared 5 years ago. Man who bought out the breeding farms, a hermit. Sophie's uncle.
Uh-huh. Well, look, I don't know much about anatomy, but is a shin bone supposed to look like this?
Well, go on, Doc. Tell him.
Oh, sure. Jump to conclusions, yeah. I made the mistake of remembering that I once said a fracture for Harry, that's all. It's what I get for playing MD.
We've been downtown looking for the x-rays in Doc's old office. We were going to the barn, too, to check in his old trunks and things. You see, I thought that if we could find the x-ray that he took 5 years ago, it might give us a positive way of identifying...
Bones are bones. It's not going to tell you anything.
How about this? Piece of rusty wire tangled around his leg.
George.
The lake is full of stuff. It don't mean anything either.
It'd mean something if we knew his leg was tied with wire before he died.
Exactly, Mr. Valentine. That's just the way
Yeah, see, everybody who reads mysteries goes off half-cocked.
Well, what kind of a skeptic are you, Doc? Why don't you think it's Uncle Harry?
Mister, I don't think one way or another. Only lots of people come up summers to fish in that lake. Could be practically anybody.
Okay, Doc, I'm going to go with you to keep looking for that x-ray. Douglas, get the local sheriff up here as fast as you can. And tell him to send for a police x-ray man, too. Brooksy, take care of Sophie.
Look, I'm just as upset about Sophie as
Don't
you are.
bother, Doc. I finally got the idea. It's a skeleton in the closet we're after. Well, come on, then. We're going to start opening doors.
Set the blame leg in the first place if there was a real Sawbones around. Blasted bunch of recluses in this part of the woods.
Yeah, sure. Did you try this box here?
Old Sears Roebuck catalogs. Ugh, blasted cobwebs.
Hey, how about the tin one?
Oh, yeah, let me see.
Your x-ray stuff ought to be boxed up somewhere that you could find it.
Doc, where are you? Oh, that you, Sheriff? Right here. Here, meet Mr. Valentine. for some cleaning out an old attic.
Aye.
Don't stick your paw at me, young man.
Well. What's your trouble, Sheriff? Don't you like to know what's going on in your territory?
I know all about it. Don't need any city boys to come telling me what my job is. Uncle Harry disappeared 5 years ago. Let's leave him that way, I say.
You're not interested in skeletons, huh? Sheriff, I think I'd like to have a little talk with you before
quit your blabbing. Give us your pocket knife.
Oh, yeah, here.
Just airtight box. Maybe you got it. I don't know.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that looks like negatives. Hey, look out for that spider.
Open up closets. Got to expect being bit. Here.
Let's see. That's a horse, isn't it?
Uncle Harry, horse, spider, what difference does it make?
Uncle Harry, there you are. Yeah, name, date, shin bone. Yeah, that's him, all right.
Here, let's get it in the light.
Well, Doc?
Well, could be the same as the skeleton.
Yeah, looks the same to me. Set crooked on top there.
Like 100 others, I suppose. Holy smokes, Mr. Valentine, I can't tell for
Sheriff,
sure.
did you get that police x-ray man?
Yeah, over at the house. Mr. Kennedy.
Okay, give me that x-ray. Come on.
Absolutely. There's no question about it.
But isn't it true lots of people have broken bones, Kennedy?
I'll be glad to swear before a jury that this is the same bone.
Before a jury?
Of course, Mr. Valentine. Hasn't anyone here noticed the fracture in the skull? Here, right here.
Why, no.
Enough to cause death, I should say, in that location. I will also testify that the fracture must have been made before the body became a skeleton.
In other words, the x-ray proves it's Uncle Harry.
Precisely. And the combination of fracture and wire around the legs unquestionably proves that he was murdered. There you are. Quite simple. Murder.
I knew it was Uncle Harry, all right, Sheriff, but the important thing is who did it.
Sure, Sophie. Now me and Mr. Valentine
Wait a
have
minute. Listen to her.
Young lady, I've known Sophie for years, and
But
anything
she knows who killed him.
She what?
Of course I do. And I always knew it had happened, too. And that's why I hired you, Mr. Valentine, to catch him. Somewhere in Manitoba, Canada, I think was the last place. You know, he sends me checks. You see, that's because he feels guilty about the way he treats me.
Harry was a skinflint, a miser, a bloodsucker.
I've sent descriptions. I've had detectives after him lots of times, but they've never been able to
Wait a
catch him.
minute, please, both of you.
She's talking about her husband, George, her second husband.
He only married me because of Uncle Harry's money, and I was the relative, but Uncle Harry was too smart for him. He'd never give him any. Oh, no, not him.
Sophie, why do you...
Bunker, his name is, and when you find him, you'll hang him, won't you, Mr. Valentine? I know Bunker did it. He always said he got Harry's money, and 5 years ago he did it, don't you see? And then he disappeared.
Hold it, will you please? This Bunker, what happened? Was he a husband that ran away from you?
I beg your pardon? I sent him away, don't you understand? He was no good, and I sent him away. That's why I'm using my first husband's name. Bunker was a lying cheat, and he killed Uncle Harry, and I sent him away before I knew what he'd done. Well, get him, that's all. Get him and hang him.
And now, Valentine, will you listen to the voice of reason for a minute? Bunker ran away from Sophie in San Francisco, but it was 2 months before Uncle Harry disappeared.
Oh.
Sophie's just a little cracked on the subject, that's all. As I figure, Bunker's the one person probably didn't kill Uncle Harry. Forget him.
What do you mean?
Lonely area around here. Anything can happen. Nobody will be able to remember. 5 years is a long time.
Okay, I understand it all now. It isn't just the skeleton in her closet, is it?
Nope.
Yeah, Sophie wanted me to prove it was Uncle Harry so she could prove it was her no-good husband who did it. Instead, now we've got to solve a 5-year-old crime that everybody else would have to have hushed up. Because everybody in the whole area is a suspect for murder.
And you know who'll get the last laugh? Uncle Harry's bones.
Now tell me, how is that possible? For Uncle Harry to start laughing, that is. It isn't. Not unless all that's left of Harry is his funny bone, which is a nice, happy thought. However, in case it didn't hit you quite right, here's something that's not off the elbow.
And now, it seems your client, Sophie, is the only one who ever liked Uncle Harry. Everyone else, including the sheriff, would prefer to let sleeping dogs lie. And if your name is George Valentine, you know how hopeless it will be to try to solve a 5-year-old crime when everyone in town is a suspect.
Sheriff Harry was a miser, wasn't he? A hermit and a miser.
What are you getting at?
I don't know. Gold. Misers have gold, don't they?
Of course they do, if they're smart like Harry was.
Well, sure, that's why he was killed, I guess.
What do you mean?
Well, most of his money was in property, but people always said he had a good many $1,000s stashed away somewhere.
Somewhere like where?
Up around that place of his. I could never find any, and I'm the one who boarded the place up after he disappeared.
Uncle Harry's place? You mean there's a house, a farm or something?
It's a cabin. Nothing but a cabin.
Well, come on, Brooksy. What are we waiting for?
About a mile around the lake from here. I boarded her up solid in case he ever came back.
George, what about Sophie?
Never mind her. Now I know who smacked her.
Not much of a cabin for a rich man, is it?
No. Yeah. I don't know. At least he kept it neat and clean.
Turn your flashlight over here. Oh,
Just a desk, that's all.
you think there's any point in going through it?
What if you're looking for money?
Listen. Oh, it's just the wind, I guess.
Hey, wait, Brooksy.
What?
A brick out of the fireplace. Yeah, a nice little hole underneath.
Maybe Uncle Harry did have some money.
Sure, of course he did. What's the matter?
Hole in the mattress. Place for a box. Oh,
Hey, look out.
I tripped. Well, there's nothing funny about it.
Yes, there is. Loose board, ain't it? This place is honeycomb with old hiding spots. Yeah. All of them empty.
Look, here's a coin. This one wasn't empty. I mean, once upon a time.
None of them were, from the looks of it. Well, that doesn't quite make sense, does it?
What do you mean, George?
With the kind of tough old guy that Harry must have been.
I don't...
Duck, Angel. Get down. Turn off that flashlight.
George?
Take it easy now. This is who I think it is.
The man with the shovel. I can see him in the doorway.
All right, shut the door, Buster. There's a draft. Never mind the match.
George, look out for the shovel!
Get away from me!
All right, I guess now we can have some light, Angel. Well, it's our neighbor. What's your name? Dorky, that right?
Let go of me.
Sure, I'll let go.
The man who warned us away. The man who said Sophie was
The
just
man
a
who
ridiculous...
warned Sophie away, you mean?
What?
I did not.
You got mad and hit her, too. That's assault.
Now, look. Listen to
All
me.
a matter of geography. I remember what she wrote me about the two roads. And Doc Sellers and Douglas went to town this morning. That's in the other direction from your place by the hill. So how did you know that Doc had gone to town? He wouldn't have gone past you. That's the wrong direction. So I guess you knew he was gone because you'd been over there. Sophie herself must have told you where he was.
All right. Don't prove anything.
No, but your shovel does. I wondered why a guy who'd committed murder 5 years ago would be stupid enough to commit an overt act today.
Murder? Now, look, I hated Uncle Harry,
I
sure,
didn't
but
say you did I? Relax, Buster. You're just a little greedy, that's all. Come digging for the miser's cash.
George, I don't understand.
When people thought Uncle Harry disappeared, they'd naturally assume he took his loot with him. Now it seems he was murdered. That makes it a little different.
Nobody alive would be smart enough to kill him and find all of it. An old cowhide skinflint like that...
I know. That's why you wanted Sophie to stop raising alarm. If everybody knew for sure Uncle Harry was dead, why, you'd get trampled in the rush up here.
He bilked me out of some of my property. You can't blame me
Buster,
for wanting
I'm
to...
not blaming you for anything. That's not my job. Now get out. Go on, go home.
George, what on earth...
Come on, you heard me. There isn't any gold around here. What's the matter, Angel? Don't you understand? We're all through with this case.
Go on, Doc. Oh, sure, Coroner. There's not much to say. I've given my testimony.
He's identified the body. That's all we need from Doc Sellers.
Well, Sheriff, who has got something to say? I understood this fellow Valentine had caught somebody up at Uncle Harry's shack. I know this isn't a court, but we sure want to hear everything that
I haven't got anything to add, Coroner.
Now, see here, Valentine.
No, Coroner. I'm all through with this case. Yeah, I'm on my way back to the city.
Valentine.
Yeah, what was the idea back there at the inquest?
There's no idea, Doc.
See here, if you think our sheriff is capable...
The sheriff's all right, Douglas.
Big compliment.
He only wishes it were true.
All right, now listen, all of you. Uncle Harry was a heel. The whole town wished him dead. Sheriff, when the skeleton was found, your idea was to let sleeping dogs lie, huh?
Well, not exactly, but holy smoke, we gotta live with the people, you know. This place has been pretty nice for the past 5 years.
Well, then?
We'll take care of Dorky, all right.
For assault, that's all, Sheriff. That's your business.
Yeah, but now I got a murder to solve. You help get this rolling. You can't just walk
All
off.
right, all right. Keep your shirt on, Sheriff. You won't have to nail anybody in your town for murder.
But you said that the...
All right, let's start at the beginning. 5 years ago, Uncle Harry, the hermit, the miser, the boy with the gold. Somebody comes and tries to get his gold. Kills him, takes his gold. But you've been up to the cabin, Sheriff. How did the killer find all the loot in at least 3 separate hiding spots?
Well, he could have twisted the old boy's arm or dug around.
Nothing was disturbed. He went right to the spots.
Yeah, I remember.
And if he got rough with Harry, would Harry have told him where all the spots were?
Well, no. I see what you mean.
No, you don't, Douglas. Maybe Sophie's an unhappy, bitter woman, but she had the right idea. Sheriff sent some telegrams to, where was it she got her last money order from? Someplace in Manitoba, Canada?
Bunker, that no-good husband of hers, he's the one.
Bunker? Well, I grant you he could have come up here after he left Sophie in San Francisco. I guess nobody would have known if he was out at Harry's place.
Yeah, but she's had detectives looking for Bunker, tracing those little money orders he sent once in a while.
That's right. They ain't been able to find him, Valentine.
Okay. But, Doc, you wouldn't be able to lie about x-rays of anybody who's still around here, would you? I mean, right out in public court and all? No, you couldn't do that. You'd be caught up.
What are you talking about?
Perjury. I waited just long enough for you to commit perjury at the coroner's inquest, Doc.
Well, what are you talking about?
A tin box with a live spider in it.
Spider?
Yeah, that's what gave me the idea, and it's the only way to explain everything. Suppose the spider got in there when the box was opened, say, a few days ago. By Doc alone.
You're crazy.
No more than your sister is. Suppose you switch some x-rays. We'll tie that together with what I said about Uncle Harry's hiding places. There's only one person who could have gone right to the hiding places. And that's Uncle Harry himself.
No, now look.
But he couldn't do that if he were dead, could he? All right, then. Suppose Doc here once treated a fracture for Bunker.
Bunker?
Yeah.
Oh, boy, that would...
Yeah, simple as that. 5-year-old crime. Man killed another man, threw him in the lake. And now, because his sister would inherit some property and so on, Doc decides to make the skeleton into Uncle Harry, when it's really the skeleton of Bunker.
That's not true. Now, Sheriff, you gotta believe me.
Perjury, Doc. Perjury, remember? But, Sheriff, I think the reason detectives haven't been able to trace Bunker is pretty simple now, don't you? Wrong description. Just send a description to Canada of Uncle Harry. They'll get him all right. And there you are, Sheriff. Instead of just a bunch of bones, Uncle Harry is a real live murderer.
Uncle Harry? Well, Hey, Valentine, wait a minute. Where are you going?
Back to the gal what brung me, Sophie. Yeah, there's a lot more important stuff to clear up in this case than dead skeletons. Yeah, Sheriff, I got a live client to drag out of her closet. A gal who hired me and then slammed doors in my face. Why? Well, in a couple of seconds, I'll find out.
You know, I'm kind of sorry for old Sophie. I've got a feeling that when George gets through with her, she'll be sorry the story wasn't called Aunt Sophie's Bones. But while we're waiting for the worst, let's give a listen to the best.
He hated Harry. Bunker hated Harry.
Sure, Sophie. He must have come here to get some money out of Harry, and, well, Harry defended himself, I guess.
It's been sweet of Uncle Harry to send me the money orders all this time. Even if it is trapping you.
I wouldn't be too sure it was sweet. It's kept the illusion that Bunker was still alive. He'd do that on purpose.
Oh, yes. Perhaps.
In fact, I wouldn't be too sure you love that uncle as much as you claim. I think you just hated Bunker. But now Bunker's dead. Now you know he's dead.
People can waste a lot of time hating, can't they?
Oh, Sophie, I'll tell you something. You wasted a lot of our time before I caught on why you hired me, then didn't want to talk.
Well, I told you were working.
Well, I didn't think it was just Dorky's getting rough. It was the fact you began to remember whose leg had really been fractured, wasn't it?
Well, I couldn't understand what the doc was up to. I'm so glad it was only perjury. Makes me feel much better.
He'd been willing to wait another 2 years. You might have had Uncle Harry declared legally dead and collected his property that way.
Yeah, but Doc wouldn't wait, that's all. Too good an opportunity. And the ironic part is, if it had worked, Uncle Harry couldn't have done anything about the inheritance slipping away from him. Not without admitting the whole story. Well, I can see why Doc was tempted, all right.
Doc hated Harry. Such a waste of time.
You said that before. About hatred being a waste of time.
I collect butterflies, you know. People say I have about as much brains as one. But anybody who wastes time is crazy.
Sure, butterflies, I suppose so, yeah.
He's stupid, isn't he? Doesn't learn any lessons from seeing what happens from an unhappy marriage.
Don't worry, Sophie. I'm the teacher.
What? Hey, what is this?
Come along, George. Time to say goodnight.
Oh, now you haven't seen my butterfly collection. You come upstairs with me and I'll show you my rare prizes.
Well, you can hang Buster back in the closet now. It's all over. Oh, but before you do, be sure to tell it that George Valentine was played by Robert Bailey and Virginia Gregg played Brooksy. The story was written by David Victor and Jackson Gillis, and Eddie Dunstetter dug up the music. Now, this is yours truly inviting you to another visit with Valentine, when you will again hear what happens when you let George do it.
Stay tuned for Nero Wolfe, which follows transcribed in 30 seconds. What's on the menu at Duffy's Tavern tonight? Well, there's a full serving of laughs with Archie the manager, played by Ed Gardner, and his unpredictable friends, Miss Duffy, Clifton Finnegan, and Eddie the waiter. It's Duffy's Tavern later this evening over most of these NBC stations. And this Sunday, the big show comes your way once again with Bob Hope, Jimmy Durante, Perry Como, Jose Ferrer, Mindy Carson, Eddie Cantor, Meredith Wilson and his orchestra, and many, many more. And, of course, your MC once again will be Tallulah Bankhead. That's this Sunday for the big show. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we take you to the most famous brownstone house in New York City, the one located at number 601 West 35th Street.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe. Mr. Wolfe.
Want something, Archie?
Would you be interested in taking on a case involving a woman who was found stabbed to death in one of New York's fancier men's clubs?
Can't you see I'm already occupied, Archie? My Oncidium hybrid is ailing.
But, sir, cash. C-A-S-H. Remember, you need it to live on?
Well, you're actually learning to spell.
You'd better learn to count. We're broke.
Thank you, Mr. Goodwin. Now, if you'll just go away and stop interfering. Oh, just a minute.
Yes, sir?
On your way out, switch on the fan.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it's that one and only man of moves, the most famous detective in modern fiction, that corpulent, orchid-raising, beer-drinking gourmet who also happens to be a genius. Rex Stuff's incomparable Nero Wolfe, starring Mr. Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight, Nero Wolfe's long-suffering assistant, Archie Goodwin, tells us of the case of the careless cleaner.
We didn't know Clay Michelson very well at the time, though Mr. Wolfe had hung one of the Michelsons' paintings on the library wall. But then I guess we should have considered ourselves lucky not to have known him or his wife, Phila. 2 weeks ago, they had a quarrel.
Oh, Clay, darling, I didn't expect you home so soon. I thought you were going to the museum to see the Van Goghs.
I decided not to, Phila.
Oh. Well, if you plan to paint this afternoon, I'll get out of the studio. I want to run some errands anyway.
Why don't you make your phone call from here, Phila?
Phone call?
Who is he, Phila?
He?
Who were you waiting for this afternoon?
Please, Clay, don't start that jealousy routine again.
Don't try to kid me.
You're being stupid, Clay.
I'm stupid, all right, but I'm getting wise pretty fast. I'm through, Phila. I've had enough. I'm leaving you. So stay out of my way and keep your boyfriend out of my way, too, whoever he is, or I'll kill him.
Yes? What can I do for you?
Sleepy. I want to have a drink and go to bed.
I'm sorry, sir. The Garrison Club's a private establishment. No rooms available to the public.
You think I'm drunk?
Oh, no, sir.
Why do you suppose I came here?
And I'm sure I wouldn't know, sir.
I'll tell you why. I came here to see my old pal Lou Saunders. That's why.
You know Mr. Saunders?
Do I know? Look, I paint him. Lou sells them.
Mr. Saunders is your agent?
I'm Clay Michelson. Just call Mr. Saunders.
Clay, what in the world?
Lou, tell this guy who I am.
But I'm sorry, Mr. Saunders.
It's all right, Mr. Martin.
You see? Let's go have a drink.
Yeah, sure, Clay. Yeah.
You know what, Lou? I left Phila. I walked out on her.
Is there something I can do, Mr. Saunders?
Yeah, have someone fix a bed in the other room of my suite. Mr. Michelson will be staying with me. At least for tonight.
Mr. Wolfe,
Yes, Archie?
it's Friday.
Good. Fish for dinner, then.
Nope, I was not referring to dinner.
You were not? I can think of nothing more interesting at the moment.
Oh, I can. My salary.
Of course, according to the Julian calendar.
We're on the Gregorian, so let's stick to it. Today is Friday. Today I get paid.
Archie, there's a drop.
Oh, don't exaggerate. You can't be getting the cold shutters just because I'm asking for my money.
I can distinctly feel fresh air flowing into the room.
Well, it's possible I might have opened a window 6 inches.
You're insane. Shut it at once.
Nope.
Are you trying to blackmail me?
Think it might work?
Never.
Then the window stays open.
You're fired.
I accept your offer. All you have to do is pay up.
I've hired you again.
Oh, Mr. Wolfe, you've cleaned out the bank balance again?
Well, that is... Well, have you seen those Miltonians?
Would I have voluntarily given up my paycheck for them? Orchids are very beautiful, Mr. Wolfe, but blondes are...
The door, Archie.
I am unemployed.
Found you'd maybe a client, and if it is, and we can extract a fee. You follow me, Archie?
I'm already on my way to the door.
Mr. Wolfe, I've got to see him at once.
Well, come in.
Thank you.
Mr. Wolfe, this is...
My name is Saunders, Mr. Wolfe. We've met before.
I remember. As a matter of fact, you sold me a painting of Michelson.
Yes, well, that's why I'm here. It's about Michelson, Mr. Wolfe, that I've come. Frankly, I think the man's about to go mad. He and his wife have split up, and
such a splendid artist, too. A pity.
I don't know what to do. He's drinking like a fish. For 2 weeks, I've been letting him live in part of my suite at the Garrison Club, but he's just steadily getting worse.
I try a hospital.
I can't. The publicity. Mr. Wolfe, Clay admired you so that time we all had dinner after the painting transaction. I thought maybe you could talk to him. Maybe you could get him on his feet again.
I'm not a doctor, Mr. Saunders.
But I'm sure he'd listen to you.
Excuse me a moment, Mr. Saunders. Nero Wolfe speaking.
Inspector Kramer.
Good evening, Inspector.
Got a guy called Lou Saunders at your place? Garrison Club said he'd gone to your place.
Yes, he's here.
Well, see to it that he doesn't leave until I get there.
I'd hardly do that, Inspector. I have no reason to detain Mr. Saunders.
There's plenty of reason. It so happens a woman's just been murdered in his suite.
Murdered?
Yeah. A Miss Hilda Lundgren.
What's happened?
Now will you hold him?
Do you know a Miss Hilda Lundgren, Saunders?
Hilda Lundgren? I've never heard of her.
She seems to have chosen your suite to be murdered in.
I'd better get right over there.
Mr. Saunders says to tell you he'll be right over, Inspector.
Now listen, Wolf.
Good day, Inspector.
Murdered in my suite. Mr. Wolf, you've got to come with me.
Mr. Goodwin will accompany you after the formality of a retainer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, anything you say. Here, I'll write a check.
Good. 500.
500? Fine.
My friend and assistant, Mr. Goodwin, will go with you. I have great confidence in his ability to bring back every detail of a murder, particularly where a woman's involved.
Okay, you photographers, picnic's over for tonight. Pick up your stuff and get out of here.
You sound real mean today, Inspector Kramer.
Well, if it isn't Nero Wolf's favorite stooge. What are you doing here, Goodwin?
I got bored with my knitting.
Look, I wasn't asking for humor.
I'm Louis Saunders, Inspector.
Saunders? Ever seen that woman before?
Yes, I believe I have. I can't remember where, but the face looks familiar.
Lovely-looking woman. Blonde and really built.
Well, she ought to look familiar. She's one of the cleaning women here at the club.
She is? Cleaning? Well, since when have gals like this been reduced to cleaning floors? What's happening to the world? There ought to be a law.
Yeah, there is. She was killed with a knife, or haven't you had time to notice?
That's not a knife, Inspector Kramer. That's one of Clay's Chinese letter openers.
What was that?
Well, nothing. Nothing at all. Yes, it is a strange knife.
What were you saying, Mr. Saunders?
Just said that looked like one of the letter openers belonging to one of my friends.
Who is this Clay?
Clay Michelson, the artist. You can't possibly think he'd do a thing like this.
I think everybody did it until we know otherwise. When were you last up here, Mr. Saunders?
Me? Why, just a little while ago. I changed my clothes just before I went to see Mr. Wolf.
She wasn't here then?
Well, I don't know. I didn't come into this room, just in my part of the suite.
Your part? Who occupies this room?
Mr. Michelson. He's been staying with me.
Strange wound, no blood.
What do you think you are, Goodwin, a medical examiner?
Oh, but
Yeah. The killer probably wiped the blood away. Saunders, have you any idea where your artist friend might have run off to?
I haven't seen Clay all afternoon. He spends a lot of time down in the bar.
Well, he'd hardly sit in a bar if he's killed somebody.
Why would he pick on the cleaning woman?
Oh, this is no ordinary cleaning woman. Get a load of that figure.
Watch it, Goodwin, watch it. You're liable to stretch your brain.
But you're wrong. In spite of everything, Clay's still terribly in love with his wife. He wouldn't...
Hello, Lou. Where did you get in?
Yeah, who's this?
Clay.
We're your friends, Lou. They won't serve me any more liquor down at the bar. I gotta find my flask.
Mr. Michelson, may I introduce you to Inspector Kramer of the police?
Who's this guy, Lou?
He's Nero Wolf's assistant.
Wolf? Police? Well, what do you all want? Somebody park overtime? Where's my flask? The one with my initials. I just bought it this morning.
Mr. Michelson, do you know that somebody was murdered here in your room?
Murdered? Why don't you guys go away and joke with somebody else? Where's my flask?
You better get hold of yourself. I said there's been a murder. Understand?
You serious?
Yep. And I wouldn't be surprised if Inspector Kramer here considers you top suspect.
Me? They think I did it?
You better pull yourself together, Clay.
Yeah, because I got a lot of questions.
Excuse me, the phone.
Sit down, Mr. Saunders. I'll answer it.
Hello? Hello?
Hello?
This is Fila. Who is this?
This is Inspector Kramer. Hello? Hello? Who is Fila? Anyone know?
Well, that's my wife.
Your wife?
I want to speak to her.
Come back here, Michelson.
Let me alone.
You're not going anywhere. Now, stay back there.
You're wrong, Inspector. I am going somewhere.
Junior's got a gun.
Yes, Inspector. You should be more careful about your gun when you shove people.
Now, look, Mr. Michelson,
I'll see Mr. Wolf myself. Stay back, Inspector.
You haven't a chance. We'll nab you before you get a block away.
Well, then I'll just jerk these phone wires. There. And I'll lock the doors. That should hold you long enough. Good night.
Here, Wolf speaking.
Wolf Kramer.
Indeed.
Clay Michelson may be on his way over there. Hold him until I get there.
Hold him, why?
Not more than 10 minutes ago, he held me up at the point of a gun.
He carries a gun.
It was my gun.
Careless of you, Inspector. Goodbye. Come in.
Mr. Wolf?
Yes?
My name is Clay Michelson.
Yes, I was rather expecting you.
You've got to help me. They think I murdered someone.
You shouldn't have run away from the police.
I've been drinking a lot, but I wouldn't murder anyone. Fela'd tell you that.
Your wife. Was she the model in that painting of yours I purchased?
What difference does that make? I tell you, they're after me for murder.
You obviously loved your wife deeply at the time you painted her.
Oh, here you are, Mr. Wolf. Michelson.
Clay. Good Lord, man. The police are on their way over here.
He came for my help, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I'm glad he did, Mr. Wolf. But we left Inspector Kramer talking from a phone booth. He'll be here any minute.
And we have only a minute to decide why anyone would want to kill a cleaning woman.
I didn't kill anybody.
She was a beautiful woman, Mr. Wolf.
I gathered that, Archie, from your unusual interest in the case.
She was stabbed with a letter opener from Mr. Michelson's house.
Which might add Mrs. Michelson to our suspect list.
Fela? You can't suspect Fela.
You're very gallant, Michelson. Just how was this beautiful young cleaning woman, this Miss Lundgren, stabbed?
In the heart. Her eyes were wide open, pupils dilated with shock.
Details later, Archie. Kramer will be here shortly. The moment I would like to know where everyone was.
Well, Mr. Saunders was here with us, you remember. I don't know where Mrs. Michelson was, but I could go see her and find out.
No, it won't be necessary, Archie. Mr. Michelson, where were you?
Me? Why, I'm not sure. I can't seem to remember.
That's hardly what we would call helpful.
I was drunk. Maybe I went to Fela's. I've been over there lots this week trying to talk to her. Yes, I must have gone over there.
Have you ever seen the murdered woman before?
No, I never saw her before in my life.
I've seen her before, Mr. Wolf.
Indeed, Mr. Saunders. I seem to remember your earlier statement to the contrary.
Well, I didn't know her name, but when I saw her, I remembered her. I understand she was quite an alcoholic.
Unfortunate woman. Beautiful woman.
Well, look who's here, Inspector Kramer.
Oh, here you are, Michelson.
And as usual, you didn't have the courtesy to ring the bell, Inspector.
And give you a chance to get this guy out of here? Nothing doing, Wolf. Now, come on. We're going to headquarters.
Mr. Wolf, you can't let him take me. I didn't do it.
I'm afraid there's not much I can do about it, Mr. Michelson.
Come on. You come along, too, Saunders. I got to get a statement from you.
Of course.
This way. Come on.
Very well.
All right.
I just got an angle.
Really, Archie?
Sure, it's simple. Saunders been going for this beautiful cleaning babe. Clay worms in. Saunders kills her.
Perhaps there was jealousy somewhere in this case, Archie. Here, Wolf speaking.
Mr. Wolf, this is Fela Michelson. You don't know me, but you once bought a painting from my husband. I've got to see you, Mr. Wolf. You've got to help me.
Mrs. Michelson, have some of this delicious beer. Another can, Archie. And now, Mrs. Michelson, may I ask how you found out there was a murder in the first place?
A policeman came to see me. He told me what had happened, that they were looking for Clay. I don't know what to think. He's temperamental, he's jealous, and he's sometimes violent, but I can't imagine anything like this, not Clay. Maybe some of those friends of his, but...
You don't care for your husband's friends?
No, they all live off him. They're leeches.
Mrs. Michelson, did your husband come to see you this afternoon?
This afternoon? No.
You're quite positive?
Oh, yes.
That was his alibi for the time of the murder. He said he went to see you. Of course, he was fuzzy, usual effect of alcohol on the brain cells, but... Mrs. Michelson, might I be a little indiscreet for a moment?
Indiscreet?
Have you been seeing some other man?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Please, Mrs. Michelson, I'm afraid your face gives away more than you tell.
I thought we were here to talk about a murder, Mr. Wolf.
Indeed, but your husband's jealousy might well fit into that category.
Clay, imagine things.
You're a very beautiful woman, Mrs. Michelson. Now, if you will try telling me the truth, perhaps we can accomplish something.
But I tell you... All right. So I thought I was in love with another man.
Your husband suspected but didn't know, huh?
No. Clay didn't know. He wouldn't have given me a divorce anyway.
You sound as though you want your husband back.
I did, but I didn't even know where he went.
Indeed, Mrs. Michelson. Archie informs me that the murdered woman was quite lovely.
What are you trying to suggest?
You said yourself you wanted your husband back.
Yeah, one woman jealous of another, that's always murder.
Why, that's stupid. Clay wouldn't play around with a maid. That's stupid. Clay loves me. I'm not jealous of anyone. No one, do you understand?
Archie, if you'll see Mrs. Michelson home.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I can find my own way.
I'd prefer Archie took you, Mrs. Michelson. You wanted my help, didn't you? Thank you. Thank you, Mrs. Michelson. If you will just wait outside for a moment, please.
What have you got in mind, Mr. Wolf?
Try exercising your own judgment just once, Archie.
You mean she's the one who's jealous?
Perhaps, Archie. Perhaps she may want us to think she was jealous. Perhaps she actually doesn't want her husband back at all, only to pin a murder on him.
Oh.
You see, in this case, it would be simpler than divorce.
Yeah? Yeah, she might just be trying to get rid of him.
She might, Archie. But then she's a woman, so don't count on anything. She might even be telling the truth.
This is where I live, Mr. Goodwin.
Nice. Very nice. I like Greenwich Village.
I'm trying to figure out why Mr. Wolf sent you along with me.
I'm a sucker for beautiful women.
I wonder. Archie,
Huh?
does Mr. Wolf believe me?
He hasn't made an official statement yet. Nice furniture and things.
You sound like an appraiser or someone looking for something.
That's because it's November.
Mr. Wolf sent you to search my
You
apartment.
could be wrong. I don't... Oh.
What's the matter now?
Thought you said your husband hadn't been here today.
He wasn't.
And what's his flask doing among these papers on the desk? Very prettily decorated with his initials. He was looking for it at the club.
Flask? I don't know what it's doing there.
Yeah, sure. You're trying to help, Clay. Right into the electric chair. His only alibi was his being here this afternoon, and you said he wasn't. Then what is his flask doing here? He said he just bought it this morning, so he must have been here today.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's your phone?
Well, you've got things wrong. I don't know anything about that flask.
Hey, the lights... Who switched off those lights? Fila, put those lights on. Put on those lights. Oh, the lights are... Get to the lights. That flask... Gone.
Nero Wolf speaking.
Wolf, where's Fila Michelson?
Fila, perhaps you might try the lost and found, Inspector.
Now, look, I know she was over at your place.
I thought you were interested in Clay Michelson.
Well, I let him and Saunders go, for the present. They're clean until I get the medical examiner's report.
Oh, when will it be ready, by the way?
An autopsy takes time, you know that. Where's the Michelson woman?
I believe she had a date with Archie. Why do you want her?
I'm sure it never dawned on you, Wolf, but this cleaning woman who was killed was some dish. Maybe Mrs. Michelson was the jealous one.
Your thinking is beginning to bear an amazing resemblance to Archie's, Inspector.
Also, it maybe never dawned on you that Fila Michelson hasn't offered an alibi for the time of the murder.
You're right, Inspector. Yeah, you are.
Come on, Wolf, quit stalling. Where's Fila Michelson?
What? Oh, I really don't know, Inspector, but perhaps as a last resort, of course, you might try her home. Good night, Inspector. Inevitable. The moment I'm comfortable. Come in.
Mr. Wolf. Oh, thank heavens you're here.
I always am. Where's Mr. Goodwin?
I don't understand how it happened. I swear I don't.
What happened?
I haven't got any idea how it got there.
Got where? Calm down, Mrs. Michelson. Now, just what got where?
Clay's new flask. Your assistant Archie. He came home with me, and that new initial flask was there. He thinks Clay was there this afternoon, and that I'm trying to frame him or something.
Oh, here you are.
She's here, therefore.
This is our gal, Mr. Wolf. She's been lying right down the line.
I tell you, Clay wasn't there.
Then why did you give me this clout on the head and grab the evidence and run?
I didn't hit you. I ran, but I didn't hit you. And I didn't take that flask either.
Oh, next thing she'll say there wasn't any flask.
Stop gaping at Mrs. Michelson, Archie, and open the door.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Mr. Wolf, they let Clay and me go for the... Fila, what are you doing here?
After your visit this afternoon, Mr. Saunders, she decided to come down and see me.
After my visit? What makes you think I was at Felix?
It was Mr. Saunders, not your husband, who came to visit you this afternoon, wasn't it, Mrs. Michelson?
I don't have anything to do with Mr. Saunders.
Then might I ask why you called him today?
I wasn't calling him. I was calling Clay.
You told me earlier yourself that you didn't know where Mr. Michelson was.
Well, all right. So what if it was Mr. Saunders who came this afternoon?
As he has for many afternoons.
What are you trying to get at, Mr. Wolf?
Saunders? He and Fila?
Yes, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the artist's friend and agent, happens to be the one who was making a fool of the artist.
But that's all over. I told him. That's what I was talking to Mr. Saunders about this afternoon. I didn't want Clay to know. Clay would never have come back.
All right, so it was Fila and me. I admit it, but that's not murder.
I suggest that it is, Mr. Saunders. I suggest that one of you two murdered the cleaning woman. Whichever one of you carelessly left the whiskey flask in Fila's apartment.
This is murder, Mr. Wolf. Not a joke.
Not at all a joke. You see, our cleaning woman was not murdered by the knife found in her body. She was poisoned.
What do you mean? Not by the knife?
Poisoned. She undoubtedly drank from Michelson's flask while she was working in his room at the Garrison Club.
But she was stabbed.
True. However, Miss Lundgren was an alcoholic. Saunders mentioned that, and I checked with the club manager.
But how does that prove there was poison in the flask? That she was poisoned?
Archie, would you mind repeating your description of the dead Miss Lundgren? First, as to the wound.
Okay. There was no blood.
Someone advanced a fantastic theory about wiping the blood away. And now, Archie, the description of the body of Miss Lundgren.
I mentioned the fact that her eyes were wide open, the pupils were dilated. Hey, dilated pupils?
Yes, Archie. The lack of blood had already made me wonder about the entire affair. When you added the dilated pupils...
What's special about dilated pupils?
In death, that is a common symptom of poison by a certain vegetable drug of considerable potency.
But what was the point of stabbing her?
The poison did the job. However, the killer later used the letter knife in an effort to deceive the police. However, he unhappily forgot that the dead don't bleed.
I think you're guessing, Mr. Wolf.
Am I?
All I can say is that I was at the pool in the early afternoon.
You're very certain you were at the club pool when the murder was committed, Mr. Saunders?
Certainly. From 1 until 3.
Excuse me, please. Wolf speaking.
Inspector Kramer. Medical examiner's report just came in this minute. And get a load of this, Wizard. The dame didn't die of stabbing at all.
I know.
You know?
She died of drinking a fatal dose of poison known as deadly nightshade.
What? How do you know that?
Inspector, do they know what time she died?
Time? The medical examiner says 2:30.
Thank you, Inspector. Oh, incidentally, if you care to drop over here, you may pick up the murderer. Goodbye.
I heard him, Wolf. She died at 2:30. As I told you, I was in the pool at 2:30.
Which is exactly how you prove yourself a murderer, Mr. Saunders.
Oh, I proved myself...
Even the police didn't know what time she died. Until just now. And the body wasn't found until the evening. How did you know she died between 1 and 3?
I didn't know, but...
You probably were at the pool at the time. The maid drank the poisoned whiskey you put in the flask of your friend Clay Michelson.
I tell you, you're crazy.
You planned to get rid of Clay, who stood in the way of your marrying Fila. When you came back to your room at 3 and found that the maid had drunk it instead, you stabbed her with Clay's letter opener to cover up the real cause of the murder and throw suspicion on Clay.
Oh, this is nonsense. Ridiculous.
And then, when you learned that the woman for whose love you were willing to commit murder was through with you, you took Michelson's new flask to Fila's home, confident that it would be found there.
Yes, and then he attacked me and stole that flask again in order to make it look like Fila had done it.
Exactly, Archie. Mr. Saunders, the chances are that your fingerprints will be found on that whiskey flask, and they'll be able to trace the poison to wherever you purchased it. The chances are...
Oh, no, you don't. Careful now, all of you.
Guns bore me, Saunders.
Oh, yeah? I'm leaving. You are
Clay!
Oh!
Clay.
Yes, Mrs. Michelson, your husband has been there for some time.
Clay, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm all right.
Well done, Mr. Michelson. I think you proved that an artist's life may indeed be exciting.
I've been an awful fool, Mr. Wolf.
Mr. Michelson, you might remember for the future that unreasoning and unjustifiable jealousy sometimes creates the very conditions that it fears.
You're being very kind to me, Mr. Wolf.
How can we ever thank you?
By prompt remittance of your check on receipt of my bill in the morning. Good day, Mr. and Mrs. Michelson.
Good day, Mr. Wolf.
Good day.
What's the matter with Archie? You look glum.
Yeah. I always have the lousiest luck.
Meaning?
A hectic case with two beautiful dames. Michelson gets one, the undertaker gets the other, and what do I get? Hey, that reminds me. You got a fee. I get paid.
You have been listening to The New Adventures of Nero Wolfe, starring Sidney Greenstreet. Tonight's transcribed story was written by Cheryl Hendricks and based on the famous characters created by Rex Stout. This is an Edwin Fadiman program, produced and directed by J. Donald Wilson. In the cast were Larry Dobkin as Archie Goodwin, and Betty Lou Gerson, Howard McNear, Dan O'Hurley, Vic Perrin, and Bill Johnstone. Next week at this same time, Nero Wolfe and Archie will bring you The Case of the Beautiful Archer. Don Stanley speaking. Three chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes later this evening when Ed Gardner stars in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie the manager will definitely be on hand to spread his whimsical advice where it'll do the most damage. Tomorrow night, there's action on NBC with Herbert Marshall starring as the Man Called X in another exciting battle against the forces of international intrigue. Next, Sam Spade. Later, William Bendix on NBC.
New post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, two great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Patsy, you're magnificent.
Well, thanks.
You've just solved the mystery. All we've got to do now is catch the killer.
Oh, but how do we do that, Nick?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
Now for the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. In his small basement apartment, cluttered with chess books and chess sets, old Jeremy Hawthorne sits over a chessboard and listens absently while two hard-eyed men talk to him.
Will you listen to me, Hawthorne?
Oh, yes, of course, Mr.
He told you his name twice already, pal. This here's my boss, Mr. Monk.
Oh, yes, Mr. Monk.
I swear if you don't pay attention,
That'll do, Cruz.
Okay.
Yes, bishop to queen, bishop... Oh, the only possible move. Unless, knight to rook 5.
Hawthorne, I got $1,000 for you.
What's that? Well, $1,000? What?
That will come up. Look, you remember the old National Chess Club, the old marble mansion on East 20th?
Oh, yes, do I not? I'm the last surviving member. Ah, what great old days we had at the club. It's been closed now for, let me see.
For 40 years, and it's been falling to pieces all that time.
Yes, that's right. If it hadn't been for that terrible scandal, the club would still be...
Look, I'm not interested in the club or its scandals. I'm interested in you.
Oh, you're a chess player, Mr...
No, I'm the guy with $1,000. I'll pay it to you.
But, for what?
For your right title and interest in the club.
My dear sir, you're cheating yourself. There isn't anything in the club but old books and old furniture. Hardly worth $50, let alone...
Look, I'll pay you $1,000 for everything in the building. Everything that's your property as the last surviving member. All you have to do is sign this release.
Mr. Monk, this is ridiculous. The place is a liability.
Look, maybe so, Hawthorne. You just sign the paper and take this $1,000. I'll take the liability.
Oh, by the way, Patsy, I haven't asked you to marry me for over 2 weeks. How about
Oh, please, Scubby. Don't you ever get tired of hearing me say no?
it? Why, Patsy, Hey, Nick, stop the car, quick. Scubby, for the
What's the matter?
I just remembered something.
A murder?
Oh, you yelled as though there were 10 murders.
With arson thrown in.
Oh, no, it's nothing like that. I just remembered old man Hawthorne.
Hawthorne?
Yeah, he lives right here. That basement apartment.
Scubby, who, what, and why is old man Hawthorne?
He's a guy I play chess with by mail.
Oh, now I've heard everything.
No kidding, Patsy. I'm up to my neck in a red-hot correspondence game with Hawthorne. And I just remembered I forgot to mail him my latest move.
Hey, get back in the car, chess champion. We're late for dinner already. I'll lend you a postcard.
Won't take a second, Nick. I'll be right back.
He'll probably fling open the door and howl, check.
And scare old man Hawthorne to death.
Patsy, did I ever tell you the story about the man who won a chess game because he couldn't talk cannibal?
Another Nick Carter special on the way.
It seems this man was captured by cannibals down in New Guinea.
Uh-huh.
And while they were boiling the pot...
Hey, Nick, hey!
But that's Scubby. What's the matter with him?
It doesn't sound as though he's making a chess move either.
Hey, Nick. Nick, you gotta come into Hawthorne's place right away. This is awful.
What's the matter, Scubby? You need advice on your next move?
I'll say I do. Hawthorne's dead.
Oh!
He's committed suicide.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Hawthorne's dead, all right.
He climbed up on a chair and hanged himself from one of the water pipes.
But why, Nick? Scubby says he didn't have a problem in the world.
Well, not outside of chess. Well, he just lived for his chess problems. The old guy was happy. He wouldn't...
Yes. That's what's bothering me.
What?
Look at this note Hawthorne apparently left here on the chess table. Neatly printed in ink. I'm 80 years old and I'm tired. Chess is a bore. There's nothing left.
Nick, why did you say Hawthorne apparently left the note?
Because the note is printed in ink.
So what? Hawthorne's got an ink stain on his forefinger.
True enough, Scubby. But tell me this. Where's the ink bottle?
The what?
The bottle of ink. And the pen Hawthorne used. Or the fountain pen. Or anything that'll write in ink.
Holy smoke, you're right.
I've been through this room thoroughly, and there isn't any ink. So how could Hawthorne write that note?
Well, maybe there's a pen in his pocket.
No. I've searched him. There's nothing on it but some small change and a handkerchief.
Then he didn't write that note.
No, Scubby, he positively did not. Some kind friend obligingly wrote that note for Hawthorne with his own pen, and then kindly helped Hawthorne commit suicide.
What? You mean that someone murdered him?
Go to the head of the class, Patsy.
Oh.
But he was harmless. Why would anyone want to kill a nice old man like that?
That, Scubby, is what I'd like to find out.
So would I. Where do we start?
Well, here's the picture as I see it now. Someone was here with Hawthorne just before he was murdered.
Uh-huh.
Someone who had the pen that Hawthorne used to write with.
Accounting for the ink stain on the finger.
Right.
But what did Hawthorne write?
Well, certainly not the suicide note. That was written for him after he was killed. Now, when this Hey, this is interesting.
What?
Here on the floor under Hawthorne's feet. It's a rhinestone medallion, see? With a letter M in the center.
A medallion with the letter M.
Recognize it, Scubby?
Sure I do. That's from the Club Monk.
The nightclub on the west side?
Yeah. There's a dancer there named Jenny Valentine. She does a solo tap dance and throws the souvenirs to the customers.
Oh, what would an old chess player be doing in a nightclub catching souvenirs?
You mean, what would a nightclub dancer be doing in Hawthorne's rooms playing chess?
Nick, maybe that medallion's the key to this murder.
Could be, Scubby. Hey, look, you kids stand by and wait for Matty and the homicide squad.
Uh-huh. Well, what are you going to do?
I'm going down to the Monk Club and try to catch a souvenir.
I can't give you anything but love, baby. That's the only thing I've plenty of, baby. Dream a while, scheme a while, we're sure to find happiness and
Mr. Monk. Mr. Monk.
Oh, hiya, Hopkins. Come on in.
Is it okay, Mr. Monk?
Is what okay?
Well, the money I owe you, the $5,000.
Oh, no.
But I told you how to get the Queen. Didn't you believe me?
Yeah?
Well, did you see Hawthorne? Did you buy it from him?
Yeah. You owe the club $6,000 now.
What do you mean?
Now, listen, Sonny. You come here to the club and you drop $5,000. You can't pay, so you hand me a story about this bequest your uncle left to the chess club.
Well, it's true. I swear it. The club was closed before they had a chance to find out what he gave them. They never knew what they had. Mr. Monk, that Queen is worth $20,000, maybe $30,000.
Okay.
Well, that was the deal. If I steered you into it, you'd cancel the money I owe you.
Listen, punk, the word was if.
Yes, but you said...
Now, look, I haven't got the Queen yet. It cost me another $1,000 already. If I get it, you're clear. Get that through your head, Hopkins. I don't sucker so easy for fancy stories.
Well, sure, but after all, I went to...
Mom, quit yelling, will you? Everybody in the club can hear you. You're making so much noise.
Oh, hiya, Jenny.
Hello, Hoppy.
Hello.
Oh, Hoppy. Don't you love me anymore?
No.
Now, that's a man for you. Chasing after me for 3 months solid. And all of a sudden, bump, the freeze. Don't be mad at me, Hoppy.
You played me for a sucker, Jenny. $5,000 worth of sucker.
Why, Hoppy?
Go ahead and grin. I'm going to the bar, and I hope I never see you again.
Darhead. Monk, baby.
Yeah?
Get the dope from Hawthorne?
Yeah, everything's okay, honey.
When do we get the Queen?
Tonight, baby. I'm going over with Cruz.
Are you gonna take care of it?
You just leave that to me, honey. From tomorrow on, it's just gonna be you and me and $40,000.
Oh, golf, Monk.
Look, better go up to your dressing room now. Cruz may get ideas if he sees us. Huh?
Say it again. Say it again about you and me, Monk.
You and me and $40,000.
Oh, honey. You say the sweetest things.
Oh, this dressing room smells like a perfume factory. Hope I don't asphyxiate before she's through with her dance.
Oh.
Miss Valentine?
Yeah.
The doorman told me it'd be all right to wait in your dressing room.
Oh. Are you, shall we say, an admirer?
Perhaps, in a way.
Oh. You're very good looking. You, like my dance?
I haven't seen it, so I wouldn't know.
Well, what are you hanging around my dressing room for?
Miss Valentine, I'm Nick Carter.
The detective?
That's right.
Now get out of here.
I'm not quite ready to leave yet, Miss Valentine. I'd like to ask you about this medallion.
Well, what about it?
Why'd you give it to Jeremy Hawthorne?
Jeremy, hey, look, I throw hundreds of those things around every night, but how should I know who catches them?
Of course, Miss Valentine, but you do know Hawthorne.
But I throw...
Don't deny it. You showed it on your face when I mentioned his name.
Get out of here.
I came up here to ask you what you know about a chess player who had the misfortune...
Janet Carter, I'll ask the questions around here.
Oh, hello, Monk. Do I also say hello to the 45 you're playing with?
Make one fancy play, Carter, and you can get intimate with a slug.
Don't you knock when you sneak into dressing rooms?
No. Besides, you and I are going to sneak right out.
Monk, I think
now, look, this is my play, Jenny. Let me take it.
Okay, but listen...
Get on your feet, Carter. We're going up to my office.
All right.
It's nice and soundproof up there. We can play just as rough as you want to. And if you want to play some parlor games, that's all right, too.
There's just one game I'm not in the mood for, Monk.
Oh, what's that?
2 men played with a gun or a rope. It's called murder.
So Nick was right in his guess that Hawthorne was known to both Jenny and Monk. We'll see where that leads him in just a moment when we hear what Monk has to tell him in his private soundproof office. Now, back to the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch cleanser. At the point of a gun, Nick is ushered into Monk's soundproof office on the 2nd floor of the Monk Club. Monk closes the door sharply and...
Sit down, Carter.
Thanks.
Now, listen. I had trouble with you before. I know you're a smart cookie, and I know you're dangerous. That's why I use a rod when you're around.
Put your cards on the table, Monk.
Carter, this is one deal that's on the level.
What deal?
The deal with Hawthorne.
Oh? Well, this is very interesting. Go ahead, Monk. Sing your song.
Well, a rich kid named Hopkins got in the red for me for $5,000. So he couldn't pay. And so his old man wouldn't hand over the dough. So Hopkins steers me into a deal to square it.
What deal?
You go in for history, any?
I've read a book or two.
Well, get a load of this. Back in the 1500s, there was this English queen, Elizabeth.
I've heard of her.
Well, now, there was a tournament held in her honor once, a kind of joust. Now, Elizabeth was impressed with the way a guy by the name of Sir Charles Blount fought. She was so impressed that she sent him a present the next day. A chess piece. It was a jeweled queen.
I think I've read the story.
Well, now, according to the books, Essex was so jealous of the gift, he ups and fights a duel with Blount, and afterwards, the chess queen disappeared.
So I've heard.
Now, Carter, that queen's worth a fortune, and I own it. All legal, all fair, all square.
How so?
Well, Hopkins' uncle uncovered it 50 years ago. He sent it to the National Chess Club as a bequest, along with some books and stuff.
Well?
But he died right after that. Then the club went bust before they knew what they owned. That jewel queen is stored away somewhere in the club cellar.
And you own it?
I do. I bought it fair and square from the last living club member, old Jeremiah Hawthorne. I got a bill of sale of the club property signed by him this afternoon for $1,000.
So that's how he got the ink stain on his finger.
What?
Nothing.
Now, tonight I'm going down to the clubhouse and get what I own. All legal and above board, right?
Except for one little detail, Monk.
Name it.
Somebody murdered Hawthorne.
Well, Get out of here. It's a dirty double-crossing fraud.
Hawthorne's been murdered, and he didn't have $1,000 on him.
I told you to get out. And if you know what's good for you, Carter, don't try to hang this rap on me.
I won't have to, Monk. I'll just help you hang it on yourself.
Your hat, Mr. Carter?
Thanks.
Don't you like the Monk Club, Mr. Carter?
Sure. I like it fine. but I don't like the people in it. Good night.
Good night, Mr. Carter. Come again soon.
Just a minute.
What? Well, Mr. Alfred Cruz, isn't it? How are you, Alfred? Last time we met...
Carter, what do you want with Jenny?
Take your hand off me, Alfred.
What was you doing in Jenny's dressing room?
Don't see why that's any of your business.
It sure is. She's going to be my wife.
Is that so? When?
In a couple of months. She's a beautiful kid. Everybody's chasing her. Like that kid Hopkins, even Monk. I don't want you around her, too.
I have no intentions of chasing her, Alfred. Now, will you please get out of my way?
You don't bluff me with fancy talk, Carter. I swear I'll break your neck if you go near her. If you want a sample...
You don't step aside, Alfred.
Yeah, see how you like this?
I really hate to do this, Alfred, but... When you get up again, I hope you'll have more sense.
Hey, Nick! Nick, come over to your car, quick.
What's the matter, Scubby?
I was coming down to meet you, and I saw your car just now, and we'll take a look inside.
Don't tell me you've discovered an... Good heavens! It's Jenny Valentine. Dead. Oh, what a mess. What a confounded mess. First Hawthorne, then Jenny Valentine.
Oh, stop pacing, Nick. You're making the office whirl around in circles.
Nick, I'm scared. Why'd you bring Jenny back in the car? Why haven't you reported her murder to Maddie?
I'm going to just as soon as I figure this out.
Oh, but Nick...
Maybe I was meant to find her and report it.
But she's still out in your car. If anybody finds her...
I know. Confound it. She was in the back seat with her neck twisted, strangled. It's as though she'd come to the car and was waiting to speak to me after I left the club.
Only the killer came along and spoke to her first.
Nick, you've got to do something.
I know I do. That's why I'm trying to think.
Well, my money's on Monk. He's our meat.
Maybe.
Oh, did Jenny tell you anything that could help?
No. Although she was friendly enough till she found out who I was.
This I already know.
How?
Oh, I know a clue when I see it. See that big smudge of powder and makeup she left on Nick's sleeve?
Powder and makeup on my... Patsy, you're magnificent. You've solved the case.
I've solved...
You've just told me who murdered Hawthorne and Jenny Valentine. Now all we've got to do is catch him.
But how?
By turning you into a ghost.
By turning me into a what?
Patsy, I'm going to make you up into the scariest ghost that was ever seen. And tonight you're going to haunt a chess club.
I guess Hopkins guessed right, Cruz. And all through this old chess club. Stuff must be stored down in the cellar.
Okay, come on.
Look, Hawthorne said it's in a big packing case. It's stenciled Hopkins.
Yes, if the rats ain't ate the print off.
Well, rats can eat books, but they can't eat gold and diamonds.
You keep telling yourself.
No, take it easy. This is the bottom. Hey, flash around your light. Huh?
Hey, Monk.
Yeah?
Over there against the wall. See? On a case. It says Hopkins.
Okay, come on. It's falling to pieces. Come on, get it open.
Easy, Monk. Only take a second.
A blue velvet box. That's what the kid said. The size of a cigar box.
Keep your shirt on. I'll find it if it's here. There it is.
Okay. All right, hand it over.
What's your hurry? I'm as much interested in what's in here as you are.
Look, I got news for you, Cruz. You're not taking it out of here.
What?
I'm taking the Queen, Cruz, and I'm leaving you behind.
Oh, you dirty... Put away that rod.
Look, Jenny wants it that way, Cruz. It's too bad, pal. Give me the Queen.
Dirty double-crosser. You and Jenny ain't gonna cross me up. Walk out.
For the love of... Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, Cruz, look!
Monk and Cruz stand in the depths of the cellar, staring up at the head of the stairs in horror. We'll hear what happens next in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the Jeweled Queen. Today's adventure with Nick Carter, brought to you by new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. As Monk and Cruz stand transfixed in the cellar of the National Chess Club, Nick whispers to Patsy, who stands at the head of the stairs in a glowing green drape. And Patsy...
Cruz, look! At the top of the stairs, look! It's the dame. She's coming down the stairs.
She's coming down towards us.
Hey, wait a minute, Monk. She looks like...
Holy smokes, it's Jenny. Hey, for the love of mud, babe, what are you trying to do? Play the Phantom of the Opera?
That ain't Jenny.
Sure it is. I can see her face.
It can't be a fool.
No! Let go of my arm. Stop dying that gun, you crazy.
It can't be Jenny. Jenny's dead.
She's dead?
How do you know that, Cruz?
Carter.
How do you know Jenny's dead? Only the man who killed her could know that.
But if Jenny's dead, who's this?
My assistant, Patsy Bowen, made up to look like Jenny. This bad light, she was able to fool you, just as I planned.
Cruz, you killed Jenny.
Yeah, wise guy. You thought you was going to cross me up with her, huh? Make a sucker out of me like she made out of Hopkins. Well, I showed you, and I'll show you more.
Don't try it, Cruz. It's too late. Oh! Don't howl, Alfred. That shot just went through your arm. It'll heal by the time you're due to take 40,000 volts sitting down. That's right, Patsy. The old story of thieves falling out.
Huh? Well, what do you mean, Nick?
Well, Cruz knew he was being double-crossed by Jenny and Monk, so he decided to return the favor and double-cross them.
Oh. Well, is that why he went back and killed Hawthorne after Monk made the deal?
Tried to frame Monk by dropping that medallion.
Mm-hmm.
Then to fix Jenny, he strangled her and left her in my car.
And in that way, he figured Monk would take the rap for Hawthorne's murder, and Jenny would be dead, and both would be out of his way.
Exactly.
Oh.
He'd collect the Jewel Queen and live happily ever after.
Golly. Nick, I still don't understand how I solved the case.
Why, Patsy, you did it when you saw that smudge of makeup on my arm.
Will you please explain?
I most certainly will explain. Patsy, the only person who could have touched me while I was in the Monk Club who had makeup on his hand was Cruz. Remember I told you how he knocked my arm?
Yeah, just before you hit him and knocked him down.
That's right. Well, he must have smudged my arm with makeup, which means he must have got it on his hands from Jenny's neck.
Well, I'll be darned.
So he had to be the man who strangled her.
Yeah, but what about the Jewel Queen?
The Jewel Queen goes to Monk. He bought it legally, so he's entitled to it.
Oh, shucks.
Oh, don't feel bad, Patsy. If you want one, I'll buy you a dozen tomorrow.
A dozen? At the price?
Mr. Monk is out $6,000, dear. The velvet box contained one very elaborate chess queen made of wood. Value, about $1.50.
So, then it wasn't the real Jewel Queen?
No, Patsy, it wasn't. Queen Elizabeth's chess piece is still at large, somewhere in the wide, wide world.
Well, maybe Cruz will be able to ask Her Majesty where it is after he sits down on the hot seat.
Why, Patsy, that's not a nice thing to imply.
It isn't? Why not?
Well, I certainly hope good Queen Bess isn't in the same place Cruz is going to. Besides, by then it'll be too late to do him any good.
Well, Nick, it's time you told us something about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser is going to bring us next week.
Right you are, Bob. It's a story which began with the theft of a priceless Egyptian relic from the art museum one night.
And during the robbery, the watchman was killed in a strange and mysterious way.
Yes, and it took a device which records earthquakes to catch the murderer.
Oh, hold on a minute, Nick. I don't get the connection between such a device and an Egyptian relic.
Oh, well, neither did the killer, Bob. Not until it was all over.
What do you call this story, Nick?
I call it The Case of the Exploded Alibi.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time and over these same stations by the Cudahy Packing Company, makers of new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser. Nick Carter, Master Detective, produced and directed by Jock McGregor, is copyrighted by Street and Smith Publications Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Today's script was written by Alfred Bester. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. This is Bob Martin saying, when minutes count, use new post-war Old Dutch Cleanser.
Broadway's My Beat, from Times Square to Columbus Circle. The gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world.
Broadway's My Beat, with Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover.
Nighttime of November. A special time on Broadway. Sense it. It's a new time. When the after images of early autumn are dying, cloaked already in river mists, chill and drifting. And sense this, that winter is already at a place not far away, drifting too, hung from a pale moon, scudding over the city and making new shadows. Hurry, it gets dark quickly. Where I was, darkness was cut across by the fingers of light, intersecting the beams of two searchlights, focused groundward. Destruction of building temporarily halted. Rush wrecking job stopped. Because of this, remains of dead man found, and report phoned to headquarters.
This would be the cellar, Mr. Clover, where we found him. Under 3 inches of composition flooring.
Uh-huh.
What does it look like to you, Mr. Clover? Real puzzle, huh? Just a skeleton and all?
Well, there's something we can tell about.
You know, what I can't figure out, that satchel of money laying beside him. Must be over $1,000 in there.
About that.
Imagine lying 5 years under a cellar floor.
How do you know it's been 5 years, Mr. Rogers?
When I bought these 3 buildings to tear them down for a garage, I got a story about this one, right where we're standing.
What story?
Of course, we've torn down to the cellar, so you can't tell, but this one used to be a nightclub, you know.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, it was. That's the story, a scandal or something about this nightclub. The bank told me. Partner or something 5 years ago ran away with a payroll or something to California.
What else?
Nothing, except that the other partner tried to hold on to the club, but it failed a year later. Bankrupt. Bank took it over 4 years ago. Couldn't lease it. Nailed it up. Anyhow, that's the story the bank told me.
Well, it doesn't look like the man ever got to California. He was murdered.
Sure, what else? He didn't just lie there and pull 3 inches of composition flooring over his head.
Shot.
Huh?
Twice. See the bullet, the chest cavity here? Small caliber 22. And here, right arm fractured, and beside it, see another bullet.
Bigger one?
Yeah, 38. Shot twice by 2 different guns.
Like I said, a puzzle. Well?
Well, what?
This is a rush job, Mr. Clover. You know that. Let's get this stuff out of here.
Morning, Danny. So good morning, in case you didn't hear.
Hi, Dennison. Sit down.
Excuse me for saying it, but you look a little beat. Big night last night?
No.
Well, you're a single man, Danny. You're entitled to a big night. Were you going to say something, Danny?
No.
Oh. Then maybe this'll interest you. Got a rundown on a corpse you found last night.
What about it?
Well, that's what it takes to get a rise out of you.
Come on,
huh?
get with it.
Yeah, I better do that, else I won't be liked, huh? Technical, shot at the teeth. Muggavan put the code on a teletype. Late last night, the one place we got a call back from was Dannemora.
You get on identification?
Code checked out to a former prisoner named of Bob Foster. Released 6 years ago after a 10-spot stretch for grand larceny.
Anything else?
Stick with me, kid. I'm loaded. My identification came in. I checked it with R&I. They had a file on Foster. Here, wait. Muggavan left some notes for you. Yeah, 1947, May 23. Year after he was out of Dannemora, Foster was wanted on suspicion of grand larceny. Packed a satchel with his partner's dough and ran out on him. That would be the satchel you found.
Who was his partner?
A fellow by the name of Joe Turner. He and Foster opened a nightclub together, Blue Sheen. Year after Foster allegedly checked out with his partner's dough, the joint went into bankruptcy. And the word is Joe Turner cried his heart out at the time. Beat his chest. Called his partner naughty names.
Any lead on Turner?
And one of the boys traced him to a hotel on West 12th. Only the hotel is out of business now. Management converted the place into offices. Nobody knows what became of the hotel records, so...
So, an all-points bulletin on Joe Turner, huh?
Yeah.
Is that all?
Yeah, it's got a girl type in it, too. Aggie Blaine. Used to do a poker with clever parakeets at the boys' nightclub. The last known address, let's see, 1326 West 34.
You did real good, Dennison.
Yeah, pull up a minute, Danny. There's more.
Oh, what?
Those bills you found in the satchel.
What about them?
Their serial numbers were in series. Must have been the nightclub's payroll. A few weeks after Foster went up in a puff of air, 5 20s out of the same series turned up in sunny California.
That's all? Now I can go?
Yeah, you can go.
Don't sit in that chair, Sonny. Just pick a spot on the floor and stand on it. The floor, not the rug.
This okay, Miss Devlin?
Floors don't belong to me, Sonny. Furniture does. Let's not louse up the furniture, huh? What do you want?
Some information about a girl named Aggie Blaine.
My niece, brother's daughter. Brother's dead. Went out without muffler and rubbers, winter of 36. Got himself a flu that wouldn't quit. Fell over in his face next day. Never got up.
Where's Aggie?
My niece?
That's what you said.
Blew out of here a long time ago. Don't know whether she's alive, dead, or what all. Could be married to the king of Turkey for all I know.
How long ago did she leave?
Oh, been 5 years. Used to be a dancer, Aggie was. Used to. Hey, don't lean on the furniture, Sonny. Pretty furniture, huh? Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah. New as the day I got it. You want to sit down? We go in the kitchen. Not in the parlor. Not on this stuff.
What do you do, Miss Devlin?
Huh?
Your niece used to live with you. She's gone now. What do you do? Take in roomers?
You mean sublet like that?
Huh?
What for? Who needs it?
Retired, huh?
It's nice.
And all this furniture, ornate.
Huh? Oh, you mean tricky with the curlicues and the things, huh? Yeah, all mine. Bought and paid for.
Let's get back to Aggie, Miss Devlin.
I don't know if she's alive or dead. I told you
She used to dance at a nightclub called the Blue Sheen.
With pigeons. A blue one and yellow one. One named Gloria, the other named Phyllis. Oh, I seen it myself.
Look, Miss Devlin, one of the men who owned that club was found last night. He'd been murdered.
You're leaning, Sonny.
He'd been murdered, and your niece might be able to tell us something about it. Couldn't you give me some...
No, nothing. Aggie, she was a dancer. Is she alive? Is she dead? How do I know?
And leave there. And once more into November Day, its furnishings also not to be touched, nor leaned against. For instance, the autumn perfume worn by the girl who almost brushes your sleeve, sidesteps, changes course, hurries on. And from far off, the brief, wild sob of a freighter sailing out of autumn waters. And at headquarters, it arranges itself into familiar pattern, routine investigation into death, and wait. And on the first quick surge of November night, the return on the All Points Bulletin, Joe Turner, bankrupt nightclub owner, had been spotted in a Skid Row bar. Third booth on the right was all his. Go there. The place is jukebox and fat cat scrawling symbols in sawdust. The place is Joe Turner, who was once a man.
You come up with a drink, mister, and something good will happen to you.
Do you understand me, Joe? I'm from the police.
Something real good. I'll dance for you. Here, you watch me. You watch me here. This is just for you.
Sit down, Joe. You don't have to do that.
You like me, huh? You'll buy? Huh? I got other routines.
Tell me about your nightclub, Joe.
Huh?
Your nightclub, the Blue Sheen. Tell me about the club and about Bob Foster.
Him? Oh, you're a friend of Bob's? I'll hate you. I'll squash you like a fly, so help me.
What'd he do to you, Joe?
Who? Who did something to me?
Foster. Bob Foster. He stole from you, didn't he?
Walked out on me. Didn't even wave goodbye. He just took my money, danced off someplace. Far away. Never sent a postcard. Nothing. Aggie either.
Aggie Blaine?
There was a dancer. Did you ever see her? Oh, it's a stunning dancer. Well, I'll show you a dance. It's with the hands first. You see, it's like this.
You know where Aggie is, Joe?
Aggie's far away, too. Aggie and Bob. Blue Sheen.
We found Bob last night, Joe. He'd been buried under the cellar of your nightclub.
Bob? Bobby Foster? Well, that's where he spent.
You kill him, Joe? Because he stole from you and went away? Joe, listen to me.
I performed for you, mister. Where's my drink?
You kill him, Joe?
I don't know. Maybe I did. He deserved it. Maybe I did. You think I did?
Come on, Joe. Let's you and me go uptown. And book him. Charge, suspected felony, murder. Turn him over to the policeman schooled as to proper procedure and proper jail tier and proper cell. Back to the office and sit at the desk. Far away, a light is turned off, and another. And a swollen sag of gray suddenly hangs from the black sky. Morning folding over the horizon.
Danny, downstairs, come on.
Down the corridors and the steps, and outside is damp. It's still night.
Ambulance just pulled in. Wounded upstairs, I got it.
Miss Devlin.
Uh-huh. Shot. Dead, Danny? On account of the police rang her doorbell yesterday? On account of she's Aggie Blaine's aunt? I'm talking to you, Danny. You think so?
You are listening to Broadway's My Beat, written by Morton Fine and David Friedkin, and starring Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover. Two outstanding events on CBS Radio tomorrow in the daytime. For one, the Quiz Kids return to the Star's address to begin another series of their breathtaking mental gymnastics. Professor Joe Kelly will be in charge of the Little Wizards, and they'll all be waiting for you to join them tomorrow on most of these same stations. The other big event tomorrow is the American radio premiere of Christopher Columbus, Darius Milhaud's famous opera conducted in concert form by Dmitri Mitropoulos. It's the featured work on the New York Philharmonic Symphony, heard on most of these same stations tomorrow.
Broadway makes its entrance out of subway kiosks, out of night corridors, blinks once and long against the white of a new November day, then moves into it, soft, polite. It's the thing to do. Treat the morning nice. Don't step on the cracks. You'll still be on your feet when day is done. And the other performers, the man hanging from a spectacular, twisting out the Mazdas that died in the night. And the mannequin, her face dusted, a bolt tightened where wax had given in tonight. And torso and head tilted closer now to shop window. And on wax lips, the good morning kiss. A new day, kid. Live it. And at headquarters, November morn, is Sergeant Gino Tartaglia dipping a finger into a container of coffee.
Just testing, Danny.
Oh?
You leave these things to the whim of that new girl in Ballos Delco. I knew it. Too sweet.
Oh, that's too bad, Gino.
Some days you wake up on the wrong side, you get too many lumps in your container.
True, Gino.
Don't feel bad about it, Danny. No percentage in building a tragedy out of it. We'll both be bigger persons if we don't make of it an issue with the delicatessen. And off to work we go. You game, Danny?
Whatever you say, Gino.
Am I permitted a simple statement of fact?
Of course.
I admire you.
Thank you.
To work. Wino Joe Turner is still in the drying out tank. Also, ballistics has established that in the murder of Miss Devlin, aunt to Aggie Blaine, the murder weapon was the same that 5 years ago did do in Bob Foster, suspected absconder with his partner's loot.
The same weapon, huh?
Indeed. The bullet that was found in the chest cavity of the remains of Bob Foster bore the same markings, riflings, as the bullet extracted from Miss Devlin. Ergo, same weapon was used. Small caliber gun, Danny, 22.
Then whoever killed Foster 5 years ago is still around.
Which brings me to Miss Aggie Blaine.
Oh, how?
That in a routine perusal made by our boys of vital statistic records, a marriage license date of July 30, 1947, was found made out to one Aggie Blaine and one Herbie Morse.
They find the...
Don't interrupt, Danny. A check was made on said Herbie Morse and was found that he owns a drugstore on 23rd, corner of 9th. That's how. You care for my coffee, Danny?
No, but thanks anyway, Gino. Thanks for everything.
And you'll have that lanolin plush look in no time at all. Thank you. Yes, sir? What can I do for you?
Mr. Moss?
Right.
My name's Clover, Mr. Moss. I'm from the police.
Hi.
I'm trying to get some information about a girl named Aggie Blaine.
Depends upon what kind of info you want. She was my Frau. Some things I'll tell you, some things I won't.
Just tell me how you met her and when you met her and why you're not married to her. Things like that, Mr. Moss.
What's the matter? You think you could have stayed married to her?
Mr. Moss.
You haven't got the dough on the wherewithal.
Just tell me about it, Mr. Moss.
She's not going to make a fool out of me. You know what I'm going to do one day, buddy? Get me another wife, a big gal, a big blonde gal. Then I'm going to find me Aggie and walk up and down in front of her with my big blonde wife rubbing her cheek to me. I'm going to show her...
When did you meet Aggie?
On an airplane. I said hello to her, and from there on in, it was air pockets all the way to Frisco.
You met her on the way to California, huh? Now, when was this?
In 47, druggist convention. I never saw the inside of the convention hall, not with Aggie showing me the fancy eating places, and me with a paper to read on dressing at the prescription department.
Now, go on.
That was in June. Then back in New York, somehow she wouldn't let me see her. Then she called me.
When?
July the 30th. I know, because July 31st we tied the knot.
How come the divorce?
A fella. I worked late one night fixing up a 1-cent sale. I came home. She wouldn't let me in. I beat the door in with my bare hands. There was a fella there selling rugs. He gives me his card and left. Next day, she followed him. One of these days, I'm going to look that guy up. You know that?
You still have his card?
Do I? Right in my wallet.
I want it.
Oh. You're going to fix him, huh? Swell. Here. Here's the card. I'm on your side, buddy.
Have you seen Aggie since then?
I'm happy to say no. However, the day that I do, I will also find me that big blonde buddy. I'm going to parade her up and down in front of Aggie.
And get out of the way of Mr. Moss's wagging finger. And through the aisle, lined with preparations guaranteed to keep you alive longer than anybody. A right turn, down the aisle of space guns, insecticides, and bubble baths. And then left at the table where everything is marked down to 19 cents. And out into the street. Legwork now, an address off the card given to you in the drugstore. Mr. Irving Lustbander, rug dealer.
Aggie? She ran out on me, mister. Long time ago. Customer of mine came in one day and ordered our most expensive number wall to wall. Aggie went along with the delivery truck and never come back.
Customer's name?
Ewing. Dr. Keith Ewing, big back man. Got offices in the Muncie building.
And at the offices of the Muncie building, be told by Dr. Ewing that Miss Blaine was merely a patient of his, and after he cleared up her back condition, he never saw her again. No, he never treated her at his office. She was an outpatient at the Cheney Hotel. So go there, Cheney Hotel. Yes, the clerk says. Miss Blaine, yes, indeed. He checked out, he's sorry to say. The morning after an automobile dealer's conclave, he remembers. Forwarding address, why, yes, indeed, 1213 East 61st. So go there. The girl who answers the door is dressed in velvet pedal pushers, but shakes her head sadly at the name of Aggie Blaine. Agatha, it seems, moved out on her about a month ago. Baggage, and her very own boyfriend, Tony. Where? Well, Tony owns the apartment building over on East River, Beekman Place. So go there.
Yes?
I'm from the police, Danny Clover.
And I'm too desperately sorry because whatever it is, I can't use it.
Let's talk about it inside, Miss Blaine.
Oh, but then we'd be committing something or other, wouldn't we?
Oh?
Oh, yes, there must be a city ordinance or something. You see, I'd let you in here and we'd talk or whatever, and all the time you'd be operating under false pretenses. Naughty.
Tell me about it.
You see, dear boy, I'm not Miss Blaine. Not the girl you need. Not Miss... What, Blaine?
Aggie Blaine. Girl who used to work at a club called the Blue Sheen. Danced there with birds.
With birds? Oh, how desperately thrilling.
That's what we'll talk about, huh?
Of course, let's. I haven't indulged in anything so pulpy in years. Nightclub dancer with birds, man of the police knocking at my door. Oh, just walk right in, Mr. Clover. The rugs are deep and the fireplace is Italian marble, and my dressing room is perfumes and custom-made crystal and full-length golden mirror, and it's a castle, and I call it home, so you may plump down wherever you like.
I'm grateful.
Don't thank me, thank Tony. Tony Crenshaw, my fiancé. Nothing's too good for you, Agatha, he said, and he's loving it. I get this shack on our wedding day. All mine. Oh, that Tony. He's a charm, all right, all right.
And now you're Agatha...
Agatha Raines. Always was, always will be. Oh, I almost slipped. Soon, Agatha Crenshaw, Tony's wife.
You want to hear about Aggie Blaine?
Oh, dying. It's how we met, we two. Yeah, speak to me of Aggie.
5 years ago, she was a dancer at the Blue Sheen. She...
there were feathered creatures. You said all
There was
that.
something else. A man named Bob Foster.
Just one man? Well, this dancer couldn't have been very good.
Bob Foster, ex-con, 5 years ago, 1947. Partner in the Blue Sheen. We found him the other day buried under its cellar flooring. He'd been shot twice, murdered.
Oh, tell me you're not making this up. Because if you are, I die of disillusion. It's so desperately sordid and thrilling.
You ever know this Bob Foster?
Not till this precious instant. But don't let that stop you. Go on.
Aggie Blaine had an aunt, Miss Devlin. Yesterday, she was murdered with the same gun that killed Foster.
Isn't that always the way?
Another thing about Aggie Blaine. In 1947, she met a man on a plane to California. When they came back here, they got married. A man named Herbie Moss.
Serves the girl right, killing her aunt and that Foster fellow.
Yeah. Get your things. We're going downtown.
Oh, such a short time, and we so well know each other. Already you're taking me out.
We want you for suspicion of murder. Get your things.
Oh, it's a lovely day, and when I got up, I didn't know what I'd do with myself this morning. And you've come up with something. Let's go wherever you want, Mr. Clover. And this room is what, Mr. Clover?
Interrogation room.
Sitting or standing?
Oh, sit down, please. Smoke?
Oh, I have my own. You can light me, though.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Still excited?
Tolerably. It's slowing down. Do something about it, Mr. Clover.
Like book you now?
For what was that again? I've forgotten.
Murder.
Oh, that's a charge, all right. That's really one of the...
Danny? You got him? Bring him in.
Come on, Joe.
How do you feel, Joe?
It's a shame the way I feel right now. Hi, Aggie.
Charades, fellas? I supposed to guess what he is?
Yeah, do that. Hint, a guy named Joe Turner, co-owner of a nightclub named the Blue Sheen, partner found in the cellar. Employed a girl named Aggie Blaine. Now guess why he's here.
Hi, Aggie.
There's no excitement in it anymore, Mr. Clover. Take me home.
Then you don't know who this man is.
By the pink of his eyes, I'd say a wino.
You look nice, Aggie.
A rum pot.
Well, there's another way we can do it, Dennison. Get the druggist, get the rug salesman, the doctor.
Look at her, Danny. She's getting excited all over again. Those people bring back fond memories, lady?
You should have seen her when she danced. Should have seen her with the blue light. With the spinning spot.
Hi, Joe.
Where you been, Aggie?
I looked for you once, Joe. I couldn't find you.
You're a stinking liar, Aggie.
Now you see why I didn't find you.
Now we all know each other. Hi, Aggie.
Sure. I used to know a cop.
I've been drinking a lot, Aggie. I've been thinking about you.
Have you?
Joe?
She's still pretty.
Almost all we need, Joe, is the motive. Why did you kill Bob Foster?
Hey, Aggie.
Don't remember out loud, Joe.
Do you want the business, Joe? The nightclub or her?
Tell him, Aggie.
You want to confess how you killed Bob? Go ahead.
Oh, baby. I'm going to tell him my part, baby. I never killed anybody.
Joe.
Who'd I kill? I wanted the business, so I took a shot at Bob, but I hit him in the arm, that's all. Then he ran to you, Aggie.
You boys believe rum pots around
here?
Go
on, Joe.
Next time I saw my poor old partner, he was dead.
Then you felt so sorry for him, Joe, you buried him under the cellar with some money to see him on his way.
Oh, that Aggie, she's got a mind on her. She figured it. Go ahead, Aggie. Show the fellas how you got a mind on you.
Mr. Clover?
Uh-huh.
It's getting serious, huh? Huh, Mr. Clover?
That's the lieutenant's serious face, yeah. It's getting serious.
Look, Bob Foster came over with a shot arm. I said, Bob, before you go see an MD about your poor bullet-filled arm, here's a gun. Bob, I said, you shouldn't take that from a guy like Joe. When I handed the gun to him, it went off.
Oh, that's some mind.
Then what was your aunt defending herself against when she got shot by the same gun?
Well,
When Bob came to you when he was shot, you were staying at your aunt's place, weren't you?
well, yes, I was.
Your aunt knew what happened. Blackmailed you.
Hey, how about my aunt's furniture? A scream, huh?
Furniture, income, proceeds from blackmail.
Was your aunt dead, Aggie? I didn't know. Gee, you're all alone, huh?
She lost the whole thing for us, Joe. This policeman came calling. She got panicky, called me up and said she was going to talk.
Oh,
You see?
Yeah, sure.
From the first she lost it, Joe, you and me. As soon as I got back from California, remember?
Now, how about that California trip, Aggie?
Great.
Just took a flyer to plant some of that money Foster was supposed to have stolen, to make it look like he'd run away to California.
Hi, Joe.
5 years, honey. I've had a lousy time. What about you?
Great. A time. A real time.
You're still lying.
Yeah. I've missed you, Joe. We probably see a lot of each other now. For a time.
In the ebb of nighttime, the slabs of Broadway lean against the darkness in crazy tilted angles. The balance is delicate, precise. So the walk must be careful, the talk quiet. It's the never-never time that drifts in from the edge of the world. The time of regret. It's Broadway, the gaudiest, the most violent, the lonesomest mile in the world. Broadway, my beat.
Broadway's My Beat stars Larry Thor as Detective Danny Clover, with Charles Calvert as Tartaglia and Jack Crucian as Muggavan. The program is produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with musical score composed and conducted by Alexander Courage. In tonight's story, Mary Jane Croft was heard as Aggie Blaine, and Sheldon Leonard as Joe Turner. Featured in the cast were James McCallion, Ted Bliss, Martha Wentworth, and Peter Leeds. Bill Anders speaking. Have you ever longed for escape? Escape from an everyday existence that may have a color of its own, but with which, nevertheless, you are temporarily bored? If so, CBS Radio's dramatic adventure program called Escape is meant for you. Every Sunday evening on most of these same stations, listen in for a new drama of Escape at the Star's address. And remember, Amos and Andy are here every Sunday on the CBS Radio Network.